Yo, what's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. 4S. Chapter 116. Although one man can defeat thousands of armies. Danzo, don't wait for later, let's fight to the death now. Ahead, a handsome young man was leaning against a tree, holding a long knife in both hands. Looking at the oncoming Shimura Danzō and dozens of elite ninjas at the root, he slowly stood up straight. The expression is relaxed and at ease. No, it's Uchiha Xiu, protect Lord Danzo. As soon as Uchiha Xiu appeared, all the ninjas at the root surrounded Shimura Danzō as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Uchiha, fix. Watching Uchiha Xiu, Shimura Danzō almost gritted his teeth. He doesn't know why Uchiha Xiu is here. It is obvious that his plan for today has been carried out seamlessly. Danzo, didn't you want to do something to me a long time ago? Today, I give you this chance. Uchiha Xiu put away the smile on his face and unreservedly released his aura. The air is full of chills. Feel the momentum. 353. Cold sweat broke out unconsciously on everyone's forehead. Shura, this is Shura from hell. Uchiha Xiu's incomparable strength, coupled with the aura tempered by killing countless ninjas during the Third Ninja World War. Even if it is a root ninja who is not afraid of anything. When facing the current Uchiha Xiu, involuntarily, an idea came to my mind. They are not dealing with human beings. Is God, the murderous demon god, Gulu. Shimura Danzō swallowed. Even surrounded by dozens of cronies, he didn't feel the slightest sense of security. Uchiha Xiu, do you think you are sure to win? Shimura Danzō forcibly suppressed the fear in his heart, shouted angrily in a low voice. It seems that this can give myself a little more confidence. It's not bad. I thought you wouldn't even have the courage to make a move. That would be meaningless. Seeing the fighting spirit rising again from Shimura Danzō, Uchiha Xiu nodded. Though corrupted by power, but Shimura Danzō is a cage-level powerhouse after all. Under the threat of death, there is still a trace of cage-level strong momentum. That's right, in case Shimura Danzō gave up resistance and the system judges that he does not have cage-level strength. Then Uchiha Xiu will be in a big loss. He also expects to trade the lives of these people tonight to shorten the time to evolve his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan into a Rinnegon. Master Danzo, you go first, we will try to hold him back as much as possible. The root ninja, who was the leader, took the initiative to stand in front of Shimura Danzō. Cut off Uchiha Xiu's sight. Only, it is obvious that he lacks confidence. He didn't say stop Uchiha Xiu. Instead, try to hold Uchiha Xiu back as much as possible. Yes, this veteran root elite ninja, in his heart, with such a large number of people, risking their lives to fight. He also has no certainty that he can stop Uchiha Xiu. All that can be done is to delay as long as possible. Shimura Danzō did not speak. It is clear, his newly raised fighting spirit was shaken by his subordinates' words. He doesn't have any confidence to beat Uchiha Xiu, but if these subordinates can successfully hold Uchiha Xiu down, then he still has hope of escape. It seems that they gave you hope. Uchiha Xiu looked at Shimura Danzō, who began to look around again, looking for a suitable escape route, and sighed. Since it was these root ninjas who gave him hope, then get rid of these bugs first. The eternal Mangekyo Sharingan is on, and Uchiha Xiu is ready to do it. Let's go together, we must buy as much time as possible for Lord Danzo. The ninjas at the root also all shot at the same time in tacit understanding. Have to say, Shimura Danzō is still very talented in brainwashing. Even in the face of Uchiha Xiu, this group of root ninjas have all overcome the fear in their hearts. Even if they know that the only thing waiting for them is death. And no one chose to back down. Fire style, extinguish the fire. Uchiha Xiu quickly formed seals with both hands, and the flames covering the sky and the sun swept towards the root ninjas. The huge flame even illuminated the entire night sky like an egg in the middle. Ah, the screams of root ninjas came from the flames. The fire-style ninjutsu released by Uchiha Xiu is like a volcanic eruption, which makes many root ninjas have nowhere to hide. Kill 5 Chunin, get 60 hours shortened time. Kill 1 Jonin, get shortened time 7. Monster, he really is a monster. Danzo-sama is targeted by such a person. We can't let him use ninjutsu anymore, he must fight in close combat. The fire-style ninjutsu that Uchiha Xiu just released casually killed 6 elite ninjas. There's even a Jonin among them. What a terrifying power this is. To know, at the Jonin level, fire-style ninjutsu is basically only used for feint attacks. Because the fire-style ninjutsu is slow and obvious, the instant lethality is not that strong. It's easy to dodge, but Uchiha Xiu broke the root ninja's understanding of fire-style ninjutsu. Fire-style ninjutsu is in his hands. Not only the lethality is astonishing, but also the range is terrifying. Encountered head-on, there is no range to dodge at all. Now, the root ninja finally knows for the first time. This young man who has made great achievements on the battlefield. What kind of monster is it? Uchiha Xiu must not continue to unleash ninjutsu. The root of the ninja mind coincidentally raised such an idea. If Uchiha Xiu continues to unleash such powerful ninjutsu, then they can only run around in embarrassment. How can they buy time for Lord Danzo to evacuate? So, they decided to fight hand to hand, taking advantage of the number of people and fighting Uchiha Xiu hand to hand. Maybe there is still a chance. It's so naive. Seeing the root ninja rushing up, Uchiha Xiu sneered. When facing Sand Shinobi, Uchihashu rushed into the local stronghold alone. Facing tens of thousands of Sand Shinobi alone, throwing away their armor. Now it's just a few dozen root ninjas. They still want to hold him back by relying on their superiority in numbers. Just wishful thinking. Thousand birds flow. With a low shout, Uchihashu's whole body was wrapped in electric arcs. He pulled out the grass pheasant sword, and rushed into the crowd. One knife. Two knives. Facing the siege of root ninjas, Uchihashu was like a skilled 2.3 dancer. Blue arcs flashed all over his body, a long knife was flying up and down in the crowd. Every cut will take away a fresh life, accurate to the ultimate, without any extra movement. The gorgeous taijutsu unique to the Uchiha clan combined with the Sharingan. Ultimate manifested in Uchiha Xiu. Kill an elite Jonin, gain a short period of 19 days. Following the sound of the system prompt, the last root ninja also died under the sword of Uchiha Xiu. Dozens of elite ninjas who have been cultivated by Shimura Danzō for many years. In the hands of Uchiha Xiu, it didn't even last 5 minutes. No one can bother us now. Uchihashu looked at Shimura Danzō who was standing still, with a bloodthirsty smile on his face. As long as Shimura Danzō is dealt with, then he will be able to evolve Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan into Rinnegon. Chapter 117 Kill Danzō. Kneeling for full order. Danzō, no one can bother us now. Uchihashu approached Shimura Danzō, ready to strike. It's impossible, absolutely impossible. Seeing the broken arms and limbs all over the floor, Shimura Danzō backed away in fright. He never thought. Dozens of root elite ninjas, when facing Uchiha Xiu, I didn't even last 5 minutes. Those are all his confidants who have painstakingly cultivated for many years. Among them are nearly 10 elite Jonin. Such a lineup is more than enough to destroy even a small ninja village. But when facing Uchiha Xiu, it's so vulnerable. Feeling the evil chakra and the cold pupil power, Shimura Danzō sees the shadow of Uchiha Madara in Uchiha Xiu. Danzō, I'll give you a chance. Go ahead. Uchiha Xiu looked at Shimura Danzō, who was at the end of his life, approaching slowly. The culprit who caused the Uchiha clan to be wiped out in the original work. Finally, he was going to die in his own hands. Uchiha Xiu, let me go, I will make you the real Hokage of the village. As long as we join forces, the entire Konoha will fall under our control. Seeing Uchiha Xiu approaching, Shimura Danzō panicked. While backing away, he begged Uchiha Xiu for mercy, and finally even knelt down on the ground and kowtowed to Uchiha Xiu. To pray for Uchiha Xiu to let him go. That humble demeanor, it doesn't look like it used to dominate Konoha village. Is this your last words? What an ugly fellow. Uchiha Xiu looked at Shimura Danzō's appearance and felt nauseated. This guy simply refreshed his 3 views. He also imagined how Shimura Danzō would face himself in the end. But still did not expect Shimura Danzō would do this to survive. Disgusting. Die. Uchiha Xiu also lost interest in continuing to play. Since Shimura Danzō isn't going to make a move, let's just get rid of him. Swish. The sound of a sharp tool cutting bones sounded. The head of Shimura Danzō, who was kneeling on the ground, soared to the sky. A shadow that only Uchiha Xiu could see, the sword gave Shimura Danzō the head of the owl. Not dead, although the Shimura Danzō in front of him has lost any breath, no different from a dead person. But Uchiha Xiu's mind did not hear the system's killing prompt. Explain that Shimura Danzō is still alive. Is that really the case? Looking at Shimura Danzō's cold corpse on the ground, Uchiha Xiu instantly understood. Azanagi, a forbidden technique that warps dreams and reality. Susanoo. Uchiha Xiu was not careless, and directly started the first stage of Susanoo. Shimura Danzō is a cage-level powerhouse anyway, and Grandmaster's powerful wind-style ninjutsu. If you are too careless, it is very likely that the boat will capsize in the gutter. Haha, I didn't expect that, Uchiha Xiu. Go to hell. Wind-style, vacuum sword. Injecting wind-style chakra into kunai made of fine iron, Shimura Danzō appeared from behind Uchiha Xiu. Then he poked at Uchiha Xiu's Susanoo. Click. With a soft sound, without any accident, Kunu broke into 2 pieces. Did it show up or did it show up? Uchiha Xiu looked at the unbelievable Shimura Danzō, and couldn't help complaining. 26 In the original work, there is a famous scene of Shimura Danzō holding kunai Suzuo. I didn't expect to let him run into it now. How can it be? Shimura Danzō was astonished. After the wind-style chakra was injected into kunai would become extremely sharp and able to pierce through all defenses. But why did his confident blow not leave even a single scar on Susanoo's body? Obviously, I know the forbidden technique like Azanagi, but I don't even have the most basic understanding of Susanoo. W. Kunai pokes Susan. Danzō, you are so stupid and cute. With a thought in Uchiha Xiu's mind, Susanoo instantly grew 2 blood-red arms and grabbed Shimura Danzō who was still muttering. I don't know how many times you can be resurrected. Pooh. The pinched Shimura Danzō didn't even say a word, and was crushed into a pulp by the huge force. Where will it appear again this time? Uchiha Xiu looked around, quietly waiting for Shimura Danzō's shot. Anyway, with the ability of Shimura Danzō, Azanagi can only last 60 seconds in his hands. At this time, even if he wants to run, can't run out of the palm of my hand. Sure enough, after a short wait, Shimura Danzō's attack came again. Wind-style, vacuum wave. Wind-style, vacuum waves. Wind-style, vacuum. Wind-style, vacuum datama. The overwhelming wind-style ninjutsu swept towards Uchiha Xiu. Shimura Danzō used all of his most lethal ninjutsu at the moment of resurrection. He didn't believe it. He is a cage-level powerhouse, so can't even break through Susanoo's defense. Boom! Ninjutsu hit Susanoo, kicking up a cloud of smoke. Until the smoke clears, Shimura Danzō's pupils widen suddenly. The blood-red demon statue appeared in front of him intact. Master Danzō is shaving well. Don't stop, keep going. Uchiha Xiu stretched comfortably. Although wind-style ninjutsu has high attack power, Shimura Danzō knows these ninjutsu are only B-level ninjutsu. Painless on Susanoo, it's no different from gua sha. This is impossible. How can there be a defense in this world that even wind-style ninjutsu can't break through? Seeing Susanoo intact, Shimura Danzō's eyes widened. He can't believe it. Own proud attack. It was so easily blocked. Is this also worthy of being called wind-style ninjutsu? Uchiha Xiu looked at Shimura Danzō and curled his lips in disdain. These wind-style ninjutsu released by Shimura Danzō are silent and invisible. It is really useful against normal ninjas. But wanting to rely on this to break Susanoo's defenses, that would be a little naive. Look at your new look. Let me show you what is the real wind-style ninjutsu. The corner of Uchiha Xiu's mouth raised a dangerous arc, and then a huge wind-style ball appeared on Susanoo's hands. Wind-style, oversized jade spiral shuriken. Uchiha Xiu let out a low cry, and under Susanoo's throw, a huge wind-style spiral shuriken rushed in front of Shimura Danzō in an instant. What ninjutsu is this? Damn, why are all his ninjutsu so pervert? Feeling the terrifying power of the spiral shuriken, Shimura Danzō felt a burst of despair. I originally thought that Uchiha Xiu was just a pervert comparison between Susanoo and fire-style ninjutsu. But unexpectedly, this wind-style ninjutsu is several times more pervert than fire-style. Jumbo Jade Wind-style Spiral Shuriken. This is almost as fast as the small-tailed beast bomb. Use such a powerful move to deal with me. Are you still human? Shimura Danzō is about to cry. Next second, he was hit firmly in the body by the spiral shuriken rushing to his eyes. Boom! A huge roar sounded, and the earth trembled under this force. After hitting Shimura Danzō, the already huge super-large jade spiral shuriken expanded rapidly. A huge photosphere with a diameter of hundreds of meters is formed, and everything within the range of the photosphere. All torn to pieces. Lord Shuomao, will something happen to Master Xiu? In the far distance, dozens of shadow ninjas wearing masks looked at the huge ball of light that suddenly rose in front of them. All trembling, even at such a distance. That destructive power still makes them feel palpitating. Don't worry, Danzō is definitely not Xiu's opponent. We just need to get rid of the fish that slipped through the net. To appease his subordinates, Hatake Tsukumo took a deep breath. Although he said that, Hatake Tsukumo was shocked when he saw the power of the spiral shuriken explosion. Such a powerful ninjutsu, if it were him. I'm afraid I won't be able to take it. Build. How many cards do you have left? The strength of Shimura Danzō, Hatake Tsukumo knows all too well. It is absolutely impossible for him to use such a powerful ninjutsu. Then it can only be released by Uchiha Xiu. This made Hatake Tsukumo feel even more in awe of Uchiha Xiu. This awe knows no age. It is determined by the strength of the opponent. Gulu. Shimura Danzō, who was revived using the Izanagi technique, looked at the huge pit with a radius of several hundred meters in front of him, and couldn't help swallowing. Rao is already prepared, but Shimura Danzō was stupefied after seeing the devastation wrought by the spiral shuriken. This power, is it really something a person can have? It turns out that wind-style ninjutsu can also achieve this level. In the face of this force, the power of the Sharingan that he pursued all his life. What counts? Danzō, stop struggling, you won't survive tonight no matter what. Uchiha Xiu looked at Shimura Danzō a little speechless. Although this guy is not strong, but he possesses Sharingan and can cast Izanagi, but he is exceptionally resistant to beating. For someone else, under the attack of Uchiha Xiu, already dead can't die anymore. Shimura Danzō, however, is still alive and well, just consuming some chakra. HMPH, Uchiha Xiu, don't think you're guaranteed to win. Seeing Uchiha Xiu, Shimura Danzō snorted coldly again. Although Uchiha Xiu's power is very powerful, but also, he still has a killer weapon that he has not used. The blood successor limit that can defeat Uchiha Madara and put down the rebellion on his own. Wood-style ninjutsu unique to first Hokage Senju Hashirama. Thorn. Shimura Danzō tore off the bandage that wrapped his right arm, revealing a pure white arm that had been filled with Sharingan. Danzō, you didn't deserve to die at all. See Shimura Danzō hand. At the moment of the arm, Uchiha Xiu's killing intent soared. Even if you already know this information. But when he saw with his own eyes that the eyes belonging to the Uchiha clan were inlaid in that ugly arm like this, Uchiha Xiu still couldn't restrain a trace of anger rising in his heart. Shimura Danzō, damn, HMPH, it's not certain who will die. Shimura Danzō watched his arms soar with confidence. I have wood style, am I still afraid of you? Wood style, tree roots burst. With a loud roar from Shimura Danzō's white right arm instantly stretched out and became a huge tree, swallowing him and Uchiha Xiu in an instant. Go to hell. Although he was also swallowed by the giant tree, Shimura Danzō didn't panic at all. He has Izanagi. As long as the Sharingan is not exhausted, he can be revived infinitely. What is that? Could it be? Quote ... quote. How can it be? Seeing the giant tree soaring into the sky in the distance, Hotaki shrank his pupils. Can never go wrong. This exuberant chakra, and the giant tree that suddenly appeared, they are all exactly the same as the old man. Lord Shuomo, what's going on? What a tyrannical chakra. Lord Shuomo, I think we should go to support Master Shu. If something unexpected happens, it will be troublesome. The ninjas in the shadow department also saw the giant tree rising into the sky. The tyrannical chakra made them terrified. You stay here and continue to wait for orders, I will go and see. After thinking for a while, Hotaki Tsukumo decided to take a look for himself. Although Uchiha Xiu ordered them to guard the perimeter to prevent the root ninjas from sneaking out. But now that the situation has changed, he thinks it is better to take a look in person. Boom. Just when Hotaki Tsukumo was about to leave, a blood-red sword glow rushed out of the giant tree. That huge power seemed to cut the entire sky into two halves. Immediately afterwards, a huge red demon statue the size of a mountain appeared in front of everyone with an unstoppable power. It's Shu-sama's Susanoo. Great, it seems Master Shu is fine. Is this the godlike power of Master Shu? This is the first time I've seen it. After such a distance, my whole body can't help but tremble, as expected of Master Shu. Just now I was worried about Mr. Shu, but now that I think about it, it's really unnecessary. Me too. Seeing the iconic Susanoo, all the ninjas in the shadow department felt relieved again. I even blushed a little bit because of my worry just now. Yes, that's Mr. Shu, the invincible Konoha Shira. How could it be defeated by others? Don't relax, concentrate, and make sure not to let any root ninja escape tonight. Obey. Now the ninjas in the shadow department are all adapted from the previous Anbu. Ninjas at the root are naturally full of hostility. In the past when Sarutobi Hiruzen was in power, with Shimura Danzō as his assistant. They are not less angry with root ninjas. Now I have the opportunity to avenge my past. The ninjas in the shadow department are naturally high-spirited. It seems that I am overthinking. Looking at the tall Susanoo, Hotaki Tsukumo breathed a sigh of relief. The first time he noticed wood style, Hotaki Tsukumo was really sweating for Uchiha Xiu. After all, back then, Shodai relied on wood style, invincible all over the world. But obviously, although I don't know why Shimura Danzō can use wood style, but his wood style is quite different from the wood style of first Hokage. Now the energy emitted by Uchihashu Susanoo is much stronger than that giant tree just now. As this wood style, sure enough, although the wood style just released by Shimura Danzō does not pose any threat to him, Uchihashu is still a little shocked by the characteristics of wood style. Wood style's ninjutsu covers a huge area and becomes extremely tough under chakras infusion. Even if it is a weapon made of refined iron, it is estimated that it will be difficult to cut off those seemingly weak branches. And the trees made by wood style will automatically absorb chakra to further strengthen themselves. Once an ordinary ninja is entangled by it, I am afraid that there will be no chance to resist at all. No wonder Uchiha Madara gets beaten by first generation every time. When he was just surrounded by the giant tree summoned by Shimura Danzō, Uchihashu found that these wood styles could even absorb the pupil power of Mangekyo Sharingan. If Shimura Danzō is not too weak to display the power of wood style, then if he wants to break free, he may have to spend some effort. I don't know if the body can continue to evolve, if it can also master wood style. After personally experiencing the power of wood style, Uchihashu was a little moved. If he can also master wood style, with his huge chakra, and pervert's chakra recovery ability, I am afraid it is not very difficult to reach the height of Senju Hashirama. Think of Senju Hashirama's powerful and pervert wood style jutsu. Uchihashu decided that after evolving his eyes into Rinnegon, he must evolve his body into a perfect sage body. At that time, maybe you can also master wood style ninjutsu. No, I don't believe it, it's absolutely impossible. This is the power of Shodai, how can you break free? Are you stronger than Uchiha Madara? After Shimura Danzō used the Sharingan to activate the resurrection of Izanagi, he saw the huge Susanoo in front of him with a face full of disbelief. That was his biggest killing move just now. As long as hit, no ninja can survive. Why was Uchiha Xiu able to break free so easily in such a short period of time? And it seems that it has not been affected in any way. It's hard to say who is better between me and Uchiha Madara. But you're comparing yourself to the first generation. You deserve it too. Looking at the ant like Shimura Danzō, Uchiha Xiu snorted coldly. This level of wood style, in the hands of first generation, I'm afraid I don't even bother to let it go. But it was treasured by Shimura Danzō. I don't believe it, I have all the history of the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan. No one in this world can defeat me. You must be unable to hold on any longer, you are playing tricks. Watch me kill you. Shimura Danzō fell into madness. After mobilizing the chakra all over his body, he immediately released the ninjutsu just now. Wood style, root dill. Alas, Shimura Danzō's dying struggles didn't help. The moment he used ninjutsu, Uchiha Xiu controlled Susanoo to smash him to pieces with a sword. I don't accept it, come again. Damn Uchiha, go to hell. No one can disobey the old man is Hokage, the Hokage of Konaha. Don't kill me, I'm not Hokage yet, I can't die. Pooh, with the sound of a sharp knife entering the body, Shimura Danzō's voice stopped abruptly. He looked at the long knife passing through his chest in disbelief, trying to mobilize Chakra's body to activate Izanagi again. But, ninjutsu can't be activated at all. Then Shimura Danzō suddenly realized that it was only 10 minutes. All the Sharingan he collected over the years has been exhausted. There are dozens of Sharingans on the entire arm, and now there is not even one open. Shimura Danzō, as I said, you will die tonight. Seeing Shimura Danzō, who was still full of desire to survive, Uchihashu let out a soft snort, and then turned the handle of the knife, smashing Shimura Danzō's heart to pieces. This ninja shadow who has been in power for decades in Konoha has finally ended his sinful life. Kill Shimura Danzō, a strong cage-level player, to shorten the time by 6 months. Current accumulated shortened time, 3 years, February 15, 8 hours and 19 minutes. After hearing the system prompt, Uchihashu knew, Shimura Danzō this time, is really dead. After 3 years of shortened time, I have finally saved enough. After killing Shimura Danzō, Uchihashu finally saved up 3 years of shortened time. This also means, he can evolve eyes into a Rinnegan whenever he wants. Remembering the mighty power of Rinnegan, even with Uchihashu's disposition, he couldn't help getting a little excited. Can't wait to find a safe place and evolve the eyes into Rinnegan. But soon, Uchihashu calmed down his excitement. There is no need to rush this kind of thing for a while, let's deal with the matter in front of us first. Whoosh, 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 YF2F. Following the 450 signal from Uchihashu, Hitaki Tsukumo led the ninjas of the Shadow Department to appear in front of Uchihashu. Seeing the unrecognizable terrain destroyed in front of them, everyone couldn't help being speechless. This kind of battle that changes the terrain rarely occurs even in wars, right? If it is not known that the ones who just fought here are Uchihashu and Shimura Danzō. It is said that the two-tailed beasts have fought here, and there is absolutely no doubt about it. It's too scary. Although Master Shu is already an invincible existence in my heart, today's battle still refreshes my understanding of Master Shu. Me too. I used to hear people say how strong Master Shu is. It wasn't until today that I realized how strong Master Shu really is. Oh, if only I were a woman, maybe I can have some stories with Mr. Shu. Shut up. You look like this, even if you become a woman, you are ugly, don't disgust me. The ninja from the Shadow Department looked at Uchihashu with reverence in his eyes. To be able to be loyal to such a strong man, even if it is to sacrifice his own life, he will not hesitate. Shu, Danzō. Seeing Uchihashu, who was still calm, Hitaki stepped forward, his voice trembling a little. Carefully he found that, Uchiha DK, after such a fierce battle, even the One Piece Kakuzu is not damaged at all. Not even hair messed up. Isn't this human anymore? This is a monster. Hitaki Tsukumo complained silently in his heart. Shimura Danzō is really unlucky too, judging from the strength he showed tonight. As long as you don't touch you. Z-box you. That means the 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato is coming. Not necessarily without hope of winning. Pity, he happened to meet such a monster as Uchihashu. Shimura Danzō is dead. I have sealed the body. Take it back. Before Hitaki Tsukumo came, Uchihashu sealed up the corpses of Shimura Danzō and other root ninjas. Shimura Danzō fled this time, definitely with the root materials. Uchihashu doesn't intend to let these materials just disappear. Of course, before Uchihashu sealed Shimura Danzō's body, he also secretly left a piece of tissue from Shimura Danzō's arm. Late Uchiha Obito's Mangekyo Sharingan will not be blind, probably related to white Zetsu cells. Bringing these organizations to Orochimaru, there may be unexpected gains. We didn't ambush anyone on our side. The ninjas of the root organization who wanted to defect with Shimura Danzō tonight were all dealt with by you. Hitaki Tsukumo also reported the situation on his side to Uchihashu. After so many years of Shimura Danzō's management, the root ninjas have already been deeply rooted in Konoha, and there are definitely more than just a few people like tonight. After you go back, combine the information of the roots to investigate carefully, and don't let any ninjas in the roots go. Since we have already started, we must cut the weeds and get rid of the roots. Uchihashu gave orders to Hitaki Shumo. All ninjas in the root have been brainwashed by Shimura Danzō. Staying is also a ticking time bomb. Therefore, Uchihashu does not intend to let any of them go. Clear. Hitaki Tsukumo had no objection to Uchihashu's order. In his eyes, the ninjas in the roots are no different from the ninjas in the enemy country. Nor will he show any mercy. Well, then go back and report to the 4th generation about tonight's situation. I won't go. Uchihashu has great confidence in Hitaki Tsukumo's ability. On the premise that Shimura Danzō is dead and the film department can transfer the village information at will. No matter how deeply the ninjas at the root hide, they cannot escape their detection. Oh, by the way, although the roots must be eradicated, the responsibilities of the roots must be connected as soon as possible. I'll trouble you about stabbing the organization. If you don't have enough manpower, then ask Fugaku for someone, and he will agree. Although Uchihashu is the director of the film department, he is not interested in such things as recruiting people and adjusting the structure. What's more, he doesn't understand. Might as well give full power to Hitaki Tsukumo. This guy who has been minister of Anbu for decades has outstanding abilities. Clear. Then I'll go first. Seeing that Uchihashu had no new instructions, Hitaki left with the ninjas from the Shadow Department. Things tonight. He still needs to report to Namikaze Minato in detail. Watching the backs of Hitaki Tsukumo and others leaving, Uchihashu moved his body. Although Shimura Danzō is dead now, but it's not over yet. Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others must take this opportunity to solve it together. Chapter 118 Reincarnation Sharingan for subscription. Uchihashu returned to her residence. He did not report to Namikaze Minato with Hitaki Tsukumo, because he was looking for a quiet place to evolve his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan into a Rinnegan. Master, you are back. As soon as Uchihashu entered the door, he saw Jaluluo kneeling on the ground and greeted him. Jariuluo, didn't you say that you don't have to wait for me if I come back late? Uchihashu changed into the casual clothes Karuro handed over, pinched Karuro's head. It's almost dawn now, and Jaluluo is still waiting here. Definitely did not sleep all night. If the master doesn't come back, I can't sleep. Besides, it's the happiest thing for me to be able to see me as soon as the master comes back. Jaluluo snuggled into Uchihashu's arms like a docile cat. In that case, it's up to you. Seeing Jaluluo's appearance, Uchihashu has nothing to do. He pinched her face fondly and let her wait aside. Galliuluo, after tonight's battle, I have a vague feeling that my eyes are going to die again. I'm going to practice now, you stand by and watch out for me. Uchihashu will now evolve eyes into Rinnegan. Although he didn't plan to hide it from Jaluluo, it would be too unbelievable to evolve directly. After all, Jaluluo didn't know the existence of the system. So, Uchihashu greeted Jaluluo in advance so that she could be mentally prepared. Yes, master. After hearing Uchihashu's words, Jaluluo also became serious. Walking outside the door, he casually activated the enchantment that had been arranged before. Then be on guard. Before the master practiced, he had never asked her to be by the side like today. So, today's practice must be very important. Jaluluo absolutely does not allow any accidents. System, open the system panel. Seeing Jaluluo's appearance, Uchihashu nodded in relief. Then opened the system panel. After such a long time, he will finally have the legendary fairy eyes. System, evolution Rinnegan _ Evolve Rinnegan, shorten consumption time by 2 years and 10 months 1. Evolving, please wait. Rinnegan evolved successfully. Next stage, Jugouyu Reincarnation Sharingan. Time required for evolution, 5 years. Current remaining shortened time, April 13, 2006, 6 hours and 05 minutes. As the system prompts, a warm current gathers in Uchihashu's eyes. This time, the evolution of the system did not complete instantaneously as usual. It took about 10 minutes to evolve Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan into Rinnegan. Is this the Rinnegan? After the evolution was complete, Uchihashu opened his eyes. The original eyes are no longer scarlet, but turned into lavender, looking very dreamy. The iconic pattern of Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan has also been distorted, and finally turned into a circle of striped original lines, making the whole eye look full of fantasy. Immediately afterwards, following Uchihashu's thought, a powerful pupil force completely different from Mangekyo Sharingan instantly flooded the entire courtyard. This pupil power has lost the coldness of Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, but has become more arrogant and powerful, full of oppression. As expected of the eye that is called the eye that controls life and death, it is so much stronger than the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchihashu felt Rinnegan's pupil power, and immediately understood. Rinnegan, much stronger than his previous Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Master, are you okay? Hear the movement in the room, feel the breath that has never been felt before. Jaluluo was taken aback, thinking that someone really broke in while Uchihashu was practicing. He hurried to the room, and saw Uchihashu whose eyes had turned into Rinnegan. Master, your eyes. Seeing Uchihashu's appearance and feeling the tyrannical power of Rinnegan's pupils, Jaluluo felt his body go limp, and he couldn't stand upright, and fell directly to the ground. Under the gaze of Uchihashu, Jaluluo only felt that Uchihashu was just like the indifferent god in the legend. She didn't even have the courage to look directly at it. Garyu, I'm fine, you don't have to worry. Seeing Jaluluo's appearance, Uchihashu retracted his pupil power, then walked over to help Jaluluo up. He didn't expect that Rinnegan's oppressive power would be so powerful. You must know that Jaluluo is at the level of elite Jonin. As a result, just under his gaze, he turned into a soft-legged shrimp. She didn't even have the courage to stand in front of him. Master, your eyes are so scary, I just felt like I was being watched by God. I can't help but want to kneel down and worship. Jaluluo looked at Uchihashu and still had lingering fear, although Uchihashu has put away Rinnegan's pupil power. But the pupil power that inadvertently radiated still shocked her. Jariuluo, these eyes are Rinnegan, the eyes of the legendary fairy. Sage of Six Paths, is such an eye. Uchihashu explained the information about Rinnegan to Jaluluo. Congratulations, master, you actually have the legendary fairy eyes. Then who else in this ninja world will be your opponent? Even if the former ninja god Senju Hashirama is resurrected, it is impossible to defeat you. After listening to Uchihashu's words, Jaluluo was overjoyed. She doesn't care why Uchihashu has the legendary Rinnegan. She only knew that her master was much stronger again. That's enough. Karyulo, the ninja world is not as simple as you think. Even with Rinnegan, Uchihashu did not get carried away. After all, Six Paths Madara will be solved by Black Zetsu with one move. His current strength is still far behind. The master taught me that. Li Hao. After hearing Uchihashu's words, Kalyura knelt down on the ground respectfully, then bent down deeply. Now in her heart, Uchihashu is not just as simple as her master. The current Uchihashu is the god in Jaluluo's heart. So, Jaluluo is more respectful to Uchihashu. Seeing Ja Luluo's appearance, Uchihashu felt itchy. Because of Shimura Danzō's incident these days, he hasn't touched Ja Luluo for a long time. Thinking of the ecstasy of Ja Luluo, Uchihashu showed a smile on his face, but his voice was full of majesty. Galuluo, are you willing to sacrifice your body for God? After hearing Uchihashu's words, Ja Luluo trembled with excitement, and his voice became trembling. I will give my all. After hearing Karuria's answer, Uchihashu hugged Ja Luluo and set fire to him. Then he walked towards the bedroom. Chapter 119 The Impatient Sarutobi Hiruzen. Subscribe. I have to say that Sage Body is pervert. Even after a night of fierce fighting, Uchihashu is still in good spirits. Seeing Ja Luluo who had fallen asleep, Uchihashu walked into the courtyard. Last night, before he had time to feel Rinnegan's ability, he wanted to see how the specific abilities changed after the eyes evolved into Rinnegan. First, let's see if the ability of Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan can continue to be used after evolving into Rinnegan. Uchihashu thought about it, and then began to experiment. Susanoo. With Uchihashu's thought, a blood-red skull appeared instantly, wrapping his body. It looks like Susanoo is fine. Uchihashu felt it for a while, but felt that after the eyes evolved into Rinnegan, it became easier to use Susanoo. Even Susanoo's power is much stronger than before, and, now using Susanoo consumes much less pupil power. Wheel Tomb. Uchihashu let out a low cry, and then 4 shadows that only he could see appeared around him. Did it turn into 4 shadows? Uchihashu was overjoyed. When his eyes are still Eternal Mangekyo 823 Sharingan, he can only summon 2 shadows at most by using the Wheel Tomb. But now, 4 shadows were summoned with ease. I have to say, Rinnegan's ability is really too powerful. It seems that after the eyes evolve into Rinnegan, the abilities of Mangekyo Sharingan can still be used, and with the blessing of Rinnegan, these abilities consume less power but have increased a lot. Uchihashu stopped after testing 2 skills. Rinnegan belongs to the advanced version of Eternal Mangekyo, and can naturally use the ability of Mangekyo Sharingan. And then there's the Rinnegan-specific ability. Summoning. Move the toilet. Uchihashu let out a low cry, then bit his own finger and slapped his hand on the ground. However, it did not cause any reaction. It is as expected. Seeing that the summoning failed, Uchihashu was not too surprised. Geto Statue, as the body of 10 tails, must have been tampered with by Sage of 6 Paths. It is estimated that only the Rinnegan who evolved from Geto Statue can summon Geto Statue. Uchihashu's Rinnegan is a system evolution. Therefore there is no way to relate to the Geto Statue. And Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan evolved because Uchiha Madara himself was the reincarnation of Indra, plus he had the cells of Ashura's reincarnation Senju Hashirama. So, a few people with Uchiha Madara Rinnegan are able to summon out Geto Statue. Then try other skills. In the following time, Uchihashu began to familiarize himself with Rinnegan's basic abilities. Universal Pull. Spicy Day Sign. After turning the yard into a mess, Uchihashu also stopped working contentedly. Rinnegan's ability is unexpectedly easy to use, although some powerful moves cannot be tested in Konoha. But Uchihashu is not in a hurry. When we encounter the enemy in the future, it will not be too late to try again at that time. Now, he's going to talk to Namikaze Minato about Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others. Although they are not as hateful as Shimura Danzō, they also do dirty things. Therefore, Uchihashu didn't intend to let the 3 of them go. Have you read today's newspaper? Shimura Danzō rebelled against the village last night, and Master Shu solved it. This scourge has finally been removed. Thinking about the things he did before, I feel angry in my heart. Yes, thanks to the fact that he was the number 2 person in the village before, second only to Lord 3rd Hokage, it turned out to be something like this. By the way, Shimura Danzō has done so many evil things, don't you think the Lord 3rd generation didn't notice it at the time? This, maybe not. If the 3rd generation knew about CGBE, surely they wouldn't choose to sit idly by. I think so too. After all, the image of Lord 3rd generation in my heart is perfect, and I will never do such a thing as conniving with Shimura Danzō. Haha, I just said it casually, why do you take it seriously? In Sarutobi tribal land, Sarutobi Hiruzen is using the telescope technique to observe the information in the village. The news that Shimura Danzō was murdered in a traitorous village was published in the newspapers this morning. This made Sarutobi Hiruzen feel unspeakable melancholy. Accompanying my old friend for many years. Didn't expect it to end up like this. It seems that I also need to find Minato and Shu to talk to each other when I find time. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, although most of the talk in the village is still about Shimura Danzō. But obviously, if the eyes of the villagers are not diverted in time, there will always be some smart people who will find out what Shimura Danzō does, and Sarutobi Hiruzen is also inseparable from him. Now that Shimura Danzō is dead, the next person to be criticized. Maybe it's me. If that time comes, the glorious image he has painstakingly built all his life may collapse in an instant. Why didn't I think of the method of setting up a newspaper and controlling the fishing boat? Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of cigarette in frustration. If he can control the fishing reel in his own hands, he doesn't need to take the initiative to do many dirty things at all, so that he won't leave people with trouble. Moreover, it will not be so passive now. Sarutobi Hiruzen was really frightened by the power of the fishing boat. He never thought that those civilians who were ignored by him actually contained such a great energy. Even conspirators like Shimura Danzō. Driven by this force, he was forced to choose the road of defecting to the village in just a few days. No, the night is long and the dream is full, I can't continue to procrastinate. I'm going to find Uchihashu and Namikaze Minato now. Sarutobi Hiruzen became more and more frightened as he thought about it. He stood up and was going to find Namikaze Minato and Uchihashu to subdue. Die. Sarutobi Hiruzen is not afraid. But, as the former third Hokage, what Sarutobi Hiruzen cares most about is his glorious image. He does not allow any stain on his image. So, he is going to reconcile with Uchihashu and Namikaze Minato. Because if you continue to compete with them for power, when the time comes, the newspaper will publish his story. Maybe he will be the next Shimura Danzō. This is absolutely unacceptable to Sarutobi Hiruzen. By the way, call Uchiha Kaharu and Mitokado Homura together. They should be in a hurry now. Sarutobi Hiruzen made up his mind and walked towards the residence of the two. Chapter 120 Without you is very important to me, please subscribe. Shoo, I really have you. One person actually solved all the ninjas at the root. Shimura Danzō was able to be eliminated so easily, thanks to you. Seeing Uchiha Xiu, Namikaze Minato, who was processing the documents, quickly stood up with an excited smile on his face. After listening to Hitaki Sakumo's report yesterday, he was once again shocked by Uchihashu's strength. Uchihashu was able to deal with Shimura Danzō easily. Moreover, when Shimura Danzō has mastered wood style and has dozens of Sharingans, he can release Izanagi at will. This is really surprising. According to Hitaki's description, Shimura Danzō used the powerful wood style several times, relying on his own ninjutsu of Izanagi. He wanted to die with Uchiha Xiu. But the powerful wood style ninjutsu did not play its due role when facing Uchiha Xiu. Uchiha Xiu's strength is definitely above cage level. Isn't it just about solving a Shimura Danzō? What's all the fuss about? Seeing Namikaze Minato's excited look, Uchiha Xiu pouted. Although it was a little troublesome yesterday, it was because Shimura Danzō has Izanagi and can be resurrected. Otherwise, with Shimura Danzō in his hands, he wouldn't be able to last even a minute. It's disgusting, to be attacked by him again. After hearing Uchiha Xiu's words and seeing the expression on Uchiha Xiu's face, Namikaze Minato was speechless for a while. Isn't that a Shimura Danzō? That's a standard cage-level powerhouse, okay. Even Shimura Danzō, who has mastered wood style, is definitely far above the average cage level in terms of combat power. It's no big deal to get rid of such a strong man. Namikaze Minato thinks, in terms of pretending to be evasive, we have to watch Uchiha Xiu. Get used to it. Uchiha Xiu probably understood why Namikaze Minato was so excited. It is not yet the period when Naruto fights against Madara in the later stage. Cage level is not as good as a dog. Any cage level powerhouse is the ceiling of ninja combat power. Now that he has easily solved one, it is no wonder that Namikaze Minato is so excited. Xiu, what are you going to do next? After Namikaze Minato calmed down, he looked at Uchiha Xiu and asked. Now that Shimura Danzō is dead, and the shadow department is almost formed under the hands of Hitaki Sakumo. What to do next? Namikaze Minato really lost his direction. Do what? Of course it's time to deal with the other three old guys. Hearing Namikaze Minato's words, Uchiha Xiu snorted coldly. The guys like Sarutobi Hiruzen are still alive and well, the matter is far from over. Sarutobi Hiruzen was the former third Hokage. If you want to attack him, then it won't be as simple as taking out Shimura Danzō. Yeah, do you really want to attack the third generation? Namikaze Minato was a little unsure after hearing what Uchiha Xiu said. Now they have fully grasped the rights of Konaha, and Sarutobi Hiruzen has not moved for a long time. Namikaze Minato thought maybe he could let them go. No, weeds must be cut by the roots. The lives of Sarutobi Hiruzen and others are a hidden danger after all. No matter what, Uchiha Xiu will never let the three of Sarutobi Hiruzen go. Kindness to the enemy is cruelty to oneself. Uchiha Xiu knows, if Sarutobi Hiruzen is in power, the Uchiha clan will not be spared in the end. Master Hokage, Mr. Xiu, Mr. Third Generation and the two advisors, please see me. While Uchiha Xiu and Namikaze Minato were discussing how to deal with Sarutobi Hiruzen, the three of Sarutobi Hiruzen came together. Welcome, let them in. Uchiha Xiu sneered. He wants to see what kind of medicine these people are selling in the gourd when they come here now. Yes, after the ninja from the shadow department led the order out, it didn't take long for Sarutobi Hiruzen, Uchiha Kaharu, and Mitokado Homura to walk into Hokage's office. However, when they saw that Uchiha Xiu was also there, they paused unanimously. From Uchiha Xiu, they felt a sense of oppression that they had never felt before. Hey, Minato, how's your work going? After being silent for a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen bit the bullet and spoke. Very good. I don't know how the third generation project has the leisure to come here today. Namikaze Minato smiled, with a lukewarm tone, and looked at Uchiha Xiu after speaking. Although he is Hokage, what kind of attitude he uses to treat these three people depends on what Uchiha Xiu thinks. Xiu, long time no see. Seeing Namikaze Minato's appearance, Sarutobi Hiruzen knew it. Uchiha Xiu's attitude towards them is probably the most important thing. Master Third Generation, you didn't come here because of Shimura Danzō, did you? Uchiha Xiu looked at the three of them with half a smile. Unexpectedly, these three guys who had been in charge of Konoha for decades would have such a side. Of course not, we are here today to prevent you from misunderstanding our relationship with Shimura Danzō. Sarutobi Hiruzen gave a dry laugh, took a puff of cigarette, and stated the purpose of his trip. After Danzo died, we also realized that we were old and didn't want to be involved in the village anymore. So I came here today to resign as a consultant in the village. Yes, that's what we mean. After Sarutobi Hiruzen finished speaking, Uchiha Kaharu and Midokado Homura nodded in agreement. The death of Shimura Danzō really scared them. They never thought that one day they would receive such treatment in Konoha. Okay, since the three of you have this idea, I agree. Uchihashu looked at the three of them, feeling a little disdainful. When they were in power, they were so invincible. But now, it is worse than the average ninja. Only Sarutobi Hiruzen is worthy of the title of Jonin Hero. Really, that would be great. Seeing that Uchihashu agreed so readily, Uchiha Kaharu and Midokado Homura were all overjoyed. They thought that this time, Uchihashu would take the opportunity to make some excessive demands. Only Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned deeper, stood still, and continued to wait for Uchihashu's next words. But I agree, the families and forces behind you, will they agree? Uchihashu changed the subject, and his eyes became sharper. Don't worry, they all listen to us, and they won't have any opinion on Xiu. Uchiha Kaharu assured with a confident face. He didn't pay attention. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who heard her words, turned even uglier. So, what's the difference between dying and dying? What a group of pig teammates. If I had known earlier, he would have come by himself. Now, Sarutobi Hiruzen is very regretful. He shouldn't have come here with these two stupid pigs. Really, it seems that the prestige of the advisors is really high. However, such a high prestige is always a bit uneasy. Uchihashu also laughed after hearing what Uchiha Kaharu said. Is laughing. Didn't what she said just now show that even if she doesn't have any position, the forces under her will follow her lead? Such an idiot can actually rule Konoha for decades. No wonder Konoha's overall strength is getting worse day by day. In the original work, Hyuga Hizashi was sacrificed to compromise with Cloud Shinobi Village. Ask for flowers. Then what do you say? Midokado Homura asked. As long as Uchihashu can no longer care about them, he will agree to any request. It's very simple. Uchihashu looked around the three of them, then spoke slowly. As long as the three advisors are gone, there is nothing to worry about. What? Hearing Uchihashu's request, even Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help being surprised. He did not expect Uchihashu to have such a big appetite. They must be forced to die. Shu, are you serious? Are we that important to you? Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at Uchihashu, and he could see the aura of a superior at a glance. No, you are wrong, you are not important to me. Without you, it means a lot to me, and I'm just a suggestion, you can listen to it or not. However, I can't guarantee that you will become another Shimura Danzō in the newspaper. And, by that time, will your family still be as flourishing as it is now? Uchihashu was naturally not affected by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Now that the cards are in his hand, he can play as he wants. 0. What should I do? Hiruzen, say something. Seeing that Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent, Uchiha Kaharu and Midokado Homura panicked. They had no idea. Now that Uchihashu wants their lives, they don't know what to do. Shu, I promise you. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke after being silent for a long time. He knew that if he didn't do what Uchihashu asked, then the wisdom of his life may be completely destroyed like Shimura Danzō. Sarutobi Hiruzen would not even be able to accept being the target of Konaha's beating. I hope that after we die, you can stop here. Don't worry, I won't try my best to suppress dissidents like you. As long as you are gone, except for the Uchiha family, I will treat all families equally. And, you are still the third Hokage that everyone admires. Uchihashu didn't intend to embarrass the family of several people, his goal was to unify the ninja world. The vision is naturally not as narrow as that of Sarutobi Hiruzen and others. In that case, I'll go first. Sarutobi Hiruzen left after receiving promise from Uchiha Xiu. Uchiha Xiu's words made him blush, for his own political interests. He did a lot of unspeakable things. What about you? Anything else? Looking at Uchiha Kaharu and Midokado Homura who were still in place, Uchiha Xiu asked. It's okay, let's go first. Under Uchiha Xiu's gaze, the two couldn't take it anymore. He ran out of Hokage's office in a panic. I dare not say a word. Xiu, do you think they will listen to you? After the three left, Namikaze Minato asked. After seeing this scene, he realized that compared with Uchiha Xiu, he just like a child. This also made him a little more in awe of Uchiha Xiu. Don't worry, if they want to be decent, I will let them be decent. They don't want to be decent, so I help them be decent. Uchiha Xiu was going to go to Sarutobi Hiruzen's house tonight, and deal with him personally. Otherwise, if Sarutobi Hiruzen commits suicide, it would be a waste of 6 months of shortened time. As for Uchiha Kaharu and Midokado Homura, Uchiha Xiu suspects that their current strength is even weaker than the average Jonin. It's not worth the trip for him himself. Chapter 121 Sarutobi Hiruzen dies, Sanin gathers subscribe. The next day, news of Sarutobi Hiruzen's death at home spread throughout Konoha. This third Hokage, who had ruled Konoha for decades, just died peacefully on a peaceful night. Master third generation is so powerful, why did he die suddenly? Hey, birth, old age, sickness and death, everyone can't escape, even if it is as strong as Lord third generation, it can't withstand the ravages of time. Master third generation has dedicated his whole life to Konoha. When the funeral is held, I must personally send Master third generation a ride. Me too, the the person I grew up with is the third-generation heavenly person. Look, there is an article published in today's newspaper, which mourns Lord Third Generation. Konoha Shinobi O, the third generation's purpose of inheriting the will of fire. I didn't expect that the third generation project would make such a great contribution to the village. It's really great. Uchihashu did not break his promise. As soon as the news of Sarutobi Hiruzen's death came out, the Konoha 450 newspaper published an article in memory of Sarutobi Hiruzen, and described in detail above some of the achievements of Sarutobi Hiruzen as third Hokage. For a while, whole Konoha ninja, all immersed in the grief of losing third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who has carefully managed his own image all his life. If you can see this scene, you should be satisfied. In comparison, the deaths of Uchiha Kaharu and Mitokado Homura were much more muted. No one cared, not even a splash of water rose. Shu, I think a memorial service should be held for third generation. Namikaze Minato saw the admiration of the people of Konoha village for Sarutobi Hiruzen, so he decided to hold a memorial service for third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. In this way, we can commemorate the past third generation project, and by the way, promote our own political will. Whatever, you can decide for yourself. Regarding Namikaze Minato's idea, Uchihashu has no comments. Anyway, Sarutobi Hiruzen is dead, and his purpose has been achieved. As for what happened after Sarutobi Hiruzen's death, he didn't care much about it. Okay, then I'll let someone prepare. Seeing that Uchihashu agreed, Namikaze Minato also had a look of joy on his face. Anyway, he also grew up under the leadership of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Namikaze Minato would feel a little bit sorry for not having a funeral for Sarutobi Hiruzen. Under the management of Namikaze Minato, the funeral of Sarutobi Hiruzen was held as scheduled. Almost all the Konoha shinobi who were free, all attended the funeral. Even Jiraiya and Tsunade, who had been away from the village for a long time, unexpectedly returned to the village. Woo, Grandpa Third Hokage is such a good person, he left like this unexpectedly. I will definitely work hard to become stronger in the future, strive to become an excellent ninja, and protect Konoha. Me too, for the sake of the village, even if it is my life, I will not hesitate. Under the mourning of the whole village, Sarutobi Hiruzen was buried in a glorious manner. And Konoha's ninjas also set off an upsurge of cultivation. The training grounds that can be seen everywhere are full of ninjas who are working hard. After the death of Sarutobi Hiruzen and the impetus behind Konoha newspaper, everyone is working hard to become stronger for the village. Late at night, Konoha Heroes Cemetery. In front of the stele of Sarutobi Hiruzen stand 3 ninjas, 2 men and 1 woman. I didn't expect the old man to leave just like that. Orochimaru, do you know what happened? Jiraiya looked seriously at Orochimaru with a rare seriousness. Only Orochimaru, who has been staying in the village recently. Jiraiya, do you want to avenge your teacher? Orochimaru did not answer Jiraiya's question, but looked at Jiraiya curiously. At the same time, he stretched out his long tongue and licked his face again. Forget it, I don't want to pay attention to these intrigues anymore. Jiraiya thought for a while and then turned her head, looking at the stone tablet in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen's tomb, feeling a little melancholy. Back then, he chose to leave the village to travel around because he couldn't understand the darkness in the village. But did not expect, Sarutobi Hiruzen, he ended his life so silently. It's really boring. Originally, I planned to do it myself and let the teacher go more heroically. At least, it can match his Hokage status. Orochimaru also looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen's tombstone and spoke slowly. His tone seemed to be somewhat dissatisfied with Sarutobi's death like this. What are you talking about, Orochimaru? Are you planning to become a traitor? Hearing Orochimaru's words, Jiraiya suddenly turned her head and looked at her former best friend in disbelief. Looking at Jiraiya's appearance, a slightly perverted smile appeared on Orochimaru's face, and there was also a hint of yearning in his eyes. Betrayed Orochimaru, launched the Konoha collapse plan, and then Sarutobi Hiruzen Daihatsu Kamui, who was the third-generation target, chose to sacrifice his life in order to protect the village. This is the ending I planned for the teacher. Isn't it wonderful? As Sarutobi Hiruzen became obsessed with power, Orochimaru finally lost respect for his former teacher. He thinks Hokage should not be like this. Orochimaru didn't want to see Sarutobi Hiruzen become a politician like Shimura Danzō. So, his original plan was to let Sarutobi Hiruzen die with a bang. After hearing Orochimaru's words, Jiraiya fell silent. Then he waved his hand nonchalantly. Anyway, it's already like this now, and it's useless to talk about it. But I didn't expect the 3 of us to meet again in this way. Tsunade, why don't you marry me at this opportunity? Jiraiya looked at Tsunade, his usual wretched smile appeared on his face again. Jiraiya, don't make me beat you in front of old things. Tsunade snorted angrily. She can't tell what kind of emotion she has for Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen is her teacher and apprentice of Grandpa Tobirama, taught her from a young age to grow to this point. But, the disappearance of the Senju clan, the death of his younger brother Senju Naoki. There is a faint shadow of himself as a teacher behind him. Tsunade didn't know how to face this former mentor, so he simply chose to leave the village. I thought I would never return to Konoha in this life. But when she heard the news of Sarutobi Hiruzen's death, she couldn't help but come back. By the way, I heard that kid named Uchihashu even got rid of Shimura Danzō. I really didn't expect that. But what surprised me even more is that he didn't attack you. Can you tell me why? Tsunade looked at Orochimaru with a hint of curiosity on his face. As for Orochimaru's collusion with Shimura Danzō, which she knew before leaving the village. However, now that Shimura Danzō has been eliminated, Orochimaru, who was close to him, is still staying in the village. This made Tsunade very puzzled. If you are interested, you can ask Mr. Xiu yourself. I can only tell you that Shu-jun is a very interesting person. You'll be attracted to him. Orochimaru licked his face, then turned away. Orochimaru is clearly more interested in his experiments than in small talk with old friends. Hey, what do you mean? Are you going to introduce me to a rival in love? Orochimaru's words made Jiraiya very dissatisfied. He has seen how handsome Uchihashu is. Coupled with the strength of Uchihashu, a strong sense of crisis suddenly rose in Jiraiya's heart. I said UBD, get out of my way. Boom. One punch sent Jiraiya flying behind him. Tsunade clapped his hands. Uchihashu, then find a chance to meet him for a while. Chapter 122 Shu, I want to challenge you again, please subscribe. I said Isofu, have you thought about it? As long as you let me be the eldest brother, all these things are yours. In a dessert shop in Konoha, Shuzuru crossed his arms and looked at Isofu with a little displeasure. It's been so long. It tried every means to make Isofu recognize him as the big brother like Yuki. But no bird would bird him. Don't bother me, I said, I'm not interested in these things. Gifu looked at Shuhei in a bad mood and said, it just wants to find a deep and quiet pool, and then sleep quietly in it. For eating these human foods, it has no interest. I don't, as long as you don't recognize me as your big brother, I will always bother you so much. Hearing Gifu's words, Shuhei laughed strangely. There it is. Don't even try to take Gifu quietly. In terms of boiling people, it is gifted. Once Sunagaku Jinchuriki, I don't know how many there are, but they are tortured like this. Shuhei, stop bullying Gifu. Looking at Isofu who retracted his head into the turtle shell, Rin Nohara hugged him in his arms. Shuhei, a brat, has been bullying Gifu, she really can't stand it anymore. HMPH, let me let you go today. After hearing Nohara Rin's words, Shuzuru snorted coldly, then ran away with Gyuki. It dare not offend Nohara Rin. Because it and Gyuki like to eat, only Nohara Rin will help them buy it every time. Uchihashu and Nohara Rin were not worried when they saw the two-tailed 26 beasts disappearing into the crowd. Now that Shimura Danzō is dead, there is no one in Konoha who can do things behind his back. Moreover, Uchihashu asked people to write several articles about tailed beasts in the newspaper, explaining in detail that tailed beasts will not actively attack humans, and achieved very good results. So, now Shukaku and Gyuki have fully integrated into Konoha's life and will not be excluded at all. Sigh, Shuhei is just a brat, and he still wants to be the boss all day long. Nohara Rin touched the rock in her arms and complained. Seeing Nohara Rin's appearance, Uchihashu smiled. Lin, it seems that you haven't been interested recently, what happened? Nohara Rin always sighs inexplicably recently, even if Uchihashu asked her out. She was also a little absent-minded. Shu, I haven't been able to accept missions recently. After hearing Uchihashu's words, Nohara Rin spoke out her thoughts. After Obito's death, Kakashi seemed to be a different person, he practiced all day long. And I'm not strong enough to carry out those dangerous missions with Kakashi. Plus the teacher has become a Hokage. So, my previous team feels like it's all in name only. Now Rin Nohara's strength is only at the level of Chunin, and the gap with Kakashi is a bit big. Plus without the guide Jonin, now she can only take on the task by herself. So it's about this, let's go, you and I will go find Minato. After hearing Nohara Rin's words, Uchihashu suddenly realized. Recently he has been dealing with Shimura Danzō and Sarutobi Hiruzen. I ignored the issue of Nohara Rin and Yuhihong. Listening to Nohara Rinnechi now, Yuhihong should have the same problem. Only, there is an evening sun that is truly red. The situation on Yuhihong's side may be much better. Shu, thank you, would. Seeing that Uchihashu was willing to find Namikaze Minato for herself, Lin Nohara was very moved. Standing up, he kissed Uchihashu directly on the face. Okay, let's go. Uchihashu touched Nohara Rin's face, then pulled her towards the Hokage building. After Uchihashu arrived at the Hokage building and entered the office. Only to find out that Sarutobi Asuma is also here. Shu, why are you free to come to my place today? Seeing Uchihashu, Namikaze Minato smiled. Because of Sarutobi Asuma's request just now, he is in trouble. Unexpectedly, Uchihashu appeared. You have forgotten your apprentice after becoming a Hokage. I am here today to seek justice for Nohara Rin and Kakashi. Uchihashu made a joke, then looked at Sarutobi Asuma, and asked suspiciously. Asuma, why are you here? Sarutobi Asuma looked decadent, and after hearing Uchihashu's question, he spoke slowly. Shu, I'm going to leave the village, I want to go out and make a fortune by myself. Sarutobi Asuma wanted to leave the village while Sarutobi Hiruzen was still alive. It's just that because of Sarutobi Hiruzen's strong opposition, he has never found a chance. Now, his own father Sarutobi Hiruzen died just like that. While Sarutobi Asuma felt uncomfortable, she didn't want to stay in Konoha anymore. But even though he didn't have his father to stop him, Konoha's Hokage is Namikaze Minato now. He can no longer be as self-willed as before. If you leave the village privately, it is very likely that the village will consider it a traitor. So, He came today just to get the consent of Namikaze Minato. Xiu, what do you think? Namikaze Minato didn't know how to deal with Sarutobi Asuma, because according to regulations, he should not grant Sarutobi Asuma's request. But Sarutobi Asuma's identity is quite special. This made him very difficult. What's the matter? It's good to go out and experience it. Hearing Namikaze Minato's inquiry, Uchihashu nodded in agreement without any hesitation. Sarutobi Asuma is nothing but Chunon's strength now. It will not have any impact on the village if he is missing. Plus, if Sarutobi Asuma is gone, then there will be a vacant position in his team. In this case, it would be logical to transfer Nohara Lin to his team. Okay, since Shudu has already said so, I will agree to your request. Asuma, this is the proof of permission to leave the village, how are you? Namikaze Minato stamped directly and handed a pass to Sarutobi Asuma. Thank you Hokage-sama, thank you too, Xiu. After Sarutobi Hiruzen stepped down, Sarutobi Asuma became more polite than before. Perhaps he understands now, how many privileges did the father he hated give him that others envied. Xiu, I'm leaving the village tomorrow. But, before leaving the village, I want to challenge you again. For the sake of the fact that we used to be teammates, I hope you don't reject me. Sarutobi Asuma took the initiative to challenge Uchihashu after collecting the pass for leaving the village. He still remembers, at the beginning, because of Kurenai Yuhi, he also challenged Uchiha Xiu. But that time he was defeated by Uchiha Xiu. Since then, the distance between him and Uchihashu has widened, and he has become more and more inferior. As the son of Hokage, to be so vulnerable in front of others. Even later, Sarutobi Asuma didn't even have the courage to look directly at Uchiha Xiu. Under the influence of Kurenai Yuhi and her own comparison, Uchihashu seems to have become the demon of Sarutobi Asuma. If you don't have the courage to challenge Uchihashu again, Sarutobi Asuma felt that he would never make progress in his life. Tomorrow morning, at the practice field near the school, I will wait for you there. Uchihashu didn't refuse Sarutobi Asuma's request, it doesn't take much effort to defeat him anyway. He is still willing to help with this little favor. Okay, I'll be there on time. Seeing that Uchihashu agreed, Sarutobi Asuma nodded gratefully. Then he turned and left. Although I knew I was bound to lose. However, he still has to prepare well to show respect. By the way, Xiu, why did you just say you came? Namikaze Minato asked after 950 Sarutobi Asuma left. Since Sarutobi Asuma is leaving, I want to transfer Rin Nohara to our team. As for Kakashi, you might as well let him join the film department. If Rin Nohara joins his own team, then Kakashi will be left alone. In terms of Kakashi's character, it is better to transfer him to the film department. Under the management of Hitaki Tsukumo, maybe the strength can achieve another leap forward. Okay, I have no problem. To transfer Hitaki Kakashi to the film department, Namikaze Minato actually had this idea long ago. It's just that I have been procrastinating because I have been busy recently. By the way, Xiu, Raihong and Nohara Lin both have the talent to become medical ninjas. It just so happens that Master Tsunade has returned to the village, so I can try to ask her to teach the two of them. Namikaze Minato also knows the status of Kurenai Yuhi and Rin Nohara in Uchihashu's heart. So I plan to take this opportunity to introduce them to Tsunade as apprentices. You can also leave Tsunade in the village by the way, although he didn't know if Tsunade would agree or not. Tsunade, okay, then I will leave this matter to you. Hearing Namikaze Minato's plan, Uchihashu thought about it and agreed. Although Tsunade has a violent personality and loves to drink, there is a risk of bringing Yuhihong and Nohara Rin to bad. But same, Tsunade's skills are really suitable for Yuhihong and Nohara Lin to learn. Especially 100 Healing's mark, may even remain young forever. It must be arranged for Yuhihong and Nohara Lin. Okay, then I will talk to Master Tsunade about this as soon as possible. Namikaze Minato was also very happy when he saw Uchihashu nodding in agreement. I have known you for so long. Uchihashu was always helping him. Now he can do something for Uchihashu. Namikaze Minato felt a sense of accomplishment in his heart. Chapter 123 One Knife. Seeking subscription. The next day, Uchihashu came to a practice field next to the ninja school. And Sarutobi Asuma has been waiting there early. Come and see, isn't this Master Xiu? Wow, Master Xiu is so handsome, I really want to be Master Xiu's wife. You'd better graduate from ninja school first, Nympho. HMPH, I think you're just jealous. Konaha, are there any girls who don't like Master Xiu? That's true, but why did Master Xiu appear here? It doesn't matter. Anyway, it's still early before class starts, let's go and have a look first. As soon as Uchihashu appeared, he attracted everyone's attention. Even the students who were still in the ninja school rushed into the practice field with great interest. I want to see Uchihashu's figure up close. I really didn't expect Xiu to be so popular with girls. HMPH, a group of young brats, Xiu will never take a fancy to them. Although I said that, as a woman of Xiu, I always feel a lot of pressure. On a tree outside the practice field, Yuhihong and Nohara Rin looked at the back of Uchiha Xiu. Feeling a little proud and feeling a little pressure at the same time. As the strongest person recognized by the village, Uchihashu will always be the focus of attention no matter where he goes. There are countless fans who are crazy about Uchiha Xiu. Therefore, as a woman of Uchiha Xiu, even though Yuhihong and Nohara Lin were very proud, they also felt tremendous pressure. Although their looks are outstanding, compared with the halo on Uchiha Xiu, it seems a bit eclipsed. They are afraid that others will think they are not good enough for Uchiha Xiu. Hong, don't worry, we are teammates now. We will work hard to cultivate together in the future, and we must make everyone look at us with admiration. Seeing the worried look on Yuhi Hong's face, Nohara Rin said a few words to cheer them up. Well, let's work hard together. After hearing Nohara Rin's words, Yuhi Hong nodded. She won't give up because of this kind of thing. She has to work harder and make herself a woman worthy of Uchiha Xiu. However, you said Asuma, why did you suddenly fight and repair? Nohara Rin was a little puzzled. With the strength of Sarutobi Asuma, challenge like Uchiha Xiu, no matter how you look at it, it's just a crushed battle. I don't know, but since Xiu also agreed, there must be a reason, we just need to cheer for Xiu. Yuhi Hong looked at the field, Sarutobi Asuma and Uchihashu were already in place. The two stood opposite each other. After a while, the battle should begin. Jiraiya, did you call me here just for this kind of nonsense? In another part of the training ground, Orochimaru looked at Jiraiya, with a vague murderous look emerging from his body. What's boring? This is a battle between Uchihashu and the teacher's son. Of course we're going to have a good look. Jiraiya looked at Orochimaru, took a sip of wine with a smile. Konoha is very different now than it used to be. He likes this feeling very much. It is for this reason that Jiraiya misses the days of teaming up with Orochimaru and Tsunade again. Next time you call me for something like this, I'll kill you. Orochimaru is gone. His experiments haven't been going well lately. Today I heard from Jiraiya that Uchihashu can compete with others, so he was curious. Orochimaru did not know, in the current village, who else is qualified to challenge Uchihashu. After the result came, I found out that the one who challenged Uchihashu turned out to be the son of his teacher Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Asuma, this seems like a farce to Orochimaru. A waste of his precious time. What, it's really not interesting at all. By the way, Tsunade, why are you here? After Orochimaru left, Jiraiya looked at Tsunade next to him, feeling vigilant. Since Naoki passed away, Tsunade has been interested in gambling and drinking every day. Now it will appear here. Thinking of what Orochimaru said that night, Jiraiya panicked suddenly. I don't need to explain to you what I do. Tsunade glanced at Jiraiya, then leaned against the tree. In the few days after returning to the village, she also understood almost everything that happened recently. Unexpectedly, a kid from the Uchiha family, to be able to do so many incredible things. Plus Namikaze Minato approached her and wanted her to be the guide Jonin for Uchihashu's team. So, she's only here today. I plan to talk to Uchihashu in person after the competition. It's fine if you don't explain. After hearing Tsunade's words, Jiraiya pouted. By the way, why haven't they started yet? Hurry up and finish typing, I'm going to collect materials after reading it. Jiraiya looked at the two who hadn't started yet, and muttered something in his mouth, feeling a little dissatisfied in his heart. However, as soon as his words fell, a strong sense of crisis rose in my heart. Don't say these things in front of me, UBD. Boom, punch. Jiraiya was hammered by Tsunade and flew out. If not at the last moment, Jiraiya made a defensive move. It is estimated that Jiraiya will lie in the hospital for more than half a month. Hey, who is that ninja opposite Shu-sama? I don't know, he looks about the same age as Master Shu, so he won't be another genius ninja, right? That seems to be the son of grandfather of the third generation, Sarutobi Asuma. Wow, it's the first time I've seen a battle between ninjas. Me too, Mr. Shu will definitely win, right? Nonsense, Mr. Shu is the most powerful person in the village, and he will definitely win. But, since that guy dared to challenge Lord Shu, he must be very strong, right? It should be. I really look forward to the next battle. Sarutobi Asuma couldn't laugh or cry, listening to the discussion of people around him. The reason why he came to challenge Uchihashu today is just to break his own demons. I didn't expect it to attract so much attention. The difference in strength between him and Uchihashu, he himself is very clear. In a fight later, he will definitely be defeated in an instant. Fortunately, he is leaving the village today. Otherwise, I will really have no face to come out to meet people in the future. Asuma, are you ready? Uchihashu looked at Sarutobi Asuma, and slowly drew out his Kusanagi sword. There was a cold light on the grass pheasant sword, which looked extremely sharp. Get ready, let's go. Sarutobi Asuma watched Uchihashu's movement, reached out his hand and took out the kunai, and then put on a fighting stance. It's better for you to make a move first. I'm afraid that if I make a move, you won't be able to catch even one move from me. Let me tell you first, I won't show mercy. If you make a move, life and death will depend on you. Looking at the indifferent opening of Sarutobi Asuma, Uchihashu, he did not boast. With his strength, if he made a move, Sarutobi Asuma might not even have time to react. Moreover, the main purpose of today is to dispel the demons of Sarutobi Asuma. Therefore, Uchihashu did not choose to make a move, but unreservedly vented all his aura towards Sarutobi Asuma. It's such a terrifying aura. Even though Master Shu didn't target me, I still feel terrified when I feel this aura. I'd better step back a little bit. Mr. Shu's posture doesn't look like a joke. If we accidentally hurt us by then, it will be troublesome. Quick, keep the little ones away. Even Shimura Danzō can't resist Uchihashu's aura. What's more, these genin, even the students who haven't graduated from the ninja school, After Uchihashu released his momentum, everyone felt weak all over, and even some timid ones were frightened and cried directly. This is why Uchihashu didn't target them specifically. One can imagine, Sarutobi Asuma, in the center of the storm, is under so much pressure right now. Is this the oppression Shu brought? Under the momentum of Uchiha Xiu, Sarutobi Asuma even wanted to throw away the kunai in his hand and admit defeat directly. He has a feeling in his heart. In the moment of his shot, he will definitely be killed by Uchiha Xiu. Damn, why is there such a big gap? No, even if it's death, I can't admit defeat. I want to attack, even if it's just moths to the flame. Sarutobi Asuma roared in his heart, desperately trying to restrain his trembling body. It's hard to ask for this opportunity. Just give up. He is not reconciled. How? Don't you even have the courage to do it? Seeing Sarutobi Asuma's appearance, Uchiha Xiu taunted, his body even more murderous. He has done what Sarutobi Asuma promised. The rest is up to Sarutobi Asuma himself. If under this kind of pressure, Sarutobi Asuma can bravely shoot himself, then his demons will break by themselves. But, if Sarutobi Asuma can't stand the pressure, if you just give up like this, then in this lifetime, Sarutobi Asuma may never have a chance with ninjas. Under Uchiha Xiu's killing intent, Sarutobi Asuma seemed to see his own death. Although he has been cheering himself up, but his body didn't listen at all, and he couldn't use any strength. No, I must succeed. I'm Hokage's son, I'm not a waste. In desperation, the figure of Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly flashed in Sarutobi Asuma's mind. Son of Hokage. This was the most hated label of Sarutobi Asuma. Now, it turned out to be the biggest belief that inspired him. Kill. Sarutobi Asuma roared loudly, and then disappeared from the spot in an instant. Immediately afterwards, he rushed in front of Uchiha Xiu, and stabbed Uchiha Xiu viciously with the kunai in his hand. It's okay, didn't let me down. 11. When Uchiha Xiu saw Sarutobi Asuma rushing over, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Then he swung the grass pheasant sword in his hand at an incomparably swift speed. Clang. A light sound of gold and iron clashing. Sarutobi Asuma stopped 1 meter in front of Uchiha Xiu. Click. With a cracking sound, the ninja forehead protector on Sarutobi Asuma's forehead broke in two. Then fell to the ground. Under his feet was a bottomless knife mark. Just one click. The attack that Sarutobi Asuma made with all his might. It was easily resolved by Uchiha Xiu. Even if Uchiha Xiu does not choose to hold back, Sarutobi Asuma's current body should be no different from the broken forehead protector on the ground. I lost. After a long silence, Sarutobi Asuma finally spoke. But what? This time. A slight smile appeared on Sarutobi Asuma's face. Chapter 124. I have a lot of money for subscription. I lost. Sarutobi Asuma looked at Uchiha Xiu with a smile on his face. Although it was a disastrous failure, but Sarutobi Asuma seemed relieved. Under the strong oppression of Uchiha Xiu, he finally withstood the strong pressure and did not choose to give up. Even if you lose, it doesn't matter. He never expected to beat Uchiha Xiu. Even when he just shot, he never thought that he would be able to survive. After all, the pressure from Uchiha Xiu was really too great. Fortunately, he finally did it. Sarutobi Asuma overcame his own demons. Since then, he no longer has to live in the shadow of Uchiha Xiu. What happened just now? I haven't seen anything clearly, and the battle is over. It was so fast, I didn't see anything clearly. Master Xiu was so handsome, he didn't even move, and with just one move, he defeated the son of Lord Third Generation. So strong, is this the strength of a strong man? I really want to become as strong as Master Xiu. Look at the knife marks on the ground. If Master Xiu hadn't stopped just now, Sarutobi Asuma must have died. Although the battle ended in an instant, it still feels so exciting. Listening to the discussions around, Uchiha Xiu slowly withdrew the grass pheasant sword, turned and left without saying anything. Now that today's goal has been achieved, there is no point in continuing to stay here. 740. Xiu, thank you. I was wrong before, but I will definitely become a strong man like you in the future. Watching Uchiha Xiu's leaving back, Sarutobi Asuma shouted loudly. Now, he no longer has the burden of being the son of Hokage. Sarutobi Asuma was extremely excited by the feeling of relaxation after breaking the demon. Uchiha Xiu didn't look back, just waved his hand. Then I saw Uchiha Itachi in the crowd. Uchiha Xiu was stunned for a moment, but still walked over. Speaking of which, my own cheap apprentice, haven't seen each other for a long time. Hello teacher. Seeing Uchiha Xiu approaching, Uchiha Itachi hurriedly bowed respectfully to Uchiha Xiu. This scene stunned the friends next to Uchiha Itachi. Teacher, Itachi, did you just call Mr. Xiu? I'm not dreaming, am I? Itachi, you are actually Xiu-sama's apprentice. I'm so envious, I really want to be Master Xiu's disciple. I just said why Itachi is so powerful, even the senior students are no match, so it turns out that he is Master Xiu's apprentice, then it's fine. Seeing the envious eyes of classmates around CGCE, Uchiha Itachi suddenly had a feeling that he had never felt before. This feeling is very strange. Feeling the envy of others, Uchiha Itachi seems to be happier than being praised. Therefore, in such a situation, Itachi, who is only 5 years old, finally no longer looks like an adult. Instead, there was a sincere smile on his face. Teacher, you haven't practiced with me for a long time. Uchiha Itachi looked at Uchiha Xiu, and there were some childish complaints in his tone. Seeing Uchiha Itachi's appearance, Uchihashu was also very surprised. He never thought. The deep and melancholy man in the original work actually has this expression. If it's Sasuke, it's about the same. But soon Uchihashu smiled, raised his arms and waved to Uchiha Itachi. When Uchiha Itachi saw Uchihashu waving, a smile appeared on his face immediately, and he ran over happily. Then Uchihashu tapped his forehead lightly. "Ah, Garden, sorry, Itachi, I will practice with you next time." Uchihashu looked at Uchiha Itachi, suddenly he didn't hate him so much. Because Uchihashu saw, because of him, Uchiha Itachi changed. In this life, under Uchihashu's suggestion, Uchiha Fugaku did not choose to bring the young Uchiha Itachi to the battlefield. As for Uchiha Itachi, it didn't become as deep and melancholic as in the original. "I see, teacher." Hearing Uchihashu's words, Uchiha Itachi bowed again. As the eldest son of the head of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Itachi pays great attention to his etiquette towards people. Tomorrow I will practice with you." "Really? Thank you teacher, I will work hard." Hearing Uchihashu's words, Uchiha Itachi bowed and ran away happily. He still has to go to class. Looking at the back of Uchiha Itachi, Uchihashu smiled and shook his head. He has now sincerely regarded Uchiha Itachi as his disciple. Uchihashu believes that under his patronage, Uchiha Itachi, who loves sweets but suffers so much, will never appear again. It's unbelievable that the Uchiha clan would have such a gentle kid. After Uchiha Itachi left, Tsunade came to Uchihashu's side. Whether it's the fight against Sarutobi Asuma just now, or the attitude towards Uchiha Itachi, Uchihashu refreshed Tsunade's understanding of the Uchiha clan. "Master Tsunade came to see me. You came here because you agreed to Minato's request." Uchihashu turned around and looked at Tsunade carefully. It was the first time he met the legendary princess of the Senju clan. How to say, fierce, more grand than imagined. "Little devil, pay attention to your eyes, otherwise I won't guarantee what will happen to you." Seeing Uchihashu's eyes, Tsunade raised his fist. "Don't worry, I'm resistant to beating, you immune to death mine." Uchihashu didn't care about Tsunade's threat. Anyway, Tsunade is not his opponent, why did he look twice? What a nasty brat. Hearing Uchihashu's words, Tsunade snorted coldly, but he didn't continue to threaten Uchihashu, but got down to business. "Little ghost, do you want me to take your two little girlfriends as disciples?" "Right." Hearing Tsunade's words, Uchihashu nodded. "Would you like it? I really want to, and it's up to you." Uchihashu looked serious. In the entire ninja world, only Tsunade knows 100 healings mark, Yuhihong and Nohara Lin, oh, and Jaluluo, you must learn it. Hearing Uchihashu's words, Tsunade's face was happy, and then showed a very embarrassed expression. "Hey, even though you and Minato both asked me to do this, it's a bit difficult to handle. You don't know, I made an oath a long time ago that I will never accept apprentices again. If I violate my oath and accept apprentices, it is very likely that I will suffer. I have money." Before Tsunade could finish speaking, Uchihashu said. "What did you say?" Tsunade froze for a moment. "I said, I have money, a lot of money." Uchihashu repeated. "Let's not talk about newspapers that make money every day, just the Uchiha family. The amount of money he can mobilize is innumerable. Give me the addresses of Yuhihong and Nohara Lin, and I will personally come to accept disciples." Looking at Uchihashu's serious face, Tsunade suddenly agreed with what Orochimaru said to her before. Orochimaru was right. Uchiha Xiu, she is indeed attracted. Chapter 125 Uchiha Sasuke is about to be born for subscription. "Itachi, do you think Master Xiu will be angry when he sees me later?" In the Uchiha clan land, in a remote practice field dedicated to Uchiha Itachi, a girl with big eyes with a beauty mole under her right eye is holding a bunch of 7-color balls in her hand at the moment, with a flustered expression on her face. "It's okay, Quan, the teacher is a very easy person to get along with." Seeing Uchiha Izumi's worried look, Uchiha Itachi comforted him. Uchiha Izumi met him at the meatball shop, and like him, he likes to eat 7-color meatballs. In addition, they are members of the Uchiha clan. So once they came and went, the two became good friends. "Even though you said that, when I think about meeting Lord Shu alone, I'm still nervous." Although Uchiha Itachi has comforted her many times, but Uchiha Izumi is still very scared. Fearing that Uchiha Xiu would be dissatisfied with her sudden visit. But if she just left like this, she wouldn't will. Because Uchiha Xiu is a big hero in her heart, Uchiha Quan wanted to personally give Uchiha Xiu a bunch of her favorite 7-color meatballs. "Don't worry, you will know when the teacher comes later." Seeing Uchiha Izumi's appearance, Uchiha Itachi smiled. At the beginning, when he knew that his father wanted him to worship Uchiha Xiu as his teacher, in his heart, he was so uneasy. "Itachi, good morning." Near noon, Uchiha Xiu finally arrived late. If it wasn't for Jaluluo's reminder, he would have forgotten the agreement with Uchiha Itachi today. "Hello teacher." Seeing Uchiha Xiu, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Izumi rushed forward and bowed respectfully. "Itachi, who is this?" Seeing Uchiha Spring, Uchiha Xiu was a little puzzled. Uchiha Itachi has always been alone, how could he be with a little girl today? "Teacher, this is Quan. She admires you very much, so I brought her to see you." Uchiha Xiu thought for a while, and then understood. Isn't this the legendary lover of Uchiha Itachi? "Master Xiu, hello, this is a gift I brought to you, I hope you like it." Feeling Uchihashu's scrutinizing eyes, Uchiha Quan quickly handed the 7-color balls in front of Uchihashu, his voice trembling a little. Thank you so much, Izumi. Uchihashu took the 7-color meatballs, took a bite, and found that the taste was really good. Quan, do you have a master? After eating the meatballs, Uchihashu asked. Uchiha Quan looks very well behaved, so Uchihashu intends to take him as his disciple if she doesn't have a teacher. I don't have a master. I haven't graduated from school yet. After hearing Uchihashu's words, Uchiha Izumi shook his head. According to the usual practice, only after graduating from ninja school will you have your own teacher. Therefore, Uchiha Quan didn't quite understand the purpose of Uchihashu's question. Teacher, do you want to? Uchiha Itachi was much smarter, and instantly understood Uchihashu's intentions, with an unbelievable look on his face. That's right, it's exactly what you think. Seeing that Uchiha Itachi had already guessed, Uchihashu nodded directly. Quan, it's because of it. Seeing Uchihashu nodding, Uchiha Itachi looked happily at Uchiha Izumi. You know, a strong man like Uchihashu won't accept disciples easily. Even he had the opportunity to become Uchihashu's apprentice because of his father's request. But Uchiha Quan decided to accept Uchihashu as his apprentice after only being looked at by Uchihashu for a few moments. It can be seen that Uchiha Quan's talent should be stronger than himself. However, if Uchiha Itachi knew that the reason why Uchihashu accepted Uchiha Quan as his disciple was only because of his well-behaved appearance, which was in line with Uchihashu's aesthetics. Not sure how Uchiha Itachi would feel. Itachi, what's wrong? Looking at Uchiha Itachi who suddenly became excited, Uchiha Izumi looked puzzled. She didn't know why her friend, who was usually steady like an adult, suddenly became so happy. The teacher wants you as an apprentice. What, you mean, Master Shu? Uchiha Quan covered his small mouth in disbelief, and looked at Uchihashu in surprise. Quan, be my apprentice. Just treat it as your reward for inviting me to eat meatballs. Uchihashu smiled when she saw Uchiha Izumi, the little girl is so cute. Being accepted as an apprentice, even raising his eyes every day can make him feel happy. Master Shu, I do. Seeing the warm smile on Uchihashu's face, Uchiha Quan was so excited that he was about to cry. Ask for flowers. She came today just to give a present of her own to Master Shu whom she adores. I didn't expect to be accepted as an apprentice by Uchiha Xiu. This is something she never dreamed about. Okay, the teacher apprenticeship ceremony and so on will be waived, I don't care about those things. From now on, you will be mine. In Konoha, whoever dares to bully you will come to me. Even if it's Hokage, I can beat you back. Seeing Uchiha Quan's excited look, Uchiha Xiu laughed. Got it, the reason. Oh, no, it's the teacher. Neither Uchiha Izumi nor Uchiha Itachi had any doubts about Uchiha Xiu's words. Now who doesn't know, in the whole Konoha, Uchiha Xiu's strength is the strongest. Even the adults of the 4th generation are not the counterparts of their teachers. Okay, then let's start today's practice. Uchiha Xiu touched Uchiha Quan's head and started today's teaching. To Uchiha Xiu's surprise, Uchiha Izumi's talent is almost the same as that of Uchiha Itachi. It is as expected. After seeing Uchiha Izumi's talent, Uchiha Itachi nodded secretly. The teacher is amazing, you can know Quan's talent just by looking at it. It's so strong. Okay, let's stop here today. Looking at the sky, Uchiha Xiu asked Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Izumi to stop training. They are still young and their bodies are in the stage of rapid development. The daily training must be relaxed so as not to leave indelible scars on the body. Is teacher. After hearing Uchiha Xiu's words, both Uchiha Izumi and Uchiha Itachi stopped. By the way, teacher, mother will give birth in a few days. So father, please let me tell you, I want you to name your future child. Speaking of this matter, Uchiha Itachi's eyes are full of warmth. I'm going to be an older brother. Oh, after Uchiha Xiu heard Uchiha Itachi's words, he froze for a moment. Uchiha Sasuke is going to be born. Did you realize that this time has already arrived? Thinking of Uchiha Sasuke who was known as the strongest king in later generations, Uchiha Xiu smiled. No problem, Itachi, I'll go and see for myself that day. Chapter 126. Kill all the diehards. Subscribe. Shu, you're here. Seeing Uchiha Xiu, Uchiha Fugaku had a smile on his face. The birth of Uchiha Sasuke has put Uchiha Fugaku in a good mood recently. Itachi, bring your brother up. After pouring a cup of hot tea for Uchiha Xiu, Uchiha Fugaku shouted like outside the door. Not long after, Uchiha Itachi walked in holding a baby who was still in the middle of the baby. Hello teacher. Uchiha Itachi said hello to Uchiha Xiu, then knelt down beside Uchiha Xiu. Infant Uchiha Sasuke was sucking his fingers with his eyes closed. Xiu, help me name my child. Uchiha Fugaku looked at Uchiha Xiu, he hoped his second child could be as good as Uchiha Xiu. Therefore, Uchiha Fugaku wanted Uchiha Xiu to name his second son. In that case, let's call it Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke. Looking at the child in Itachi's arms, Uchiha Xiu smiled. 007. Unexpectedly, in this world, Uchiha Sasuke was named after him. Sasuke, what a nice name. Uchiha Fugaku nodded, clearly satisfied with the name Sasuke. Sasuke, from now on, your name will be Sasuke. Uchiha Itachi is also very happy, he loves his younger brother very much. As long as he is free, he wants to hold Sasuke in his arms. Itachi, you go out first, I have to discuss things with Xiu. After Uchiha Fugaku let Uchiha Itachi leave, he spoke to Uchiha Xiu. Xiu, since all the guys who are hostile to the Uchiha clan have been eliminated, what should we do next? Since the deaths of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzō, some of the Uchiha clan have become increasingly defiant. What do you say that the Uchiha clan is the founder of Konoha, and the Hokage must be held by a member of the Uchiha clan? Even some radicals who had been silent for a long time began to act as monsters again. Many people actually wanted to force Namikaze Minato to abdicate and make himself the next Hokage. Give me the radical list. After Uchiha Xiu heard Uchiha Fugaku's words, there was no surprise. Many guys in the Uchiha family are very blind and arrogant. Once they gain power, they immediately become arrogant. Uchiha Xiu is well aware of this. Xiu, what are you going to do? Passing the list to Uchiha Xiu, Uchiha Fugaku asked. Kill them all. Uchiha Xiu took a sip of tea, expressionless. What, Xiu? They are all members of our Uchiha clan after all. After hearing Uchiha Xiu's words, Uchiha Fugaku was taken aback. He never thought that Uchiha Xiu could say such words so calmly. Keeping them will only be a disaster. If the cancer is not pulled out in time, it may affect the whole body. Seeing Uchiha Fugaku's surprised look, Uchiha Xiu shook his head. It is because of being indecisive that Uchiha Fugaku ended up so miserable in the end. I see. Please give me the list, and I will cross out some people who are sure to be subdued. Knowing Uchiha Xiu's purpose, Uchiha Fugaku can only obey. However, he still couldn't bear to slaughter all the ninjas on the list. Uchiha Xiu handed the list to Uchiha Fugaku, as long as some diehards are dealt with. The matter is almost settled. Uchiha Xiu doesn't want to be the second Uchiha Madara to be abandoned by his tribe. Those Uchiha who are unwilling to obey his orders, he will never let go. By the way, Fugaku, let me discuss with you about the Konoha Guard. What happened today made Uchiha Xiu suddenly think of something. The Konoha Guard cannot only be held by members of the Uchiha clan. Xiu, just say it, I will take care of the rest. Uchiha Xiu's decisive and ruthless decision made Uchiha Fugaku a little more in awe of him. It also made him realize more clearly that the gap between him and Uchiha Xiu was not only in strength. In terms of managing the family, he is also far behind. The grassroots team of the Konoha Guard is no longer served by people from the Uchiha clan, and other civilian ninjas or ninjas from other families will be absorbed. The Uchiha family just need to hold on to the core rights. As for the Uchiha people who were removed from the guard, let them join the Shadow Club. The Konoha Guard is in charge of managing the security of the village, which is a very offensive job. This kind of work requires everyone to participate. Otherwise, the reputation of the Uchiha clan in the village will definitely not get better. Moreover, the personality of most members of the Uchiha clan is more suitable for working in the movie department. It is a bit too inappropriate to stay in the district guard. I see, I will do this right away. After hearing Uchiha Xiu's words, Uchiha Fugaku instantly understood what Uchiha Xiu was thinking. After second Hokage Senju Tobirama founded the Konoha Guard and handed it over to the Uchiha clan. The reputation of the Uchiha clan in the village has indeed dropped a lot. Okay, I'll go first. After getting back the list from Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Xiu got up and left. Konoha has been rectified, now it's time to rectify the Uchiha clan. System, evolve Advanced Sage Body. Advanced Sage Body evolution is successful, the next stage, Perfect Sage Body. Time required for evolution, 3 years. Current accumulated shortened time, January 0, 5 days, 16 hours and 25 minutes. Feeling the changes in his body, Uchiha Xiu breathed out lightly. After eliminating the radical diehards of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Xiu accumulated a large amount of shortened time. And successfully evolved his body into an advanced sage body. Now the chakra in Uchiha Xiu's body has grown to an unbelievable size. Even, he can be said to be a humanoid-tailed beast now. Hey, wood style, the tree world is coming. Uchiha Xiu opened his eyes, clapped his hands together, and shouted loudly. Then, nothing happened. As expected, it looks like this. It seems that wood style is Senju Hashirama's unique blood inheritance boundary. Even if it's his sage body, it's impossible to use wood style. Well, what about advanced sage body? That's it. Unable to display wood style, Uchiha Xiu was a little disappointed and complained in his heart. Ding, your advanced sage body has heard your voice and thinks that you have blind eyes, so take the initiative to evolve wood style blood succession limit. Time required to evolve wood style blood succession limit, 6 months. I'll go, is that alright? Wood style can evolve in only 6 months. In the battle with Shimura Danzō, Uchiha Xiu realized the strength of wood style 5.2. Now it only takes 6 months to evolve wood style. What a pleasant surprise. Unfortunately, shortening the time is not enough now, otherwise I would choose to evolve wood style immediately. Uchiha Xiu calmed down, it's only been 6 months. Even if the time is not shortened, it will pass in the blink of an eye. Not in a hurry. The top priority now should be to prevent what happens when Kushina is in production. Now that Uchiha Sasuke has been born, Naruto should be born soon. Uchiha Xiu doesn't know if Uchiha Obito is still alive, but defensive measures must be taken well. He didn't want to let Kushina die because of a momentary negligence. In short, let's communicate with Kurama first, lest it jump out and make trouble on the night Naruto was born like in the original work. After making up his mind, Uchihashu walked towards Namikaze Minato's house. Chapter 127 shocked Kurama for subscription. Is anyone home? Come, don't knock. The Whirlpool Kushina complained in the house, and then the door was opened by the Whirlpool Kushina. Kushina, thank you for your hard work. Seeing Kushina with a big belly, Uchihashu smiled. He was a little embarrassed to ask a pregnant woman to come over and open the door for him. How many times have I told you to call me sister? Seeing the wry smile on Uchihashu's face, Uzumaki Kushina rolled his eyes. This guy always makes her angry on purpose. Minato hasn't come back yet. If you're not in a hurry, come in and wait. Whirlpool Kushina said as he walked slowly to the kitchen and poured a cup of hot tea for Uchihashu. Kushina, I'm looking for you this time. Uchihashu helped the Whirlpool Kushina onto the sofa, and then got straight to the point. Kushina, don't resist, I will enter your body later, talk to Kurama. Okay, I get it now. Seeing Uchihashu's serious expression, Uzumaki Kushina nodded. Although he didn't know why Uchihashu suddenly wanted to chat with Nine Tails, Kushina knew that since Uchihashu did this, he must have his own purpose. Relax, I'm going in. Putting his hand on Uzumaki Kushina's belly, Uchihashu closed his eyes. The next moment, Uchihashu appeared in a dark and damp prison. In front of him was a huge iron gate with a seal affixed to it. Behind the iron gate, a pair of evil eyes were staring at Uchihashu viciously. Hello, Kurama. Seeing Kurama, Uchihashu took the initiative to say hello. HMPH, this Chakra, you're a kid from the Uchiha clan. However, why do you know my famous minister? Ninetails snorted coldly, unlike when he was in Naruto's body. Inside the vortex Kushina, it cannot perceive what is happening in the outside world. So, Kurama knew nothing about Uchihashu. So when Uchihashu opened his mouth and called himself Kurama, Ninetails was full of curiosity. Huh, why do I feel the breath of that stinky cat on you? Before Uchihashu could reply, Kurama's expression changed. On Uchihashu's body, it actually felt the chakra of other tail beasts. Ha 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 ha, you stinky fox, you are locked up in this kind of place. Life is so miserable, it seems that your strength is far worse than this uncle. Seeing that Kurama found himself, Shuzuru did not hide anymore, and appeared directly in front of Kurama. Looking at Kurama's appearance, I was rolling with laughter. Stinky cat, why are you here? Seeing Shuzuru, Kurama was shocked. If it remembers correctly, Shukaku is the tailed beast of Sunagaku. Why is it here? HMPH, I can go wherever I want now. You stinky fox, you can't even imagine how happy I am. Shuzuru looked at Kurama and smiled triumphantly. It didn't lie either. Under the rule of Uchihashu and Namikaze Minato, whole leaves. Now it can go wherever it wants. Even wherever you go, someone will call it respectfully, Lord Shuhei. This makes Shuhei, who always likes to be the boss, very happy. Usually when I have nothing to do, I lead Eight Tails Gyuki to wander around Konaha. TCH, it looks like you were caught by this Uchiha brat. It's just that Kurama doesn't believe a word of Shuzuru's words. It couldn't be more clear about how tailed beasts are treated in the ninja world. It's just a tool used by ninjas. Free, what a fool's dream. Therefore, as soon as Kurama heard Shuzuru say that he could go wherever he wanted, Kurama concluded that Shuzuru was lying on purpose. What, you, a stinky fox, dare to doubt my uncle? Gyuki, Isofu, come out and tell this stinky fox if what I said is true. Seeing Kurama's disdain, Shuzuru was very angry. It waited for a long time, and finally waited until now to meet Kurama, in order to show off to it. It's just that Kurama didn't believe it at all. Gyuki, Rocky Fu. Kurama's eyes widened when he heard Shutsuru's words. Could it be that they were also caught in Konoha? What's the situation? If I haven't been out for more than 10 years, this ninja world has changed. Hi, Kurama, really, can't you let me have a good night's sleep? Under Shutsuru's strong request, Naoki and Isofu also appeared in front of Kurama in the form of spirits. You, how did you? Looking at Shutsuru, Gyuki, and Isofu, Kurama opened his mouth wide in surprise. Is it caught in an illusion? Kurama, what Shuzuru said is true. Since Shu became our Jinchuriki, we have been doing well. I can eat a lot of delicious food every day. Seeing Kurama's disbelief, Gyuki explained to Kurama. HMPH, it's just that guarding the crane is too annoying, and it's impossible to be quiet with it. Jifu complained, but he didn't refute what Shuhei said before, which was regarded as acquiescing. Hey, what the hell happened? Are you being controlled by this brat? Hearing what the three-tailed beast said, Kurama didn't believe it at all. How hateful human beings are, it knows best. The scene described by Shuhei that people and tailed beasts live in harmony. How could it have happened for real? What an idiot fox, come on, stretch out your paws, and see for yourself whether I have lied to you or not. Seeing that Nine Tails still didn't believe it, Shuhei ran to Nine Tails, and stretched out of his paws. This is the unique ability of tailed beasts. As long as they want to touch each other, they can show their memories to each other. Seeing Shuzuru's appearance, Kurama was silent for a long time, and finally stretched out his claws. Immediately afterwards, pictures appeared in Nine Tails' mind. This is actually true. Among these images, Kurama sees the sight of Shuzuru relaxing in the sun on Hokage Rock. I also saw Shuzuru and Gyuki eating and drinking in the human shop. Even Shuzuru said that Konoha's ninjas bowed and saluted when they saw it, and called it Shuzuru-sama. Kurama also saw it. These are Shuhei's memories, they cannot be fooled. So, now that Kurama already knows, what Shuzuru just said is all true. But just like this, Kurama is even more unbelievable. Except when the previous Jinchuriki Uzumaki Mito died, it went out briefly. For the past 10 years, it has been living a life of darkness. The layers of seals are like heavy shackles. Let it have no freedom at all. It used to think that all tail beasts should have the same experience. But now, after looking at Shukaku's memory, only then did Kurama realize that he really thought too much. The clown is himself. Chapter 128 Persuading Kurama for subscription. How about it, you stinky fox, do you believe what my uncle said now? Seeing Kurama's appearance, Shuzuru was very proud. This stinky fox, ever since it was born, has always looked very smug. Especially for Shuhei, he always uses the number of tails as an issue, and every time he gets very angry with himself. But what about now? Be amazed by it. HMPH, it's just a human trap, what an idiot. Human beings just change the way, the real purpose is to use your power. You stinky civet cat is cheated, and you are so happy, you are the stupidest guy the first have ever seen. After recovering from the shock, Kurama snorted coldly, even if he saw Shuhei's memory with his own eyes, but for human beings. Kurama is still very disgusted. It feels that these things are just another trap for humans, and Shuhei and the others are all confused by humans. Hey, I said stinky fox, there is something wrong with your brain. You won't be locked up for too long, are you stupid? Seeing that Kurama was still stubborn, Shuzuru rushed to Kurama and waved his hand. Things are right in front of our eyes, yet this stinky fox is still stubborn. This made Shuhei very angry. According to Shuzuru's thinking, Kurama should be kneeling on the ground crying and begging himself to take it out. Then he showed great mercy, ignored the past, and led it out to see the world. Finally, Kurama was overwhelmed by his majesty, and willingly became his little brother. That's right, HMPH, stupid civet cat. Seeing Shuhei's appearance, Kurama snorted arrogantly, then turned his head, closed his eyes. No matter what Shuhei said, it stopped talking. It was like falling asleep. Shuhei, let me come. Shukaku stepped aside and Uchihashu stepped forward. Kurama, I know what you're thinking. You want to break the seal and destroy Konoha while Kushina is giving birth, right? Hearing Uchihashu's words, Kurama opened his eyes in surprise. This is exactly what it intends. Why does this brat know everything? At that time, Konoha will be on guard, won't its plan be ruined again? Thinking about how many years I will be imprisoned if I don't grasp the opportunity this time. Kurama became angry. Little devil, you have successfully provoked me. The aura on Kurama's body reached its peak, and the ominous chakra spread out, surrounding Uchiha Xiu. In reality, even Kushina noticed the abnormality of Nine Tails. But because of Uchiha Xiu, she wasn't too worried. Kurama, as long as you don't mess with me, I promise you will be free. Like the picture you saw before, you can have everything that Shukura has. Looking at the Nine Tails who were flailing their teeth and claws, Uchihashu was not affected in any way, and his face was still calm. HMPH, you can fool that stupid civet cat, but you can't fool me. You humans just want to borrow the power of our tailed beasts. When you finish using us, you will still lock us up in this dark place. Nine Tails snorted coldly. The negative chakra had completely wrapped Uchihashu. It wants to use these negative emotions to confuse Uchihashu and let him lift the seal in front of him. Kurama, I don't need your power. Who will believe you, you nasty brat? Looking at the unmoved Uchihashu, Kurama was very angry. Its chakra did not have any effect on Uchihashu at all. If it wasn't for this hateful seal, this brat in front of him could kill dozens of people with just one paw. Hateful. The more he thought about it, the more angry he became. Nine Tails became more and more irritable, all because of this hateful seal. Angry Nine Tails started trying to break the seal. The ominous chakra overflowed from the vortex Kushina's body. Even Namikaze Minato was startled. No, it's Nine Tails. Sensing chakra from Nine Tails, Namikaze Minato panicked, and now Kushina's seal on Nine Tails is not as strong as before because of her pregnancy. If the seal is broken by Nine Tails, it will be troublesome. Thinking of the consequences of Nine Tails breaking the seal, Namikaze Minato launched Flying Thunder God and disappeared in place instantly. When it appeared again, it had already come to Kushina's side. But when he saw Uchiha Xiu, Namikaze Minato was relieved. Kushina, since Xiu is here, I'll go back and get busy first. Namikaze Minato disappeared after saying that. Anyway, with Uchiha Xiu around, Nine Tails can't make waves. He'd better go back and deal with his official duties, otherwise he would have to stay up late at night again. Damn it, Namikaze Minato, I can't stop talking to you. Seeing Namikaze Minato leaving just like that, Uzumaki Kushina almost ran away on the spot. This BD, doesn't he know how to care more about his pregnant wife? Kurama, it seems that I told you well, but you can't listen. Uchiha Xiu saw that Kurama can be so noisy, the last bit of patience was gone. Took a deep breath. In the next second, Uchiha Xiu's powerful aura was unreservedly released. Even the eyes have turned into purple Rinnegon. Razor. Sensing Uchiha Xiu's aura, Kurama was shocked. It never thought that this little kid in front of him would have such great strength. The next second, after seeing Uchihashu's Rinnegan, Kurama was so surprised that he couldn't even speak. These eyes like the old man's. Can we have a good talk this time? Seeing the quiet Kurama, Uchihashu smiled. Why do you have eyes like these? Seeing Uchihashu's Rinnegan, Ninetales asked in shock. When the strength is reached, it will naturally be there. I said, are you going to listen to me now? Uchihashu looked at Ninetales with a slightly unfriendly tone. HMPH, it's not like I can't hear you talking about yourself. Under Rinnegan's gaze, Kurama was a little scared. Even the Mangekyo Sharingan is able to contain it, let alone the Rinnegan. In front of these eyes, it is no different from an ordinary kitten. Kurama, as long as you can live in harmony with humans like Shuzuru and others, I will give you freedom. How about it? Seeing that Ninetales finally calmed down, Uchihashu nodded in satisfaction. Sometimes, when the reason doesn't make sense, it's better to use strength. HMPH, unless you can make humans stop being hostile to me. After all, I'm not that stinky civet cat, I'm so powerful, you will definitely be afraid of me when you see me. After seeing Uchihashu's Rinnegan, Kurama knew he was wrong. People who can have these eyes no longer need to covet the power of their tailed beasts. Hey, stinky fox, you are far worse than my uncle. My uncle's strength is beyond what you can imagine. Hearing Kurama's words, Shuzuru became angry again without any surprise. HMPH, a fool with only one tail. Seeing Shuhei's appearance, Kurama gave a cold snort of disdain, and then ostentatiously shook his 9 tails. Don't mention the proud look on his face. Damn it, you stinky fox, I've said it all, the number of tails can't represent strength. Originally, he came to show off to Kurama, but in the end he was depressed. Shukaku's appearance made Uchihashu couldn't help but smile. Okay, Shuhei, you go out to play first. When there is a chance later, I will let you compete with Kurama alone. Okay. After hearing what Uchihashu said, Shuzuru nodded immediately, then remembered something, and quickly added. But the venue has to be in the desert of the Land of Winds, so that I can show my real experience. Okay, I'll listen to you. Uchihashu touched Shuhei's head, and then Shuhei left contentedly. Cut. After Shutsuru left, Kurama sneered again. Regardless of whether Shohecheng admits it or not, it is the first one in the use of tailed beasts. Okay, Kurama, I'll let Kushina loose some seals later when I go out. At that time, you can go out and play like Shuhei and them. But remember, if you encounter any problems, you can come to get Qianzhao me, and don't do anything that hurts others. Otherwise, I will seal you into my body. At that point, you'll never be free again. You should know that I'm not trying to scare you. Uchihashu still chose to warn Kurama. After all, with Kurama's temper, if he doesn't hit it, it's hard to guarantee that nothing will happen. HMPH, is this uncle afraid? However, as long as they don't come to provoke me, then I will reluctantly let them go. Stared at by Uchihashu's Rinnegan, Kurama's voice was a little weak. That's good, I'll go out first, let Kushina loosen the seal later, and you will be able to come out then. And Kushina and Minato are good characters, you should like them. Knowing Kurama's arrogant character, Uchihashu will not say more. With a thought, he disappeared into this dark space. HMPH, I don't know how to make friends with humans. After Uchihashu left, Kurama snorted coldly, and then remembered the memory of Shuhei before. That stinky civet cat is not very strong, but luck is pretty good. Kurama complained about Shuhei, closed his eyes, heart, but gradually began to look forward to it. Chapter 129 Regaining Freedom for Subscription. Although it took a little effort, it was finally successful. Back in the real world, Uchihashu breathed a sigh of relief. I didn't expect that Kurama seemed very stubborn, but he was persuaded so easily. Shu, what did you chat with Nine Tails just now? Whirlpool Kushina looked at Uchihashu very curiously. Not long after Uchihashu entered, Nine Tails began to violently attack the seal. But, suddenly stopped. This made Kushina very curious about what Uchihashu said to Nine Tails in his body. Well, I don't understand these things after I tell you. Anyway, Nine Tails is probably conquered by my personality charm, and I won't make trouble again in the future. Seeing the curiosity on Kushina's face, Uchihashu casually said something. TCH, you're lying again, so I won't believe you. Whirlpool Kushina rolled his eyes. You little devil, what kind of charisma do you have? Kushina, loosen the seal. Seeing that Kushina didn't believe it, Uchihashu didn't continue to explain, but let Kushina loose the seal that sealed Kurama. Before he came out, he promised Kurama that he would enjoy the same treatment as Shuzuru and others. Loose the seal, but in that case, Nine Tails will take the opportunity to escape. If Nine Tails goes berserk, it will be troublesome. After hearing Uchihashu's words, Uzumaki Kushina was taken aback. Now this is not enough to completely seal Nine Tails. If the seal is loosened a bit, wouldn't it be easy for Nine Tails to rush out of her body? Don't worry, with me here, nothing will go wrong. Hurry up, don't mess with me and do it yourself. Seeing Kushina's hesitation, Uchihashu made a gesture to do it himself. Okay, I listen to you. There's really nothing you can do about this little brat. Seeing how Uchihashu persisted, Uzumaki Kushina no longer persisted. She is still very confident in Uchihashu's strength. With Uchihashu here, even if Nine Tails is released, it shouldn't have any big impact. After Kushina made up her mind, she put her hands on her stomach. then loosened more than half of the seal that sealed Nine Tails. Immediately afterwards, an ominous chakra continuously emanated from Kushina's body. Gradually, it condensed into a miniature version of Kurama. Ha 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 ha, my uncle finally came out. Stupid human beings, just wait to accept my uncle's wrath. Kurama fell on the ground, dancing with Nine Tails, and laughed wantonly. I said, Kurama, are you floating? Seeing Kurama's appearance, Uchihashu glared at it. Come out as soon as you come out, what are you doing in the second grade? Ah, I'm just talking casually. Looking at Uchihashu's Rinnegan, feeling the powerful pupil power in it, Wulama Ridgewan closed his mouth. Shu, your eyes. Seeing Uchihashu's eyes, Uzumaki Kushina opened his mouth wide in shock. Isn't Shu's eyes Mangekyo Sharingan? Why is it like this now? And why do these eyes seem to be much stronger than Mangekyo Sharingan? Oh, the eyes seem to have evolved inexplicably. Uchihashu shut down Rinnegan, casually saying. The ninja world has very little information about Rinnegan, and he is not prepared to explain it to Kushina. Hiss. Inexplicably evolved. Hearing Uchihashu's words, Kushina gasped. Mangekyo Sharingan's evolved eyes must be scary, right? Why can you say such a thing so lightly? Seeing Uchihashu's plain face, Whirlpool Kushina is sour. It will be great when she can inexplicably evolve such eyes. CGDE. HMPH, stupid humans. Seeing Kushina's appearance, Kurama snorted coldly. Others do not know, but it is very clear. Rinnegan, it's not something you can have casually. Uchihashu was obviously talking nonsense. Nine Tails. After hearing Kurama's words, the Whirlpool Kushina came back to his senses and quickly became alert. Just attracted by Uchihashu's Rinnegan, she forgot that Nine Tails was a ticking time bomb around her. Kushina, let me introduce you, its name is Kurama. Kurama, this is the Whirlpool Kushina, which is also your calendar. Seeing the silence in the atmosphere, Uchihashu introduced the two to each other. Kurama, it even has a name. After hearing Uchihashu's words, Uzumaki Kushina opened his mouth wide in surprise. Although she has been a Nine Tails Jinchuriki for many years, she knows very little about Nine Tails. HMPH, stupid human, how can you know the old man's name? Seeing Kushina's gaze, Kurama snorted disdainfully. Humans are always so self-righteous. Okay, Kurama, do you remember what I told you? Don't worry, Yuantian won't mess around. Hearing Uchihashu's words, Kurama nodded. After coming out, it has a clearer feeling about Uchihashu's strength. Therefore, naturally dare not have any objection to Uchihashu's previous proposal. That's good, Konaha village is so big, you can go wherever you want. As long as you don't leave the village, you are free. After Uchihashu finished speaking, he ignored Kurama. What should be said has been said. I believe that with Kurama's intelligence, he should not do anything out of the ordinary. Whispering, Kurama muttered something in a low voice, looked around the surrounding environment, and then ran out quickly. It has not experienced freedom for a long time, and now it just wants to find a sunny place and sleep well. Shu, just let it out like this, is it okay? After Kurama left, Vortex Kushina asked worriedly. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Kushina, the tailed beast isn't as bad as you think. You can try to be friends with Kurama in the future, just like me and Shukaku. Uchihashu looked at the Whirlpool Kushina, and asked her. After all, with Kurama's arrogant personality, he definitely cannot be expected to take the initiative in making friends. Okay, I get it now. Seeing Kushina nodded seriously, Uchihashu didn't say anything more. Anyway, the method has been told to her, how to get along with each other depends on their own. Kushina, there's one more thing I want to tell you. Chapter 130 Konaha Attack Plan for subscription. Is this Nine Tails? Oh my god, it's so cute, it seems like I want to hold it in my arms. Master Kurama, can I take a photo with you? Me too. Master Kurama turns out to be much cuter than the pictures in the newspapers and even more likable than shrine cranes. Walking on the streets of Konaha, Kurama was stunned to hear the people's discussion around. It purposely walked to a crowded place just to see if what Uchihashu told it was true. It doesn't quite believe it, humans won't run away when they see it. But the result is obvious. The group of humans not only did not run away when they saw it, but they all surrounded it. Looking at it, it's like looking at some cute pet. Moreover, why would this group of people know its famous officials? Unbeknownst to Kurama, before Uchihashu talked to it, he had already introduced Kurama in detail to the people of Konaha in the newspaper. Even Kurama is depicted as an auspicious beast guarding Konaha. It is precisely because of this that the ninjas of Konaha have a much higher favorability towards Kurama than those of Shuzuru. Shuzuru and the others used to belong to other ninja villages. But Kurama is exclusive to Konaha from beginning to end. HMPH, this group of humans do have a bit of vision. Although I don't know why it hasn't come out for more than 10 years, the attitude of this group of humans towards it has completely changed. But listening to the praise of this group of people, Kurama is still very happy. That's right, that stinky cat, how could it compare to its noble Kurama? Whether it's strength, appearance, or even popularity, it will crush that stinky civet cat. Just when Kurama was proud, a brave child reached out and touched Kurama's tail. This move almost made Kurama blow up on the spot. It's just that when it sees the pure and innocent eyes in the child's eyes. Thinking of Uchihashu's mighty Rinnegan again, Kurama held back anyway. HMPH, it's not a big deal to be touched by humans. The old man is in a good mood today, so I don't care about them. Kurama comforted himself, and then quickly rushed out of the crowd. Through Shukaku's memory, it knows a place. Hokage Rock. That's a great place to bask in the sun. Soon, Kurama ran to the Hokage Rock. Looking at the bustling Konoha village, feeling the warm sun, Kurama took a deep breath and lay comfortably on the ground. How long has it been since I sunbathed leisurely like today? Kurama can't remember. It only knows that if life can go on like this forever. That does seem to be good. If you dare to make trouble, I will seal you into my body, so that you will never come out again for the rest of your life. Thinking of what Uchihashu said before, Kurama snorted coldly. Arrogant what? If the old man didn't think this kind of life is really good, do you think you can make the old man afraid of you with just one word? HMPH, nasty brat. Kurama complained to Uchihashu for a while, then closed his eyes. Revenge on humans. This idea has gradually disappeared in Kurama's mind, because Kurama knows that even if it can break free, it cannot live a better life than it is now. In this ninja world, there are too many people who covet its power. At night, when Kurama went back, Uchiha Xiu, Uzumaki Kushina, and Namikaze Minato were eating together around the table. Together with them, there are Shuzuru, Yuki, and Isofu. Kurama, you are finally back. Seeing Kurama come in, Uchihashu greeted him, and then gestured to the vacant seat next to the dining table with his eyes. HMPH, I never eat human food. Seeing this scene, Kurama suddenly felt an unprecedented feeling in his heart. Just like when the old man was still alive. If you don't want to eat this stinky fox, Yuki, you can eat his portion too. Seeing Kurama's refusal, Shuzuru jumped onto the table and put the food that belonged to Kurama in front of Yuki. Hey, you guy, I prepared this specially for Kurama. Seeing Shuzuru's movement, Uzumaki Kushina quickly stopped Yuki, who was about to stuff his stomach. After knowing that Kurama will not hurt Konoha, Kushina is no longer hostile to Kurama. I didn't want to eat it at first, but since this stinky raccoon cat said so, I decided to eat it. I'm mad at you. Seeing Shuzuru and Uzumaki Kushina fighting, Kurama also jumped on the dinner table. Then start to destroy the food in front of you. After eating, Kurama discovered that human food is so delicious. At this moment, Kurama decided that he must recite everything in the future. After the meal, Shukaku and Yuki ran out again. Isofu also went back to sleep in Uchihashu's body. Only Kurama, who has just been freed, doesn't want to go back to the dark and dank prison he once was. Shu, did you say that when Kushina gave birth, there would really be enemies coming to attack? Namikaze Minato looked at Uchihashu with an unbelievable expression. He really didn't expect that there would be ninjas in this ninja world that would make even Uchihashu fearful. Just in case, you must be prepared. For this matter, Uchihashu can't explain it like Namikaze Minato. Can only vaguely deal with the past. By the way, Kurama, if someone breaks the seal and lets you out, you must not come out. Otherwise Kushina will die, understand? Looking at Kurama, who was sleeping comfortably on the sofa, Uchihashu reminded her. Don't worry, the old man naturally knows what to do. If anyone dares to lay hands on my Jinchuriki, I will protect her. Ask for flowers. Hearing Uchihashu's words, Kurama snorted coldly. It's living like this now, anyone who wants to break its life. No matter who it is, it will definitely make the other party pay the price. Hey, Kurama, I have a name. Calling me Kushina, Jinchuriki is really ugly. Hearing Kurama's words, Uzumaki Kushina complained. She hates being called Jinchuriki. Got it, it's really troublesome. Glancing at the whirlpool Kushina, Kurama closed his eyes. For Kushina's request, it can still understand. Just like it likes being called Kurama, but not Nine Tails. Shu, this Hokage really should be done by you. Seeing this scene, Namikaze Minato sincerely sighed. No matter how difficult the matter is, in the hands of Uchiha Xiu, it seems that it can be easily solved. The scene of Kurama and Kushina living in peace, he had never imagined in his dreams. 0. Okay, let's discuss the details then. Uchiha Xiu doesn't want to be Hokage, now he has the final say on Konoha, and he doesn't like to stand in front of people. Why fight for a seat at Hokage? In this way, Namikaze Minato and Uchiha Xiu were discussing the arrangement for the production day of Whirlpool Kushina. And Kushina himself held Kurama in his arms, and looked at this stranger who had known him for more than 10 years, with a gentle smile on his face. Madara, are you really going to launch an attack on Konoha at this time? I don't think the timing is ripe enough. Under the night, in a cave, a man with lavender eyes staring indifferently at a man wearing a tiger-striped mask. Beside him, stood a cold woman with purple hair. When the Nine Tails Jinchuriki is produced, the seal is at its weakest. At that time, we only need to release Nine Tails, and the anger of Nine Tails will burn all over Konoha. The man with the tiger-striped mask explained the purpose of his actions in a deep voice after hearing Nagato's words. The current strength of Konoha is obviously much stronger than that of other ninja villages. We have to take this opportunity to weaken Konoha's strength. Otherwise, once our plan to collect tailed beasts starts in the future, it is likely to fall into a passive state. Understood. After hearing the masked man's words, Nagato's indifferent face showed no expression. It's better to take revenge on Konoha now. It can be regarded as revenge for Yahiko. In that case, I'll go first. I will personally inform you of the specific action time. As soon as the words fell, the body of the tiger-striped masked man twisted for a while, and then disappeared without a trace. In a foreign space, a man with a tiger-striped mask sat on a stone pillar, sneered. Teacher, wait, this attack is just my gift to celebrate you becoming a Hokage. Chapter 131 Tsunade, let's make a promise for subscription. Since Kurama and Uzumaki Kushina reconciled, Konoha has become more peaceful. Uchihashu didn't find anything abnormal either. Apart from communicating with Hong Yuhi and others every day, he taught his two apprentices, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Izumi. Under Uchihashu's teaching, Uchiha Izumi's strength improved by leaps and bounds. Although it is not as good as Uchiha Itachi, but it is almost the same. And in such a leisurely time, a few months passed quickly. I said Tsunade, no matter how rich I am, I can't afford you to lose so much every day. Just when Uchihashu and Tsunade were wrangling daily, a system prompt suddenly sounded in Uchihashu's mind. Wood-style blood successor boundary evolution complete. As a warm current flowed through his body, Uchihashu clearly felt the changes in his body. Wood-style blood successor boundary, finally evolved. And correspondingly, Uchihashu has a lot of ninjutsu about wood style in his mind instantly. Hey, are you listening to me? Looking at Uchihashu, who was in a daze, Gang was very dissatisfied with the 543 hand. I was talking about something important, but Uchihashu lost his mind. Tsunade, figure out for yourself how much you owe me now. After regaining consciousness, Uchihashu looked at Tsunade in a bad mood. Although he is rich, he can't stand the bottomless pit of Tsunade. If you lose so much every day, the richest man will go bankrupt. HMPH, didn't I say, I will pay back the money today, and I will return the money to you when the time comes. Hearing Uchihashu's words, Tsunade snorted coldly, not knowing where the confidence came from. Well, let me make a bet with you. If you don't want my money today, then I don't want it either, as long as you promise me one condition. Uchihashu looked at Tsunade, and a plan came to his mind. Really, you can count on what you say. I promise you. Tsunade's eyes lit up when he heard Uchihashu's words. As long as she is not asked to pay back the money, she can agree to any conditions. Hey, aren't you going to listen to my conditions? Seeing Tsunade agreeing so happily, Uchihashu knew that if he didn't make it clear now, Tsunade would definitely regret it when he lost all his money. You say. Tsunade looked at Uchihashu impatiently. She is a dignified princess of Konoha, will she still renege on her debts? If I lend you money today, and you don't lend me the money before going up, then you will promise me with your body, how about it? Uchihashu stared at Tsunade seriously. This prodigal girl spends too much money every day, and she is not her own. Uchihashu felt very distressed. But if you make Tsunade your own, then there is no problem. Little devil, it's okay, you dare to fight my old lady's idea. After hearing Uchihashu's words, a dangerous signal flashed in Tsunade's eyes. Clenching his fists, he stared at Uchihashu with an unkind expression. If you don't want to, then forget it. Don't ask me to borrow money again in the future. Uchihashu wouldn't be frightened by Tsunade, and still had a calm look on his face. Okay, I agree, bring the money here. Tsunade was silent for a while, then nodded in agreement. She has already thought about it, now get the money first. At worst, it's time to play tricks. What else can Uchihashu do to her? Okay, this is 1,000,000 taels, I'll let you lose a lot today. Seeing that Tsunade agreed, Uchihashu showed a smile on his face, and decisively gave Tsunade 1,000,000 taels. He is not afraid of Tsunade cheating. If Tsunade loses, Uchihashu will not let her go today even if she uses a strong one. Hello, what can I do? In the casino, Tsunade looked at Uchihashu who was following, and his tone was a bit unfriendly. You play your game, I just have an itchy hand, just come and play a few games. After Uchihashu finished speaking, he took out 10,000 taels from his bosom, and waved it in front of Tsunade. Although Konoha, according to Konoha's regulations, Uchihashu is not yet old enough to gamble. However, if Uchihashu wants to gamble, no one dares to stop him. HMPH, are you still learning how to gamble at such a young age? I'll lose all your pants later. Looking at Uchihashu, Tsunade smiled confidently, and then decisively took the money to the gaming table. Uchihashu's strategy is much simpler. Whatever Tsunade bet on, he just bet all the money and the opposite result would be fine. Tsunade is indeed a big fat sheep who must lose every bet. With Tsunade as the wind vane, Uchihashu closed his eyes and made a bet. After one day, he won almost 500,000 taels. On the other hand, Tsunade, a whole 1,000,000 taels, has basically lost all of it. Damn it, I think you're here to make trouble. Looking at Uchihashu who earns a lot of money, Tsunade is very envious but also very angry. This guy, who has been pressing against her all the time, can win so much. This made Tsunade, who had been hanging around casinos, feel insulted. Stop playing. After losing the last bit of money, Tsunade roared, then turned and left. Uchihashu collected the money and followed slowly. Hey, what do you mean by following me? Walking into a forest outside Konoha, Tsunade stopped, looked at Uchihashu behind him, and spoke in a bad tone. Tsunade, you won't forget our promise, will you? Uchihashu glanced at Tsunade and asked in pretended surprise. HMPH, I don't remember any agreement with you, brat. Tsunade started cheating. Promise yourself. I'm afraid you're thinking about farting. Really, it seems that you are planning to be a rascal. Then I can only enforce it. Uchihashu had expected that Tsunade would not obediently fulfill the promise, so he was not surprised to see Tsunade like this. HMPH, let's see if you have the ability. It just so happens that I'm in a bad mood today, so I'll use you to vent my anger. Uchihashu won her so much money today, Tsunade has long been dissatisfied. Now just take advantage of this opportunity to teach this kid a lesson. As soon as Tsunade finished speaking, he rushed towards Uchihashu quickly. Without any fancy moves, he directly attacked Uchihashu with one punch. Wood style, wood ingot wall. Seeing Tsunade rushing over, Uchihashu clapped his hands together, and then a row of wooden pillars stretched out from the ground, surrounding Tsunade. Boom. One time, Tsunade broke Uchihashu's wood-style ninjutsu, but she stayed where she was. Why do you use wood-style jutsu? Tsunade looked at Uchihashu with shock in his eyes. Wood-style, from ancient times to the present only her grandpa can. But now, Uchihashu has also used wood-style ninjutsu. After you fulfill the agreement, I will naturally tell you. Uchihashu looked at Tsunade and smiled lightly. Today I just awakened the wood-style blood succession limit, and I happen to use Tsunade to practice my hands. It seems that if you don't deal with it, you won't be obedient. After hearing Uchihashu's words, Tsunade suppressed the shock in his heart. Today, she must beat Uchihashu. Then let him tell the reason why he has wood style. Boom. Tsunade charged towards Uchiha 0.1 again. But her strength is much worse than that of Uchihashu. Uchihashu didn't even move at the same spot. Various powerful wood-style ninjutsu have exhausted Tsunade. Hateful. After fighting for half an hour, Uchihashu is almost familiar with wood-style ninjutsu. And Tsunade, exhausted by Uchihashu, no more strength to struggle. This look is a bit feminine. Uchihashu casually arranged a barrier around, then clapped his hands together. A wooden house has appeared next to it. It's too late today, just rest here. Uchihashu picked up Tsunade by the waist, and walked into the wooden house. No, tell me why you use wood style first. That's too hasty, UBD. Well, as Uchihashu activated the barrier, there was no sound under the quiet night sky. Chapter 132, Difficult Conan for subscription. Uchihashu, you go away. In a small courtyard of the Uchiha tribe, Uchihashu was lying in Tsunade's arms. Next to him, Jaluluo was kneeling and was feeding fruit into Uchihashu's mouth. What's wrong? This posture is too comfortable, you just make do with it. Seeing Tsunade's blushing face, Uchihashu moved his head deliberately. It's been a week since the last time Tsunade lost a bet to Uchihashu. During this week, Tsunade has completely adapted to her new identity. Uchihashu's woman. It's not that she didn't think of resisting during this period. However, Uchihashu's strength is really too pervert. Whether it's on the bed or off the bed, she has been completely conquered by Uchihashu. Shu, do you think someone will really attack Konoha tonight? Tsunade looked at Uchihashu helplessly, then gave up resistance. Let Uchihashu lie in his arms. I don't know, but it's always good to be careful. Uchihashu ate a mouthful of fruit, and then began to close his eyes 26 to meditate. Tonight, he always felt that there was going to be a fierce battle. Shu, Jiraiya left the village, but before he left the village, he asked me, I hope you can publish his novel in the newspaper. Mentioning Jiraiya, Tsunade sighed. This guy has only been back to the village for a few days, and he is going to travel to the ninja world again. Yes, as long as what he writes is not Xiaowangwen. Naturally, Uchihashu would not refuse this request. Although Jiraiya is lewd, his writing style is outstanding in the Hokage world. In addition to his reputation as Sanin, and now the teacher of 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato. If his novels can be serialized in newspapers, that would surely boost newspaper sales again. By the way, why don't you go to the casino recently? Uchihashu suddenly thought of something. Tsunade has not been to the casino for several days. This surprised Uchihashu. HMPH, it's not because of you, I'm exhausted every day, so I don't have the energy to gamble with others. Besides, I lose so much every time. It's fine to gamble once in a while. If I gamble all the time, I will lose all my family's money. After hearing Tsunade's words, Uchihashu couldn't help kissing Tsunade. I didn't expect that. After Tsunade really became a woman, it was like a different person. She is simply a good wife and mother who was diligent and thrifty. Looking at Tsunade and Jaluluo, Uchihashu stretched comfortably and then fell into a deep sleep. Keep your spirits up, no matter who it is tonight, let him come and go. Minato, am I going to give birth here? In a remote forest in Konaha, Whirlpool Kushina was lying on a bed, her face was a little pale. In order to enhance safety, she has changed more than a dozen places in a day to day. Yes, Kushina, don't worry, I will definitely protect you tonight. Looking at Uzumaki Kushina's face, Namikaze Minato held her hand. In order to prevent someone from taking the opportunity to attack Konaha, he has already made complete preparations. As long as you get through tonight, you can completely relax. I said, there's an old man here, so you don't have to worry. If anyone dares to cause trouble, the old man can solve them all by himself. Looking at Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina, Kurama is confident beside him. In the past few months, it has lived comfortably in Konoha, and its relationship with Kushina is getting better and better. Even without Uchiha Xiu, Kurama felt that he had to protect the Whirlpool Kushina. Otherwise, there will be so many delicacies in the future, no one will take it out to eat. Thank you, Kurama. Hearing Kurama's words, Uzumaki Kushina smiled weakly. Being protected by the tail beast in his body, this feeling moved Kushina very much. As Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, she was strictly restricted from interacting with others since she was a child. Therefore, there are not many friends of Konoha, Uzumaki Kushina. Now that he can become friends with Kurama, Kushina feels like he is in a dream. HMPH, it's just a little effort, don't thank me. After hearing Kushina's words, Kurama snorted proudly. At the same time, I am full of expectations for the upcoming new life. Madara, tonight I will be in charge of attracting the attention of Konoha shinobi fans. Nine-Tails, I leave it to you. Quote, on a high mountain outside Konoha village, Tiandao Pain stared at Konoha coldly. After killing Hanzo, Nagato knew. It turned out that Hanzo who killed Yahiko had the shadow of Shimura Danzō behind him. Although Shimura Danzō is dead now. But, Nagato had to avenge Yahiko's revenge. Taking advantage of this opportunity tonight, let Konoha's ninja feel the pain he felt. Don't worry, just do what you're supposed to do. After Uchiha Obito said something in a low voice, he activated Kamui and disappeared in place. I must create a world where Lin likes me. Pen, are we really going to do this? After Uchiha Obito left, Conan walked up to Tiandao Pain. Didn't Yahiko tell us to come to Konoha to find Uchihashu before he died? If we attack Konoha, wouldn't it be against Yahiko's wishes? Looking at Conan, Tiandao Pain said coldly. That's because Yahiko didn't know that Konoha was behind that conspiracy. Conan, wake up. The kind of peace that Yahiko talked about between people understanding each other doesn't exist at all. I want to make Konoha pay the price, and make the whole ninja world feel the pain. Only in that way, they will not wantonly start a war. This world can also usher in true nuclear peace. The more Tiandao Pain said, the more excited he became, and he couldn't wait any longer. Tonight, he wants these big ninja villages. Also taste the bitter fruit of war. After hearing Nagato's words, Conan fell silent. What Nagato said is true, behind the death of Yahiko, there is the shadow of Konoha shinobi. However, the scene when he met Uchihashu appeared unconsciously in Conan's mind. If one day you really have nowhere to go, don't rush to take revenge on the world, remember to come to me. I will help you. Even the tone of Uchihashu's speech at that time was so sure. Those Scarlet Mangekyo Sharingan seemed to have seen their future. And now, they are about to become enemies with such a guy. Well, it would have been nice if I could have listened to him then. Thinking of Uchihashu's naughty smile, Conan's mood became very bad. She really wanted to find Uchihashu, but Nagato, who grew up together since he was a child, stubbornly wants to attack Konoha. This made Conan very embarrassed. Chapter 133. Naruto is born, the attack begins. Subscribe. Whoa, whoa, the cry of the baby broke the stillness of the night. In the middle of the night, the Whirlpool Kushina finally gave birth to her own child. Minato, quickly bring the child here and show me. Hearing the cry of the child, Uzumaki Kushina weakly opened his eyes. Well, Kushina, this is our child, a boy. At this moment, Namikaze Minato is also very excited. The joy of becoming a father for the first time made this calm man uncontrollably excited. Master Hokage, just give the child to me, and I will wash him up. A ninja in charge of delivery came to the front. The baby was just born and was still dirty. No, you lead the way, and I will go with you. Hearing the midwife's words, Namikaze Minato remembered Uchihashu's advice before. Do not let children out of your sight. In addition to this life, because the relationship between Kushina and Kurama is already very good. Therefore, Namikaze Minato does not need to stay with Kushina to help her strengthen the seal that was loosened by having a child. So Namikaze Minato held the newly born Naruto in his arms to prevent someone from targeting the child and making a surprise attack. Minato, take care of the baby. Seeing Namikaze Minato leave, Uzumaki Kushina looked sad. Don't worry, I will go and come back quickly. Whirlpool Kushina still has Kurama in her body to protect her, so Namikaze Minato is not too worried about Whirlpool Kushina's safety. In addition, a net has been laid outside. If a ninja dares to launch an attack, there will be absolutely no return. You said, there shouldn't be any accidents today, right? Outside the wooden house, two masked Kajbi ninjas were guarding the door, and one of them yawned and asked. There will definitely be no accidents. Today, our entire Konoha has entered a state of high alert, plus Master Shu and Master Hokage. Even if someone wants to make trouble, it will be resolved in an instant. Another Kajbi ninja replied without thinking. Not to mention the village, even the current area. There are more than one layer of sealing techniques alone, and only a few necessary people such as Mr. Hokage and Mr. Shu know the secret codes. Under such strict precautions, if someone can sneak in here without making a sound, it would be a hell of a thing. Understood, but be careful. Quote, after a short chat between the two film crews, they became alert again. Although I didn't think anything would happen in my heart, but the habit formed in the film department for a long time. Still let them not relax at all. Pen, it's time. Looking at Six Paths Pain, Conan reminded softly. Okay, you are responsible for collecting intelligence, and I will do the rest. After hearing Conan's words, Six Paths Pain slowly opened his eyes. Then Shiradao carried the beast Dao on his shoulders, and threw it towards the sky above Konoha. Summoning. After successfully passing through the barrier of Konoha and entering Konoha village, the animal road used the summoning technique. Summoning all the remaining 5 pens into Konoha. coming. Sensing someone breaking in, Uchihashu suddenly opened his eyes. In the next second, the whole person had disappeared in place. Uchiha Obito was also in action while Pen was attacking. The first time it appeared outside the wooden house produced by Uzumaki Kushina. Looking at the 4 Kagaboo ninjas, Uchiha Obito didn't even bother to pay attention. Went straight to the house. He already felt the chakra of 9 tails. Just pull the 9 tails out. That night's plan had already succeeded. Do it. Seeing Uchiha Obito approaching like this, the ninjas from the shadow department looked at each other. Then they shot at the same time. There is a loophole. The 4 ninjas of the shadow department are carefully selected ninjas. Cooperate very well with each other. Even if you meet a cage-level strong person, you can deal with it 1 or 2. Swish. The 4 long knives shone coldly, blocking all the escape routes of the man wearing the tiger-striped mask in front of him. Successful. Seeing the masked man who didn't dodge or evade, the 4 film crew members were all overjoyed. The offensive has been completed, and now it is too late for the masked man to run away. But, to their surprise, after their attack hit the masked man's body, they didn't encounter any obstacles at all. It penetrated directly from the masked man's body. What? How so? Damn it, is it fantasy music? All the attacks failed, and the 4 shadow ninjas were all shocked. Immediately, I thought of illusion. Several people wanted to retreat, but a chill rose in their hearts. Annoying bug. The masked man spoke in a low voice, and at the same time that the Kagaboo ninja's moves failed, he had already launched an attack. Wood style, cutting technique. After a low drink, Uchiha Obito's hand suddenly grew a sharp wooden thorn. Immediately pierced the bodies of the 2 shadows. In the next second, countless wooden thorns pierced through the bodies of the 2 shadow parts. 2 elite jonin. It turned out to be like this, and there was no breath of life in an instant. How come? This is not an illusion. The remaining 2 Kagaboo ninjas were shocked when they saw this scene. As soon as the shot missed, they thought the masked man in front of them was just a phantom. But unexpectedly, he was able to launch an attack. Fire style, great fireball technique. Although they didn't quite understand what was going on, the 2 ninjas from the shadow department chose to retreat immediately. Then he used ninjutsu to attack the masked man. Boom. The huge fireball caused a violent explosion, but the masked man didn't dodge or dodge. He rushed towards the 2 of them quickly. Next second, 2 ninjas from the shadow department also died under the cutting technique. Looks like we've got to make a quick decision. Before launching the attack, Uchiha Obito almost investigated the defense of the entire Konoha. Knowing that Wang Qian's battle just now may have attracted the attention of other ninjas. If he didn't move faster, he might be surrounded. Thinking of this, Uchiha Obito no longer hesitated. Launch Kamui. In the next moment, he appeared beside Kushina, who was Whirlpool. Who are you? The battle outside, the vortex Kushina has already discovered. The man in front of him wearing a tiger-striped mask revealed strangeness everywhere. Not only can it instantly solve the 4 elite ninjas carefully selected by the 4 shadow departments, and mastered wood-style ninjutsu. If it wasn't for the fact that this guy's aura was too cold, Uchiha Kushina almost thought it was Uchihashu pretending. I think it's better for you to worry about yourself. Jin Chiriki. Naturally, Uchiha Obito would not explain it like the Whirlpool Kushina, so he reached out and grabbed the Whirlpool Kushina. Just drag the Vortex Kushina into your own different space, and it's all over. Chapter 134 Nine Tails, are you out of your mind? Seeking subscription. Better worry about yourself, Jinchuriki. After Uchiha Obito finished speaking, he stretched out his hand towards the Whirlpool Kushina. He doesn't like to be procrastinating, as long as he can drag the Vortex Kushina into his own different space. Then his purpose has basically been achieved. Hateful, although I don't know what this masked man wants to do, but it is definitely not a good thing. Uzumaki Kushina wanted to avoid the hand grabbed by the masked man. But just after giving birth, her body was extremely weak. How can it keep up with the speed of the masked man? Kushina. At this moment, Namikaze Minato used the Flying Thunder God technique to instantly appear beside Shinchen, the Whirlpool. Rasengan. With a Rasengan, he immediately attacked the masked man. But, again, Namikaze Minato's attack penetrates directly through the body. It's like hitting the air, as the imprint of the Flying Thunder God left on the Jinchuriki. It seems that Jinchuriki can no longer be dragged into a different dimension. Seeing Namikaze Minato that appeared instantly, Uchiha Obito understood. The body of Uzumaki Kushina definitely has the Flying Thunder God imprint left by Namikaze Minato. If he forcibly drags the Vortex Kushina into his different space now, that's 690 likely to allow Namikaze Minato to discover his secret with the Flying Thunder God sigil. So, Uchiha Obito changed his mind. He's going to unleash Nine Tails on the spot. The attack failed. Is it because the opponent is not an entity? No, judging from the death of the shadow ninja outside, the opponent is definitely an entity that can launch an attack. But at present, ninjutsu and physical attacks are ineffective against it, which does not conform to the characteristics of the entity. What kind of ability is it? Why are there so many barriers, but the opponent can come and go freely? Could it be like me, mastering a special space-time ninjutsu? After a miss, Namikaze Minato's mind became active. He was crazily thinking about the ability of the enemy in front of him. Only by analyzing the opponent's intelligence can he be sure of winning. HMPH, 4th generation, I will get rid of you. But before that, it's better to let your alkalinity suffer. I don't know how you, who have mastered the Flying Thunder God, will feel when you watch your wife die in front of you, but you can't do anything about it. Uchiha Obito snorted coldly when he saw Namikaze Minato, who did not continue to attack. After being blackened under the influence of Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Obito was very dissatisfied with Namikaze Minato. Namikaze Minato, who mastered CGEB, Flying Thunder God, was unable to arrive in time every time when he was in deep distress. It must be because in his heart, performance is more important than the life of his disciples. Since losing your disciple doesn't make you feel regretful, that now, just taste what it's like to lose a loved one. 4th generation project. Thinking of this, Uchiha Obito no longer hesitated. He made mudras with both hands, and then patted on Kushina's stomach. The seal that sealed 9 tails on Kushina was released. Come out, 9 tails. Let Konoha feel your anger. Ha 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 ha. After breaking the seal of the whirlpool Kushina, Uchiha Obito looked up to the sky and smiled. Now that the seal has been removed, 9 tails, who has been imprisoned by Konoha for decades, will definitely escape from Kushina's body. Once the tail beast in the body is lost, then Jinchuriki is a dead end. And the free 9 tails will definitely vent their anger on Konoha. At that time, the entire Konoha will be destroyed by 9 tails and become a ruin. The moment the seal was broken, the ominous chakra of 9 tails filled the entire space. Then, more and more chakra gathered in the air, forms a miniature version of 9 tails. Seeing the appearance of 9 tails, Uchiha Obito was puzzled. Although the 9 tails in front of him are very powerful, but their size is too small, right? The larger the body size, the greater the damage it can cause to Konoha. Well, sir. Hearing the suspicious voice of the masked man, Kurama roared, then quickly condensed a small-tailed beast bomb, and attacked the masked man. How so? Seeing the appearance of 9 tails, Uchiha Obito was stunned. Why is 9 tails attacking me? Shouldn't you hate the person who imprisoned your Konoha? Besides, why don't you take the opportunity to get all out of Jinchuriki's body? You look like this now. Wouldn't all my plans be in vain? Uchiha Obito never imagined that the chance of freedom was at hand. But the 9 tails don't give a damn about him. This makes him go where to reason. Good chance. Taking advantage of the moment when Uchiha Obito was in a daze, Namikaze Minato launched Flying Thunder God, and instantly saved Kushina from Uchiha's ugly hands. Minato, how's our baby? Saved by Namikaze Minato, Uzumaki Kushina is still worried. The child has just been born, but none of the parents are by his side. This made the whirlpool Kushina feel very uncomfortable. The child is in a very safe place, don't worry. I'll take you there now. Looking at the masked man, Namikaze Minato activated Flying Thunder God. Suddenly appeared in a secret room. Place the whirlpool Kushina next to Naruto. Kushina, take a good rest here, I'll come back as soon as I go. Namikaze Minato placed the vortex Kushina, opened the cabinet, and put on the Hokage imperial robe. Minato, be careful. Seeing Namikaze Minato, Uzumaki Kushina said softly. Today's enemies are really weird. She was afraid of something unexpected happening to Namikaze Minato. Don't worry, Shu is still here, nothing will happen. Namikaze Minato showed a gentle smile at the whirlpool Kushina, then activated Flying Thunder God and disappeared in place. And after hearing Namikaze Minato's words, Uzumaki Kushina felt relieved. Yes, and repair it. Nothing will go wrong. The vortex Kushina put her eyes on the newly born Naruto with a gentle look on her face. Inside the cabin, Uchiha Obito and Kurama confront each other. 9 tails, I set you free, do you know that? No, then you still hit me. Are you out of your mind? Kurama's words made Uchiha Obito almost vomit blood. He has worked so hard to plan for so long, and finally found an opportunity to release 9 tails. But 9 tails is fine if he doesn't thank him, and now he has protected his own Jinchuriki. This left Uchiha Obito speechless. HMPH, I don't need you to tell me how to do this, old man. Hearing Uchiha Obito's words, Kurama snorted coldly. Freedom for a moment and freedom for a lifetime. 9 tails can still be distinguished. If it really took this opportunity to run out, then Uchihashu will never spare it. Now this masked man actually bewitched it, let it come out. Isn't this hurting it? If you don't hit you, hit someone. Since this is the case, then I have no choice but to control you. Seeing 9 tails' refusal to cooperate, Uchiha Obito didn't say any more. The tyrannical pupil power radiated out. As long as the Mangekyo Sharingan is used to control 9 tails, then cooperate with Pain's internal and external pincers, and tonight's plan can also be realized. Looks like I came at just the right time. Kurama, thank you for your hard work. Go back and take care of Kushina, leave it to me. Just when Uchiha Obito was about to attack 9 tails, Uchihashu suddenly appeared in front of Kurama. Chapter 135. You remind me of that crane tail, please subscribe. Kurama, I'll just deal with him myself. Uchihashu stared at the tiger-striped masked man with a calm expression on his face. Then I'll go first. Seeing Uchihashu coming, Kurama no longer persisted. For Uchihashu with Rinnegan, no matter who this guy is, neither is Uchihashu's opponent. I asked why 9 tails became like this. It turns out that you are behind the scenes. Seeing Uchihashu, Uchiha Obito gritted his teeth, feeling very angry. It was this guy in front of him who snatched Lin who belonged to him. And Uchihashu used Sharingan to play by him before. Now he also owns the Mangekyo Sharingan. In addition, his body is also combined with white Zetsu cells. Now he is not the same Uchiha Obito. Tonight, he must make Uchihashu pay for what happened before. You also have Mangekyo Sharingan. Who are you? After seeing Uchiha Obito's eyes, Uchihashu asked in pretended surprise. Although he already knew all the information about Uchiha Obito, but Uchihashu didn't want to be exposed like this. That would only make Uchiha Obito more wary of him. HMPH, stupid brat. I am Uchiha Madara. Today is your day of death. Seeing Uchihashu's surprised expression, Uchiha Obito smiled coldly. Since Uchiha Madara's death, he inherited Uchiha Madara's legacy. He has always regarded himself as Uchiha Madara. Take advantage of the intelligence to control opponents as pawns in your hands. This feeling, make Uchiha Obito a treat. Uchiha Madara, are you kidding me? Why do you feel so weak? After hearing Uchiha Obito's words, Uchihashu asked in surprise. Although he is not going to expose Uchiha Obito's identity, it does not prevent him from disgusting Uchiha Obito. Weak, you'll see how ignorant you are now. Uchiha Obito was very angry when he heard Uchihashu's words, because it reminded him of the thing that Uchihashu used illusion before. Die. Uchiha Obito no longer hesitated, tied an iron chain on his own hands, and rushed towards Uchihashu. HMPH, then play with you. Pentagram. Watching the rushing Uchiha Obito, Uchihashu activated the Rinnegon, and then activated the enchantment, Pentagram. In an instant, Uchiha Obito was locked in the center of the pentagram. Rinnegon, how do you have such eyes? Seeing Uchihashu's Rinnegon, Uchiha Obito's heart turned upside down. Having received all of Uchiha Madara's inheritance, he is no longer the ignorant boy he once was. Uchiha Obito knows very well about Rinnegon. Those are the eyes above the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. It is the eye that is said to belong to the Sage of Six Paths. Why now Uchihashu can have Rinnegon? What's wrong? A pair of eyes scares you. Then Uchiha Madara is nothing more than that. Seeing that Uchiha Obito stopped attacking, Uchihashu crossed his arms and looked at Uchiha Obito with disdain. Uchiha Obito, who has been locked by the pentagram, even if he casts Kamui, it is impossible to escape his attack. And Uchiha Obito who lost Kamui, although with the blessing of Mangekyo Sharingan. His strength is at most the level of an elite Jonin. Uchihashu doesn't care about such a level. Damn kid, go to hell. Hearing Uchihashu's taunt, Uchiha Obito attacked again. Even Rinnegon, he is not invincible. However, no matter how hard Uchiha Obito tried, the distance between him and Uchihashu did not change at all. Obviously Uchihashu didn't make any moves, but he could never get close to Uchihashu. Damn, what's going on? Uchiha Obito, who found the abnormality, was shocked and angry. He felt like a clown now. Completely played by Uchihashu in the palm of his hand. Your stupid look reminds me of a guy. Looking at Uchiha Obito, Uchihashu spoke again, with a disdainful smile on his face. That guy is the crane tail of our Uchiha clan. It's called Uchiha Obito. Ah, now it seems that you are exactly the same as him. Looking at Uchiha Obito who was still struggling, Uchihashu shook his head and turned on the mocking mode. Damn it, UBD. After hearing Uchihashu's words, Uchiha Obito couldn't calm down anymore. What is the crane tail of the Uchiha family? Ask for flowers. In the eyes of Uchihashu, did he behave so badly before? So mad. See if I don't beat you to death today. Kamui. The furious Uchiha Obito wants to launch Kamui to get close to Uchihashu, and then engages in melee combat with Uchihashu. As long as I can let myself touch Uchihashu, Uchiha Obito has the confidence to win this battle. However, what Uchiha Obito did not expect was that Kamui failed to activate. How can this be? Unable to start Kamui, Uchiha Obito finally panicked. For a long time, he relied on Kamui's ability to be able to thrive. Now Kamui is invalid. Then he studied the fighting style after opening Mangekyo Sharingan. 0. Is it completely useless? Oh, it seems that there seems to be something terrible on your side. Then I can't miss this opportunity, so you can die obediently. Seeing Uchiha Obito froze in place, Uchihashu knew that his Kamui had failed. Uchihashu had expected this result. Uchiha Obito has been locked by the pentagram, as long as it is within the range of the pentagram. All space is under his control, unless Uchiha Obito's pupil power can be stronger than him. Otherwise, it would be wishful thinking to activate Kamui. Wood style, sleepy. Uchihashu formed a mudra with his hands, and 4 wood style clones that were exactly the same as his body appeared on the other 4 corners of the pentagram. Damn, how can you use wood style? Seeing this scene, Uchiha Obito almost collapsed on the spot. What's happening here? After opening Mangekyo Sharingan and transplanting white Zetsu cells, Uchiha Obito always thought he was perverted enough. But unexpectedly, after meeting Uchihashu today, I found out that Uchihashu is the real pervert. Any ninjutsu is countless times weirder than his Kamui. Compared with him, I am no different from ordinary people. Fire style fire extinguished. Ignoring the shocked Uchiha Obito, Uchihashu and the 4 wood style clones clapped their hands together. And then launched the extremely powerful fire style ninjutsu from 5 directions at the same time. The enormous power of the overwhelming flame carrier instantly made Uchiha Obito's figure submerged in the sea of flames and died. Chapter 136, Powerless to Resist for Subscription. Boom. In the center of Konaha village, a burst of thick smoke rose, and then several huge summoning beasts appeared in front of everyone. Not good, there are enemies, hurry up and organize everyone to evacuate. Why did the enemy appear here? Damn it, why didn't they receive any information? Don't panic, let Hokage-sama and Tsukumo-sama know first, I'll hold them back first. The remaining people follow the plan and must minimize the loss. Although the incident happened suddenly, the ninjas in the shadow department responded quickly. Some people went to evacuate the crowd, some people went to inform Namikaze Minato and Hitaki Tsukumo, and some people rushed towards the place where the riot broke out. Ah, help, why is the village still being attacked by the enemy? Who will help me? My father is crushed by the gravel, can anyone save my father? Damn it, is it another sneak attack by the enemy country? Under the destruction of several huge summoning beasts, Konoha quickly fell into chaos. Especially civilians who are not even ninjas. They were sleeping soundly at night, but suddenly, 067, was awakened by a loud noise. As soon as he went out, he saw a huge monster wreaking havoc in the center of Konoha. The ninjas who stabbed the organization immediately went to control the enemy, and they couldn't let them continue to destroy Konoha. The ninjas of the health organization are responsible for protecting the safe evacuation of the masses and preventing the other party from attacking civilians. Act now, yes. As soon as the summoning beast appeared, Hitaki Tsukumo had already commanded the ninjas of the shadow department to carry out various tasks in an orderly manner. After assigning everyone's work, Hitaki Tsukumo didn't hesitate anymore when he saw the people who had begun to evacuate in an orderly manner. Directly a body flicker technique came to the center of the village. Tsukumo, you're here. Fourth generation, who is the enemy? When Hitaki Tsukumo arrived, Namikaze Minato had already confronted the enemy. I don't know, but one thing can be determined. The 6 people on the opposite side seem a little too strong. After hearing Hitaki Tsukumo's words, Namikaze Minato's face was very serious. On the opposite side, the 6 guys wearing red clouds and black-bottomed robes, each of them has the same eyes as Uchiha Xiu. This shocked Namikaze Minato. 6 pairs Rinnegon. This, how to fight. Fix it. Seeing Namikaze Minato's appearance, Hitaki Tsukumo also understood the difficulty of the opponent, so he drew the short blade. Get ready to fight with Namikaze Minato. Xiu, I don't know. However, a ninja wearing a tiger stripe mask attacked Kushina before, so Xiu probably fought with that ninja. Feeling the strong oppressive force on the opposite side, Namikaze Minato felt so uncertain for the first time. He didn't know where this group of experts who were far above the average cage level came from. And why did they suddenly attack Konoha? But, he knows a little bit. That is, if you can't stop this group of guys, then Konoha will be in danger. Summoning. Boom. Following Namikaze Minato's movements, 3 huge toads descended from the sky and appeared behind Namikaze Minato. Minato boy, what's going on? Toad Bunta was startled when he saw the turmoil in Konoha. With Konoha's powerful strength, how could such a scene appear? Boss, the specific things can only be explained later. Now, please help me get rid of those giant summoning beasts. Namikaze Minato looked at Bunta Toad without explaining. The situation is critical now, but there is not so much time to waste. Understood. Leave those guys to us. Hearing Namikaze Minato's words, Gama Bunta also knew that now is not the time to chat. Then he drew out the long knife, led the remaining 2 toads, and attacked the summoning beast summoned by the beast way. Who the hell are you guys? Why attack Konoha? After watching Gama Bunta leave, Namikaze Minato looked at 6 Paths Pain again. Obviously, judging by the costumes of these guys. Obviously an organization, but he never heard of it. Which organization in the ninja world can actually have such strength? The purpose of attacking Konoha is to let you clearly feel the pain caused by the war. The purpose, of course, is for world peace. As for who we are, you can call us gods. After hearing Namikaze Minato's words, Tiandao Pain stood up and explained with a blank expression. God, for peace. What are you kidding? Hearing Tiandao Pain's words, Namikaze Minato was very angry. Attack Konoha for the sake of peace. What the hell logic is this? But Namikaze Minato was more serious in his heart. The guy who owns Renegon and calls himself God. The strength is absolutely very strong. Forget it, if you don't get rid of your Hokage, then our next actions should also encounter trouble. Let's take this opportunity and kill you directly. God Pain no more words. Next moment, 6 Paths Pain launched an attack on Namikaze Minato and Hitaki Tsukumo. Damn Uchiha Xiu. When the smoke cleared, the figure of Uchiha Obito was revealed. Under Uchiha Xiu's extremely powerful fire-style ninjutsu, Uchiha Obito cannot activate Kamui. You can only use defensive ninjutsu to resist this wave of attacks. However, the defensive ninjutsu he unleashes, compared to Uchiha Xiu's fire-style ninjutsu. It's not a class at all. If it weren't for the tenacious vitality of white Zetsu cells, Uchiha Obito was already dead just after Uchiha Xiu's blow. But even so, Uchiha Obito is now seriously injured. There are burn marks all over the body. Hey, you didn't die. It seems that you are indeed stronger than that crane tail. Uchiha Xiu saw that Uchiha Obito blocked his own attack, and continued to taunt. Disrupting the mentality of the opponent in battle can often give oneself a greater advantage. Naturally, Uchiha Xiu will not let go of something that can be done with just a few words. I was careless. Uchiha Obito dragged his seriously injured body and stood up with difficulty. He already knew. Ability of Uchiha Xiu Eyes. It is definitely a space that can control an area. Only in this way can he be unable to activate Kamui. If he could have known earlier, then Uchiha Obito would never let himself appear in Uchihashu's sight. No, you are not careless, but you are not my evidence at all. Hearing Uchiha Obito's words, Uchihashu shook his head. Compared with him, the current Uchiha Obito is still far behind. Boom. Just when Uchihashu wanted to continue chatting with Uchiha Obito for a while, there was a loud roar in the distance. Immediately afterwards, several huge summoning beasts appeared in the direction of Konaha. It seems that you have other helpers. Seeing the familiar summoning beast, Uchihashu knew that tonight, Nagato was also involved. It seems that, under his butterfly effect, some things have already begun to become different from the original. Get rid of you first. Knowing that Nagato has already wreaked havoc in the village, Uchihashu has no time to continue playing with Uchiha Obito. Instead, 0.6 launched an attack directly against the seriously injured Uchiha Obito. Wind style, Spiral Shuriken. With a low shout, 5 huge spiral shurikens rushed towards Uchiha Obito from 5 directions at the same time. In the next second, a huge explosion occurred. Without Kamui, Uchiha Obito can't dodge at all, only able to forcibly accept these 5 huge spiral shurikens. Boom. Next second, under the huge power of the spiral shuriken, Uchiha Obito melted directly. What a troublesome fellow. Uchihashu didn't hear the kill prompt coming from his mind, and sighed. It is not so easy to deal with ninjas who possess the ninjutsu of Izanagi. Should at least keep Obito quiet for a while, though. After speaking, Uchihashu rushed towards Konoha village. 6 Paths pen must be dealt with as soon as possible. Otherwise, it would be troublesome for Nagato to release a super in Konoha. He doesn't have the cunning of Naruto, who can make Nagato sacrifice himself and bring everyone back to life. Chapter 137 Namikaze Minato in desperation for subscription. Boom. Being knocked into the air again, Namikaze Minato and Hitaki Tsukumo looked at 6 Paths pain in embarrassment. The fear in their eyes became heavier. No matter what method they use, the opponent can always easily resolve it, and then counterattack. They didn't even have the chance to fight in close quarters. Stupid mortals, it is impossible for you to defeat me as a god. Be obedient and die, it will be good for both of us. Tiandao Pain stepped forward with indifferent eyes, holding a black stick in each hand. Shenluo Tianjiang, a strong repulsive force acted on the black sticks, and the 2 sharp black sticks rushed towards Namikaze Minato and Hitaki Tsukumo in an instant. Flying Thunder God. Seeing the black stick, Namikaze Minato shrank his pupils, then activated the Flying Thunder God technique, and disappeared in place instantly. In the next second, the figure of Namikaze Minato appeared behind Pain and Kido. Rasengan. With a low shout, the Rasengan in Namikaze Minato's hand hit the Hungry Kido on the head. Namikaze Minato is completely in the blind spot of Hungry Kido's field of vision at the moment, and he teleported there with Flying Thunder God. Therefore, for this hit, Namikaze Minato is bound to win. Sealing technique absorption. However, what Namikaze Minato did not expect was that Kido seemed to have eyes behind him. The moment Namikaze Minato appeared, the sealing technique was activated. Absorbed the Rasengan from Namikaze Minato's hand. At the same time, the arm of Shimura Danzō next to him mutated, and several mechanical wires wound towards Minato. Flying Thunder God. Seeing this scene, Namikaze Minato could only give up the attack, launch the Flying Thunder God, and return to a safe place again. It seems that you are able to use these kunai to perform space movement. Tiandao Pain looked at the characteristic kunai on the ground, and analyzed the relevant information about Namikaze Minato. Damn, why is this happening? Namikaze Minato felt very sad. In his usual battles, he mostly uses the Flying Thunder God, coupled with his own powerful reaction nerves, to continuously launch attacks in the blind spots of the enemy's field of vision, thus winning the battle. But today, against these 6 guys with Rinnegan, Namikaze Minato was completely passive, because, no matter which direction he launches the attack, the opponent can react immediately. And use the corresponding ninjutsu to resolve his moves. Tsukumo, are you alright? Namikaze Minato looked at Hitaki, but found that Hitaki's shoulder had been pierced by a black stick. At this time, he was half kneeling on the ground, and it seemed that it was difficult to continue fighting. 4th generation, be careful with this black stick, it's weird. Not only is it incredibly hard, but it also disrupts the chakra in the body. After hearing what Namikaze Minato said, Hitaki shared the information he had obtained. Just now, when I saw the black stick rushing towards me, Hitaki Tsukumo habitually wanted to chop it off with a knife, but unexpectedly, at the moment of contact with the black stick, his short blade broke in 2, and the black stick inserted into his body in an instant, and constantly disturbed the chakra in his body. As a result, he no longer even has the strength to pull out the black stick. Give up useless resistance. Shenluo Tianjiang, with Tiandao Pain shouting loudly, with him as the center. Everything was ruthlessly pushed away. Namikaze Minato and Hitaki Tsukumo also flew out under this power. He fell heavily into the ruins. Is this the power of the Rinnegan? It's really powerful. Namikaze Minato struggled to climb up from the ruins. The repulsive force just now was extremely domineering, and it pushed him hundreds of meters away. Hitaki Tsukumo on the other side was even more unbearable. Under this blow, he passed out directly. Namikaze Minato took the opportunity to pull the black stick out of Hitaki's body, and then used the Flying Thunder God to put it in a safe place. I don't know what's going on with Xiu, I must hold them back before Xiu arrives. Looking at the six pain not far away, Namikaze Minato gritted his teeth again and rushed out. Now he already knew that facing these six guys, he had absolutely no chance of winning. But he still can only choose to fight to the end. For, if even he were defeated, in the whole Konoha, no one can stop these six guys. Therefore, Namikaze Minato must work hard before Uchihashu arrives. Let these six guys minimize the damage to Konoha. Stupid bug. Seeing Namikaze Minato appearing again, Pain raised his arm. Universal pull. A powerful suction instantly acted on Namikaze Minato's body. Under this suction, Namikaze Minato's body uncontrollably rushed towards Tiandao Pain. Even the operation of chakra in the body has been affected. Die. Seeing Namikaze Minato rushing over, Tiandao Pain stretched out a black stick from his hand. As long as Namikaze Minato is sucked in, he will be pierced through the heart by a black stick in an instant. Flying Thunder God. At the critical moment, Namikaze Minato launches Flying Thunder God again. Transferred again. It's really difficult. Seeing Namikaze Minato disappearing in front of him, Pain frowned. But in the next second, the figure of Namikaze Minato appeared behind Shiradao. Swish. A slash. Shiradao's head was instantly chopped off by the sharp kunai. It worked. Namikaze Minato was overjoyed. When Shiradao attacked him with a mechanical rope, he left the mark of Flying Thunder God on Shiradao. Now, taking advantage of the unpreparedness of the opponent, he successfully eliminated a difficult enemy with one blow. Why can he appear there? 393 saw that Shiradao was killed. Tiandao Pain showed a trace of doubt on his face. Just now he has used the Shinluo Tianjang to clean up all the surrounding Flying Thunder God kunai. But unexpectedly, Namikaze Minato was able to use Flying Thunder God to get close. Forget it. Anyway, judging by his appearance, he is already at the end of his battle. Universal pull. Tiandao Pain once again raised his hands, and Namikaze Minato was sucked in uncontrollably again. Flying Thunder God. Universal pull. Flying Thunder God. Shinluo Tianjang. Boom. Once again fell heavily on the ground. Namikaze Minato had no strength to stand up again. The continuous use of Flying Thunder God has exhausted the chakra in his body. Moreover, in the battle just now, Namikaze Minato discovered that he had to kill Shiradao with all his efforts. It was resurrected. Shu, if you don't come again, I'm afraid I'm going to die here. Seeing Pain walking slowly in front of him, Namikaze Minato smiled wryly. If the battlefield wasn't in the village, he wouldn't be so passive. But in order to protect the village as much as possible, Namikaze Minato can only fight the six Pain head-on. Feel the pain. 4th generation project. Tiandao Pain looked at Namikaze Minato who had no resistance, and took out a black stick in his hand. Then it hit Namikaze Minato's head. Chapter 138 Let the world feel the pain. Subscribe. No, is Master 4th generation about to die like this? No, I'm going out to stop them. Lord 4th generation must not die here. Calm down, this is the order of Lord 4th generation. With our strength, going out is just a death in vain. Then I can't just watch Lord 4th generation die like this. Yes, me too. Master 4th generation fought to this extent to protect the village. How can I survive here? Rush out, must save Lord 4th generation. When Namikaze Minato fell into desperation, the ninjas of the Shadow Department and the ninjas of each family couldn't bear it anymore. Hundreds of ninjas all rushed to Pain's 6 paths, trying to save Namikaze Minato from them. Have all the bugs come out. It's just right, let them feel the despair I once felt. Probably only in this way, they will truly hope for peace. Seeing the Konoha shinobi rushing out, Tendo Pain suddenly changed his mind. He is not going to kill Namikaze Minato so easily. He wants to give hope to this group of Konoha shinobi, and then make them despair. Just like how he felt when Yahiko died. This pain, he wants everyone in the ninja world to experience it. Swish. Randomly insert 6 black sticks on Namikaze Minato's body, blocking Namikaze Minato's actions. Then Tiandao Pain set his sights on the Konoha shinobi rushing over. Everyone, don't come here, you are not their match. Run quickly, you will lose your life if you do this. Damn it, why didn't you obey the order? Watching the ninja rushing up, Namikaze Minato is so flawed. Namikaze Minato understood from the fight against Pen's 6 paths just now. These guys are definitely not able to win simply by relying on numbers. Unless Uchihashu can arrive, otherwise, no matter how many people are, they will just die in vain. Master 4th generation, please allow us to protect you. Yes, you have done your best for the village, this time, let us protect you. Isn't it our duty as ninjas to die to protect the village? A ninja who doesn't follow orders is a waste, and a ninja who doesn't cherish the lives of his companions is even worse than a waste. Isn't that what you and Master Shu told us back then? As long as you hold them back, when Lord Shu arrives, you will be able to finish off the enemy. After hearing Namikaze Minato's words, none of the ninjas chose to retreat, but stood unswervingly in front of Pain's 6 paths. During the period when Namikaze Minato and Uchihashu were in charge of the village, they have already won the approval of most ninjas in the village. Such fire and shadow are objects worthy of their efforts to protect. Therefore, even at the expense of life, these ninjas are also willing to fight to the end for Namikaze Minato and Uchihashu. Everyone, you must work hard, Shu will definitely rush over. Seeing the appearance of these ninjas, listening to their words, Namikaze Minato's eyes became firm again. Such a Konoha will never be defeated by the enemy. Interesting show. Pain also heard the conversation between Namikaze Minato and Konoha Shinobi, and couldn't help but sneer. This scene reminded him of the past. He was once such a naive one. But, innocence did not bring peace to the land of rain, but instead brought about an intensified war. Even Yahiko died under the conspiracy of Konoha and Hanzo. So, after hearing the conversation between Konoha Shinobi and Namikaze Minato, Pain just feels sick now. The will of fire is not something a guy like you can understand. That's right, let's go together and get rid of them. Yes, although the other party is very strong, so many of us are not easy to provoke. As long as Master Shu is dragged, these hateful guys will definitely pay the price. Although I have no confidence that I can defeat these 6 enemies that even the 4th generation and Hitaki Tsukumo cannot defeat. However, if they wait until Uchihashu arrives, they are still very confident. Meat Bomb Chariot, Fire Style, Great Fireball Technique, Wind Style, Great Breakthrough. Hundreds of Konoha's ninjas all rushed to Pain's 6 paths together, and all kinds of ninjutsu were released on Pain's 6 paths. Shinluo Tianjang, faced with overwhelming attacks, 6 paths Pain didn't even have the slightest intention of dodging. Tiandao Pain just slightly raised his arm, and then sent out all the ninjutsu and attacks as soon as he sent out Shinluo Tianjang. How can it be? The attack just now didn't have the slightest effect. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Why have I never heard of it? Did Master 4th generation fight such a monster for so long? It's terrible, just one move, and it blocked all the attacks of so many of us. Seeing that Tiandao Pain blocked all the attacks lightly, all the ninjas on Konoha's side were shocked. Hundreds of them tried their best to output, but it didn't have the slightest effect. Not even a speck of dust stuck to the other party's clothes. No matter how many bugs there are, it doesn't change the fact that they are bugs. Next, feel the pain. Shinluo Tianjang, boom. Following Tiandao Pain's loud shout, a powerful repulsive force filled the past in all directions. Hundreds of Konoha shinobi warriors had no room for resistance in front of this force. Everyone was instantly thrown into the air, then flew a distance of hundreds of meters, and finally fell heavily to the ground. Damn, this kind of power, is he really a god? You can defeat hundreds of people with a single blow. Why have you never heard of such a strong man before? It's ridiculous. With so many of us, we can't even delay for a while. Is Konoha really going to be destroyed by the hands of these mere 6 people? Watching the battle from the sidelines and participating in the battle in person are 2 completely different feelings. After truly feeling Pain's power, a sense of despair rose in everyone's heart. That godlike power, with just one blow, killed more than half of them. Ants, now you know how ignorant you were before. Don't worry, I will let you feel, Wang Zhaozhao, what despair is. Next, just destroy Konoha. Hundreds of Konoha shinobi fighters were crushed with one blow. Tiandao Pain showed no expression on his indifferent face. As if all of this was just as it should be. Now, he has no patience to continue playing. He wants to give this number 1 ninja village a devastating blow. Let this group of ninjas yelling about the will of fire die a painful death in despair. Under the horrified eyes of everyone, Tiandao Pain's legs slowly left the ground, and the whole person flew into the air. Under the bright moonlight, Tiandao Pain is like a legendary god, staring at the people on the ground indifferently. And the ninjas on the ground are sinners who are about to meet God's judgment. Yes, Tiandao Pain has decided he wants to use the power of God to judge and punish these ignorant ninjas. HMPH, let the world feel the pain. After Tiandao Pain finished speaking, he slowly closed his eyes. Chapter 139. How many floors does a bag of rice have to carry for subscription? A bag of rice can withstand several floors. Feel the pain. A bag of rice can resist the 2nd floor. Think pain. It's too much for a bag of rice. Accept the pain. Let me wash a bag of rice. Understand the pain. I washed so much mud in a bag of rice. People who don't understand pain. And those piles of black tiles, Wakela, one cannot understand true peace. Following Tiandao Pain's whispers, Tiandao Pain's power in midair became stronger and stronger. That strong sense of oppression, even the former Uchiha Xiu, seems to be inferior. Under this strong sense of oppression, all the Konoha shinobi were desperate. Everyone fell to the ground, and there was no longer any thought of resistance in their hearts. Now, an absurd thought subconsciously rose up in everyone's mind. Perhaps, the figure in midair, this is the true god of the ninja world. Although everyone knew clearly that the figure in midair would probably cause immeasurable damage to Konoha with the next blow. But including Namikaze Minato, no one can stop it. A feeling of despair spread among the crowd. 793 inches. Are you going to die? Aren't you kidding? Such a guy, even if Mr. Shu comes, it is impossible to defeat him. This force is probably 100 times stronger than before. Under such an impact, the entire Konoha will be destroyed. Now I'm a little lucky that Master Shu didn't rush over. When encountering such an enemy, Master Shu probably has nothing to do. Unfortunately, my child has not yet been born. What a pity. Everyone stared blankly at the figure in midair. It's like devout believers, listening carefully to the judgment that God is about to issue to them. In the night sky, Tiandao Pain's accumulated strength has reached the strongest, and his aura has also reached its peak. He raised his arms high, without a trace of emotion in the indifferent Rinnegon. A deep voice also slowly came out of his mouth, resounding through the entire night sky. There is mud everywhere. Start now. Who gave you a bag of rice to make the world feel the pain? Spicy Tiansen, Shinra Tianjiang. Following Tiandao Pain's words, a palpitating power emanated from Tiandao Pain's body, and it seemed that in the next second, this destructive power will completely destroy the entire Konoha. Just when everyone was desperately preparing to meet the final outcome, another figure appeared in midair. In the nick of time, he kicked the guy who claimed to be a god away. Damn, luckily I caught up. Otherwise, if I let you carry the rice, Konoha will really be finished. In midair, Uchihashu patted his chest and let out a long sigh of relief. A little later, the entire war will be set up by the terrorist, Nagato. Look, someone kicked the enemy away. Who is it? It's too far away, I can't see clearly at all. It's Master Shu. It was Master Shu who stopped the enemy just now. Is it really Master Shu? Has Master Shu finally arrived? As Uchihashu gradually fell back to the ground, everyone in Konoha finally saw his figure clearly. At the critical juncture, Master Shu actually saved all of them. Great, Master Shu is here, now we are saved. Huh, Master Shu's eyes are actually the same as those of the enemy. Master Shu, you must be careful. This time, the opponent is very strong. Even Master 4th Generation and Lord Shuo teamed up and were easily defeated. What are you afraid of? This ninja world, the guy who can defeat Lord Shu, I'm afraid he hasn't been born yet. Although Pain's strength left a deep shadow on the hearts of everyone in Konoha before, but the same. Uchihashu is also the out-and-out god of war in the hearts of everyone in Konoha. In the heart of Konoha shinobi, Uchihashu is unbeatable Tsige. This is not blind worship, but the image that Uchihashu created abruptly through repeated battles. So after Uchihashu came, all the Konoha shinobi cheered. It seemed that in front of Uchihashu, even Pain, who was invincible and godlike just now, would definitely be easily defeated. Minato, you are really in a mess. Uchihashu smiled lightly, walked to Namikaze Minato's side, and pulled out the black rod stuck on his body. Shu, the enemy is very powerful, are you sure? Namikaze Minato looked at Uchihashu with a heavy face. The stronger the strength, the more you can feel the power of Pain, so Namikaze Minato is not blindly optimistic like other ordinary ninjas. It's just a few puppets, nothing more. After hearing Namikaze Minato's words, Uchihashu smiled lightly. If he doesn't have Rinnegan, it's hard to say whether he will win or lose against Pain's 6 paths. But, also in the case of owning Rinnegan, but also owning Sage Body. Pain's 6 paths, Uchihashu really didn't pay attention. Puppet. After hearing Uchihashu's words, Namikaze Minato looked at Pain in surprise. No wonder he always felt something was wrong when he was fighting just now. Especially Shirado, who can launch all kinds of missiles and laser cannons from his body. If it was a puppet, then everything would make sense. No wonder they were able to be resurrected. They turned out to be just a group of puppets. Namikaze Minato has no doubts about Uchihashu's words. Since Uchihashu said that the person on the opposite side is a puppet, there must be no mistake. Unexpectedly, I was forced to this point by a few puppets. Even, the whole Konoha was almost destroyed in the hands of the other party. Namikaze Minato smiled wryly, with some guilt on his face. He is a Hokage, he can't even protect the village. This made him feel a little uncomfortable. You don't have to feel guilty, the puppet on the opposite side is a bit special, even if it's the main body, it's almost the same strength. And, didn't you say it before, you are Konoha's fire, and I am Konoha's shadow. There's nothing like fighting the enemy, isn't there me? Sensing Namikaze Minato's emotion, Uchihashu gave a voice of comfort. Now Namikaze Minato doesn't have 9 tails in his body, chakra is pitifully less compared to Pain. It is impossible to enter 9 tails chakra mode. In addition, to protect Konoha, he had to fight Pain head-on. Therefore, even if it is lost, it is reasonable. Yes, it's me, Shu, then the next battle will be up to you. After hearing Uchihashu's words, Namikaze Minato finally smiled in relief, and stepped aside with the rest of the ninjas. Let the next battle be in the hands of Uchiha Xiu. Chapter 140 Uchiha Xiu, I officially invite you to join Akatsuki. Seeking subscription. Watching Namikaze Minato lead the crowd away, Uchiha Xiu turned and looked at 6 paths Pain. Needless to say, Nagato became like this, Shimura Danzō must be inseparable. Uchiha Xiu admires Shimura Danzō. This guy has no other skills, but he is very familiar with this kind of thing. Even he didn't realize exactly what time Shimura Danzō went and fed Yahiko with Hanzo. Are you Uchiha Xiu? Why do you have such eyes? Seeing Rinnegan in Uchiha Xiu's eyes, Tiandao Pain can no longer maintain his previous indifference. This is the legendary fairy eye. This world, shouldn't he be the only one who is qualified to have such eyes? Even teacher Jiraiya said that he might be the real chosen one. He is the son of prophecy who can bring about changes in the ninja world. After killing Hanzo, Nagato himself thinks so, even has been a god himself. But now, why does Uchiha Xiu in front of me have the same eyes as him? It seems that you didn't follow my advice at the beginning. Tragedies still happen. Seeing Yahiko made into Tiandao Pain, Uchiha Xiu couldn't help shaking his head and sighing. If Yahiko is not dead, there is a high probability that Nagato will not be blackened. That way, Uchiha Xiu might be able to bring Nagato into his fold. After all, Nagato's strength, needless to say, if you let it work for you, whether it is to unify the ninja world or deal with the invading Ōtsutsuki in the future, he will be a good helper. But now, everything is not easy to say. The blackened Nagato is a very stubborn guy. Tragedies happen because people haven't experienced real pain. And I was born for this. Uchiha Xiu, your strength can help me and bring peace to this ninja world. Now I officially invite you to join Akatsuki. Uchiha Xiu once reminded them to be careful about Hanzo, and also predicted that they would fight Hanzo to the death sooner or later. Pity, they were too naive at first. In addition to Conan, neither Yahiko nor Nagato took Uchiha Xiu's words to heart. Now, everything is developing as Uchiha Xiu expected. Therefore, Nagato still recognizes the strength of Uchiha Xiu. In addition, it is now discovered that Uchiha Xiu also has the same eyes as him. So Tiandao Pain spoke directly, wanting to invite Uchiha Xiu into the Xiao organization. Together with him, fight for the nuclear peace in the ninja world. What? He actually wants to invite Master Xiu to join what Xiao organization? I'm afraid he is crazy. Mr. Xiu is the shadow of our Konoha, how could he join their side? It's really hateful, he must be afraid of Master Xiu's strength, that's why he came up with such a method. I'm laughing to death, temporarily digging the wall, or digging Mr. Xiu. Could it be that this person just got kicked by Mr. Xiu and made him stupid? Master Xiu, don't listen to his nonsense, he killed many of our companions. After hearing Tiandao Pain's words, the ninjas on Konoha's side laughed angrily. I have seen shameless, I have never seen such shameless. Want to engage in this kind of conspiracy after feeling the strength of Master Xiu. I bother. Hearing Konoha shinobi's curses, Tendo Pain's expression didn't change much. Because in his eyes, those Konoha ninjas are just a group of poor maggots. God, how can I have the same knowledge as insects? Join Akatsuki, I think you should join Konoha. As long as you can abide by the law and reform in the future, then I will give you a chance to reform yourself. Not to mention other Konoha shinobi, even Uchiha Xiu laughed after hearing Tendo Pain's words. I really don't know what is going on in Nagato's mind. At this time, he still wanted to pull him into Xiao's organization. Yeah, it seems that you refused. It's a pity, so the only way to get rid of you. Hearing Uchiha Xiu's words, Tiandao Pain knows. Today, there must be a battle between the two of them. Let him join Konoha, give him a chance to reform. Conan, do you want to follow Nagato to the dark? Didn't I tell you at the beginning that you should not rush to take revenge on the world and come to me first? Looking at the 1,000 origami cranes in the air, Uchiha Xiu waved. For Conan, he still has a good impression. Now that Nagato is on the opposite side, Uchiha Xiu didn't want to involve Conan. Hearing Uchiha Xiu's words, Conan knew that his disguise had been discovered. Ask for flowers, so he appeared. We didn't choose to listen to you in the first place. Why? Conan was also very uncomfortable inside. She herself wanted to find Uchiha Xiu, and before Yahiko died, she told her and Nagato the same way. But Nagato disagreed, thinking that Konoha was also involved in Yahiko's death. Even wanting to take revenge on Konoha, Conan persuaded Nagato several times but did not move. So, until today, Conan did not take the initiative to find Uchiha Xiu. Conan, you go there. Tiandao Pain suddenly spoke. Pain. Hearing the voice, Conan looked at Tiandao Pain in surprise. Has Nagato changed his mind? This is Yahiko's last wish. Although I don't agree with it, I don't want to force you to make the same choice as I did. Tiandao Pain looked at Conan in midair, his expression finally softened a lot. In fact, he still has a few words left unsaid. Until now, he has not received any news about Uchiha Madara. Ninetales has not appeared as planned. Thinking of Uchiha Xiu coming here so late, that means Uchiha Madara is likely to be defeated by Uchiha Xiu. Even Uchiha Madara failed, he is also not sure that he can beat Uchiha Xiu who also has Rinnegan. But if Conan joins Uchiha Xiu, no matter who wins this battle, Conan will not be in danger. No, Pain, your body needs my care. Conan eventually rejected Pen's proposal. Now that Nagato has lost the ability to move, she can't leave this companion who grew up together. Okay, Conan, as long as you don't make a move, I won't do anything to you. Uchiha Xiu didn't intend to force Conan to join the team. He also knows that the friendship between Conan and Nagato for so many years cannot be cut off so easily. And, keep Nagato and Conan, he is still useful. Conan, step back. After hearing Uchiha Xiu's words, Pain walked to the front, a pair of powerful Rinnegan exuding amazing pupil power, staring at Uchiha Xiu coldly. And Uchiha Xiu also stepped forward and stood in front of Pain's 6 paths, exuding a suffocating sense of oppression. War. One Touch 2. Chapter 141. It's easy to subscribe. A gust of wind blew by, lifting the hem of the clothes of several people on the field. Uchiha Xiu and Pen's 6 paths are standing face to face. The state of both sides has been adjusted to the peak. War. One touch. You said, can Lord Xiu win this battle? Why do I feel a little bit uncertain? It goes without saying that Master Xiu will definitely win. Master Xiu has fought so many battles. Have you ever seen Master Xiu lose? However, after all, there are 6 people on the other side, and each of them has the same eyes as Master Xiu. How do you look at it? Master Xiu is also the disadvantaged party. No, what's the matter with you? Didn't you still have full confidence in Master Xiu just now? Why do you say that now? It made me feel a little bit confused. Okay, everyone, don't worry, Xiu will definitely not lose, I believe in Xiu. Listening to everyone's discussion, Namikaze Minato looked at Uchiha Xiu's back and nodded firmly. Uchiha Xiu, the person he admired the most in his 890 life. Even if the opponent is tough this time, Uchihashu will never fail. I also believe in Master Shu. What's wrong with the crowd on the other side? It's not that Master Shu has never experienced such a battle. Yes, like Raikage, Mizukage, etc., aren't they also beaten by Master Shu? Come on Master Shu will definitely defeat the enemy. Master Shu, come on. Master Shu, we will always support you. Master Shu, show them some color and let them know how powerful our Konoha is. Namikaze Minato's words once again made Konoha's ninja strengthen his confidence. Even Hokage trusts Master Shu so unconditionally. So what do they have to worry about? It seems that Konoha's ninjas have a lot of confidence in you. This is better, I will beat you later, and then let them feel the real despair. Finally, let them perish together with the entire Konoha in despair. Hearing the cry of Konoha shinobi, Tendo Pain said coldly. He wants to break the unrealistic illusions of these bugs with his own hands. Then let me see the strength you are proud of. I hope you don't disappoint me. Seeing Pain's six paths who was already in an offensive posture, Uchihashu moved his body a bit. Although I don't intend to deal with Nagato right now, but put Pain's six paths, especially destroying Yahiko's body, Uchihashu is still happy to do it. Then let you see, the power of God. After Pain finished speaking, he started directly. Shira Dao's arm instantly turned into a laser cannon. Swish, a laser beam shot towards Uchihashu. Boom, a violent explosion sounded, Uchihashu's figure was engulfed in smoke and dust. But Pain didn't mean to relax at all. He knows, Uchihashu is definitely not so easy to defeat. Boom, boom, boom. Finally, after a full minute of bombardment, Shuradao panted slightly, stopped, and stared closely at the place where Uchihashu had just stood. Pain never thought that the attack just now could deal with Uchihashu. However, even if he can withstand such a powerful attack, Uchihashu will definitely not feel good. The smoke and dust dissipated, and a huge deep pit appeared out of thin air. Immediately afterwards, a blood-red skeleton appeared in everyone's sight. Can you still use Mangekyo Sharingan's pupil technique? Seeing the blood-red Susanoo, Pain's eyes froze. Unexpectedly, Uchihashu's Rinnegan could not use Mangekyo Sharingan's pupil technique. This is Shu-sama's Susanoo. At that time, Lord Shu used this move to defeat Sand Shinobi and the Tailed Beast. The attack just now didn't even hurt Master Shu to share. Master Shu is really too strong. Seeing Uchihashu's intact appearance, Konoha's ninjas all showed excited smiles on their faces. Stand still and let the opponent fight. The opponent can't do anything. How does the other side win? HMPH, now it's my turn. Wheel Tomb. Uchihashu let out a low shout, and the shadows of the 4 round tombs plus the main body rushed towards Pain's 6 paths. Is this what your Rinnegan is capable of? Although the tomb of the wheel is invisible, Pain who owns Rinnegan can clearly see the tomb of the wheel. Therefore, seeing Uchihashu rushing towards him, Pain directly launched the Shinra Sky campaign. Boom. A strong repulsion came. Uchihashu smiled. Be cheated. He knew that after Pain used Shinluo Tianjang, there would be a certain time delay. Taking advantage of this gap, Uchihashu can attack the rest of Pain as he likes. Take care of you first. At the moment when he felt the repulsive force, Uchihashu activated the pentagram and disappeared in place instantly. The next moment, his figure appeared behind the Hell Road. A long knife quickly cut towards the head of Hell Dao. No, such a method is unlikely to work. Seeing Uchihashu's attack, Namikaze Minato sighed from the bottom of his heart. He just attacked several times like this, but every time he would be easily dodged. The other party seems to have all-round vision. Swish. To Namikaze Minato's surprise, Uchihashu's seemingly ordinary knife. He actually cut off the head of Hell Dao. What's going on here? Seeing this scene, Namikaze Minato was stunned. His speed is not slower than Uchihashu, but why does he fail every attack? But Uchihashu can beat the opponent so easily. Of course Namikaze Minato without Rinnegan doesn't know. Before Uchihashu attacked, the shadow created by the round tomb had attracted most of Pain's attention. Moreover, Uchihashu not only launched the attack from the blind spot of Hell Road, but he was familiar with Pain's information. This knife attack also avoided the vision of the rest of Pain. Therefore, Tuan was able to get rid of Hell Dao so easily. It's too strong, and it's really worthy of Master Shu to kill the person on the opposite side so easily. Master Shu, be careful on the other side, they can still be resurrected. Haha, seeing the other person's shocked face, why'd I suddenly want to laugh? Uchihashu killed Hell Road with 1.6 blows, boosting the morale of Konoha's ninjas. At this moment, everyone is full of confidence in Uchihashu. Flying Thunder God. No. There is no sign of the Flying Thunder God nearby. Damn, it seems that the other party also knows all the information about Rinnegan, so it's a bit troublesome now. Seeing that Uchihashu was the first to deal with the Hell Dao with the ability to revive, Tien Dao Pain's face was full of dignity. His biggest advantage is that according to the characteristics of 6 paths Pain, when the opponent lacks intelligence, use Rinnegan's powerful ability to quickly eliminate the opponent. But now it seems that this trick will not work for Uchihashu who also has Rinnegan. Fix 1. After finishing Hell Dao, Uchihashu quickly opened the distance. His goal is clear. After solving the remaining 5 Pain first, concentrate on fighting with Tiandao Pain again. Chapter 142 The Power of God is so small. Subscribe. After solving the Hell Road that can absorb ninjutsu and revive the rest of Pain, Uchiha Xiu did not stop. In an instant, he locked the world with the pentagram again. Big Ball Rasengan, Shenluo Tianjiang. When Uchiha Xiu appeared next to Human Wei in an instant, the cooldown time of Shenluo Tianjiang was also improved. At the last moment, Uchiha Xiu's attack was successfully blocked. However, under the blessing of the pentagram, Uchiha Xiu can travel freely in the space area of 500 meters around. Pain is like Iron Man, and he can't do any harm to Uchiha Xiu. Thousand Birds Flow, Rasengan, Reikiri. Cooperating with the five-pointed star, Uchiha Xiu is like a ghost, shuttling quickly between the pentagrams. Every shot is a very fierce killing move. My god, Master Xiu is so powerful, isn't he? Has Master Xiu also mastered space ninjutsu? Why does it feel faster than Master Minato? It's too scary. Facing such a stormy attack, if it were me, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to take a single move. Seeing the battle between U-26 Zeboxiu and Pain, everyone in Konoha was dumbfounded. They have never seen such a battle before. Under Uchiha Xiu's high-speed movement, phantoms even appeared on the field. Even Jonin couldn't catch Uchiha Xiu at all. Xiu, how many whole cards do you have? Even Namikaze Minato, after watching Uchiha Xiu fight, felt ashamed. He once thought that after mastering Flying Thunder God and Rasengan, no one in this ninja world could surpass him in speed. But after watching Uchiha Xiu's fight today, I realized, compared with Uchiha Xiu, the speed he is proud of is actually not worth mentioning. And, Uchiha Xiu can surprise him every time he fights. No matter how powerful the enemy is, Uchiha Xiu can deal with it easily no matter how powerful the enemy is. Hateful, Uchiha Xiu's speed is really too fast, and he can freely shuttle through the space. Every shot must be a powerful ultimate move. Pain can only use Shenluo Tianjiang to force back Uchiha Xiu again and again. But, down like this, the consumption of chakra is really too big. It's only 10 minutes. Pain's chakra has consumed nearly a third. On the other hand, Uchiha Xiu is still alive and well. This made Pain a little depressed. This is the first time he has suffered from chakra. HMPH, can't this work? Seeing Tiandao Pain's slow speed, Uchiha Xiu sneered, he just started to warm up now. In the protracted war, even if Nagato has the blood of the Rinnegan and the vortex, still can't compare with Uchiha Xiu, not to mention Uchiha Xiu's huge amount of chakra. It is the terrifying chakra and the recovery speed of pupil power. Nagato is far behind. Reikiri, finally, under the crazy attack of Uchiha Xiu, Pain still made a mistake. Led Uchiha Xiu a Reikiri to get rid of the animal way. The second, while Uchiha Xiu dealt with the animal way, the figure disappeared in place again. Next second, appeared behind Shiradao again. Die, boom. Shiradao didn't have time to react, and was already smashed to pieces by Big Ball Rasengan. As pen dwindles, Uchiha Xiu's speed of solving other pens is getting faster and faster. It's just a few minutes. 6 paths pen, there is only one Heavenly Dao left. Crushing, this is crushing. I know Master Xiu is very strong, but I didn't expect Master Xiu to be so strong. No, why did the guy who was able to defeat Hokage-sama and Tsukumo-sama become so unbearable in the hands of Xiu-sama? It feels like a Jonin is teaching a disciple who just graduated from the ninja school. Master Xiu's strength is really terrifying. Now there is only one enemy left, Master Xiu will be able to win immediately. In Konoha Shinobi's eyes, they only saw 6 paths Pain under Uchiha Xiu's elusive attack, but in just a short moment, 5 of them died. Even, Uchiha Xiu's face has not changed from the beginning to the end. Always with a calm face. This made the ninjas present even wonder if they had fallen into an illusion. After all, what Uchiha Xiu is facing now is someone who can defeat the combination of Namikaze Minato and Hitaki Tsukumo. Such an opponent, after encountering Uchiha Xiu, is still only passively beaten. It's just too unbelievable, as this Uchiha Xiu, in midair, Conan watched Uchiha Xiu open his mouth in surprise. Pain's strength, no one knows better than her. Even Hanzo, known as the demigod, under Pain's attack, and without the slightest power to fight back. But, now when facing Uchiha Xiu, he is completely at a disadvantage. Only Tiandao Pain was killed in such a short period of time. I really should have listened to Yahiko in the first place. I should have held on a little longer. Conan felt extremely regretful. Others don't know, but Conan knows very well. For every point of strength used, Nagato's vitality will be extracted by 1 point. Facing Uchiha Xiu now, Nagato doesn't know how much life history he will lose. Perhaps, if they had come to Konoha at that time, Uchiha Xiu could really have sheltered them. Thinking of what Uchiha Xiu said when they first met, Conan fell into deep thought again. What's wrong? The power of God is so small. Looking at the only remaining Tiandao Pain, Uchiha Xiu snorted coldly. Claiming to be a god. As a result, is there only this level? Damn it, Uchiha Xiu, do you think you're sure to win? Hearing Uchiha Xiu's words, Tiandao Pain could no longer keep calm, with an angry look on his face. He is God. He is destined to bring peace to this ninja world. Use whatever skills you have. I want you to see clearly that you are no match for me in any respect. Looking at Tiandao Pain in anger, Uchiha Xiu decided to defeat him with the strength he is most proud of. He wants to be the real god. Only in this way, when he unifies the ninja world in the future, he will get twice the result with half the effort. I am going to kill you. I'm going to destroy Konoha. Tiandao Pain roared loudly, then raised his hands, bursting out with all his strength. Now the remaining 5 have been solved. He can also concentrate on the battle now. Come on, I'll let you know right away, the real gap between you and God. Looking at the crazy Tiandao pain, Uchihashu did not back down. He wants to crush Nagato under his feet. Chapter 143 The Collision of Pupil Power for subscription. After Uchihashu and Tiandao pain adjusted their respective states to their peak, at the same time launched an attack on the opponent. Boom. In an instant, the two of them crossed a distance of 100 meters and then began a confrontation of physical skills. What a strong force. As soon as he made contact, Tiandao pain was stunned by Uchihashu's power. Even though Yahiko's body has been transformed by him. However, when facing Uchihashu, he fell into a disadvantage immediately. Boom. Every time the two collide, there will be a gust of wind below them. That powerful force seems to be able to crush everything into powder. HMPH, let's see how long you can last. After a few tricks, Uchihashu knew. In physical combat, Tiandao pain is not his opponent at all. If it wasn't for the fact that Yahiko's body had already been refined, Uchihashu was confident that within a few strokes, he can shatter all the bones in his body. 8 inner gates, 7th gate, open. To Uchihashu's surprise, Tiandao pain persisted under his crazy attack. This is not what Uchihashu wanted. Since you want to crush pain, then use your true strength. So Uchihashu found a neutral position and directly opened the 7th gate of the 8 inner gates. After the opening of the 7th gate, Uchihashu was surrounded by blue steam. His aura has been raised to another level. Looking around, Uchihashu really looks like Shura from hell. It's too scary. Mr. Shu is like a prehistoric beast right now. I'd better step back a little bit. Even here, Master Shu's aura makes me weak all over. This, Master Shu's chakra is too scary, right? The current Uchihashu makes the Konoha shinobi players who are watching the battle from a distance feel palpitated, that terrifying and powerful aura. It made many people a little out of breath. Especially the Hyuga clan. In their supercilious eyes, they can no longer see Uchihashu's figure at all. They can only see a group of violent chakra rising into the sky, so huge that they want to kneel down and surrender. Damn it, what kind of ninjutsu is this? Why did your strength become so much stronger again? Feeling the aura of Uchihashu, Tiandao pain's eyes were full of horror. He never thought that someone could be so strong. Next, let's feel this power. Not to mention others, even Uchihashu himself was intoxicated by his own strength. No wonder guy almost kicked 6 paths Madara to death after opening 8 gate. The increase brought by the 8 inner gates is really too big. Boom. A huge crack appeared at the place where Uchihashu was standing, and Uchihashu's figure disappeared instantly. Is it space ninjutsu again? Wrong. Seeing Uchihashu disappear, Tiandao pain felt a strong sense of crisis in his heart. Even his Rinnegan can't capture Uchihashu's figure at all. Just when Tiandao pain was in a daze, Uchihashu suddenly appeared in front of his eyes, and then a huge fist was constantly enlarged in Tiandao pain's eyes. Boom. A piercing sonic boom pierced through the long night. Under Uchihashu's punch, Tiandao pain was like a kite with a broken string. It flew hundreds of meters close to the ground, and all the buildings along the way were destroyed. Finally, after dragging out a gully of hundreds of meters, it barely stopped. The power of this punch, I'm afraid it has directly killed the enemy. Sure, can anyone really take a punch like that? I heard that Master Tsunade's strange power fist is also very powerful, but I don't know which one is more powerful than Master Shu's fist. Hey, it's fortunate that Master Shu belongs to Konoha, otherwise I can't imagine, if I encounter an enemy like Master Shu, what should I do to defeat him? Although Uchihashu didn't use physical skills like Hiroto just now, but under the high-speed movement, coupled with his own strength, Baishi's unremarkable punch was already shocking. Cough. Poof. Climbing up from the ruins with difficulty, Tiandao pain spat out a mouthful of blood. Uchihashu's attack just now, if it wasn't at the last moment, he blocked it with Shinluo Tianjang. Now, no matter how hard his body is, he is probably a puddle of flesh. Well, the power is a bit beyond my expectation. Regarding the power of the punch just now, Uchihashu nodded in satisfaction. This kind of power is much stronger than Tsunade's strange power punch, right? Thinking of Tsunade, Uchihashu suddenly had another thought in his mind. If you can learn Tsunade's strange power fist, coupled with the speed of his 8 inner gates. After that, it doesn't seem impossible to kill a cage level with one punch. It seems that we can't deal with you so quickly. Seeing Tiandao pain in a panic, Uchihashu didn't launch an attack immediately. He wants to test the power of the Rinnegan. It is really great to have Nagato as his sparring partner. Otherwise, if you have strength in your body but cannot use it proficiently. Ōtsutsuki Kagaya is a living example. The dignified blood following the snare level was defeated by Naruto and Sasuke. On the other hand, 6 paths Madara is only at the 6 paths level, but it is even more difficult to deal with than Ōtsutsuki Kagaya. If it wasn't for Black Zetsu's heartfelt hiccups, 6 paths Madara can definitely beat Naruto and Urzuzi. Damn it. Looking at Uchihashu not far away, Tiandao pain gritted his teeth. Although I don't know why Uchihashu didn't choose to continue attacking. However, with his speed, it is absolutely impossible to escape from Uchihashu's hands. Therefore, Nagato decided that no matter how much vitality is consumed, you must also successfully retreat from Konaha. Yahiko's body must be saved. Thinking of this, Tiandao Pain's eyes narrowed, and he waved to Uchihashu from a distance. Universal pull, universal pull. However, what Tiandao Pain did not expect was that the moment he used universal pull, Uchihashu also used universal pull. Two powerful suction forces collided between the two, pulling and smashing everything within the range. Hateful. Looking at the smile on Uchihashu's face, Tendo Pain felt insulted. He immediately increased the output of pupil power. Maybe other aspects are not as good as you, but in terms of pupillary power, I will never lose to you. Tiandao Pain roared in his heart, and then the powerful pupil power crazily vented out. Shenluo Tianjiang, Shenluo Tianjiang. Two powerful repulsive forces collided instantly, and a sound of squeezing came out by Zhao Nuo. At the center of the collision, even space was distorted. Ah, I won't lose. Feeling strong resistance, Tiandao Pain once again fell into madness. A pair of Rinnegan pupils surged out desperately. 3. Under the collision of these two forces, there was a creaking sound in the night sky, and it seemed that even the space could no longer bear the pressure. HMPH, break it for me. Seeing the appearance of Tiandao Pain, Uchihashu gave a cold snort, and continued to increase the output of pupil power. Next second, Heavenly Dao Pain's universal pull was completely destroyed, and even Tiandao Pain himself was blown away by the strong repulsive force again. Is this your limit? Uchihashu just used about 60% of his pupil power, and unexpectedly defeated Tiandao Pain. This allowed him to once again have a clear understanding of his own strength. However, what Nagato is using now is Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan after all, so it's normal that he can't exert its full power. Chapter 144 My pupil power is far above yours for subscription. After defeating Tiandao Pain, Uchihashu disappeared in place again. Immediately afterwards, he appeared in front of Tiandao Pain. God, ridiculous. Looking at Tiandao Pain half kneeling on the ground, Uchihashu sneered. Pain is now at the end of his battle. It's pointless to fight any further. So, Uchihashu is going to give Tiandao Pain the final blow. No, I haven't lost yet. I still have a killing move that I haven't used yet. I am a god, and that move will seal all the seals. Looking at Uchihashu, Tiandao Pain no longer had the indifference before. The ferocious expression on his face showed that he was very unwilling. He is the son of destiny who owns the Rinnegan. Only he can bring peace to this ninja world. Now, how can he be a dog dealer here? It seems that you still want to struggle. Come on, let me see your last move. Uchihashu looked at Tiandao Pain and said coldly. Since he doesn't have Naruto's mouth, he will tell Nagato in the most direct way. You, not God, in front of me, you are no different from anyone else. It's just a tiny bug that I will crush at will. Tiny too, even if you are given a chance to use all 783 whole cards. Can't make a wave either. HMPH, well, you'll pay for your ego. After hearing Uchihashu's words, Tiandao Pain sneered. Then put your hands together, the chakra and pupil power of your whole body are all concentrated in the palm of your hand. After more than 10 seconds, Tiandao Pain gave a loud shout, and then a pitch-black ball slowly lifted into the air from Tiandao Pain's hand. See the power of God. Ha ha, super, planetary devastation. Amid the wild laughter of Tiandao Pain, the pitch-black ball slowly rose into the air with a powerful force. This moment, everyone felt the powerful aura of destruction. Even the Konoha shinobi fans far away felt a heartfelt palpitation. Haha, the whole Konoha will be reduced to ruins under the planetary devastation. And you, will also be sealed in it for eternity and eternity, until death. Feeling the power of the pitch-black ball, Tiandao Pain laughed loudly. Uchihashu is too arrogant. This is a powerful sealing technique that can seal even the legendary god of creation of the ninja world. No matter how powerful Uchihashu is, it is impossible to escape from this CGFI technique he used with all his strength. Feeling the powerful gravitational force, Uchihashu sneered. Although planetary devastation is powerful, its weaknesses are also obvious. That is the molding is too slow. As long as the pitch-black ball is destroyed before the seal is completed, then this technique will fail on its own. Let me show you what is the real power zone of a god. Uchihashu felt himself being pulled by a strong gravitational force, and no longer hesitated. Lifting his hand slightly, a high-density black chakra ball appeared in Uchihashu's hand. This chakra ball was only the size of a finger belly, but Tiandao Pain felt a terrifying breath from it that made him shudder. Big spiral lumpy. Uchihashu let out a low cry, then threw the chakra ball high into the sky. Next second, a flash of light flashed. All the ninjas closed their eyes unconsciously. Immediately afterwards, there was a huge explosion sound. A powerful wave of air with a destructive momentum lifted everything around it into the air. Boom. There was a deafening roar, and the entire sky was washed away. The power of this explosion. It is several times stronger than Tailed Beast Bomb. How can it be? Why is this happening? This power. Seeing that his confident ultimate move was easily crushed by Uchiha Xiu, Tiandao Pain's eyes completely lost their spirit. For the first time since taking the power of the Rinnegan, he doubted himself. Why is this happening? Tiandao Pain looked at Uchihashu in midair and muttered. Why? Because my pupil power is far above yours. Nagato, let's face it, your so-called god's power is nothing more than a stronger bug in my eyes. Now, go to trial. Uchihashu looked at Tiandao Pain, and once again a black chakra ball similar to the one before was condensed in his hand. Now that his goal has been achieved, it's time to destroy Yahiko's body. Xiu, don't. This is Yahiko's body, please don't destroy him. I'm willing to give my all for this. Feeling the power of the chakra ball in the hands of Uchiha Xiu, Conan hurriedly appeared and blocked the front of Tiandao Pain. Yahiko died to save her, she has already made her very guilty. Now seeing that even the dead body will be destroyed by Uchiha Xiu, Conan couldn't resist standing up. What qualifications do you have to negotiate terms with me? Uchiha Xiu stared at Conan coldly. Although he thinks that Conan is in line with his aesthetics, it doesn't mean that he will change his plan for Conan. Get out of the way now, or die together. You. After hearing what Uchiha Xiu said, Conan was taken aback. Yes, Uchiha Xiu wants to take her life anytime. What qualifications does she have to negotiate terms with Uchiha Xiu? Conan, you don't need to intervene in this matter. Tiandao Pain is lying on the ground, he has already experienced the strength of Uchiha Xiu. If Conan is troublesome, he will just give his life in vain. Hearing Tiandao Pain's words, Conan gritted his teeth, then turned into 1,000 paper cranes and flew away. Nagato must have fallen into a state of extreme weakness by now. She cannot die here. Nagato, you are too weak now, so weak that I am not even interested in killing you. Work hard to become stronger. Only in this way will you have a chance to avenge Yahiko. Uchiha Xiu looked at Tiandao Pain and spoke slowly. He doesn't want to kill Nagato yet, because Nagato still has its own value. He destroys Yahiko's body now, Nagato will definitely hate himself very much. They will definitely collect tailed beasts to become stronger, and even launch wars against other ninja villages. At that time, I will appear in the form of the savior again. The unification of the entire ninja world is just around the corner. Since I set my sights on the future Ōtsutsuki clan, when Uchiha Xiu looked at Nagato and others again, his murderous intentions were not so heavy. These are all his pawns in the future. Uchiha Xiu, one day, I will defeat you. Tiandao Pain looked at Uchiha Xiu in midair, his tone was already very weak. 8. Ga. After Uchiha Xiu finished speaking, he threw the spiral wheel in his hand towards Tiandao Pain. Then, amidst a huge explosion, Yahiko's body was completely destroyed. Chapter 145 Kill Rewards for Super Cage Level Powerhouses. Subscribe. Kill the Super Cage Level Strongman Pain 6 paths, get shortened time, 1 year. Currently accumulated shortening time, 1 year, 1 month, 5 days, 16 hours and 25 minutes. After finishing the last Tiandao Pain, a system prompt sounded in Uchiha Xiu's mind. This also surprised Uchiha Xiu. Unexpectedly, killing all pain would be able to get rewards, and it took 6 more months to shorten the time compared to killing ordinary cage level powerhouses. For Uchiha Xiu, this was a real surprise. Nagato, let me see where you are hiding. After Uchiha Xiu finished speaking, he picked up a black stick-shaped object from the ground. This is what Nagato created by using the yin-yang dun to control Pain's 6 paths. Uchiha Xiu closed his eyes and devoted all his body and mind to the black stick. Then I felt a subtle chakra fluctuation. Following this fluctuation, Uchiha Xiu successfully discovered the hidden location of Nagato's body in a short time. And when Uchiha Xiu's spirit found Nagato, Nagato opened his eyes violently. He also felt the prying eyes of Uchiha Xiu. Uchiha, fix. Sensing Uchiha Xiu's prying eyes, Nagato clenched his teeth and almost crushed his teeth. From the perception just now, Nagato clearly sensed Uchiha Xiu's undisguised contempt and disdain. He also understood what Uchiha Xiu meant. It's not that I can't find the location of your body. It's just that I don't bother to kill you. Live with hatred for me. You tiny bug. This is what Uchiha Xiu wants to express. Nagato, who has always regarded himself as a god, was so angry that he spit out a mouthful of blood. Nagato, are you okay? I'll take you away now, and I will never let Uchiha Xiu find us. Seeing Nagato's weak appearance, Conan also panicked. Uchiha Xiu also owns Rinnegan and surely knows the secret of Pain's 6 paths. If found by him, then Nagato would be dead. It's useless, Conan, Uchiha Xiu has already found us. Seeing Conan flustered, Nagato spoke weakly. What? So what should I do now? I'm going to hold him back. Nagato, you have blisters. Hearing Nagato's words, Conan lost all hope. Uchiha Xiu's strength has been fully demonstrated in the battle with Pain's 6 paths just now. Even Nagato at his peak was no match for him. Now he found out. Then Nagato can only die. Don't panic, that BD has no intention of chasing after him. Looking at Conan who wanted to rush out again, Nagato explained. Really? That's great. Nagato, Xiu may really be a different ninja. As long as we don't attack Konaha, Shuzibo shouldn't bother us. After hearing Nagato's words, Conan showed a relieved expression and the joy of being alive after the catastrophe. Apparently she also knew that if Uchiha Xiu really wanted to hunt them down, even if she risked her life, it would not have any effect. Conan, if one day I die, then you will hold my eyes as soon as possible. Then go to Uchiha Xiu and ask him to protect you. I think he should agree. After playing against Uchiha Xiu today, Nagato felt that he had overdrawn too much vitality. Even if Uchiha Xiu didn't kill him today, he probably wouldn't live long. Therefore, Nagato must consider the back road for Conan. Nagato. Looking at Nagato, who was skinny and barely human, Conan felt a little sad. The partners who have depended on each other since childhood have come to such a point now. Cough. I'm a little tired, Conan, I'll leave the rest to you. After Nagato finished speaking, he closed his eyes weakly. Today's battle made his body even weaker. Is it over? Did Master Xiu win? It's terrible. Even though they were separated by such a distance, the two destructive aura just now made my body tremble uncontrollably. Me too. Even on the battlefield of the Ninja World War before, I have never felt such a terrifying move. I'm afraid even cage-level powerhouses won't be able to intervene in a battle of this level. Shu-sama once again protected us. Konoha, what a great ninja. Looking at the calm battlefield, Konoha's ninjas all came out from their hiding places. Looking at the messy Konoha, everyone has the joy of surviving after the catastrophe. Tonight, without Uchiha Xiu, I'm afraid they are all corpses already. Overall, not a great deal tonight. Kill 6 paths pain, the system rewards a year of shortened time. This is equivalent to killing 2 cage-level strong rewards. Xiu, are you okay? At this moment, Namikaze Minato led all Konoha's ninjas up. Seeing Uchihashu standing in the ruins, his eyes were full of worry. It's okay, it's just a waste of effort. Uchihashu patted the dust on his clothes and said nonchalantly. If it weren't for the help of pain to familiarize himself with his own power, Uchihashu would have been able to end the battle long ago. As expected of Master Xiu, even if the opponent is so powerful, he can defeat him so easily. It's just a waste of effort. I'm sore. If only I could have the strength of this effort. After such a vicious battle, Master Xiu acted like nothing happened. I seriously suspect that the opponent has played a fake match, but I have no proof. FKU, you can almost destroy Konoha by playing fake games. Wouldn't the whole ninja world be wiped out if you fight seriously? Master Xiu, after seeing your heroic performance, I immediately went for an infusion. What kind of infusion did I get? I missed your night. Listening to the words of the ninjas around, Uchihashu smiled. These guys are really interesting. ... Ask for flowers. Xiu, thanks to you today. Namikaze Minato looked at Uchiha Xiu, bowed respectfully. So much happened tonight. The creepy tiger-striped masked man, 6 powerful guys with Rinnegon. Each one made him feel a little scared. If there is no Uchiha Xiu, he may be difficult to deal with even one of them tonight. The whirlpool Kushina is also very likely to be drawn out of the tail beast and die. As for the village, under the attack of 9 tails and pain, it may be destroyed. You're welcome, Door. Seeing Namikaze Minato, Uchihashu smiled and waved. In front of so many people, he was a little embarrassed to ask the shadow of a village to bow and thank him. However, except for Uchiha Xiu, none of the ninjas present felt that what Namikaze Minato did was inappropriate. Because, Uchiha Xiu, it really deserves such treatment. Master Xiu, thank you very much for tonight's matter. 0. From now on, please lead us Konoha to greater glory. All of us, only you are the ones who follow. After seeing Namikaze Minato's movements, all the other ninjas stopped playing around. Bowed deeply to Uchiha Xiu, everyone's face was full of respect. It can be expected that from now on, throughout Konoha, all ninjas will obey Uchiha Xiu's orders. It's not just because of Uchiha Xiu's great strength, and it is because Uchiha Xiu saved them from danger several times. It can be said, in the eyes of Konoha shinobi, Uchiha Xiu is no longer just a leader. He is the shadow of Konoha, is the patron saint of Konoha. It is an indelible totem in the heart of Konoha shinobi. It can be said without hesitation. Even if Uchiha Xiu told them to die now, they would not have any doubts, let alone any hesitation. Under the rule of Uchiha Xiu, Konoha shinobi have no so-called factions. They only know, Uchiha Xiu is the object of their eternal allegiance. Well, everyone has worked hard tonight. Everyone go back to rest first. If there is anything, we will talk about it tomorrow. I promise you, as long as I'm around, Konoha will always be the most powerful ninja village. Looking at the emotions revealed in everyone's eyes, Uchiha Xiu was also a little infected. He knows. Traveling through the present, after such a long time, his first goal was finally achieved. The current Konoha is just an iron bucket, and everyone will follow his lead, without worrying about internal struggles at all. Even when first Hokage Senju Hashirama was in power, it was absolutely impossible to do this. At the same time, it's time to move on to the next goal. Based on Konoha, unify the entire ninja world. Uchiha Xiu, let all people surrender at his feet. 10. Chapter 146 Learning Wailaquan with Tsunade for subscription. Master Xiu, good morning, you have worked hard. Master Xiu, come to the store to have a breakfast, I will give you free. Sisters, come and see, Master Xiu is here, let's get an autograph together. Wow, Master Xiu, I have been admitted to the ninja school this year, and I will become a strong and excellent ninja like Master Xiu in the future. Uchiha Xiu is walking on the street, every passing villager. No matter adults or children, men or women, they will stop what they are doing and bow respectfully to Uchiha Xiu to say hello. There are even some daring young girls who encouraged each other and ran to Uchiha Xiu for autographs. The key is that if you want to sign, you have to sign. One by one, their hands are still touching Uchiha Xiu. It made Uchiha Xiu's head big. Well, of course, the head on the neck. TCH, I didn't expect you to be so popular. After breaking away from the crowd, Tsunade looked at Uchiha Xiu with jealousy on his face. If it continues at this rate, all the girls in Konoha will become fans of Uchiha Xiu. Although Tsunade is very confident in his figure and appearance, 350, but seeing that Uchiha Xiu became the husband of all people, she still couldn't help but feel a strong sense of crisis in her heart. Oh, this is probably the handsome guy's trouble. Hearing Tsunade's words, Uchihashu looked helpless. He looks in the mirror every day. His own face is only dozens of times more handsome than Yanzu. I didn't expect it to cause such a big commotion. Really, a powerful man will become the dream of thousands of girls no matter where he goes. HMPH, narcissism. Seeing Uchihashu's appearance, Tsunade was amused. This guy is always such a stinky fart. By the way, Shu, why did you ask me out today? Being led outside the village by Uchiha Xiu, Tsunade was puzzled. She was still busy treating the wounded in the hospital, but was suddenly called out by Uchiha Xiu. And was led outside the village. Give it a guess. Looking at Tsunade, the corners of Uchiha Xiu's mouth twitched slightly, but he didn't answer directly. Well, let me think about it. After hearing Uchiha Xiu's words, Tsunade touched his chin. Uchiha Xiu suddenly found himself and brought himself to this place. What is it for? Could it be? Tsunade thought for a while, then suddenly looked at the surrounding environment. Isn't this the place where she made a bet with Uchiha Xiu last time and was punished by Uchiha Xiu after she failed to fulfill the bet? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Thinking of a certain scene, Tsunade blushed instantly. This guy specially asked her out for this kind of thing. What a jerk. What's impossible? Seeing Tsunade's flushed face, Uchiha Xiu felt a little strange. Seemingly, this Konoha princess, I thought of some incredible place to go. Anyway, it's impossible. It's still daytime. You're humiliating me. Don't even think about it. Seeing Uchiha Xiu's innocent eyes, Tsunade stomped his feet and turned his face away. Ah, I just want you to teach me Whalekwan. How can you be humiliated? Uchiha Xiu also reacted. Here is the place where he and Tsunade used the sky as their quilt and the ground as their bed last time. It is here that Tsunade is turned into a real woman by him. You Hu, do you want to learn Whalekwan? Hearing Uchiha Xiu's words, Tsunade was stunned. Did I think wrong? If not, looking at Tsunade, Uchiha Xiu asked with a half smile. In Tsunade's eyes, is he just this color? Oh, it's okay. It's okay. With Uchiha Xiu watching, Tsunade forced himself to calm down. However, after learning the strange power boxing, it can be as you think. Looking at Tsunade, Uchiha Xiu teased with a smile. Uchiha Xiu, knowing that Uchiha Xiu was deliberately teasing herself, Tsunade was so ashamed and annoyed, the mood that had just calmed down, could not keep calm again. She needs to teach Uchiha Xiu a lesson. Otherwise, it will be difficult to dispel the hatred in her heart. Since she was a child, she has been a dignified princess of the Senju clan. When did you experience such humiliation? How about it, are you still making trouble? Uchiha Xiu looked at Tsunade who was under his control, and reached out to pat Tsunade. Well, stop making trouble, you let me go, I will teach you strange power boxing. Tsunade is going to die of anger, but there is no way, she is no match for Uchiha Xiu at all. People under the eaves have to bow their heads. HMPH, that's about the same. Seeing Tsunade give in, Uchiha Xiu let her go. No matter what kind of tigress you are, in front of Uchiha Xiu, he must be obedient. Snort, stinking rogue. Released by Uchiha Xiu, Tsunade touched the place where he had just been beaten, and his face became a little hot again. What did you say? Hearing Tsunade's mumbling, Uchiha Xiu picked his ears. Oh, it's nothing, I just want to say that not everyone can learn Whalekwan. Tsunade naturally didn't dare to say it again, so he quickly changed the subject. Kailaquan requires precise control over chakra. Also, there are some special requirements for the body. Otherwise, before the Guile fist hurts others, you will be hurt first. When it comes to business, Tsunade is finally getting back to normal. Chakra has precise control over this area, so I should have no problem. As for the special request you mentioned, what is it? After listening to Tsunade's words, Uchiha Xiu asked. The strange force boxing is to concentrate chakra to one point, and then through the attack of the body, a powerful force will burst out in an instant. Although this power is extremely powerful, it also places high demands on the user's body. Because, when using the strange power fist, it will cause a huge burden on the user's body. If the recovery ability of the body and the strength of the body itself are not good, it is very likely that the Whalekwan will cause irreversible injuries to the user's body. To put it simply, if you don't have the blood of the Senju family, it is very dangerous to learn Kailaquan. Tsunade explained the principle and side effects of the strange power boxing to Uchiha Xiu clearly. This is also the reason why Shizune has been with her for so long, but she didn't pass Shizune the strange power fist. This fighting style is only suitable for people of the Senju clan. Oh, yeah, after listening to Tsunade's words, Uchiha Xiu was slightly surprised. How did the little Sakura learn the strange power fist? It seems that little Sakura's identity should not be simple. Thinking of little Sakura's iconic pink hair, Uchiha Xiu seems to have a little insight. As a member of Class 7, although little Sakura has always been very useless. However, that is also relatively speaking. Little Sakura's background should not be as simple as that of ordinary villagers. So, Xiu, it's not that I don't want to teach you. It's just that, even if you are very strong, I'm afraid that your body will not be able to bear the force of the strange power fist. There was concern on Tsunade's face. She was afraid that Uchiha Xiu would become disappointed after hearing her words. Don't worry, you don't have to worry about your body. It's not like you haven't experienced my physical fitness. Uchiha Xiu didn't care about what Tsunade said. In terms of physical fitness, he is now an advanced sage body. Even compared with Senju Hashirama, it's not much different. It's just a strange power punch. Can't do any harm to him at all. Shu, don't be brave. After hearing Uchihashu's words, Tsunade became more worried. When Uchihashu was young and energetic, she was afraid that Uchihashu would be injured if he forcibly practiced the strange power boxing later. Even if I'm injured, you still can heal me. Oh well. Seeing that Uchihashu persisted, Tsunade told Uchihashu the practice method of Kailaquan. In fact, the practice method of Blame 2.5 power boxing is still very simple. It's just that the physical requirements of the practitioners themselves are very harsh. Therefore, after Tsunade finished speaking, Uchihashu instantly comprehended the power-generating technique of Kailaquan. Then, under Tsunade's shocked gaze, he punched the ground with a radius of 100 meters and split it into pieces. Are you okay? Seeing this scene, Tsunade stuttered in shock. The power of Uchihashu's punch was much stronger than hers. It's okay, Kailaquan, it seems that it is not as difficult to cultivate as you said. After moving his wrist, Uchihashu didn't feel any abnormality in his body. No, you definitely have a problem. How many secrets do you have? Be sure to tell me clearly today. Looking at Uchihashu, Tsunade's expression was not good. He could learn Kailaquan so easily, and he didn't suffer any damage. Uchihashu's physical fitness is definitely not something that the general Uchiha family can possess. Okay, talk about it later. After mastering the strange power boxing, Uchihashu was in a good mood. Then he picked up Tsunade by the waist and walked into the log cabin he built with wood style. Chapter 147. Why not give the white Zetsu cells to Nagato? Thanks for the reward, please subscribe. Damn Uchihashu. Inside the cave, Uchiha Obito hammered the wall hard. It has been 3 days since he attacked Konoha. If it wasn't for the possession of Izanagi, he would have died in the hands of Uchihashu long ago. Obito, you don't seem to be a match for Uchihashu at all. Seeing Uchiha Obito's distraught look, Shiro opened his mouth. What did you say? This time I was just being careless. Hearing White Zetsu's words, Uchiha Obito exploded instantly like a cat whose tail was stepped on. Looking at White Zetsu's gaze was full of murderous intent. Oh, I was just joking, Oita, don't be angry. Seeing Uchiha Obito's appearance, White Zetsu decisively chose to shut up. Now Uchiha Obito is not the innocent boy he once was. White Zetsu didn't dare to really make Uchiha Obito angry. HMPH, be careful what you say in the future, otherwise I'll send you to see Uchiha Madara. Seeing White Zetsu's appearance, Uchiha Obito snorted coldly. Once again lost in the hands of Uchihashu, Uchiha Obito was very unwilling. Since he opened the Mangekyo Sharingan and inherited the legacy of Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Obito swelled up. In his eyes, he is the ninja boss hidden behind the scenes. These 26 attacks on Konoha were originally intended to weaken Konoha's strength, and to express the evil spirit in my heart by the way, that's all. But unexpectedly, he was defeated by Uchihashu again, and still failed miserably. In the face of Uchihashu, Kamui, who has no disadvantages. It couldn't even start. Obito, from the current point of view, Uchihashu is the biggest trouble for us to realize our plan. Seeing that Uchiha Obito had calmed down, Black Zetsu spoke. In fact, when Black Zetsu saw Uchihashu's Rinnegan, he was also confused. According to the information he investigated, Uchihashu was just a very ordinary Uchiha tribe. With neither Indra's Chakra nor Ashura's Chakra. But, Uchihashu not only opened Mangekyo Sharingan, but also evolved it into Rinnegan at such a young age. This made Black Zetsu a little suspicious of the world. Of course I know Uchihashu is a big problem. Is there anything you can do? Uchiha Obito looked at Black Zetsu. Although he doesn't want to admit it, Uchiha Obito also clearly understands in his heart. Uchihashu with Rinnegan is simply not something he can handle. I have nothing to do. From the latest information, it seems that Nagato was also defeated by Uchihashu. It has fallen into a state of extreme weakness. There is nothing Black Zetsu can do about Uchihashu. He always feels that Uchihashu's strength now is probably a little stronger than Uchiha Madara at his peak. I can take Nagato's Rinnegan back. Hearing Black Zetsu's words, Uchiha Obito suddenly had an idea. If he can also have Rinnegan, he will be able to defeat that BD Uchihashu. No, with your body, you can't control Rinnegan. Even with White Zetsu cells, you can only bear the power of one Rinnegan at most. And the power of a Rinnegan is not enough to defeat Uchihashu. However, after hearing Uchiha Obito's words, Black Zetsu immediately shook his head. Rinnegan is not something that just anyone can control. Nagato was selected by Uchiha Madara after a long time of careful selection. He is a vortex tribe who can withstand the backlash of Rinnegan. But even so, Nagato needs to pay a huge price if he wants to use Rinnegan's ability. Even with the powerful vitality of the Uzumaki clan, Nagato still became what he is now. It is conceivable that if Uchiha Obito forced Rinnegan, then Uchiha Obito's end must be worse than Nagato's. Damn it, what should I do? If you can't defeat Uchihashu, you will never be able to gather all the tail beasts. Then Project Tsuki no Mi, there is no possibility of realizing it at all. Hearing Black Zetsu's analysis, Uchiha Obito became a little anxious again. He really couldn't see the hope of defeating Uchihashu. Damn it, how could there be such a freak in this ninja world? Uchiha Obito muttered in a low voice. When I was at ninja school, Uchihashu was obviously a worse crane tail than him. There was also despair in Black Zetsu's heart. After thousands of years of planning, he has the current situation. If 10 tails are revived in Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Madara, then his mother-saving plan will be extended indefinitely. Actually, I have a way, and I should give it a try. While Uchiha Obito and Black Zetsu were frowning, White Zetsu spoke. Oh, any solution? Hearing what White Zetsu said, Black Zetsu was a little surprised. Could this unreliable fellow come up with ideas that none of them could think of? White Zetsu, I'm in a bad mood right now, you better not be joking. Uchiha Obito stares at White Zetsu. He couldn't believe that this guy who racked his brains every day, just wanting to know what it feels like to poop, could come up with any good ideas. Don't say that, Obito. Although we are not against Uchiha Xiu, we can use Nagato against Uchiha Xiu. Stared at by Uchiha Obito, White Zetsu spoke slowly. Didn't I just say that Nagato is no match for Uchiha Xiu? And Nagato is in danger now. Hearing what White Zetsu said, Black Zetsu was a little disappointed. Really, he shouldn't have had any illusions about White Zetsu. Listen to me, the reason why Nagato is not Uchiha Xiu's opponent is because his body is too weak. Can only fight others with the help of 6 paths pen. If my cells are provided to Nagato, then Nagato's body can be fully restored, and even Nagato's strength can be restored stronger than when he was at his peak. At that point, it's not out of the question to use Nagato to defeat Uchiha Xiu. Seeing that both Uchiha Obito and Black Zetsu were a little impatient, White Zetsu quickly said all his thoughts. Yes, this is a good way. After listening to White Zetsu's words, Black Zetsu's eyes lit up. Nagato is so weak now. After all, Uchiha Madara is afraid that after Nagato controls the ability of Rinnegan, he will become uncontrollable. So a little rigging on Geto statue and Rinnegan. That's why Nagato became what it is now. If the White Zetsu cells are given to Nagato, then Nagato's body can be completely restored. It is even possible to go one step further. By that time, defeating Uchiha Xiu. It is not impossible. No, if that's the case, even if we beat Uchiha Xiu, Nagato will probably be out of our control. Uchiha Obito shook his head. Facing the current Nagato, he is not sure of victory. If White Zetsu's cells were used to restore Nagato to normal, how would he get Nagato's Rinnegan back when the time came? He has a deep understanding of the enhancement of the body by White Zetsu cells. Obito, don't worry, you have Kamui. No matter how strong Nagato is, there is nothing you can do about it. 827 inches. Just use Nagato to get rid of Uchiha Xiu, and after resurrecting 10 tails, you can find a chance to secretly become 10 tails Jinchuriki. At that time, no matter how strong Nagato is, he will definitely not be your opponent. Seeing Uchiha Obito's objection, Black Zetsu bewitched. Anyway, his purpose is to revive Ōtsutsuki Kagaya with the help of 10 tails. Whether Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Obito, or even Nagato, as long as 10 tails can be revived, he, Black Zetsu, doesn't care who is the winner in the end. After hearing what Black Zetsu said, Uchiha Obito still hesitated. After all, the risk of doing so is too great. Don't hesitate, Obito, otherwise we would never have defeated Uchiha Xiu. Have you forgotten how Uchiha Xiu played tricks on you before? And Rin Nohara, if Project Tsuki no Mi doesn't work out, she's the woman you'll never have. Seeing that Uchiha Obito was still hesitating, Black Zetsu started talking again. After living for so long, he has no other skills. He is the best at demagoguery. Even, Black Zetsu has made up his mind. If Uchiha Obito is still stubborn, then he will have a heart-to-heart talk with Uchiha Obito. Okay, just do as you say. Hearing Black Zetsu's words, Uchiha Obito recalled some memories about Uchiha Xiu and Rin Nohara. He absolutely can't stand that the girl he likes the most is with the guy he hates the most. Okay, I'm leaving now. Seeing that Uchiha Obito agreed, a smile appeared on Black Zetsu's face. Then quickly sank into the ground. He wants to send White Zetsu's cells to Nagato as soon as possible. Lest Nagato really die, then he should cry. Chapter 148. You can only try it. Subscribe. Nagato, how are you doing? Why is it like this? Water Country. Inside the tallest building in Rain Shinobi Village, Conan looked at the weak Nagato at a loss. Since Nagato and Uchiha Xiu fought, the whole person fell into a semi-comatose state. Originally Conan thought that Nagato was caused by too much power consumed in the battle with Uchiha Xiu. Just rest for a while. But unexpectedly, Nagato's body became weaker day by day. Cough. Conan, don't worry, Yahiko's revenge has not been avenged, I will not die. Seeing Conan panicked, Nagato barely opened his eyes. The last time he fought Uchiha Xiu, he used too much Rinnegan power. Caused his vitality to be consumed a lot. Nagato had expected it to become what it is now. Nagato, give up your revenge, you are no match for Uchiha Xiu. Also, that's not what Yahiko wants to see. Seeing that Nagato was still thinking about revenge, Conan persuaded him. No, it's not pure hatred. I want to use my own method to achieve peace in the ninja world, which is Yahiko's wish. Even if his body has been destroyed now, I still want to achieve this goal. Nagato struggled to finish, then closed his eyes again tiredly. This time, too much vitality was consumed, and he needed to rest for a while. Nagato. Seeing Nagato's skinny appearance, Conan felt extremely depressed. She didn't know why Nagato became so stubborn. In the past, he had always just stood silently behind Yahiko. Also very introverted, but since mastering the power of Rinnegan, Nagato is like a different person. Stubborn and arrogant, it's so different from before. Even this change, even Nagato himself did not notice it. In fact, Conan didn't know that the powerful power of Rinnegan. It is not easy to grasp. Although Nagato was able to barely control Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan at the cost of his vitality. But anyway, Rinnegan is not Nagato's own eyes. After mastering the godlike power of the Rinnegan, it's easy to get caught up in it and can't extricate yourself. After Nagato took control of Rinnegan, he called himself a god and became extremely indifferent, which is a good example. Oh, it seems that you have encountered some trouble. That's right, from this point of view, we came just in time. Just as Conan was about to go out and leave Nagato alone for a break. Black-white Zetsu slowly emerged from the ground. Why are you here? Seeing black-white Zetsu, the weakness on Conan's face disappeared, and his coolness instantly recovered. And Nagato also tried to straighten his body. The leader still has things to do, before we go out alone. Conan and Nagato, distrustful of the mysterious black-white Zetsu and Uchiha Madara. Therefore, she also does not want the other party to discover Nagato's weakness. There's no need to guard us like this, the leader has no strength to fight anymore, right? More than that, I think it's a bit difficult for the leader to even stand up straight. However, black-white Zetsu didn't listen to Conan's words, but looked at Nagato next to him. Ju, do you want to rebel? Hearing Ju's words, Nagato said indifferently. He thinks that Uchiha Madara and Ju must appear this time because of his pair of Rinnegans. Hearing Nagato's words, Conan immediately stood in front of Nagato. If the other party is really playing Rinnegan's idea now, then she will give the other party a long memory. Chief, I am very loyal to you, and this time I came to bring you a good thing. Yes, we know that you were defeated by Uchiha Xiu, so we specially came here to give you a good thing. This thing may not necessarily allow you to defeat Uchiha Xiu, the leader. I don't care about Nagato and Conan's vigilance at all. The purpose of his visit this time is indeed to help Nagato. Oh, what? After hearing Ju's words, Nagato became curious. What is so miraculous that it can help him defeat Uchiha Xiu? Even Conan had a puzzled look on his face. This is it. After he finished speaking, he took out a piece of white Zetsu's cell tissue from his bosom. What is this? Looking at the white meat-like thing, Nagato frowned. He was a little confused about what it meant. Boss, don't underestimate this thing. It's a piece of meat I dug out of myself. It can restore your body to its original state, or even improve it. By then, beating Uchiha Xiu will not be out of the question. Ju looked at Nagato, and handed the white Zetsu cells he had brought to Conan. What, you said this thing can restore me to the original? Absolutely, you'd better not joke with me about this kind of thing. After hearing Ju's words, Nagato and Conan showed shocking expressions at the same time. Nagato's body, they themselves know best. Under Rinnegan's consumption, Nagato's body has been almost completely destroyed. If it weren't for Nagato having the blood of the Uzumaki clan and his own vitality is particularly tenacious. For ordinary people, I don't know how many times I have died. Nagato never thought of saving his own body, because he knows that using Rinnegan consumes his own vitality, and this consumption is irreversible. It is simply impossible to heal his body through ordinary means. But unexpectedly, Ju now actually said that the mass of white flesh in front of him could restore his body to its original state. How can this not be surprising? Don't worry, leader, I still have the sense to joke about things like this. Hearing Nagato's doubts, he was absolutely not angry. This kind of thing is too unbelievable, and it is normal for Nagato to be a little skeptical after hearing it. Nagato. Conan looked at Nagato, she absolutely didn't trust her. But the unspoken things are too tempting. Let her be a little undecided for a while. Since this is the case, there is no harm in giving it a try. After a long silence, Nagato finally nodded in agreement. He also didn't ask why Ju never mentioned this matter before. Like why Uchiha Xiu let him go. Nagato doesn't want to guess the other party's mind, as long as the outcome of the matter is favorable to him. That's enough. Before these eyes, no matter what conspiracy the other party has, he will see through it. Absolutely, how do I use this thing? Nagato looked at him. Since he had already decided to give it a try, the sooner the better. It's very simple, just transplant these cells into your body through surgery. Then those cells spread throughout your body, and in the end, restore your body back to normal. Even, with the help of these cells, your body after surgery is much stronger than the original body. And these cells are very gentle, so there is no need to worry about rejection. After explaining to Nagato, Ju walked aside and began to prepare the things to be used in the surgery later. Conan, you are watching. If there is any abnormality, my eyes must be destroyed immediately. They must not be allowed to fall into the hands of the other party. When Ju was preparing, Nagato used the voice transmission technique to issue his own order to Conan. Obviously, in Nagato's heart, Absolute is still vigilant. Understood. After hearing Nagato's words, Conan nodded, then walked to the side of Ju, and concentrated on watching. Terumi-mei, this time the village has decided to send you, Kisame, and Kideng Manu as envoys to Konaha. Be sure to bring back the 7 ninja swords that belong to Kurigakure. When you come back, you are the 5th Mizukage. Kurigakure, Zhao Nuohao miming half-kneeled on the ground, looked at the senior officials of several villages in front of her and nodded expressionlessly. These guys, I've always only written blank checks like this. Such nonsense. Terumi-mei, who grew up in Kurama since she was a child, cannot be true. Okay, you go. Yes. Tsurumi walked out of the Mizukage building slowly. Since the death of 4th Mizukage, there is no leader in the village, and the major families have launched a civil war for their own interests. The ninjas in Kurama were killed and injured countless times, and the strength of the village plummeted. If it is not because of the remote and closed location of Kurama. Now, Kurama may have been invaded by other ninja villages. A bunch of short-sighted fellows. Tsurumi snorted coldly, although she was very dissatisfied with the current situation of the village and wanted the village to implement a policy of peace and openness. But with her current strength, no one would care what she thinks. However, if you go to Konaha this time, you should be able to meet the legendary Uchiha Xiu, right? I heard he's a handsome guy. Hee. Since the village's problems cannot be solved, let's solve your own lifelong affairs first. Thinking of this, Tsurumi showed a nympho expression on her face, and then happily went to prepare for leaving the village. Chapter 149. Isn't this a tailed beast? Seeking subscription. Xiu, during the Third Ninja World War, did you snatch all 7 of Kurama's ninja swords? Hokage building. Hokage office. Namikaze Minato smiled and handed an information scroll to Uchiha Xiu. Kurama wants to get back the 7 ninja swords. Oh, are they dreaming? Looking at the information scroll in his hand, Uchiha Xiu sneered. Regardless of the value of the 7 ninja swords themselves. At that time, because Kurama came to attack Konaha first, Uchiha Xiu would attack the 7 ninja swordsmen. These 7 ninja knives are completely his spoils of war. If it weren't for Kurama being too remote, Uchiha Xiu would always have other things on hand. He had already gone to Kurama to have a good chat about war compensation. However, unexpectedly, before he even opened his mouth, Kurama took the initiative to ask him to return the ninja sword. What about 4th Mizukage? Don't care about Konaha. I bother. These people are really inflated. Xiu, it is said that after the 4th Mizukage Yagura was killed by you, Kurama was leaderless and a civil war broke out immediately. Right now in Kurama, several big families are in power at the same time. I heard that the Teru Yoriichi clan took the opportunity to become one of the largest families in Kurama. Looking at Uchiha Xiu's appearance, Namikaze Minato was also a little helpless. He also didn't know how, with Kurama's current strength, he had the courage to say these words. Xiu, what are you going to do then? What to do? Hearing Namikaze Minato's words, Uchiha Xiu snorted coldly. Let Kurama redeem with money, 100 million taels for a ninja knife, and 200 million for Samahata. If you want to return all 7 ninja knives, take out 800 million taels. Round up 793 to 5, and the package price is 1 billion taels, and even a penny less will do. Although these 7 ninja swords are of no use to Uchiha Xiu, he will not give them back to Kurama easily. It is a good choice to take the opportunity to extort money. As expected of you, Xiu. After hearing Uchiha Xiu's words, Namikaze Minato smiled wryly. Uchiha Xiu is really a lion. It costs 1 billion taels to open your mouth. This is not a small amount. It is estimated that Kurama will have a headache. Then I will leave this matter to you, and I will not participate. Namikaze Minato is not as thick-skinned as Uchiha Xiu. The representative of Kurama opened his mouth to ask for 1 billion taels, and he was afraid that he would not be able to open his mouth when the time came. Don't worry, you don't have to worry about this matter. But let's say it first, since you don't care, I won't hand over a penny of the 1 billion taels to the village. The money is all mine. Uchiha Xiu felt it was necessary to make it clear to Namikaze Minato in advance. The 7 ninja swords were captured by him, and the money for Kurama to redeem the ninja swords was naturally his. Alright, it's all yours. Namikaze Minato has no comment on Uchiha Xiu's request. 1 billion taels, although a lot. But Konaha is not short of money now. Since Uchiha Xiu likes it, just give it to him. Cheer up, then I'll go first. By the way, I will take away the Book of Seals first, and send it back after I have learned all the ninjutsu on it. Inside the Book of Seals are some powerful forbidden techniques. Now that the village is under his control, Uchiha Xiu naturally won't forget it. Oh, Xiu, sometimes I really envy you, you are so chic every day. Namikaze Minato looked at Uchiha Xiu, feeling a little melancholy suddenly. Hokage has too much work. Every day now, he doesn't even have time to practice. What, you've only been Hokage for a few days, and you're tired of it? Really, let me tell you, find some beauties and form a group of beauties. Then hand over the work to them. You sit in the office every day drinking tea and reading books. Doesn't it smell good? Looking at the appearance of Namikaze Minato, Uchiha Xiu gave him a suggestion. Namikaze Minato is just too stubborn and doesn't know how to change things at all. Cough. Forget it, Kushina will kill me if she finds out. Thinking of how Kushina got angry, it was horrible. Hearing Uchiha Xiu's words, Namikaze Minato almost choked to death. This guy, why is he even more unreliable than Mr. Jiraiya? If this kind of thing is known by Kushina. Thinking of that scene, Namikaze Minato's body couldn't help shivering. Tisk tisk tisk, what are you afraid of? It is my duty to revive the man's glory. Looking at Namikaze Minato, Uchiha Xiu shook his head. How can a man be so afraid of his wife? To see him, even Tsunade tidied up docilely. Xiu, UBD, it turns out that's how you seduce Minato. When Uchiha Xiu was talking vigorously, the door of Hokage's office was kicked open suddenly. Immediately afterwards, the Whirlpool Kushina walked in with an angry face. Hee. Minato, I still have something to do, so I'll take my leave first. Feeling the murderous aura of the vortex Kushina, Uchiha Xiu instantly activated the Rinnegon, and then used the pentagram to disappear in place. Namikaze Minato, why didn't you refute that BD just now? Also, am I scary? Then I'm leaving. Seeing Uchiha Xiu run away, Uzumaki Kushina turned his attention to Namikaze Minato. Kushina, you listen to my explanation. Looking at Uzumaki Kushina, CGBC, who was about to spread his anger on himself, cold sweat flowed from Namikaze Minato's forehead. Fix this guy, let him take the blame every time he gets into trouble. As this Konoha, it is indeed the first of the 5 great ninja villages, it is really unusually prosperous. It's just that in such an environment, good ninjas cannot be cultivated. Terumi Mei, Kisame, and Kito Mitsuki are walking on the streets of Konoha. Everyone was stunned by the bustling scene of Konoha. In Kurigakure, but there is no such place. And, as defenseless as the people of Konoha village. In Kurigakure, you die quickly. This is where people should stay. Compared to Kurigakure, I seem to prefer the atmosphere of Konoha. Looking at the happy smiles on the faces of the people of Konoha village, Terumi Mei's eyes were full of envy. This is her dream life. If she can become Mizukage in the future, then she must make Kurigakure become like Konoha village. Calm and peaceful. What about you? Seeing this scene, what's in your mind? Terumi Mei turned her head to look at Kisame and Ghost Moon. This is a kind of temptation, to see if these two guys can be used by her in the future. I have no opinion. Master Terumi Mei, you know, I only have tasks in my life, and I don't care about everything else. Seeing Terumi Mei look over, Kisame grinned. In his eyes, everything in this world is false. Today's companion may be tomorrow's enemy. As early as a long time ago, Kisame completely sealed off her feelings. As a ninja, you only need to know how to perform tasks. It's really boring, that's why you're single until now. Hearing Kisame's answer, Terumi Mei rolled her eyes, this guy is really too rigid. Treat yourself like a tool. Master Terumi Mei is joking, I am not interested in love. Like Terumi Mei, Kisame can't understand Terumi Mei very much. I don't understand why she yearns for such an illusory thing like love. Full Moon, what about you? Terumi Mei didn't continue to pay attention to Kisame, but turned her attention to Ghost Lantern Moon. Ahem, Master Terumi Mei, every village has its own characteristics. We still have to think about how we should accomplish our mission. Ghost Lantern Moon coughed, and her body looked extremely weak. Hey, I knew that an environment like Kurigakure can only grow guys like you. Terumi Mei sighed, she kind of gave up on these two guys completely. From a ninja point of view, Kisame and Mizutaka are both very strong. But from a chat point of view, these two guys are obviously not good chat partners. I'm hungry now, let's eat something first. The words are not speculative, and Terumi Mei doesn't want to continue talking to these two people. Looking at the gourmet shops on both sides of the street, Terumi Mei couldn't help swallowing. After finally coming to Konoha, she has to experience the local specialties. I have no opinion, everything is up to Master Terumi Mei. Kisame and Moon have no objection to Terumi Mei's proposal. This time the task is led by Terumi Mei, they will do what she says. Hey, what's that? After Terumi Mei walked into a dessert shop excitedly, two girls immediately caught her attention. Exactly, it should be a pet held by two girls, which attracted Terumi Mei's attention. This feeling, isn't this a tailed beast? Chapter 150 They are gentle, please subscribe. This feeling, isn't this a tailed beast? Looking at the silly and cute pets in the girl's arms, Terumi Mei couldn't help exclaiming. Dried Persimmon Ghost Shark and Ghost Lantern Full Moon also opened their mouths in surprise. This Chakra, can never go wrong. These four guys, it's the tailed beast. Who are you? It's so impolite. After hearing what Terumi Mei said, everyone looked at the three of them in surprise. Then it was discovered that Terumi Mei and the others were not Konoha's ninjas. Shuhei was not happy. The guy from the outer village is so impolite. Now whoever sees it must call out to Lord Shuhei. This woman actually called them tailed beasts. How rude. That. The sudden situation made Terumi Mei not know what to say for a while. I even wondered if I had fallen into an illusion. How could any tailed beast appear in the village so swaggeringly? And looking at their hands, they are still holding a bunch of meatballs, which seem to be delicious just now. Are you spies sent by another village? Seeing Terumi Mei's sluggish look, Shuzuru felt that he seemed to have found a shocking big tit. As soon as the eyeballs rolled, an idea appeared in his mind in an instant. It looks like you guys are not ready to tell the truth. Then I'll show you how powerful Master Shuhei is. Mistaken. Juju. After Shuzuru finished speaking, he stared at the three Terumi Mei with unfriendly eyes. Then he approached the three of them. As for Kurama, he stayed in Yuhihong's arms proudly, disdainful of Shuzuru's behavior. Gyuki, on the other hand, was burying his head in eating meatballs and didn't care about the others. Jifu closed his eyes on the table and rested, he was used to watching cranes with surprises. Gulu, seeing Shuzuru approaching, Kisame and Moon immediately stood in front of Terumi Mei. Took a defensive stance, but cold sweat flowed from the foreheads of the three at the same time. The power of tailed beasts must not be underestimated, not to mention there are four of them here. Although their strength is very strong, but facing the four-tailed beasts, I'm afraid the final outcome, there is only a dead end. Master Terumi Mei, You go first, we'll finish off. Kisame drew out his long knife to cover Terumi and retreated slowly. Although Ghost Lantern Full Moon didn't speak, his semi-liquefied body also showed his attitude. No one thought that they just wanted to find a place to eat. Was followed by four-tailed beasts. Where does this make sense? Do you still want to resist? Then don't blame me for being rude. Seeing the dried persimmon Kisame who took out his weapon, Shuzuru's smile became even more gloomy. Damn it, who can tell me why the sleepy leaf-tailed beast is running around all over the street? Terumi complained angrily in her heart. Such dangerous things, let them appear in the village like this. Aren't you afraid of the tailed beast running wild? Because of the inherent cognition of tailed beasts, Terumi and others did not explain it immediately. Reasoning with tailed beasts, you're out of your mind to do this. Now all they can think about is how to retreat safely. Hey, ninjas from the outer village, as long as you tell your purpose, Master Shuhei will not hurt you. Yes, these adults are easy to get along with, so you don't have to be so afraid. Master Shuhei is being naughty again. Really, I was also taken aback by it back then. Haha, although it's a little disrespectful, Mr. Shuhei is just a child who hasn't grown up. Looking at the three Terumi who were scared nervous by the crane, all the surrounding villagers smiled. When they saw the tailed beast for the first time, they seemed to be very nervous. Are these Konoha ninjas crazy? Did I hear you right? They just said that tailed beasts are easy to get along with. What the hell is going on? Why don't they seem to be worried about the tailed beast running away at all? Master Terumi, otherwise, let's do what they say. Terumi came to her senses after hearing the words of Kisame and Moon. Seeing Shuhei who was getting impatient, he quickly said, "We are the ninjas of Kurama. We came to Konoha this time, and we informed 4th Hokage in advance." What? It's not a spy. After hearing Terumi's words, Shukaku muttered. It also wants to use this opportunity to enhance its prestige in the hearts of everyone. It now appears that the plan failed. Shuhei, don't treat guests like this. Go and play. After hearing Terumi's words, Yuhihong and Nohara Rin hurried up, grabbed Shuzuru by the back of the neck, and put it aside. Are you scared? I'm really sorry. Shuhei is a little mischievous, and often makes some exaggerated jokes. Please don't mind. With an apology, Nohara Rin explained to the terrified Terumi and others. Oh, it's okay. Terumi, Kanshi Kisame, and Kaiden Manu saw Nohara Rin's attitude towards Shuzuru. They pinched their own thighs in unison. How could a tailed beast be treated so casually? The key is, the other party seems to have gotten used to it, not having any angry thoughts at all. Hello, you were a tailed beast. This is so unscientific. As an apology, let's treat you to meatballs. Yuhihong and Nohara Rin were a little embarrassed. After all, they were the ones who brought out the tailed beasts, and they were also responsible for not being optimistic about the tailed beasts. Yeah, thank you so much. After Terumi heard Nohara Rin's words, a smile appeared on her face. She's also interested in these two girls who can wander around Konoha with four-tailed beasts. Boss, Sanda le Kisizi. Yuhihong yelled, and took Terumi and the three of them to sit down at an empty table. Ask for flowers. I want to eat too, order some for me too. After eating the meatball in his hand, Gyuki was still a little bit unsatisfied. No, you've eaten a lot today. Can't eat any more. Kurenai Yuhi decisively rejected Gyuki. Eating any more will make her poor. She doesn't earn much money by working so hard. Gyuki, let's go. I know where the repair money is. I'll take you to get it, and then we'll settle it ourselves. Naturally, Shuhei would not watch his little brother starve, so he dragged Gyuki and ran away. My name is Terumi. This is Dried Persimmon Ghost Shark, Ghost Lantern Full Moon. We are the ninjas of Kurama. Looking at Kurama and Isofu, Terumi and the three were still a little cautious, and they took the initiative to introduce themselves. Sunset is red, Nohara Rin. Kurumi Yuhi and Rin Nohara also introduced themselves, and Kurama and Isofu immediately introduced themselves. I was so scared to death just now, I thought I was going to die this time. Terumi now thinks of what happened just now, and feels a little scared in her heart. 0. It's not a good feeling to be stared at by four-headed and tailed beasts. I'm really sorry, but you don't have to be afraid, they are very gentle and won't take the initiative to attack you. Kurenai Yuhi smiled, and touched Nine Tails in her arms by the way. Cough, is it seems that I am too nervous. Hearing Yuhihong's words, Terumi almost killed herself with the quilt. Tailed beasts are gentle, do you believe it? Anyway, I don't believe it. Terumi silently looked at Ganshi Guishui and Gaidong Manu, and found that they also looked in disbelief. Joke, the four terrible chakra just now don't remind people of tenderness. Oh, actually, it's normal for you to be afraid for the first time. If it wasn't for Shu, we would definitely be the same as you. Nohara Rin looked at the lingering fear of the three people, and stuck out her tongue in embarrassment. Build, could it be Uchiha Xiu? After Terumi heard Nohara Rin's words, she immediately became interested. She came to Konoha this time. Another important purpose, just to meet the legendary Konoha Shura. Yes, it is because of Shu that we discovered that the tailed beasts are actually not as scary as we imagined. Do you also know Shu? Seeing that Terumi knew Uchiha Xiu, Rin Nohara had a pleasant smile on her face. Of course I know, the reputation of Uchihashu has now spread throughout the entire ninja world. I'm afraid no ninja with a little common sense has heard of Uchihashu's reputation. Terumi can see that the relationship between these two girls and Uchihashu must be unusual. So, she praised Uchihashu along the way. I didn't expect Shu to be so powerful, hehe. Hearing others praise Uchihashu, Yuhi and Nohara Rin were happier than being praised by others. Jonin couldn't help showing a happy smile on his face, with a smug look on his brows. They're men. Really outstanding. Just when several people were chatting happily, Uchihashu strode in. Chapter 151 Kisami's Provocation. Subscribe. Shu, why are you here? Seeing Uchihashu, Yuhi and Nohara Rin's eyes lit up. At the same time, he stood up from his seat and ran towards Uchihashu. Master Shu, good morning. Has Master Shu eaten yet? Let me treat you to meatballs. Master Shu, can you give me an autograph? My granddaughter pesters me every day to ask for it. My old bones can't stand it anymore. As soon as Uchihashu appeared, all the people of Konoha village in the dessert shop stopped what they were doing, stood up. Looking at Uchihashu with respectful eyes. You don't need to be so polite, I'm here to find them, you are busy with your work. Uchihashu was no stranger to this situation. Sometimes even sigh, people, it's not good to be too famous. Wherever it goes, it will cause a sensation. Then we won't disturb Master Shu. Haha, our fault, how can we bother Shushinrin when he is dating? Let's leave, Master Shu is usually so busy, it's rare to have a chance to be free, so we don't want to be light bulbs. Seeing Yu Hahong and Nohara Rin who had become awkward, everyone laughed and then dispersed. 627. The real group of people are real, what are they talking about? HMPH, I don't care. This is just right, lest some Waichan guys think of ways to fix it every day. Although they were watched by everyone, Kurenai Yuhi and Rin Nohara still mustered up their courage. One of them held Uchihashu's arm and returned to their seats. As this Uchihashu, seeing Uchihashu's face for the first time, Terumi's eyes are full of stars. Is there really such a handsome guy in this world? For the first time, Terumi felt her heart beat. Such a strong strength, coupled with such a high appearance. God, no more, I feel like my heart is about to jump out of excitement. Looking back at the dried persimmon ghost shark with a shark face and the full moon with a ghost lamp like a sick child. Terumi couldn't help complaining in her heart. It's really worth throwing away when you compare goods, and you die when you compare people. Compared with Uchiha Xiu, these two guys are completely in the sky, and there is a big gap between the 18 hells. If only Uchiha Xiu was a ninja from Miss Shinobi. In that way, he and I will definitely have a hard-working love. Thinking about it, Terumi has fallen into her own fantasy and cannot extricate herself. He stared blankly at Uchiha Xiu, with a nympho-like expression on his face. Really, this guy, seeing Terumi's appearance, dried persimmon ghost shark and ghost lantern full moon are a bit blind. They knew that Terumi was a nympho, but they didn't expect to be so nympho. My mouth is watering, although Uchiha Xiu is indeed handsome and a bit enviable. But Terumi's appearance is a bit too embarrassing. Snort. Seeing Terumi's appearance, Yuhihong and Nohara Rin pouted at the same time. Originally they thought Terumi was nice. But I didn't expect to see Uchiha Xiu turned into this. Really? Shameless. Hiss. Hearing the cold snorts of Yuhihong and Nohara Rin, Terumi finally recovered. Quickly wiped the saliva that was about to drip from his mouth, and smiled awkwardly. I accidentally lost my mind just now, I'm really sorry. Looking at the two girls with unkind expressions, Terumi smiled awkwardly, and her face returned to normal, as if nothing happened just now. Cut. After hearing Terumi's words, Yuhihong and Nohara Rin snorted at the same time. Are you distracted? The saliva almost dripped on the table. Taking this opportunity, Uchiha Xiu also took a closer look at Terumi. The current Terumi is when she is young, she is even more beautiful than when she first appeared in the original book. The character should be similar to the original book, he is a very nympho guy. And next to Terumi, the guy with the shark face should be Hoshigaki Kisame. The other one, if you guessed right, is Ghost Lantern Shueyu's elder brother. Ghost Lantern is Full Moon. The child prodigy loved by the 7 ninja swords. Well, I didn't expect to meet the legendary Uchiha Xiu here, what a surprise. Terumi looked at Uchiha Xiu's scrutinizing gaze, and offered to extend her hand. It's nothing unexpected, I came here this time just to find you. Uchiha Xiu held Terumi's hand lightly and explained his purpose of coming. When the two were about to separate, he gently hooked Terumi's palm with his fingers. Yeah, then I don't know why you came to us this time. Being teased by Uchiha Xiu in front of so many people, Terumi looked at the unsuspecting people around. There was a strange excitement in my heart. This is not a place to talk about things, you come with me. After Uchiha Xiu finished speaking, he kissed Nohara Rin and Yuhihong, and then walked outside first. Kurenai Yuhi and Rin Nohara also knew that Uchiha Xiu had business to do, so they didn't say much. Sitting obediently in the seat, did not follow. Let's go. Seeing the figure of Uchiha Xiu, Terumi thought about it, and followed with Kisame and Moon Moon. She wants to see what kind of medicine is sold in Uchiha Xiu's gourd. Just like that, Uchiha Xiu led the way, and Terumi followed behind. Along the way, the degree of Uchiha Xiu's respect in Konoha completely refreshed their impression of Uchiha Xiu. This kind of prestige, even if it is the shadow of a village, is nothing more than that. After walking for a while, Uchiha Xiu brought the three of them to a dense forest outside Konoha, and then stopped. I don't know what you brought us here for. Seeing the surrounding environment, Terumi and the others unconsciously frowned. You don't have to come out of the village to talk about things, do you? Konoha doesn't intend to return the ninja sword, but also plans to take the opportunity to attack them. Thinking of this possibility, the three of Terumi were all shocked. Then he became alert. If Konoha really wants to attack them, he must be fully prepared. If that's the case, they don't have the confidence to survive. After all, before them. But Uchihashu from Megatron Ninja World. Don't be nervous, I don't mean to start with you. Seeing the three people tensed up, Uchihashu smiled. If he wanted to make a move, these three guys would have already died. I'm just here this time to talk to you about the 7 ninja swords. Minato has left this matter to me. That's why I took the initiative to come to you today. Uchihashu explained his purpose, lest the three of them continue to be suspicious here. Yeah, but this place, no matter how you look at it, doesn't look like a place to talk about things. Terumi looked at Uchihashu, still a little worried. When the opponent puts down his guard, he shoots. This is the routine used by ninjas. They grew up under the blood mist policy since childhood. Obviously didn't believe Uchihashu's words. Really, I don't need to be so troublesome to kill you. If I wanted to make a move, you would be dead by now. Uchihashu shook his head. Although these guys are very strong, but in front of him now. It was no different from the 3 ants. Yeah, you were really confident. Hearing Uchihashu's words, Kisame grinned and walked to the front. Everyone will say big words, whether it is true or not is debatable. Obviously, Hoshigaki Kisame was not satisfied with Uchihashu's confident attitude. Can you kill them whenever you want? Pompous brat, I'm just stating the facts. Do you have any comments? Looking at the dried persimmon ghost walking out, Uchihashu asked indifferently. Hoshigaki Kisame is an excellent ninja, known as the real man in Hokage, with cage-level strength, but very obedient. When performing 4.0 tasks, he was conscientious, and in the end, he took the initiative to summon sharks to eat his body clean in order to protect the intelligence. Uchihashu appreciates dried persimmon and ghost sharks very much. If you can subdue it and use it for yourself, that's a good choice. But before that, Uchihashu obviously needs to show her strength. At that time, I will take out the secret letter I discussed with Miss Shinobi a few days ago. Don't worry about not being able to subdue the 3 Terumi. Ghost Shark, don't be presumptuous. Watching Kisame provoke Uchihashu, Terumi stepped forward to stop Kisame. Their task is to get back the 7 ninja swords. It is obviously not a wise choice to offend Uchihashu. Well, I'm just telling the truth. After hearing Terumi's words, Kisame backed away again. Now that Terumi is the captain, he will not refute any decision of Terumi. It's okay, since you don't believe what I said, then I'll just prove it. Looking at the dried persimmon ghost shark, a smile appeared on Uchihashu's face. Kisame, then let me show you the gap between us. 5S. Chapter 152 Confident Hoshigaki Kisame for subscription. Since you don't believe what I'm saying, let me prove it. Facing Hoshigaki Kisame's provocation, Uchihashu showed a smile on his face and didn't care in his heart. He knows, a guy like Kanshi Kisame, although rebellious, it is difficult to get his real approval. But once he is subdued, he is definitely the most loyal ninja. Uchihashu wants to unify the ninja world, but the Uchiha clan is far from enough. It would be great if a ninja like Hoshigaki Kisame could receive work from his subordinates. Yeah, since you have asked so, then I will grant your wish. But let's say it first, I will not be responsible for accidentally killing you later. Facing Uchihashu, Kisame was full of confidence. With the massive amount of chakra in his body, he is not afraid even in the face of cage-level powerhouses. Uchihashu defeated so many powerful people, including his former boss, Zigwashin Puffer Ghost. Hoshigaki Kisame has long wanted to fight Uchihashu. Then try it. Seeing that the two had already decided to fight, Terumi thought about it, but still didn't stop her. She also wanted to see how powerful this Megatron ninja boy in front of her was really. Terumi agrees, Ghost Lantern Full Moon naturally has no opinion. Although Uchi 26 Boshu's reputation spread throughout the ninja world, and even killed 4th Mizukage with his own hands, most people in Kurama didn't believe it. They all believed that Yagura, the 4th Mizukage, was ambushed by Konaha and died in battle. The reason why it is reported that it was killed by Uchihashu alone. I just want to take this opportunity to publicize Uchihashu's strength, so that other ninja villages will be wary. Now that they have the opportunity to test Uchihashu's true strength, they will naturally not miss this opportunity. After all, Kurama's news is too closed. Otherwise, if I lend them another 10 guts, they probably wouldn't take the initiative to provoke Uchihashu today. Let me see what you can do. After Terumi and Ghost Moon retreated, Kisame drew out his long knife, looked at Uchihashu and grinned. Shark-like eyes were full of murderous intent. HMPH, nice eyes. Seeing Kisame's appearance, Uchihashu gave a cold snort, then activated Rinnegon. Next second, Uchihashu's powerful aura and Rinnegon's horrific pupil power pressed towards Hoshigaki Kisame together. He's not going to hide his strength, that's meaningless. He wants the 3 of them to take a good look at it. His title of Konoha Shura is not something touted. What kind of eyes are these? Why does it give me such a strong sense of danger? It's terrible, this momentum, is this? Uchihashu, seeing Uchihashu's Rinnegon, Terumi next to him opened his mouth in surprise. Uchihashu's mysterious and powerful Rinnegan made her no longer feel contemptuous. It's too scary. Is this the true strength of the number one ninja, Kwang Kai Bo Shu? Whether it's the terrifying chakra, or the mysterious but frightening eyes, I feel a sense of crisis in my heart. We seem to have made a wrong decision inadvertently. Even if Kisame is very strong, I'm afraid we won't be able to survive against such a strong man, right? The moment Uchihashu showed his strength, Ghost Lantern Moon's body had unconsciously entered a state of hydration. But this doesn't give Ghost Lantern Full Moon even the slightest sense of security. That strong sense of oppression made him feel a deep crisis, as if as long as Uchihashu thought about it, he would die without any resistance in the next second. A dreadful figure. Looking at Uchihashu, who was still indifferent, Ghost Lantern Moon and Terumi couldn't help but sigh. Especially the Ghost Lamp Full Moon. For as long as he can remember, he's been hailed as the prodigy of Mist Shinobi. He himself is very conceited. However, when facing Uchihashu now, he realized that. It turns out that the name of the so-called child prodigy is nothing more than the self-entertainment of a group of frogs in a well. Compared with Uchihashu, he is like a firefly. There is no sense of existence under the light of the sun. Gulu. It seems like I made a stupid decision. Looking at Uchihashu in front of him, Kisame swallowed. Under Uchihashu's huge aura, his body trembled unconsciously. It has nothing to do with his will. This is the most basic instinct of the body. Uchihashu's strength is probably far stronger than his previous cognition. What's wrong? I'm ready, you can do it anytime. Looking at Kisame, who had been silent for a long time, Uchihashu spoke slowly. Oh, what a scary guy. After Uchihashu opened his mouth, the strong sense of oppression was reduced a lot. Kisame also took the opportunity to regain control of his body. Only then did he realize that his back was soaked. The body is also trembling constantly, and there is no strength left. This is the first time Kisame encountered such a situation. At this moment, Uchihashu is like a god in the eyes of Kanshi Kisame. Simply invincible. Oh, by the way, I'm afraid you can't show your strength now, right? Seeing Kisame still hesitating, Uchihashu suddenly thought. The reason why Kisame was so strong in the previous life is also inseparable from the sword muscle. It can be said, Kisame with shark muscles and Kisame without shark muscles. There are two levels of strength. Shark muscle, I'll use it for you first. Uchihashu took out a summoning scroll from his bosom, and then summoning pulled out a bandaged broadsword and threw it in front of Hoshigaki Kisame. This is the big sword shark muscle. Dried persimmon ghost shark saw the big sword in front of him, and recognized it immediately. This is the big sword shark muscle that he has been longing for. Swish, Kisame held the Samahata in his hand, and then swung it around a few times, and found that it was surprisingly smooth. The big knife Samahata seemed to be tailor-made for him. It seems that if I don't dare to make a move again, I might as well commit suicide. After getting Samahata, Kisami's confidence increased greatly. He knows the ability of shark muscle, with Samahata. No matter who the opponent is, he is sure to win. It turned out to be Samahata. It seems that Uchihashu was not lying. I am afraid that all 7 ninja swords are in his hands. However, he is so confident. You know, Kisame with shark muscles is so powerful that even 4th Mizukage is no match for him. Seeing Kisame get Samahata, Terumi's eyes lit up. In this way, it seems that it is not impossible to defeat Uchihashu. It turned out that the 7 ninja swords were all sealed. No wonder I summoned many times, and none of the 7 ninja swords responded at all. Seeing the big sword Samahata, Ghost Lantern Full Moon also 483 finally understood why he didn't get the slightest response when summoning ninja sword before. Hey, Uchihashu, it seems that you are completely different from what I imagined. Let me see your true strength. Hoshigaki Kisame opened the bandage wrapped around Samahata, revealing Samahata's real face covered with spikes. Then, without any hesitation, he grabbed the shark muscle and rushed towards Uchihashu. Shenluo Tianjiang, seeing the dried persimmon ghost shark rushing towards him, Uchihashu gave a light drink. In the next second, a tyrannical repelling force sent the dried persimmon ghost flying away. Boom! The violent impact set off bursts of smoke and dust, and the body of the dried persimmon ghost left a deep gully on the ground. What a strange move. Is it the unique power of these strange eyes? Dried persimmon Kisame wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He didn't expect that with just one blow from Uchihashu, he would suffer severe injuries. However, this kind of power should consume a lot of energy, so it cannot be used continuously. And this kind of move is useless to me. Because I have shark muscles, as long as I don't die instantly, no matter how serious the injury is, I can recover as before. Kisame stood up, and then changed the way of fighting. Since you can't get close, then fight a war of attrition. Water style, due to waterfall technique. As the hands of the dried persimmon ghost quickly formed seals, a large amount of water gushed out from the mouth of the dried persimmon ghost. But in just a few seconds, this piece of forest has already turned into Wang Yanghai. Hey, the terrain is in my favor now. Standing on the water, Hoshigaki Kisame laughed a few times. The Uchiha clan are all good at fire style, and it happened to be restrained by him. In this battle, it is not certain who will win and who will win. Chapter 153. You don't really think I don't know water style, do you? Seeking subscription. HMPH, kind of interesting. You don't really think I don't know water style, do you? Looking at the artificial lake made by Kisame, Uchihashu smiled. This guy doesn't think that under the terrain that water-style ninja is good at, he can defeat him, right? If Kisame really thought that way, it would be naive. Water-style, because of the joy of shark bombing. Dried persimmon Kisame quickly formed seals with both hands, and then a super large shark water bomb rushed towards Uchiha Xiu. Water-style, big shark bomb technique. After seeing the dried persimmon ghost shark's seal, Uchiha Xiu simply clapped his hands together. A giant shark dozens of times larger than the shark summoned by the persimmon ghost shark also took shape. In the next second, the two sharks collided together. What's the situation? Seeing Uchiha Xiu, Hoshigaki Kisame was stunned. He has worked so hard to form more than a dozen seals before using this technique. Why did Uchiha Xiu, who was in front of him, slap his hands together and the cast was successful? This unscientific, but it doesn't matter, you will soon know how powerful I am. Seeing the huge shark summoned by Uchiha Xiu, Kakisame smiled. His ninjutsu can absorb opponent chakras into his own use. The more powerful the ninjutsu released by the opponent, the better it is for him. Oh, is that the idea? Feeling that the sharks he created are being eaten by the opponent, Chakra, Uchiha Xiu sneered. Since I like to absorb chakra, I will give you more. Water style, chain shark bomb technique. Uchiha Xiu yelled casually, and in an instant, more than a dozen sharks of the same size as before appeared on the water. They rushed towards the dried persimmon and ghost shark together. Damn, isn't this too fierce? What the hell, can such a huge ninjutsu be released continuously? Hey, there's no need to fight at all. Seeing this scene, even Terumi-mei and Gaidong Shueyu, who were watching the battle from a distance, were stunned. Chain shark bomb technique. Why have they never heard of it? Boom. In less than a second, the shark summoned by the dried persimmon ghost shark was bitten and smashed by more than a dozen sharks several times its size. Then, a dozen sharks rushed towards the dried persimmon ghost shark. Damn, there is a hang, how do you play this? Seeing the shark approaching in a blink of an eye, the dried persimmon ghost wants to cry but has no tears. He can absorb chakra, but it will take time. In the face of such ninjutsu, he can only close his eyes. Besides, aren't the guys from the Uchiha clan best at fire style? Why is Uchiha Xiu water style so powerful? And what the hell is the serial shark bomb? This is obviously a name that came up on the spur of the moment, right? Boom. With a loud noise, the dried persimmon ghost shark was submerged in the shark group, and there was no more sound. Kisame won't just die like this. Seeing this scene, Ghost Lantern Moon couldn't help muttering. After all, with such a powerful ninjutsu just now, even if he has the blood succession limit, it does not necessarily guarantee that he can survive. Ahem. After a few minutes, the water finally calmed down, and Hoshigaki Kisame also appeared in the sight of everyone. It's just that the ghost shark's aura is obviously much weaker now. There are also many wounds on the body, which looks extremely miserable. How about it? Do you want to continue? Seeing the miserable appearance of Hoshigaki Kisame, Uchiha Xiu asked. He also didn't expect the dried persimmon and ghost shark to be so careless. He casually released more than a dozen enhanced versions of the great shark technique, which almost killed him. No more fights, no more fights. After hearing what Uchiha Xiu said, Kisame hurriedly spoke. He doesn't want to be an enemy of a guy who can release a dozen ninjutsu with S-level lethality at will. If you are not careful, this can be fatal. Oh well. Hearing Kisame's words, Uchiha Xiu shrugged. It was just a random blow, but I didn't expect to defeat the ghost shark with shark muscles. It was a bit unexpected. Xiu, I think we should discuss about ninja swords. Seeing that Kisame is still alive, Terumi-mei also breathed a sigh of relief. The current Kurigakure does not have much high-end combat power. If Kisame died so easily, then Kurigakure would suffer a great loss. It's easy to talk about ninja knives. 7 ninja knives worth a billion taels, you pack them up and take them away. After Uchiha Xiu heard Terumi-mei's words, he opened his mouth. What, 1 billion taels? Why don't you go grab it? Hearing Uchiha Xiu's offer, Terumi-mei was not calm for a moment. 1 billion taels, even if you kill her, she won't be able to get it out. Is there a difference? I snatched these ninja knives. Looking at Terumi-mei, who was a little out of breath, Uchiha Xiu asked a little puzzled. Hearing Uchiha Xiu's words, Terumi-mei was stunned. Don't even say, these 7 ninja knives were indeed snatched by others. It is also reasonable to ask for a high price. But, why are you able to say such things so confidently? 1 billion taels is impossible, we simply cannot offer such a price. Taking a deep breath, Terumi-mei calmed down. Don't say 1 billion taels, even 100 million taels, she can't get it out. Tisk tisk, it seems that you have no sincerity. Hearing Terumi-mei's words, Uchiha Xiu showed a look of regret on his face. The expression was obviously disappointed. Uchiha Xiu, these 7 ninja swords are of no use to you, are they? 70 million taels, this is our bottom line. Terumi-mei is also very anxious. After seeing Uchiha Xiu's strength, Terumi-mei knew. If we can't agree this time, then if you want to get back the 7 ninja knives, it will be almost impossible. 70 million taels is really too little. You know, these 7 ninja knives cooperate well, but it can make the village equivalent to an extra cage-level powerhouse. Uchiha Xiu shook his head, looking very dissatisfied with the price of 70 million. Uchiha Xiu, this is really our bottom line. You have to know that not every ninja village is as rich as Konaha. Terumi-mei looked at Uchiha Xiu and almost scolded her. Do you think everyone is like Konaha, a big dog? If Wang Qian's hadn't been a big financial problem in the village, Kurama wouldn't have been implementing the blood fog policy all the time. Actually, if you can promise me one condition, it's not that I can't think about the price of 70 million. Seeing that the time was almost up, Uchihashu planned to implement his plan. What conditions? Hearing Uchihashu's words, Tsurumime was overjoyed. As long as the 7 ninja knives can be redeemed, she can agree to any conditions. My conditions are simple. From now on, the 3 of you will be my subordinates. I want Kurama in my hands. Glancing at the 3 of Tsurumime, Uchihashu slowly stated his ultimate goal. What did you say? Hearing what Uchihashu said, the 3 of Tsurumime even wondered if there was something wrong with their ears. Did she hear correctly? What Uchihashu said just now is wanting to take the 3 of them as subordinates. Even take control of Kurama. What a joke. Chapter 154. You are just abandoned sons. Please subscribe. Didn't you hear me? Shall I repeat it to you again? Seeing Tsurumi's surprised expressions, Uchihashu pretended not to understand. You mean, let us be your subordinates, and then help you secretly control Kurama? After hearing Uchihashu's words, Tsurumime came back to her senses, then pointed at herself, and repeated Uchihashu's words word by word. Yes, it seems that you all understand. How about it? Isn't that a good proposal? Hearing Tsurumime's words, Uchihashu nodded in satisfaction. As expected of the future 5th Mizukage, the ability to understand is strong. Hehe, if it weren't for knowing that she is not Uchihashu's opponent, Tsurumime would really want to slap Uchihashu on the ground. Nice proposal. Where did you get the courage to say these words? The 3 of them are the mainstay of Kurama's future. Especially Tsurumime, she is someone who has a chance to become Mizukage in the future. How could such a thing be done? This is simply more shameless than becoming a traitor. This is turning into a village thief. Actually, you don't have to have any psychological burden. As long as you don't tell me, and I don't tell you, no one will know that you are my subordinates. And, I can also guarantee that Kurama will definitely be much better than it is now under my control. Looking at the 3 people with uncertain faces, Uchihashu didn't care at all, as if he believed that the 3 of them would be persuaded. If we don't agree, will we not survive today? Looking at Uchihashu, Tsurumime's heart sank to the bottom. She is not a fool. Since Uchihashu has said 120 of his plan in this way, it must be sure to keep them here. No, you will agree. Hearing Tsurumime's words, Uchihashu shook his head with a smile. These 3 people were carefully selected by him, the most suitable candidates to control Kurama. He will not kill these 3 people easily. HMPH, even if we die, we will not betray our village. After hearing Uchihashu's words, Mitsuki and Hoshigaki Kisame stood in front of Tsurumime at the same time. They would rather die than do anything that would betray their compatriots. Yeah, then let me ask you a question. What does a village look like to you? What does the ninja in the same village mean to you? Looking at the 3 who had already made a fighting stance, Uchihashu still did not choose to fight. Instead, he continued with his own topic. Village, companion. Hearing Uchihashu's words, the 3 of Tsurumime fell into deep thought at the same time. What does the village mean? What does companion mean? What is it? The village is something we need to sacrifice our lives to protect. Companions are partners who have the same beliefs as us, and we can sacrifice our lives for each other. Tsurumime looked at Uchihashu and replied seriously. Her ideal since she was a child was to change the status quo of Kurama, so that people in Kurama no longer guard each other and live in depression every day. Yeah, unexpectedly. You are unexpectedly naive. Hearing CGCD Tsurumime's words, Uchihashu was a little disdainful. The village may be worth giving your life to protect. But giving your life for your companions is open to question. I ask you, if the village you are guarding has killed you for your own benefit. Then do you still think about it now? Abandon. For profit. Tsurumime, Kanshi Kisame, and Ghost Lantern Moon are all very smart people. They received an unusual meaning from Uchihashu's words. Impossible, the village will never treat us like this. Thinking of a possibility, a few drops of cold sweat flowed from Tsurumime's forehead. It's not impossible to do such a thing with the urgency of the village's senior management. It's just that when she realized that such a thing might happen to her, Tsurumime was very unwilling to admit it. Don't be so full of words, just look at this. After Uchihashu finished speaking, he threw a secret scroll into Tsurumime's hand. This is the confidence with which he is sure to subdue these 3 people. After receiving the scroll thrown out by Uchihashu, Tsurumime hesitated again and again, but chose to open it on the spot. 1 billion taels cannot be collected, so Tsurumime, Hoshigaki Kisame, and Ghost Lantern Moon have been sent to Konaha to kill them. In just one sentence, the hearts of the 3 of them fell into an ice cave. This scroll has Kurama's highest level code, it cannot be forged by Konaha. It is precisely because of this that the 3 of Tsurumime are somewhat unacceptable. They can't believe it, the village would ruthlessly abandon them for the 7 ninja swords. Don't you think it's incredible? Seeing the faces of the 3, Uchihashu leaned against a nearby tree. After receiving the scroll that Kurama wanted to redeem the ninja sword, Uchihashu had a plan. Ask Namikaze Minato to reply that the 7 ninja knives must be redeemed for 1 billion taels. But this request was decisively rejected by Kurama. Then Uchihashu asked Namikaze Minato to reply, as long as Tsurumime and Hoshigaki Kisame were sent to Konaha for disposal by Konaha. Then Kurama can redeem 7 ninja swords at a price of 70 million taels. Unexpectedly, Kurama decisively agreed. At the same time, an extra ghost full moon, who has been hailed as a mist shinobi prodigy since childhood, was sent over. Why did the village abandon us so easily? Except for Kisame, who still had a calm face, Terumi and Moon couldn't accept this fact for a while. Isn't that normal? Your existence threatens the interests of other people in the village. So, of course they were more than happy to go along with it when they had the opportunity. Uchihashu knows all too well the ugliness of the village's top politicians. This kind of thing, no matter for which village, is inevitable. Speaking of which, I've saved your life by doing this. Otherwise, you will die in their hands sooner or later. Uchihashu's words made Terumi and the others fall into deep thought. Obviously, what happened this time was not simply caused by money. Some people in the village may already have murderous intentions towards them. That's why I took this opportunity to send them over. I want to get rid of them with the help of Konaha. As for what, of course, because Terumi and Ghost Moon are the most promising candidates for 5th Mizukage. Their existence, for some people, is the biggest hidden danger. So that's how it is. Terumi casually threw the scroll on the ground, her eyes full of disappointment. She still clearly remembered the promise that those elders made to her before coming to Konaha. As long as you can bring Ninja Sword back from Konaha this time, the seat of 5th Hokage is yours. Although she didn't take it seriously, Terumi still didn't expect. Those people in the village are so ruthless that they want her to die directly. It is conceivable that if news of her death came back to Kurama, her followers over the years, I'm afraid none of them will survive. Why do you even want to kill me? You know I won't live long. Ghost Lantern Moon looks at Uchiha Xiu, wanting to get the answer. He really didn't understand. He was obviously suffering from a serious blood inheritance disease, and he couldn't live long at all. Why did those people in the village even want to kill him? Aren't you dead yet? Uchiha Xiu's words, let the ghost lamp full moon stand on the spot, give up all the fantasies in my heart. Yes, he is not dead. This is the biggest danger. They will not spare anyone who can pose a threat to their rule. Well, although I don't understand why you guys are so sad. But don't ninjas exist as tools? If the tool is not used smoothly, it seems that there is nothing wrong with throwing it away. Just like the long knife I used before, after I got the Samahata, I threw it aside. People, there is no psychological burden of giving up tools they don't want. Kisame narrated his thoughts without emotion, as if he was not the one who was abandoned. Having killed too many companions with his own hands, he had long expected that this day would come. Okay, now tell me your answers. Submit to me, or die. As soon as Uchiha Xiu finished speaking, an incomparably powerful aura rose from his body. The astonishing chakra and terrifying pupil power all prove that. The strength of this man in front of me. Uchiha Xiu flew into the midair. Terumi, Kisame and Moon could only look up at him. What should be said has been said. If the three of Terumi still choose not to listen to him, then he has no choice but to kill him. And Terumi, Ganshigwa Shui, and Gaidong Manu looked at the godlike figure in the midair, all with solemn expressions. They know. Their decision later may determine their life or death. Chapter 155 Subdue for subscription. Submit to me, or die. After hearing what Uchiha Xiu said, the three of Terumi were all lost in thought. On the one hand, it is the village that abandoned them, on the other hand, it is the strong man who can easily kill them. It seems to be a simple decision, but for an excellent ninja, it is a very difficult decision. Submit to you, what can we gain? Finally, under strong pressure from Uchiha Xiu, Terumi spoke first. She is not afraid of death, but she does not want to die so easily. She is not reconciled if the wish in her heart is not realized. Good question. Hearing Terumi's words, Uchiha Xiu stopped his momentum. He knows, since Terumi asked this sentence, it means that she has made a choice in her heart. Submit to me, and I will help you get rid of those guys who want to target you. Also, I can help you become the 5th Mizukage, so that the entire Kurama is under your control. At that time, you can do whatever you want, even if it is a complete reform of Kurama, no one will dare to stand up against you. Uchiha Xiu also hates Kurama's blood fog policy, which is one of the reasons he approached Terumi. Then what do you want? Don't say it's just for the good of Kurama, I don't believe it. After hearing Uchiha Xiu's words, Terumi had no doubts. Uchiha Xiu has proven his strength. If he wants to do something to Kurama. In Kurama now, no one can stop Uchiha Xiu. However, if Uchiha Xiu wants to be against Kurama, she would never choose to conspire with outsiders to harm the village for her own life. How should I say it? Because my goal is to unify the entire ninja world, so you don't have to worry that I will be bad for Kurama. Uchiha Xiu slowly stated his purpose. Now that we have set our sights on the unified ninja world, although it is difficult to treat everyone equally. But he will not deliberately destroy a certain village. Unify the ninja world. Hearing Uchiha Xiu, Terumi, Hoshigaki Kisame, Ghost Lantern Moon is more shocking than hearing Uchiha Xiu going to control Kurama through them. This guy in front of me is too crazy, right? Unifying the ninja world. How is it possible? Even first Hokage Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. It's just the end of the Sengoku era. Don't be kidding. Unifying the ninja world. This kind of thing is not something that can be said by mouth. Even if it's your first Hokage, I'm afraid I can't guarantee that this kind of thing can be done. Terumi Mei 3 retorted, this kind of plan sounds like a fantasy, how can they believe it? Senju Hashirama is nothing but a fool. If he wanted to, then the ninja world would not be in the current situation. When Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara teamed up, it would not be a problem to flatten the entire ninja world. But the two were satisfied with just building a Konoha village. Senju Hashirama distributes the nine-tailed beasts to other villages to balance their power. This is simply stupid in Uchihashu's opinion. Because every village will have strong periods and weak periods. The result of Senju Hashirama's doing this is the culprit that caused the ninja world war. Otherwise, ninja village is strong, so naturally it won't let Yi enjoy such a good resource to himself. Even if you say so, do you have more power than Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara? Terumi Mei still thinks Uchihashu's purpose is a bit unbelievable. She admitted that Uchihashu's strength is very strong, even much stronger than the average cage level. But there are also countless powerful ninjas. If you want to unify the ninja world with the power of one person, unless you have the power zone of Senju Hashirama, the god of ninjas. The power of Senju Hashirama. Hearing Terumi Mei's words, Uchihashu smiled. Then let's show you the power of Senju Hashirama. Wood style, the tree world is coming. With Uchihashu's low shout, the ground under the feet of the three of Terumi Mei began to surge. Countless thick rhizomes burst out of the ground, forming a forest in an instant, trapping the three of Terumi Mei in it. This is wood style. Seeing this scene, Terumi Mei froze instantly. What happened today has completely surpassed her cognition. Why does Uchihashu even know wood style? Never heard of it before. Facing the continuous attack of thick branches, the three of Terumi Mei stood up and resisted. Damn, these trees are so tough. Dried persimmon ghost shark took the big sword shark muscle and slashed left and right, but he soon discovered. The trees summoned by Uchihashu through chakra are all so hard that it makes people feel horrible. In addition, shark muscle is not a weapon known for its sharpness. Therefore, the dried persimmon ghost shark seems to be very difficult to deal with. Soon, he discovered, these trees will absorb his chakra to strengthen themselves like shark muscles. This made Kisame a little numb. Even with Samahata, he can't absorb the overwhelming wood style. So, it didn't take long for Hoshigaki Kisame to be bound up with branches. The chakra on his body was also continuously sucked away by the branches. And the ghost lamp full moon is even more unbearable, although physical attacks are ineffective against him after hydration. But wood style's characteristic of absorbing chakra. Under such a powerful attack, he couldn't maintain his hydrated form within a few seconds. Faster than Kisame was trapped on a thick tree. But Terumi Mei, using lava style and boil style, moved repeatedly in the tree world. However, this consumes too much for chakra. Terumi Mei only lasted about 5 minutes longer than Kisame and Moon. Wood style is really easy to use. Seeing this scene, Uchihashu nodded in satisfaction. Although wood style ninjutsu is huge, the chakra consumed is not a problem for Uchihashu. Against the Terumi Mei trio, Uchihashu didn't even take his own steps from the beginning to the end. Just standing still and outputting a little chakra, the three of Terumi Mei were captured alive in such a short period of time. What a pervert guy. Terumi Mei was tied to the tree trunk, and the branches on her body were constantly absorbing the chakra in her body. Let her not even have the strength to break free. Seeing the dried persimmon ghost shark and the ghost lantern full moon is also the same situation. Terumi Mei sighed. She finally believed what Uchihashu said now. The guy who can subdue the three of them so easily. Unify the ninja world. It doesn't seem impossible. Let me down. I promise you, in the future, I will obey your orders. After figuring it out, Terumi Mei gave up struggling. Anyway, with a strong man like Uchihashu, it would be much better to die here like this. Moreover, she was very moved by Uchihashu's proposal. With the support of Uchihashu, that became the 5th Mizukage, she was 90% sure. It's like this earlier, so you don't have to suffer so much. Ask for flowers. After hearing Terumi Mei's words, Uchihashu put it down, and then turned his attention to Ghost Lamp Full Moon and Hoshigaki Kisame. Where are you two? I would, whatever, I don't care. Ghost Lantern Moon coughed. Anyway, he didn't have much time to live. Why not follow Uchihashu to try that seemingly crazy idea, and, giving up his life for a group of fellows who deserted him? Ghost Lantern Full Moon doesn't think she's that noble. Very well. Don't worry about your bloodline disease, maybe I can cure it. Hearing the answer from Ghost Lamp Full Moon, Uchihashu nodded. Although Ghost Lantern Moon has bloodline disease, but Uchihashu doesn't care. With Orochimaru's strength and his ideas, even if the body of the Ghost Lamp Full Moon cannot be cured. But if you just let him survive, it's not a problem at all. Really, hearing Uchihashu's words, Ghost Lantern Moon showed a look of surprise on his face. If others say that, Ghost Lantern Full Moon will definitely sneer. After all, from ancient times to the present, none of the ninjas suffering from bloodline disease can be cured. But since Uchihashu said this, a glimmer of hope rose in the heart of Ghost Lamp Full Moon. 0. Because there is no need for Uchihashu to deceive him on this kind of thing. I wanted to go crazy for the last time before I died, but I didn't expect that there would be a surprise. This made Ghost Moon even more in awe of Uchihashu. Then, from now on, only you are left, Kisame. Seeing the expression on Ghost Lantern Moon's face, Uchihashu knew he would be loyal in the future. Giving both grace and power is what a qualified ruler should do. But for dried persimmon ghost shark, Uchihashu is the least sure. Because this guy has an unusually strong mind. The betrayal of his companions, the death of his life, will not shake the thoughts in his heart. Hey, unifying the ninja world sounds like a good task. After that, you will be my boss. Hoshigaki Kisame grinned and carried Samahata on his shoulders. He has always felt that he is living in a false world, so he has no feelings for anything. But, if the ninja world can be unified, then there won't be so many things that hurt your companions, right? Okay, since that's the case, you guys go back to Konaha first. Tomorrow, I'll tell you about the next guest. Kisame and Moon had no objection to Uchihashu's arrangement, so they went back directly. Terumi was also planning to go back, but Uchihashu stayed behind. Anything else? Looking at Uchihashu, Terumi was a little puzzled. Yes, I trust both of them, but you, I don't trust you very much. Ghost Lantern Full Moon will follow him because of his bloodline disease, so it goes without saying. As long as you follow him, you will be absolutely loyal. But only Terumi, Uchihashu doesn't trust her. Uchihashu's words made Terumi almost run away on the spot. What do you mean she is not trustworthy? Obviously she was the first one to surrender. Then what do you want to do? Looking at Uchihashu, Terumi's tone was bad. Although she does not have much loyalty to Uchihashu, in her view, all of this is nothing more than mutual use. If Uchihashu wants to imprint something on her mind, then she would definitely not agree. It's nothing, I just want to turn you into one of my own. After Uchihashu finished speaking, he went to Terumi and hugged her. Then, he walked into a small log cabin with ease. Chapter 156 Jade Organization Establishment for Subscription. Early the next morning, Uchihashu led Terumi back to the village. Dried Persimmon Ghost Shark and Ghost Lantern Full Moon have obviously been waiting for a long time. When they saw Uchihashu appearing with Terumi, they basically understand what happened yesterday, but the two of them are not the characters of 8 trigrams. Therefore, did not say much. Boss, what should we do next? Seeing Uchihashu, Kisame spoke first. Don't call me boss, call me leader. From now on, the 3 of you will be the first batch of members of the Jade Organization. Uchihashu doesn't like the title of boss very much, it's too tasteless. Thinking of Hokage's most handsome Tianhuan, Akatsuki, Uchihashu simply set up a Jade Organization. Jade, very good name. Terumi is very satisfied with this name. To be precise, since last night, she is very satisfied with Uchihashu. Okay, there are only 4 of us currently in the organization. I'm the leader, the 3 of you will form a small team for the time being. In the future, as new members continue to join, I will readjust. Our Jade Organization has only one goal, and that is to unify the ninja world. Uchihashu thought a lot before. The Jade Organization should be above the villages. It is a sharp knife held in the hand of Uchihashu. Only in this way can we better control the villages in the future. Understood, Chief. After hearing Uchihashu's words, all 3 of Terumi nodded without any objection. Terumi, Dried Persimmon Ghost Shark. Exist. You 2 go back to Kurigakure with 7 ninja swords, and investigate all obstacles to your control of Kurigakure. The 70 million taels brought in this time will be treated as the organization's funds, and it will be kept by Terumi for the time being. You have to secretly develop your own forces to ensure that if there is a turmoil in Kurigakure, you can control Union Village as soon as possible. When you are all ready, I will personally go to Kurigakure and help you seize the regime in Kurigakure. At that time, I will help you remove all obstacles. Uchihashu arranged the task. Now there are only 4 members of the Jade Organization, plus he is only 4, and his strength is still at a relatively weak stage. Therefore, for this operation, Uchihashu is preparing to mobilize himself. Understood, we will leave immediately. Both Terumi and Kisame are very good ninjas, so after receiving the order from Uchihashu, they were ready to go immediately. And me, boss, why did you forget me? After waiting for a long time without hearing my name, the ghost lamp next to me was anxious. Why is there no assignment for him? Does the leader think he is too weak? Don't worry, I have my own arrangements for you. Seeing the anxious look of the ghost lamp Full Moon, Uchihashu waved his hand. It's not that he thinks that Ghost Lantern Moon is weak, but that he has other arrangements for him. Now that the plan has been arranged, Terumi and Hoshigaki Kisame will not stay any longer. Straight back to Kurigakure, the ghost lamp Full Moon was brought to a remote cave by Uchihashu. Boss, why did you bring me here? Why do I feel that this place is so eerie? Entering the cave, the ghost lamp Full Moon discovered that this is a place similar to a giant laboratory. There was a gloomy atmosphere everywhere, which made him feel very bad. Uchihashu didn't answer Ghost Lamp Full Moon's words, but led him to continue walking deeper. It's a rare visitor. Shu-jun, why are you free to come to my place this time? Finally, after walking for several minutes, Uchihashu arrived outside a room. A very hoarse voice came from inside. Immediately afterwards, a long-haired man in a Japanese kimono came out of the room. Orochimaru. The first time the man came out, Ghost Lantern Moon recognized him. Shu-jun, is this the material you sent me specially? Seeing the ghost lamp Full Moon, Orochimaru instantly noticed the difference of the ghost lamp Full Moon. Inside a pair of vertical pupils, there is full of curiosity that moves the ghost lamp Full Moon. Material. Chief, you don't want to experiment with me, do you? Hearing Orochimaru's words, the ghost Full Moon was startled. The appearance of him being made into a human specimen appeared unconsciously in his mind. Okay, Orochimaru, don't scare him. I didn't bring him here to send you experimental materials. Seeing that the ghost full moon was scared, Uchihashu smiled and introduced Orochimaru. This is the full moon of the ghost lamp, the blood follower limit ninja of Fuin village. Oh, a guy from the ghost lamp family. After hearing Uchihashu's introduction, Orochimaru became more curious about the full moon with ghost lights. Looking at the full moon of the ghost lamp is like looking at a little white mouse waiting to be slaughtered. Orochimaru, he has a serious blood disease. So, I want you to cure him as much as possible. As far as I know, you should have white Zetsu cells in your hand. You can try to fuse white Zetsu cells into his body, maybe it will have a miraculous effect. Although Ghost Lantern Full Moon is young now, if she can be properly cultivated, I will definitely become a strong cage level player in the future. Maybe even stronger than second Mizukage. Yeah, that's really a pity. After hearing Uchihashu's words, Orochimaru sighed. I don't know if it's a pity that Ghost Lantern Moon suffers from blood-inherited disease, or it's a pity that he lost a research material. Shu, although I don't know how you two met, but I just heard him call you chief. What's the matter? Skipping the topic just now, Orochimaru still has some doubts in his heart. I started an organization. The name is Jade. He is a member of the Jade Organization. Orochimaru, I wonder if you are interested in joining my organization. Uchihashu looked at Orochimaru. Since he has come here, why not just pull Orochimaru into the organization? Just to strengthen the strength of the organization. Shu-jun, tell me your purpose. After hearing what Uchihashu said, Orochimaru was non-committal. It doesn't make any difference to him whether he joins the Jade Organization or not. He was just curious why Uchihashu would suddenly set up such an organization. Obviously the whole Konoha is already under his control. As such that, Uchihashu introduced the purpose of establishing the Jade Organization to Orochimaru in detail. Unexpectedly, Mr. Shu has such a big ideal. Jade Organization, I joined. After hearing Uchihashu's plan, Orochimaru was also interested. Directly nodded in agreement. At this point, the fourth member of the U Organization is officially confirmed. By the way, cloning technology, how is your progress? There are already plans, and I believe that it won't be long before a certain breakthrough will be made. Hearing Uchihashu's words, Orochimaru had an excited smile on his face. Uchihashu is such a genius. According to Uchihashu's vision, if the cloning technology can really be mastered by him, then with the living corpse reincarnation, achieving eternal life is no longer a dream. Very well, then I'll go first. Full Moon, you can stay here. Orochimaru is very good at medicine, he will heal you. After Uchihashu finished speaking, he was ready to leave. For science, he is really not interested in 5.3. Boss, are you leaving like this? Can you stay with me? Why do I feel a little scared? Hearing that he was going to be alone with Orochimaru, Manmu quickly hugged Uchihashu's thigh. Don't worry, Orochimaru won't hurt you. Don't be so unpromising, our Jade Organization doesn't keep cowards. After Uchihashu finished speaking, he pushed the ghost lamp Full Moon away from his lap, and then a body flicker technique disappeared in place. Cough. Orochimaru, we are an organization, you shouldn't attack me, right? Looking at Orochimaru, the ghost Full Moon is still a little uneasy. After all, the way Orochimaru looked at him just now was really scary. Who's to say that's accurate? Come with me, Orochimaru shrugged, then walked towards the lab. Ghost Lantern Moon looked at Orochimaru's back, gritted his teeth, and finally followed. No way, judging from Uchihashu's words, only Orochimaru can cure his blood-inherited disease. Chapter 157 Tsunade and Yakushi Kabuto joined the Jade Organization, subscription required. After giving the full moon of the ghost lamp to Orochimaru, Uchihashu no longer cares about the full moon of the ghost lamp. Although I believe in Orochimaru's medical treatment, blood-inherited disease has always been recognized as a terminal disease after all. Even though Orochimaru's research conditions are now much better than the original work with the support of the Uchiha clan. But it shouldn't be that simple to treat blood-inherited disease. Tsunade, go and help Orochimaru do some research. After thinking about it, Uchihashu decided to ask Tsunade to help Orochimaru. Now Kurenai Yuhi and Ren Nohara have completely transformed into medical ninjas, and also learned 100 Healings Mark. So, Tsunade usually has nothing to do. If she and Orochimaru work together, the experiment may be able to advance by leaps and bounds and make leaps and bounds. Okay, then I'll go now. After hearing Uchihashu's plan, Tsunade immediately agreed. Now she is flustered all day free, and she can't go to the casino and drink all day. If you have something to do at hand, that's also pretty good. Don't worry, I still have to see someone. You and him will go find Orochimaru later. Uchihashu shouted, and a boy with round eyes was brought in front of Uchihashu by film department. Master Shu, this is the person you were looking for. The ninja of the shadow department saluted respectfully, and then returned to the dark place. And that little boy took this opportunity to carefully look at everything around 26. Is this the brat you're talking about? Seeing the boy in front of him, Tsunade was a little puzzled. To make Uchihashu fancy, there must be something unique and extraordinary. However, Tsunade didn't find any clues from the little boy in front of him. Subordinate Yakushi Kabuto, see Master Shu, Master Tsunade. That's right, this very ordinary looking boy in front of you is the chief director of the Future Ninja World Reunion. Yakushi Kabuto. Due to the butterfly effect caused by Uchiha Xiu, Yakushi Kabuto's life path has also changed a lot. It took Uchihashu a lot of effort to find him. Join you, I will be your leader from now on. It's your home. Yakushi Kabuto has been looking for the meaning of his existence and his own belonging all his life. Therefore, Uchiha Xiu intends to pull it into the Jade Organization. In this way, Yakushi Kabuto must be able to follow him like he followed Orochimaru in his previous life. The subordinate understands. Yakushi Kabuto was very polite. After hearing Uchiha Xiu's words, although he was very excited, he remained calm on the surface. He didn't know what kind of organization the Jade Organization was. However, as long as you can have a home of your own, a place where you can recognize your own existence. That's enough. Xiu, what happened to the Jade Organization? Seeing Tsunade's puzzled expression, Uchiha Xiu explained the Jade Organization. How about it, Tsunade, do you want to join the Jade Organization? At that time, I will invite Jiraiya again, maybe you Sanin back then will be able to fight side by side again. Hearing Uchiha Xiu's words, Tsunade's eyes lit up. It sounds like it looks pretty good. I agreed. Tsunade nodded without hesitation. Now Orochimaru and Jiraiya are standard cage level powerhouses. If you can form a team to fight again, so it can't sweep the ninja world. Snort. At that time, let's see who dares to ask her for gambling debts. Okay, let's go. Yes, this subordinate will retire. Looking at the back of Tsunade and Yakushi Kabuto leaving, Uchiha Xiu is still in a good mood. Yakushi Kabuto's growth potential is still scary. If Uchiha Itachi hadn't used his immortality to trap him in Izanami's illusion, it is not certain whether the two brothers Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke can defeat Yakushi Kabuto together. We all know that Hokage is a world of background and blood. But Yakushi Kabuto, relying on the body of an ordinary person, eventually become a big boss who can control the ninja war. Based on this alone, in the eyes of Uchiha Xiu, Yakushi Kabuto has surpassed most ninjas. Terumi Mei, you have done a great job this time, and the village will reward you. Kurigakure. Inside the Mizukage building, the rulers of several major families were very surprised when they saw Terumi Mei and Kanshi Kisame returning to the village with 7 ninja swords. How is this going? Did Konoha not kill? Thinking of this possibility, Kagaya Musashi's mouth almost crooked. He is willing to spend 70 million taels, not for those ninja knives. Instead, he wanted to use Konoha's hand to get rid of a few serious problems for himself. But I didn't expect Konoha to be so unreliable. Terumi Mei and Kisame are back intact. Kagaya Musashi felt a pain in his heart. This is a total of 70 million. That's it for nothing. As for the 7 ninja swords returned, Kagaya Musashi doesn't care. The most proud weapon of their clan is their own bones. Although the 7 ninja knives are strong, they are of no use to them. Elders, please be polite, these are what I should do. Terumi Mei lowered her head, no one could see her expression. These guys, seeing themselves back intact. You must be very disappointed, right? However, why didn't Ghost Lantern Full Moon come back with you? The current patriarch of the Wei Yoruichi clan, Kagaya Musashi looked at Terumi Mei with a bit of a bad tone. Since the death of 7 ninja swordsmen in 4th Mizukage Yagura, their Wei Yoruichi clan has become the most powerful clan in Kurigakure. This time, with the help of Konoha, get rid of Terumi Mei, Hoshigaki Kisame, Ghost Lantern Full Moon, who can threaten their existence. It was planned by Kagaya Musashi. We were attacked by Konoha shinobi on our way back. Ghost Lantern Full Moon died in order to protect us from evacuating safely. Hearing Kagaya Musashi's questioning, Terumi Mei didn't panic at all. As early as on the road, she made complete preparations. Since that's the case, you should retreat first. You have made a lot of contributions this time, and the village will reward you. So, during this period of time, you should take a good rest and don't leave the village. Do you understand? Kagaya Matazo questioned a few words, but found no flaws. Terumi Mei's answer is watertight. Therefore, although he was very unwilling in his heart, he could only give up. Yes, then we will leave first. Terumi Mei and Kisame retreated. At the same time, they were completely disappointed in the village. Kagaya Musashi told them not to leave the village. It's just that I can't find any excuse to move them for the time being. Once he finds an excuse, then she and Hoshigaki Kisame will definitely not survive the next day. Hey, the high-level people in the village are still the same, what are you going to do? After walking out of the Mizukage building, Kisame looked at Terumi Mei. Just 100 minutes ago, he also noticed the fleeting killing intent of Kagaya Musashi. The current situation is very unfavorable for them. I'll call my old department first, and you will be in charge of writing a letter to Mr. Xiu, telling him that we are ready and can do it at any time. After operating in Kurigakure for so long, Terumi Mei's influence is not small. Although Ao and 4th Mizukage died together in the 3rd Ninja World War. But with Chojuro and others, plus Uchihashu and Kisame, it is not a big problem to control Kurigakure. Hey, here's the double knife flounder you want. By the way, the village won't find out that the ninja knives we gave them are fake. Now that they decide to launch a coup d'etat, Terumi Mei and Kikisame will naturally not hand over the real ninja sword to the enemy. What they handed over was nothing more than a fake prepared in advance. The real 7 ninja swords are all on Kisame Kisami's body. Don't worry, the Wei Yoruichi clan are all lunatics who only know how to kill. They won't find out. Terumi Mei is full of confidence. The way Yoruichi tribe is powerful, their hard bones are their greatest weapon. 7 ninja swords. Toru Yoruichi doesn't really care. Then I will notify the leader. Wait for the leader to come, do it. Hoshigaki Kisame didn't say any more, and summoned a shark, then wrote a letter and put it in the shark's mouth. This is the way they had arranged with Uchiha when they left Konoha to pass on information. Terumi-mei doesn't stay anymore. Launching a coup is not a trivial matter, and the village's senior officials are becoming more and more murderous towards her. She wants to use the fastest speed to gather her old department. Lest any accident happen. Chapter 158. Let Hoshigaki Kisame respect the ninja. Subscribe. Oh, are you ready? A smile appeared on Uchihashu's face after receiving the message from Kisame. I didn't expect Terumi-mei and Hoshigaki Kisame to be so efficient. Only a few days passed, and it was already ready. Let's go then. Uchihashu thought for a while, then put on a black robe and a custom-made mask on his face. The purpose of going to Kurigakure this time is to help Terumi-mei get rid of obstacles so that she can better control Kurigakure. So Uchihashu didn't intend to reveal her identity. His purpose is to become the big boss behind the scenes to control the entire ninja world. Instead of standing on the table. In that case, it may cause common resistance from other ninja villages. Kisami's letter said that Kurigakure's top management has made no secret of their murderous intentions. If you count the communication time, then Terumi-mei and the others might already be in trouble. No, I'd better hurry up and go. After getting everything ready, Uchihashu hurried towards Kurigakure. Time is imminent. It's too late. If Terumi-mei and others have an accident, it will be troublesome. This is his first step to unify the ninja world, and it is of great significance, and there must be no accidents. Master Terumi-mei, will the higher-ups in the village really attack us? We didn't do anything to betray the village. The village has no reason to do anything to us. Kurigakure, in a secluded house. Terumi-mei, Kisame, Chojuro and others gathered together. Everyone is fully armed, as if they are on guard against something. Some people looked a little puzzled. Today, they suddenly received an order from Terumi-mei. It is said that the village's high-level officials want to attack them and let them gather here. That's right, according to my reliable information, tonight, the higher-ups in the village will attack us. Hearing the question from his subordinates, Terumi-mei also felt a little helpless. Although she was very careful, Kagaya Musashi noticed her intention to gather the old team. With such an excellent excuse, I'm afraid Kagaya Musashi will attack them tonight. Judging from the strength on paper, their side is not the opponent of Kagaya Musashi at all. Uchiha Xiu, the only one who can make her coup d'état a success, does not know when she will be able to arrive. Listen up everyone, although the current situation is very unfavorable to us, you don't have to be afraid. I have hired a helper, and I believe he will be able to reach Kurigakure in a short time. As long as we can persevere until his arrival, then we will be the ones who will win this war in the end. Terumi-mei looked at the uneasy expressions on the faces of most of the people under her hand and said slowly. She felt that it was necessary to encourage them and improve their morale. Master Terumi-mei, who is the helper? You have so much confidence in him. Are we Kurigakure ninjas? How many are there? As expected, Master Terumi-mei, it seems that everything is according to your plan. If that's the case, I'm relieved. I was really shocked when I first heard the news. Terumi-mei's words had a very good effect. When they heard that there were helpers, all the ninjas present became excited. Although I don't know who the other party is, but the guy who can be trusted by Terumi-mei should be very strong. This time I invited the leader of the Jade Organization. He is a very powerful ninja. With him, our operation will be successful. Of course Terumi-mei will not say Uchihashu's name. However, it is still a good choice to take this opportunity to promote the name of the Jade Organization. Jade Organization, there is such an organization in the ninja world. I have never heard of it. I haven't heard of it, but is it just an organization? Can it really help us turn the tide of the war? Although I don't know the strength of the leader of the Jade Organization, I trust Master Terumi-mei unconditionally. After all, the Jade Organization is an organization just established by Uchiha Xiu. It has no reputation in the ninja world, and it has no impressive record. Therefore, it is expected to be questioned. HMPH, you guys, the strength of the leader of the Jade Organization is beyond your guess. Even if it's me, it's not as good as 3/10,000ths of the leader of the Jade Organization. Seeing that most of the people below are not optimistic about the leader of the Jade Organization, Hoshigaki Kisame snorted unhappily. How can this group of guys understand the strength of the leader? Even Lord Kisame said that. I'm suddenly curious about the leader of the Jade Organization, and I hope to have the opportunity to meet him this time. It seems that the leader of the Jade Organization is indeed very strong to be recognized by Lord Kisame and Lord Terumi-mei at the same time. After hearing Kisame Kisami's words, all the ninjas present dispelled their doubts. This is not because Kisame has more prestige than Terumi-mei. It's because Hoshigaki Kisame is usually a very proud guy. The quantity of chakra is astonishing, and the strength is a genuine cage-level powerhouse. The strength of a ninja that can be admired by Kisame is absolutely terrifying. Okay, everyone cheer me up. This time, we are only allowed to succeed, not to fail. For the ideals in our hearts, to make Kurigakure peaceful, and to end that horrible blood fog policy. We must overthrow the brutal ruler. Seeing everyone's confidence soaring, Terumi-mei took the opportunity to announce the general mobilization before the war. Their actions this time were not for the purpose of fighting for power. But for a better future of Kurama. For Kurama. Must win. Terumi Mei's words had a very good effect. In an instant, the passion of all the ninjas present was ignited. Even Chojuro was almost moved to tears. Very good. Seeing everyone's appearance, Terumi Mei smiled slightly. Everything is ready, and the next step is to wait for the enemy's attack. Master Patriarch, the ninjas have assembled and can launch an attack at any time. Quote, in the Mizukage building in Kurama, a masked Anbu ninja kneels in front of Kagaya Musashi. As long as Kagaya Musashi gives an order, they will be able to attack Terumi Mei and others immediately. Okay, well done. However, has the intelligence from Terumi Mei been investigated clearly? Listening to the report of his subordinates, Kagaya Musashi's eyes grew colder. Just 2 days ago, he discovered that Terumi Mei was secretly gathering his subordinates. What to do is self-evident. This made Kagaya Musashi see an opportunity. As long as Terumi Mei and others are eliminated, there will be no obstacles in Kurama. Hiei Yoruichi tribe can completely control Kurama in his hands. At that time, use the strength of Kurama's entire village to find a way to cure their blood-inherited disease. Maybe it will be able to completely solve this problem that has plagued their Wei Yoruichi clan for generations. The investigation has made it clear that although there are quite a few ninjas on Terumi Mei's side, compared with ours, they are still far behind. Wang Zhao, as long as we launch an attack, my subordinates guarantee that none of them will be able to escape. Anbu's ninjas are full of confidence, let alone the strength of their Wei Yoruichi tribe. As far as the number of people is concerned, my side is crushing Terumi Mei's side. Okay, pass my order and launch an attack. Terumi Mei and this group of people, none of them can be let go. Kagaya Musashi showed a smile on his face, and then sat down in Mizukage's seat leisurely. In his opinion, Terumi Mei and others will definitely not survive tonight. Moreover, the opponent assembled his subordinates, which just gave him a chance to catch them all in one go. If the problem of the blood-inherited disease can be solved, then it is not impossible for our family to become the most powerful family in the ninja world. Thinking of the genius of his own clan, Kagaya Musashi couldn't help showing an excited smile on his face. That is a genius that has never been seen in thousands of years. His talent will definitely be able to lead the Wei Yoruichi clan to the peak of glory. As long as he is well cultivated, let him become a big killer who can only obey his own orders. No one will be able to shake his majesty. Chapter 159 Me, the leader of the Jade Organization, the Jade Emperor. Seeking subscription. Water style, Mist Shinobi technique. Water style, Big Shark Bomb technique. Water style, Great Waterfall technique. Boom. Under the order of Kagaya Musashi, the ninjas of Kurama and Terumi Yoruichi all launched a crazy attack on Terumi Mei and others. For those who grew up under the blood mist policy since childhood, the lives of companions are so insignificant. As long as they receive orders, even close relatives, they will not show mercy. Master Terumi Mei, support hasn't arrived yet. We're almost overwhelmed. Under the opponent's crazy attack, Terumi Mei's side quickly fell into a disadvantage. Originally Terumi Mei thought they could hold on for at least a while. But the ninjas of the Teru Yoruichi clan are so crazy. They are like natural killing machines. It's all a desperate style of play. Everyone hold on, support will arrive soon. Seeing the crisis situation, Terumi Mei was anxious, but there was nothing she could do. You can only stop the opponent as much as possible, and share some pressure on the ninja on your side. Stay away, everyone, Terumi Mei shouted, and then her hands began to form seals quickly. Lava style, the joy of melting monsters. Boil style, skillful fog technique. In an instant, Terumi Mei was surrounded by strong corrosive acid mist within tens of meters around Terumi Mei. And the ninjas around Terumi Mei who had no time to retreat also let out screams. Even a few ninjas who were directly hit by lava style were completely melted without even making a scream, leaving no bones. However, although Terumi Mei has caused huge damage to the enemy, compared to the entire 603 battlefields, it is still a drop in the bucket. If this continues, they will definitely be the loser. And Kisame on the other side was also uncomfortable. He was surrounded by more than a dozen ninjas of the Wei Yoruichi clan. Although the opponents had no way to deal with him, they managed to hold him back. What trouble, this bunch of lunatics. Looking at the battlefield, Kisame sighed helplessly. Although he has shark muscles, and his own chakra is comparable to that of a tailed beast. No matter how many ninjas he faces, he is not afraid. It's just that Wei Yoruichi just restrained him. Wei Yoruichi people specialize in body arts, and the only weapons are the bones of the body. Those bones are abnormally sharp and have amazing defense. Even the dried persimmon ghost shark can't take advantage of them when facing them. Haha, the garbage on the other side, none of you will leave alive tonight. Isn't it good to submit to Master Musashi? How dare you choose to betray us? HMPH, since you want to die, then we will fulfill you. The ninjas of the Wei Yoruichi clan become crazier the bigger they get, and many of them even adopt a life-for-life style of play. Due to blood-inherited disease, very few members of the Wei Yoruichi tribe can live to be 30 years old. This also caused their pervert bloodlust. They think, die in the slaughter, it is the glory of every Kagaya tribe. Damn, this group of guys is really too difficult to deal with. Didn't you say that the leader of the Jade Organization came back to help us? Why hasn't he appeared yet? What are you afraid of? Isn't it death? Kill one to get back the money, kill two to earn one, kill me. But the opponent is really too strong, and we can't hold it anymore. Facing the crazy attack of the Wei Yoruichi clan, the ninjas of Terumime's side have already begun to be defeated. No way, the number of opponents is numerous, and it is not fatal to fight. The key is their blood inheritance limit. Not only the attack power is powerful, but also the defense power is amazing. Ordinary kunai and swords can't break through their defenses at all. There are only strong people like Terumime and Kanshi Kisame. Only then can it cause some damage to the lunatics of the Yanghui Yoruichi tribe. Willow Dance. Dance of Tang Song. Tsubaki Dance. Once the Wei Yoruichi rush into the crowd, their bodies will become like hedgehogs, sticking out hard-boned spurs. Then they danced wildly in the crowd, killing indiscriminately, regardless of enemy or friend. It was precisely this that made the other ninjas outside the Wei Yoruichi clan fearful and did not dare to attack with all their strength. I am afraid that I am fighting the enemy, and the teammates around me will stab a skeleton on my body. Coupled with Terumime's double blood succession limit, this barely resisted the opponent's attack. Shu, come here quickly. Terumime cried out in her heart. If Uchihashu doesn't come again, once his side is defeated, it's hard to say how many people will survive tonight. HMPH, you bastards, you haven't finished fighting for such a long time. The voice of Kagaya Musashi pierced the night sky. A tall man rushed into the crowd at a very fast speed. Dance of the Early Fern. With a loud shout from Kagaya Musashi, countless bones stick out from the ground. These bones are extremely sharp and numerous. But in just a short moment, a bone forest was formed within a range of hundreds of meters. Lord Musashi. Seeing this scene, all the ninjas of the Wei Yoruichi tribe stood behind Kagaya Musashi consciously. They knew that when Kagaya Musashi fought, he did not distinguish between enemy and friend. And the appearance of Kagaya Musashi also completely plunged Terumi into despair. The arrival of Kagaya Musashi completely broke the balance that had been hard to maintain before. With just that blow, they lost dozens of ninjas, although the other side also lost about the same number of ninjas. But there are so many families. In this way of fighting consumption, they will lose in the end. Master Terumime, why don't we withdraw? That's right, if we keep the Green Hills, we don't have to worry about no firewood, so we choose the area where we can accumulate strength in secret. We can't continue fighting, there are less than 100 people left on our side. Taking advantage of the brief gap caused by the appearance of Kagaya Musashi, the ninjas of both sides separated from the melee. All the ninjas on Terumime's side have no fighting spirit. If you continue to fight, it will be no different from death. Hateful. Seeing this scene, Terumime clenched her fists tightly. This is the first mission Uchihashu gave her. She didn't want to end up like this. But, if you continue like this, it really doesn't make any sense. Reality will not change anything because of personal wishes. She can only wait for Uchihashu to arrive before making a long-term plan. How to say, I can stay and end the queen. Kisame stood beside Terumime, facing the ninjas who were several times larger than him. His face remained unchanged. I'll break up with you. Terumime considered again and again, but decided to retreat. However, she and Ganshiguixi wanted to stay to buy time for her subordinates. Master Terumime, I'll stay too. Chojuro stood in front of Terumime with a double-knife flounder. For Terumime, he can give up his ecology. It's really touching. However, Kurigakure doesn't need such a thing. You look like this, it makes me feel sick. Seeing this scene, Kagaya Musashi felt very angry inexplicably. In Kurigakure, ninjas don't need to have emotions. Getting rid of these guys is indeed the wisest decision he has made. None of you can escape tonight. I'm going to kill you all. Kagaya Musashi roared angrily, then pulled out a bone sword from his palm, intending to kill Terumime and others. But at this moment, a long knife with a cold light suddenly stuck straight in front of Kagaya Musashi from the air. Looking up, he saw the ninja wearing a black cloak and a fox mask in midair. Who? Kagaya Musashi yelled loudly, wondering in his heart, when did this guy show up here? He didn't notice it at all. Moreover, why is he able to float in midair? Does he have anything to do with Onoki? Uchihashu naturally didn't know Kagaya Musashi's inner thoughts. Glancing at Terumime, Uchihashu slowly fell to the ground. With a wave of his hand, the grass pheasant sword stuck on the ground flew into Uchihashu's hand in an instant. Who are you? This is our Kurigakure business. I advise you not to meddle in your own business. Seeing Uchihashu's moves, Kagaya Musashi's eyes were fixed. Intuition told him that this guy in front of him was not easy to mess with. Who I am? I am the leader of the Jade Organization, the Jade Emperor. I came here today because I received a commission from Terumime. As for the purpose, naturally, get rid of all of you guys who stand on the opposite side. Looking at Kagaya Musashi, Uchihashu spoke slowly. After tonight, the history of Kurigakure will be rewritten. Chapter 160. The Jade Emperor's Terror. Subscribe. Jade Organization, Jade Emperor. After hearing Uchihashu's words, Kagaya Musashi showed a trace of doubt on his face. I haven't heard of it. When did a Jade Organization emerge in the ninja world? And Uchihashu's words also made everyone present discuss. Is this the helper Terumime is looking for? It looks very strong. Jade Emperor. That's the title of Haki, but I don't know how strong it is. In any case, he is also the leader of an organization, and his strength must have reached cage level. That's for sure. Didn't Master Guixi say that even he is less than 1/10,000th of the Jade Emperor? Although Uchihashu hasn't made a move yet, his appearance has given Terumime's side ninja hope again. This is a strong man recognized by both Kisame and Terumime. With him here, even if he is still no match for the opponent tonight, there is definitely no problem in escaping. Jade Emperor, I think his tone is serious, maybe he's putting on airs. That's right, if it's really strong, why hasn't the ninja world heard of any Jade Organization? It must be that Terumime knew that he was doomed tonight, so he sent a ninja here to put on a show. Otherwise, why wouldn't a dignified leader dare to show his face? HMPH, so what if he is really strong? We, the Yoruichi clan, are not afraid of anyone. Yes, even if all the members of the Jade Organization come here, it's not enough for us. For Uchihashu, all members of the Wei Yoruichi tribe are very disdainful. In their view, Uchihashu is just a guy who hides his head and shows his tail, and his strength is definitely not strong. Taking a step back, even if Uchihashu has cage-level strength, so what? Could it still turn the world upside down in their Kurigakure? Lord Musashi, don't worry, I've seen this guy a lot, let me get rid of him. In the crowd, an elite ninja of the Wei Yoruichi clan stepped out. With strength close to cage level, he is the strongest ninja in the clan except Kagaya Musashi. He is very confident, and he can solve the Jade Emperor who pretends to be a ghost on the opposite side in a very short time. Okay, then I will give you the opportunity to perform this time. Seeing that Kagaya Kota volunteered, Kagaya Musashi readily agreed. He was a little uncertain about Uchihashu's strength. Although I can't feel any breath from Uchihashu, but the intuition in his heart told him not to provoke the guy in front of him. Now that Kagaya Kengtai took the initiative to stand up, let him take this opportunity to test the strength of this mysterious Jade Emperor. After getting permission from Kagaya Musashi, Kagaya Kota walked to the center of the battlefield, pointed at Uchihashu and shouted. Jade Emperor, come out and fight alone. Don't think that if you pretend to be mysterious, I will be afraid of you. Come out and challenge. Looking at the arrogant look of Kagaya Kota on the opposite side, Uchihashu smiled at the corner of his mouth. Heads up, you thought you were young and dangerous. But the other side is clamoring like this, so let him play with them. Anyway, the main purpose of tonight is to destroy the other party and at the same time to build the reputation of the Jade Organization. It is also a good choice to show your own strength. Since you want to court death, then I will fulfill you. Uchihashu took a few steps forward and stopped a dozen meters away from Kagaya Kota. Under the mask, he opened his own Rinnegon. His aura was also unreservedly released. For a moment, the battlefield is completely enveloped by the aura of Uchihashu. Some ninjas with low strength even feel a little difficult to breathe. My god, what kind of momentum is this? Why does it feel like I'm not breathing well? It's terrible, I seem to see a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, and my body begins to tremble uncontrollably. This is the evil spirit that can only be obtained by killing many people. Even if he didn't look at me at all, my legs are a little weak. The sense of oppression brought by Uchihashu's powerful strength, as well as the almost substantial killing intent on his body, made all the ninjas present tremble with fear, and their hearts were instantly shrouded in fear. Even Kagaya Musashi had cold sweat on his forehead. This lunatic who is not afraid of anything, actually felt the emotion of fear for the first time. Seeing this scene, Terumime and Hoshigaki Kisame looked at each other, with knowing smiles on their faces. At the beginning, they also experienced this kind of terrible coercion. Damn, what's the matter with this feeling? Why is my body shaking uncontrollably? Why am I scared? Obviously he didn't do anything. Everyone else is like this, not to mention Kagaya Kota, who was in the center of Uzumaki, facing Uchihashu. At this time, he had already lost the arrogance he had just now. Under this terrifying coercion, he only felt weak all over, without any desire to make a move. If it wasn't for his firm will, Kagaya Kota might have already knelt down to Uchihashu to express his surrender up. HMPH, it's just gravel, not half as good as me. Seeing Kagaya Kota's appearance, Uchihashu snorted coldly. A piece of rubbish without cage-level strength, even if he claims to be a lunatic, but when facing a real strong person, he is still no different from an ordinary person. Ha 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 ha, I see, you are just the same as before, these are all just posturing. I don't believe that someone can be so strong that they can make me fear like this before I even fight. This must be some kind of special ability you have, maybe it's the blood succession limit, right? I won't give in, I will expose your tricks and make your body into a sieve. Under extreme emotions, Kagaya Kota took the initiative to lose his mind. Otherwise, he is really afraid that he can't help but kneel and surrender to Uchihashu. That way, the face of the Wei Yoruichi clan was lost by him. At this moment, Kagaya Kota is completely like an uncivilized beast. Panting heavily, he growled loudly at Uchihashu. Good job Mrs. Kong, kill this guy who can only put on airs. Kill him, even if it is a strong cage level, facing the current Mrs. Kong, I am afraid that there is only one dead end. Seeing Kagaya Kota looking like a madman, all the ninjas of the Wei Yoruichi clan became excited. The tradition of their family is like this, the crazier they are, the more they are respected, and the power they can display is greater. Now that Kagaya Kota has become like this, it will definitely be able to solve the Jade Emperor of the Jade Organization on the opposite side. Roaring at Uchihashu like a beast, Kagaya Kota grew countless bone spurs all over his body, wrapping him like a hedgehog. Ask for flowers. Then in an instant, he rushed towards Uchihashu at an extremely astonishing speed. Sure enough, It's better to exterminate such a group as soon as possible. Bloodthirsty, warlike, crazy. Uchihashu decided to wipe out all the Yoruichi tribe in front of him. Otherwise, their existence, it is destined to affect the law and order under his rule. The distance of more than 20 meters is very far for ordinary people. But for Kage Yokota, who is close to cage-level physical skills, more than 20 meters is just a distance that can be crossed in the blink of an eye. In an instant, Kage Yokota had appeared in front of Uchiha Xiu. What a speed! No, the Jade Emperor is in danger. There is no time to dodge at such a close distance. Why didn't the Jade Emperor even dodge? Didn't he react at all? Could it be that he was really just putting on airs? Damn it, the guys from the Yoruichi tribe are very difficult to deal with. Once they get close to you, you will be in trouble. Seeing Uchihashu standing still and not even moving, all the ninjas on Terumime's side were sweating for him. 0. After all, Kage Yokota is also very powerful now, and Uchihashu has never made a move from the beginning to the end. Except for Terumime and Hoshigaki Kisame, no one knows his true strength. Haha, the Jade Emperor on the other side is scared stupid. Sure enough, he's a good-for-nothing guy. Just watch it. In the next second, he will be torn to pieces by Mrs. Kong. Long live Kota-sama, we Yoruichi are the strongest. Seeing that the bone spur on Kage Yokota's body was about to penetrate Uchihashu's body, all the ninjas of the Yoruichi clan shouted excitedly. Even Kagaya Musashi was secretly relieved. From the current point of view, the Jade Emperor probably has some special ability that makes him feel scared. At such a short distance, even he can only withstand Kage Yokota's blow. As for Kage Yokota's attack, no one has ever blocked it. Just when everyone thought that Uchihashu was about to die in Wonkwon, Uchihashu under the mask finally spoke softly. Shenluo Tianjiang. In an instant, a strong repulsive force blocked the crazy Kage Yokota. The bone spur was less than half a meter away from Uchihashu's body, but no matter how much Kage Yokota struggled, he could no longer move forward. Immediately afterwards, with the output of Uchihashu's pupil power, Kage Yokota was instantly sent flying by the strong repulsive force. Wheel tomb. Uchihashu spoke again. Next second, the head of Kage Yokota, who was still flying at high speed, flew into the air like a spinning ball. And his body crashed into Kuritaker's ninja camp. With the hard bone spurs covering the whole body and the unparalleled speed of being sent flying, Kage Yokota's body was like a shell, causing great casualties to Kuritaker's ninja in an instant. But, everyone present seemed to have been pressed the freeze button, without making a sound. Everyone stared closely at the center of the field. Kage Yokota's head rolled down, speechless for a long time. At this moment, the originally noisy battlefield fell into a strange silence for a long time. Chapter 161. No, you want to instigate me. Seeking subscription. The originally noisy battlefield fell into silence because of the death of Kage Yokota. Everyone stared at the center of the field, the head with wide eyes. The crazy smile on the head's face has not dissipated, as if death came too suddenly. Suddenly, the owner of the head, Kage Yokota, did not react. A gust of wind blew by, and everyone felt a chill on their bodies. When I came back to my senses, I realized that my body had been soaked in cold sweat unconsciously. Can anyone tell me what just happened? It was obvious that Mrs. Kong Tai was about to win. Why did it suddenly become like this? Is that Jade Emperor human? Why did Mrs. Kong die in such a vague way? The death of Kage Yokota obviously dealt a heavy blow to the members of the Yoruichi clan. This is the powerhouse of their clan, second only to the patriarch Kagaya Musashi. Possesses a strength that is infinitely close to cage level. He died in front of them like this. The key is that they have been watching the battlefield, but they are still confused. I don't know how the 323 Dao Kage Yokota died. As expected of a strong man praised by Terumime and Kisame-sama, I completely believe it now. It's terrible. Have you noticed that from the beginning to the end, Lord Jade Emperor has not moved at all? I also discovered that even when Kage Yokota was in front of him, Lord Jade Emperor didn't move at all. But that's it, Kagaya Kangtai was still killed. The Jade Emperor's ability can no longer be described as strong. This is really weird. It's really lucky that Lord Jade Emperor is on our side. Otherwise, I really can't imagine what kind of end we will face when facing Lord Jade Emperor. I'm afraid I don't even know how I died. Kage Yokota's death, although no one knows exactly what happened, but everyone understands in their hearts. All of this was done by the Jade Emperor, who stood still in place from the beginning to the end. At this moment, whether it is the ninja on Terumime's side or the ninja on Kagaya Musashi's side, no one has any doubts about the strength of this mysterious leader of the Jade Organization. Being able to instantly kill Kage Yokota is enough to show that the Jade Emperor is currently the strongest player on the field. While the ninjas on Terumime's side breathed a sigh of relief, the name of the Jade Emperor has also changed. All unconsciously called Lord Jade Emperor. This is a ninja's respectful title for a strong person who has gained their own recognition. Uchihashu's performance just now has completely conquered this group of rebellious ninjas. You back off. Retreat far away. Suddenly, Uchihashu turned around and said to Terumime, anyway, to deal with these guys, one person is enough. If they are here, Uchihashu will feel daunted instead. Because of such a short distance, there are many powerful moves that Uchihashu can't use. Understood. Terumime also encountered this kind of trouble during the battle. Her lava style and boil style are very lethal and have a large range. But it's easy to hurt yourself. Therefore, the moment Uchihashu spoke, Tsurumi understood Uchihashu's intention. Yes, after this matter is over, I will reward you well. Uchihashu smiled. Tsurumi's intelligence made him very satisfied. Ah, 21. Let's go. Hearing Uchihashu's words, some pictures flashed in Tsurumi's mind, and her face turned red. True chief, how can you say such a thing in public? What a shame. Glancing at Uchihashu reproachfully, Tsurumi quickly retreated with her subordinates. Otherwise, in case Uchihashu says something out of line again, then will she be Mizukage in the future? But obviously, Tsurumi thought too much. For other ninjas who don't know the details, for Uchihashu's nonsense, there was no association. The retreat of Tsurumi and others did not attract the pursuit of other Kurigakure ninjas. Even Kagaya Musashi didn't dare to act rashly before he figured out Uchihashu's strength. After all, the head of Kagaya Kota is still placed in the center of the field. Jade Emperor, what price does Tsurumi offer you? I will double it. Kagaya Musashi scared. The Jade Emperor's method is really too weird. Even if it is him. Did not notice how Kagaya Kota was killed in an instant. And since the Jade Emperor can get rid of Kagaya Kota so easily, it shouldn't be a problem to solve him. Therefore, Kagaya Musashi wants to use the price to buy the mysterious Jade Emperor in front of him. Don't dream, our Jade Organization is the most trustworthy. Don't say double, even if it's 10 times the price, we won't betray our employer. Hearing Kagaya Musashi's words, Uchihashu almost laughed out loud. No, too, all of this is my own plan. Fool, at this moment, Uchihashu really wants to know if Kagaya Musashi knows that Tsurumi and Kisame are his subordinates. Then what kind of expression will he have? But thinking about it, Uchihashu will not reveal this secret. Damn Jade Emperor, dare to reject Master Musashi. Lord Musashi, if we go together, can he alone be able to fight against so many of us? Yes, kill him and avenge Mrs. Kong. Our Yoruichi tribe only has warriors who die in battle, not cowards who retreat without fighting. Seeing the Jade Emperor's attitude that they are determined to eat them, all the ninjas of the Wei Yoruichi tribe were very angry. The glory of the Wei Yoruichi clan cannot be insulted. This Jade Emperor is really too crazy. Even if he is dead, he must show him some color. HMPH, since that's the case, let's go together. With him alone, he is absolutely impossible to be our opponent. Seeing the appearance of his subordinates, Kagaya Musashi could only bite the bullet and stand in front, ready to attack Uchiha Xiu. No way, although the ominous premonition in his heart is getting stronger and stronger. But if he ordered to retreat, then his prestige in the hearts of the people would be gone. It is even possible that one's own clansmen will target themselves. He knew the lunatics of the Teru Yoruichi clan too well. Kill me, kill. Following Kagaya Musashi's order, nearly 1,000 Kurigakure ninjas rushed towards Uchiha Xiu, intending to kill Uchiha Xiu with crowd tactics. Innocent. Seeing the rushing ninjas, Uchiha Xiu did not retreat but advanced, and rushed towards Kurigakure's army of ninjas alone. Moment. The two sides with a huge disparity fought together. Renegon. 1,000 birds flow. Reikiri. The lavender Rinnegan exudes a mysterious light. Uchiha Xiu holds a grass pheasant sword in one hand, and constantly uses powerful ninjutsu such as Renegon and Reikiri in the other hand. Although it is only one person, nearly 1,000 mist shinobi ninjas are still turned upside down. In his hands, even the most elite Wei Yoruichi clan ninjas couldn't last around. Their proud hard bones are like flimsy thin paper in Uchiha Xiu's hands. Poke and break. Uchiha Xiu in the crowd is like a Shira harvesting life. Every attack will take away 0.1 life of a ninja. Get out of the way, I'll deal with him. Seeing the heavy casualties among the clansmen, Kagaya Musashi's heart was bleeding. Even if we win today, the dominance of the Wei Yoruichi clan will not be as strong as before. Under the sacrifice of the tribe, Kagaya Musashi also inspired the blood in his heart. He rushed over to Uchiha Xiu. Willow dance. Dance of the iron flower. Knowing the strength of the Jade Emperor in front of him, Kagaya Musashi did not hold back, and used all his strength as soon as he came up. Bone spurs stabbed towards Uchiha Xiu's body continuously under his swing. But unfortunately, his attack did not have the slightest effect. Uchiha Xiu's eyes have completely seen through his movements. That's all for the warm-up exercise. Uchiha Xiu glanced at Tsurumi and others who had already evacuated to a safe place, and had no intention of continuing to play. Kagaya Musashi was forced back with a random knife, and then Uchiha Xiu slowly rose into the air. Next hit, just end it. Chapter 162. The End, The Great Spiral Lunyu for subscription. Hey, tell me, can Lord Jade Emperor block so many enemies? I don't know, since the Jade Emperor ordered us all to evacuate, he should be sure. Oh, why don't you let us stay, even if it's a favor? In the far distance, Tsurumi led his men to listen. Looking at the battlefield where there was already a scuffle in the distance, everyone was sweating for Uchiha Xiu. Although I know that the Jade Emperor is very powerful, but there are too many enemies. Whether the Jade Emperor can stop it, this group of people really don't have much confidence. Damn it, he flew into the sky. He must be scared. He must have exhausted Chakra in the battle just now. However, there is nothing we can do about him. None of our people can fly. Seeing Uchiha Xiu rising into the air, all the ninjas of Kurigakure below were a little bit at a loss as to what to do. They decided that Uchiha Xiu was scared, but they had nothing to do with Uchiha Xiu. Hey, aren't you amazing? You have planted it. It turns out that the leader of the Jade Organization is a coward, he can only put on airs. Haha, I'd like to see how long your chakra can keep you in the air. No matter where you fly, 26 we will not let you go. Kuritaker's ninjas started taunting Uchihashu loudly. I hope to use this method to anger Uchihashu and make Uchihashu come down and continue fighting with them. What the hell are you going to do? Unlike his subordinates, Kagaya Musashi looked at Uchihashu with a serious face. Just now Uchihashu didn't show any signs of exhaustion at all, and suddenly rose into the air. There must be some kind of conspiracy. The ants. This trick is over. Listening to the ridicule below, looking at the nearly 1,000 Kuritaker ninjas. Uchihashu's expression was indifferent. Later, you should be able to gain a lot of shortened time. Without further hesitation, Uchihashu slowly raised his right hand, and then a small jet black chakra ball appeared in Uchihashu's hand. At the same time, a terrifying aura full of destruction spread instantly. All the ninjas were aware of the terrifying power, and they all closed their mouths consciously, staring blankly at Uchihashu in midair. Not good, retreat quickly. The moment he saw the chakra ball, Kagaya Musashi realized something was wrong. Uchihashu was not running away, but is about to use his ultimate move. That black chakra ball definitely possesses the power far beyond S-rank ninjutsu. Uchihashu asked Terumime to take people away, just to use this move conveniently. At this moment, Kagaya Musashi was scared, and his intuition told him that if he didn't leave, he would definitely be eliminated by one move. Therefore, after a loud roar, Kagaya Musashi ignored his subordinates who were still standing still. Instead, he rushed directly to the distance at the fastest speed. Finally understand, but it's too late. Looking at the back of Kagaya Musashi running away, Uchihashu snorted coldly. Immediately afterwards, he threw the black chakra ball in his hand to the ground. Big spiral wheel U. Boom. A terrifying explosion sounded, and then the originally small chakra ball rapidly expanded into a huge ball of light. The huge energy exploded in an instant, and the violent high temperature generated a powerful shock wave. With an aura of terror that would destroy the world, the spiral wheel exploded among the ninjas of Yuanian village. Although Uchihashu didn't use all his strength, the power of the big spiral explosion still wiped out everything within a few thousand meters around. Nearly 1,000 Kuritaker ninjas disappeared without a single scream, leaving no corpses behind. This power. Now I finally know why Lord Jade Emperor wants us to retreat. Is this really something humans can do? Even a tailed beast can't cause such a huge amount of damage, right? Looking at the huge ball of light that suddenly exploded in the distance, even Terumime and Kanshi Kisame couldn't help swallowing. The eyes of both of them were full of horror and joy. If Uchihashu used this trick to deal with them, then they are probably already dead and can't die anymore. As expected of the leader, this kind of method is really unbelievable. Kisame licked his dry lips. The awe of Uchihashu in my heart has increased a bit. Explosions come fast and go fast. In just a few minutes, everything returned to calm again. It's just that Uchihashu's feet have already become ruins. A huge deep pit with a diameter of thousands of meters. Kill an elite Jonin, get 15 days shortened time. Kill a Chunin, get 12 hours shortened time. Kill a Jonin, get 7 days shortened time. Kill. The prompts from the system sounded continuously in my mind, and the shortening time on the system panel was also increasing rapidly. That blow just now added nearly 2 years of shortened time to Uchihashu. As Kagaya Musashi not dead, Uchihashu knew without hearing the system's prompt to kill a cage-level expert. Kagaya Musashi probably survived the attack just now. Renegon looked in the direction where Kagaya Musashi had just escaped, and soon, Uchihashu found Kagaya Musashi who was dying in an open space. It's really miserable. Looking at the appearance of Kagaya Musashi, Uchihashu shook his head. At this time, Kagaya Musashi no longer had a piece of intact flesh on his body. The bones wrapped outside have been blown to pieces, even if Uchihashu didn't do it. He probably won't last long. Cough. I didn't expect there to be such a powerful ninja in this world. Looking at Uchihashu, Kagaya Musashi gave up resistance. He already understood that the strengths of the two sides were not on the same level at all. I'm not reconciled. Originally Kuritaker belonged to me, Terumi 903 May will be killed by me too. But I didn't expect that everything would be ruined just by inviting you alone. Now the Wei Yoriichi clan is gone too, I am a sinner of the Wei Yoriichi clan. Kagaya Musashi knew that he almost missed the blow just now even after running so far. The clansmen in the center of the explosion are probably all dead. No, there's one more member of the Teru Yoriichi clan. At least, Kagaya was not wiped out. It was the appearance of Uchihashu who disrupted all his plans. Kill the cage-level powerhouse and get a 6-month shortened reward. Can you show me your real face? Current accumulated shortened time. 3 years, 5 days, 16 hours and 25 minutes. No, the dead don't necessarily keep secrets. Yes, there's another one, so you know him too. The whole of Kuritaker will be under his control. He also wants to know the real face of Uchihashu. As the system prompt sounded in his mind, Uchihashu knew that everything was over. Without further ado, Uchihashu stabbed Kagaya Musashi through the heart and ended his life. After tonight, therefore, even in death, swish, I'm going to die anyway. After hearing Uchihashu's words, Kagaya Musashi breathed a sigh of relief. Kagaya Musashi struggled to raise his head. Uchiha Xiu shook his head indifferently. In the world of Hokage, when a person dies, he may not necessarily be able to sleep forever with a secret. Chapter 163 Cut the grass to get rid of the roots and subdue Kimimaro for subscription. After Uchiha Xiu completely eliminated Kagaya Musashi and his forces, Terumi-mei led everyone to the battlefield. It's terrible. The blow just now killed nearly 1,000 ninjas. When I was far away, I felt heart palpitations. I really don't know how desperate the ninja at the center of the explosion was. Look at the destruction of the terrain. If I didn't see it with my own eyes tonight, even if I told me it was caused by the tailed beast, I wouldn't have the slightest doubt. I didn't expect the Jade Emperor's strength to be so unfathomable. After tonight, the prestige of the Jade Organization and the Jade Emperor may spread throughout the ninja world. If the Jade Emperor sided with Kagaya Musashi this time, we would end up in the same situation. With such a guy, it's not a problem even if one person fights against a village. Looking at the completely destroyed landforms around them, the ninjas of Kurigakure were all dumbfounded. There was also awe in the eyes looking at the Jade Emperor. Okay, the task has been completed, and I will leave it to you. In that battle just now, Terumi-mei's opponent has been completely wiped out. As long as the sun rises, Terumi-mei can control the entire Kurigakure. Everyone, clean up the battlefield and control the exits of the village according to the plan. I still have something to discuss with the Jade Emperor, so I'll leave the matter here to you, Shenjuro. Terumi-mei knew that Uchiha Xiu still had things to deal with and needed her own help, so she arranged everything for Shenjuro. Although Chojuro is young, he is very strong and has outstanding abilities. He is one of Terumi-mei's most valued subordinates. Yes, Master Terumi-mei. Hearing what Terumi-mei said, Chojuro immediately saluted respectfully. Terumi-mei is the meaning of his life. No matter what time it is, he is willing to give everything for Terumi-mei. Boss, is there anything else you need me to do? And Uchiha Xiu stayed away from the crowd, and Terumi-mei stopped pretending. Following behind Uchiha Xiu respectfully, waiting for Uchiha Xiu's next instruction. Take me to the territory of the Teru Yoriichi clan. Quote. Hearing Uchiha Xiu's words, Terumi-mei froze for a moment and then understood Uchiha Xiu's thoughts. It seems that Uchiha Xiu doesn't want to let anyone go, regardless of whether they are old, weak, sick or disabled. After tonight, there will probably be no way Yoriichi clan in this ninja world. Uchiha Xiu hugged Terumi-mei in his arms, and flew towards the territory of the Wei Yoriichi clan in the direction Terumi-mei pointed at. Not long after, the two had arrived at their destination. Wood style, wood clone technique. Uchiha Xiu clapped his hands together, and then split 10 wood clone from his body. The momentum of each wood clone is the same as that of Uchiha Xiu, very terrifying. Go, and leave no one behind except the one I'm looking for. Uchiha Xiu gave the order indifferently, and the 10 wood clone disappeared instantly. Not long after, there were screams in the territory of the Wei Yoriichi clan. The two walked leisurely in the territory of the Wei Yoriichi clan, listening to the screams around them. They were all indifferent. For Uchiha Xiu's approach, Terumi-mei has no doubts. The ninja world is so cruel. If this group of Wei Yoriichi tribe members are not killed today, after that, maybe there will be another Kagaya Musashi. And the reputation of the Wei Yoriichi clan is not good. They are a group of lunatics who only know about constant killing. However, Terumi-mei was still very curious about who the person Uchiha Xiu was looking for. Boss, is the person you're looking for also from the Wei Yoriichi clan? The guy who can attract Uchiha Xiu's attention must not be mediocre. But the entire Wei Yoriichi clan, only Kagaya Musashi and Kagaya Kota are somewhat famous. These two guys are dead. Terumi-mei really didn't know who else in the Wei Yoriichi clan would be qualified to let Uchiha Xiu come here specially. That's right, you'll know when you find it later. Uchiha Xiu didn't say much to Terumi-mei, and when she met Kimimaro later, Terumi-mei would naturally understand why she did so. 10 minutes passed, and the territory of the Wei Yoriichi clan returned to a state of silence. Not long after, Uchiha Xiu suddenly smiled and said, "Go, I found it." Following the news from the wood clone, Uchiha Xiu found an underground cage of the Wei Yoriichi clan. This cage is not big, and there is only a child locked in it. It looks like it was built specifically to hold this kid. Is this the person you're looking for? The first time she saw Kimimaro, Terumi-mei's face was full of surprise. There is still such a person in the Wei Yoriichi clan. She had never heard of it before. That's him, let him out. Under Uchiha Xiu's signal, Terumi-mei broke the seal of the cage, opened the door of the cage, and walked to Kimimaro's side. Looking at this ragged and dirty child, Terumi-mei felt some sympathy in her heart. It is to prevent Kurigikure's children from suffering this kind of suffering again, so she is motivated to overthrow the blood mist policy. Who are you? Looking at Terumi-mei and Uchiha Xiu, Kimimaro's eyes revealed a kind of indifference, completely unable to see what a child should be like. We're here to save you. Now, you are safe. Terumi-mei unchained Kimimaro and retreated behind Uchiha Xiu. Kimimaro, come with me, I will bring you a new life. Follow me, and you will understand the meaning of your existence in this world. After Uchiha Xiu finished speaking, he turned and left, as if coming to rescue Kimimaro was just a casual act. It is not obvious at all that he made a special trip for this child. Holding his body with both hands, Kimimaro curled up in a dark corner. He doesn't know who Uchiha Xiu and Terumi-mei are. I don't know what happened outside. However, He has been imprisoned in a cage since he was a child, and he has a natural resistance to strangers. Therefore, looking at the backs of Uchihashu and Terumi-me, Kimimaro did not choose to follow. Leader, tell me, will he follow? Walking out of the dungeon, Terumi-me looked back, but couldn't find Kimimaro. Don't worry, he will come. Uchihashu knows that Kimimaro has been looking for the meaning of his existence all his life. Now that he has appeared, he will never miss this opportunity. Moreover, Uchihashu still has a word left unsaid. That is, if Kimimaro hadn't followed the moment he stepped out of the Teru Yoruichi clan. There is no need for him to exist in this world. Wait a minute, sure enough, not long after, a childish voice came from behind. With unsteady steps, Kimimaro ran up to Uchiha Xiu. He was trained as a weapon since he was a child, and has been imprisoned in a dark dungeon. This kid's future achievements will definitely not be low. This kind of heart, coupled with the blood succession limit of the Wei Yoruichi clan. Walking ahead, Uchiha Xiu asked suddenly. Naturally, Uchiha Xiu would not refuse, for Wang Zhao he came this time to subdue Jun Ma Chuan. After hearing Uchiha Xiu's words, Kimimaro shouted excitedly, and followed Uchiha Xiu respectfully, following Terumi-me's example. Good. There was no expression on Kimimaro's face. It seemed that the corpse on the ground was not a clansman with the same blood as him. I only care about what adults think, everything else has nothing to do with me. Hearing Kimimaro's answer, Uchiha Xiu nodded in satisfaction, said no more, and walked in the direction of Kurigakure. Kimimaro, don't you have anything to ask about all this? Kimimaro knelt on the ground and saluted Uchiha Xiu. Although he didn't say much, his expression was respectful. Get up, I agree. From then on, Uchiha Xiu is the meaning of his existence in this world. My lord, please take me in. He no longer has any feelings for his clansmen. And Terumi-me finally understood why Uchiha Xiu was so interested in a kid. Thank you, my lord. Chapter 164 Learning Immortal Art for Subscription. With the help of Uchiha Xiu, the whole Kurigakure was quickly controlled by Terumi-me. Terumi-me also successfully became 5th Mizukage, realizing her dream. Seeing that the situation has stabilized, Uchiha Xiu didn't stay too long. Back to Konoha with Kimimaro. Is this the hometown of adults? It's really busy. Walking on the streets of Konoha, Kimimaro is full of curiosity about everything. Everything in front of him made him feel like he was in heaven. Kimimaro, you will be a member of Konoha from now on. Uchiha Xiu touched Kimimaro's head and led him to Orochimaru's base. Shu-jun, you are causing trouble again. Seeing Kimimaro next to Uchiha Xiu, Orochimaru looked helpless. A ghost lantern full moon is enough for him. Now Uchiha Xiu actually brought another guy over. Orochimaru, this is Kimimaro, a genius of the Teru Yoruichi clan. Besides, he doesn't want to be full of ghost lights, he is not a talker. Seeing Orochimaru's appearance, Uchiha Xiu shrugged. He doesn't care about Orochimaru's feelings. Bringing Kimimaro here is just to let Orochimaru cure his blood-inherited disease. Oh, is it the Teru Yoruichi clan? After hearing Uchiha Xiu's words, Orochimaru frowned. Although the Wei Yoruichi clan has a bad reputation, many people are envious of their powerful blood successor limit boundary. That's right, it's a pity that he, like Ghost Lantern Full Moon, suffers from severe blood-inherited disease. So, I think 147 wants you to cure him. Uchiha Xiu knew that Orochimaru would not refuse. After all, in the entire ninja world, only Kimimaro has the blood succession limit of dead bone pulse. Great, now we finally have a companion. Let me introduce myself, my name is Ghost Lantern Full Moon. After hearing what Uchiha Xiu said, Ghost Lantern had a great feeling of closeness to Kimimaro. He was suffocating to death with Orochimaru all this time. However, Kimimaro was very indifferent to the enthusiasm of the Ghost Lamp Full Moon. He has no interest in anyone except Uchiha Xiu. Oh, it's so cold. Seeing Kimimaro's appearance, Ghost Lantern Full Moon walked aside tactfully. This guy, like Yakushi Kabuto, is an out-and-out weirdo. Okay, from now on you will follow Orochimaru. I go first. After Uchiha Xiu finished speaking, a body flicker technique disappeared in place. It's like this again, it's really annoying. Looking at the place where Uchiha Xiu disappeared, Orochimaru muttered. This fellow Shujun, every time he makes a decision, he will not ask for his opinion. However, he didn't say much, because every time Uchiha Xiu sent him a guy who fit his heart. Like Yakushi Kabuto last time, Orochimaru found that, in studying this aspect, Yakushi Kabuto's talent is even higher than himself. It just took a little effort CGEF to train him, and he is already a qualified assistant of himself. Come with me, and I will arrange your future room for you. Yes, quote. After hearing Orochimaru's words, Kimimaro nodded, and followed Orochimaru slowly into the darkness. A few days later, what Uchiha Xiu did in Kurigakure also went viral. Konoha's newspaper also publicized this matter. The sudden appearance of the Jade Organization has already attracted the attention of the major ninja villages. Have you heard? An organization called Jade was born out of nowhere, united with Kurigakure's 5th Mizukage Terumi-me, and overthrew the original leader of Kurigakure in one fell swoop. Yes, it seems that the Wei Yoruichi clan has been wiped out. It's really terrifying. Why has such a strong Jade organization never been heard of before? I don't know. According to the ninjas of Kurigakure, the Jade Emperor, the leader of the Jade Organization, has killed nearly 1,000 ninjas with a single ninjutsu. Even cage-level powerhouses can't resist it. Really, doesn't the Jade Emperor rival Master Xiu in strength? HMPH, what is the Jade Emperor? Master Xiu is an invincible existence. It is impossible for anyone to defeat Master Xiu. However, it is better to be careful with such an organization. Uchiha Xiu and Tsunade were walking on the street, listening to everyone's discussion. They were a little dumbfounded. This group of guys, in order to argue over who was better between the Jade Emperor and Uchiha Xiu, their faces were red and red. As everyone knows, the Jade Emperor is also played by Uchiha Xiu. Oh, I really don't know what kind of expression they will have when they know that the Jade Emperor is also you. Looking at Uchiha Xiu, Tsunade smiled half a smile, with a little pride on his face. She was very proud that her beloved man could get such a high evaluation. By the way, what are your plans for today? Looking at Uchiha Xiu, Tsunade asked. Tsunade, do you know Senjutsu? Uchiha Xiu looked at Tsunade and asked. Fairy art. Uchiha Xiu has been coveted for a long time. Once you learn magic, whether it's taijutsu or ninjutsu, can obtain a huge bonus. There are 3 main sources of Shanshu. These are Ruchi Cave, Mount Myoboku, and Wetbone Forest. Uchiha Xiu considered for a long time, but decided to learn the fairy art of the Wetbone Forest. As for the reason, because Uchiha Xiu didn't like the toad on Mount Myoboku. As for Ruchi Cave, only Yakushi Kabuto learned their celestial arts and made himself a ghost. Although I don't know if it's because of Shanju, but Uchiha Xiu doesn't want to take this risk. As for the Wetbone Forest, needless to say, Senju Hashirama's celestial art in the original book should be inherited from the Wetbone Forest. Powerful, no side effects. Uchiha Xiu was still very satisfied. He didn't want to turn his body into a toad or a snake when he used fairy art to fight. Sorcerer, I know, but why are you asking this all of a sudden? Hearing Uchiha Xiu's words, Tsunade was a little strange. I don't know why Uchiha Xiu suddenly brought up this topic. I want to learn fairy art. Uchiha Xiu directly stated his purpose. What, you want to learn fairy art? Hearing Uchiha Xiu's words, Tsunade exclaimed. As the granddaughter of first Hokage Senju Hashirama, the only current heir of the Senju clan, Tsunade naturally knows the power of Senjutsu. However, she also knows the dangers of learning fairy art. Even if it was her, it was because the fairy art was too dangerous, so she didn't choose to practice it. Yes, fairy art can help me improve my strength. Uchiha Xiu nodded, although he is very powerful now, after reaching the 6 paths level. Ordinary ninjutsu can no longer do much damage. Only physical and fairy arts can cause damage. Therefore, Uchiha Xiu, regardless of whether it is dangerous to learn fairy art, must learn it. Because the enemies he will face in the future are not ordinary guys. Xiu, it's too dangerous to learn fairy arts. If you're not careful, you might risk your own life. Tsunade looked at Uchiha Xiu with a worried tone. According to Katsuyu Immortal's description, there are almost 10 deaths and no life when learning senjutsu. From ancient times to the present, I don't know how many people want to learn the fairy art of the Wetbone Forest. But without exception, all of them died in the Wetbone Forest because of failure in cultivation. There are thousands of ninjas, only his grandfather, Senju Hashirama, has successfully practiced. With such a small probability, Tsunade doesn't want to put Uchiha Xiu at risk. Don't worry, have you forgotten what I told you? I'm a sage body, so it's no problem to practice immortality. Seeing the worry on Tsunade's face, Uchiha Xiu squeezed her cheek. Uchiha Xiu will not do things that are not sure. Although learning fairy art is extremely dangerous, it is also for ordinary people. His body is the legendary sage body, and it shouldn't be particularly difficult for him to practice immortality. Like Senju Hashirama and Uzumaki Naruto in the original book, they are also sage body. And all of them have learned the fairy art, and when using the fairy art, there is almost no change in the body. Although it is impossible to practice 100% successfully, Uchiha Xiu believes that, with his talent and physique, you must be able to successfully cultivate the fairy art. Well, since you have decided, I will support you unconditionally. Seeing that Uchiha Xiu had made up his mind, Tsunade finally nodded. Although it is extremely dangerous to practice immortality, she believes that Uchiha Xiu will definitely be able to practice successfully. After all, in Tsunade's heart, Uchiha Xiu is an even better ninja than her grandpa Senju Hashirama. Chapter 165 Evolving Perfectly Sage Body. Subscribe. Okay, now that it's decided, let's sign a summoning beast contract with Katsuyu Rishi first. Now that he has decided to do this, Tsunade no longer hesitates. I took Uchiha Xiu to a remote forest. Xiu, I will summon the avatar of immortal Katsuyu later. As long as you sign a summoning beast contract with it, then you will be able to obtain the qualification to learn the art of the Shibone Forest. Although Tsunade has never practiced fairy arts, he is obviously very familiar with fairy arts. Tsunade, wait a minute. Seeing that Tsunade was about to summoning Katsuyu Immortal, Uchiha Xiu stopped Tsunade. Before killing Kagaya Musashi and others, Uchiha Xiu has accumulated a lot of shortening time, which is enough to evolve again. Therefore, Uchiha Xiu intends to evolve the body again first. In this case, practicing fairy art will be able to get twice the result with half the effort. Alright, although he didn't know what Uchiha Xiu was going to do, Tsunade stopped. I didn't ask too much. Anyway, Uchiha Xiu must have his plan, and if he wanted to say it, he would never hide it from himself. System, Perfect Evolution Sage Body. Since Tsunade was by his side, Uchihashu did not make a sound, but communicated with the system silently in his heart. Perfect Sage Body evolves successfully. Next stage, Sage of Six Paths Body. Time required for evolution, 5 years. Remaining shortened time, 1 hour, 9 days, 1 year, 3 months, 8 minutes. A warm current flows through the whole body. Uchihashu's body has evolved into a perfect Sage Body. This is a body comparable to Rinnegon's. Even Senju Hashirama, his Sage Body is not as good as Uchihashu's current body. This feeling is so cool. Feeling the vigorous vitality of the body and the huge energy contained in the body, Uchihashu couldn't help laughing twice. Then make fists with both hands and strike casually. There was a sonic boom. Shu, why do you feel that you have suddenly become different? Seeing Uchihashu's appearance, Tsunade opened his mouth in surprise. Although I don't know the specific strength of Uchihashu, Tsunade felt that Uchihashu was far away from him a few seconds ago. Yeah, what's different? Hearing Tsunade's words, Uchihashu smiled slightly. After the body evolves into a perfect Sage Body, Uchihashu felt that he was several times stronger than before. Even Uchiha Madara before becoming Ten Tails Jinchuriki, I'm afraid he is no match for him. Suddenly, Uchihashu noticed another message on the system panel. Is there only about a month left to evolve top talents? Then we can evolve together. In this way, it will definitely become easier when practicing fairy arts. Just do what you think, Uchihashu communicated with the system again. System, evolve top ninja talents. Top ninja talent evolved successfully. Current remaining shortened time, 1 year, February 11th 13 hours and 5 minutes. It is also a warm current flowing through the whole body. Uchihashu only feels that his mind is very clear now. The control of power is also more handy. Although he didn't really improve his hard power, Uchihashu felt that he was much stronger. Shu, are you ready? This time, Uchihashu's change didn't catch Tsunade's attention. Okay, let's get started. Uchihashu stood aside and signaled that Tsunade could summon the summoning beast. Summoning. Tsunade bit his own finger, then turned chakra and slapped the ground. Immediately afterwards, a small Katsuyu appeared in front of the two of them. Huh, Master Tsunade summoned me for something. Looking around, Katsuyu Immortal looked at Tsunade suspiciously. This time Tsunade summoned it without using much chakra, so only a small clone of Katsuyu was summoned. Katsuyu Rishi, this is Uchiha Xiu, a very good ninja. I want him to sign a summoning beast contract with you, do you think it's okay? Tsunade respected Katsuyu as well, and revealed his purpose this time. Of course, it's my pleasure. Hearing Tsunade's words, Katsuyu Rishi did not have any intention of rejecting. For it, no matter who wants to sign the summoning beast contract with it, it will agree. Anyway, its clones are infinitely many. After more people sign summoning beast contracts, it can see more of the outside world. Huh, your body. Immortal Katsuyu looked at Uchihashu carefully, and immediately noticed the abnormality. Uchihashu's body can absorb natural energy independently. Moreover, it has not been backlashed yet. Katsuyu Immortal, I want to practice senjutsu. Uchihashu was not surprised by Katsuyu's doubts. They are very sensitive to natural energy, and it is quite normal to find that his body is abnormal. Yes, I will teach you seriously. Immortal Katsuyu directly agreed, and Uchihashu's body is even more suitable for practicing celestial arts than Senju Hashirama's body. This, Katsuyu Immortal, isn't practicing senjutsu a very dangerous thing? Just as you promised, nothing will happen to Uchiha Xiu, right? He's a very important person to me. Seeing Katsuyu Rishi so forthright, Tsunade was dumbfounded. She still clearly remembers, when she wanted to learn fairy arts, Katsuyu Rishi rejected him very severely, and told myself the dangers of practicing fairy art. Ask for flowers. Why did you agree so readily when you came to Uchiha Xiu? Master Tsunade, this lord's body is very suitable for practicing senjutsu. And the talent is also very high. He is different from you. There is no danger in practicing immortality. Seeing Tsunade's puzzled expression, Katsuyu Immortal patiently explained to Tsunade. Hearing the words of Katsuyu Immortal, Tsunade almost ran away. What does it mean that he is very talented and different from me? Does that mean I'm stupid? Please, I am majestic Konaha Sanin, the princess of the Senju clan. You say this to me. Am I shameless? Okay Tsunade, don't worry about these details. Uchiha Xiu saw that Tsunade was about to go crazy, so he held Tsunade in his arms. Katsuyu Immortal, shall we go to Shibone Forest to practice senjutsu? Although he doesn't know how the immortal art of the Wetbone Forest is passed on, but Uchiha Xiu knows very well. 0. If you want to practice fairy art, it is best to go to the 3 holy places to practice. Because the natural energy there is the most abundant. Yes, let's sign the summoning contract first. Then I will cast the reverse summoning technique, and you will be able to reach the Wetbone Forest in an instant. Katsuyu Immortal is not in ink, and soon signed a summoning contract with Uchiha Xiu. Then I'll go first, and I'll cast the reverse summoning technique in 5 minutes. After Katsuyu Immortal finished speaking, he took the initiative to cancel the summoning technique, and then disappeared in place. Tsunade, after 5 days, remember to cast summoning to summon me back. Uchiha Xiu gave Tsunade a warning. He didn't think that when he finished learning the celestial arts, he would have to run back to Konaha from the Wetbone Forest. 5 days. When he opened his eyes again, he had already arrived at the legendary Wetbone Forest. Master Xiu, please follow me. Hearing Uchihashu's words, Tsunade had a suspicious look in his eyes. Seeing Uchihashu's appearance, Tsunade rolled his eyes, and then took the initiative to kiss Uchihashu. A clone of Katsuyu Immortal jumped onto Uchihashu's shoulder, and then led Uchihashu to the depths of the wet-bone forest. I will miss you. How can you doubt your own man? Can you learn? This guy is really becoming more and more feminine. If he hadn't got business to do, he would have executed Tsunade on the spot. 5 days is just a conservative estimate, maybe I can learn it in 1 day. Not long after Tsunade left, Uchihashu felt the call of the Katsuyu sage. Seeing that Tsunade didn't believe it, Uchihashu was a little upset. Uchihashu can't stop thinking about that sudden shy look. It's up to you. I see, you go. After speaking, Tsunade blushed and ran away. Immediately afterwards, Uchihashu felt his eyes go dark. Chapter 166 Sage Art, True Several Thousand Hands. Seeking subscription. Wet Bone Forest. Looking at the 3 big characters in front of him, Uchihashu murmured in a low voice. It is worthy of being one of the 3 holy places, the natural energy is too rich. Uchihashu felt like her perfect sage body was jumping for joy. After walking for a while, Uchihashu saw the inside of the Wet Bone Forest. This is an extremely dark and damp cave, with a huge space inside, and some drops of water drip from the rocks above the head from time to time. The colorful stones resemble the stalactite caves in Uchihashu's previous world. After walking for a while, the cave suddenly opened up, and a beautiful scenery appeared in front of Uchihashu. Here the birds are singing and the flowers are fragrant, the scenery is pleasant. Uchihashu feels like she is in another world. Of course, it would be better if there were not so many human and animal bones on the ground. Master Shu, please don't worry, I didn't kill these guys. Seemingly sensing the doubts in Uchihashu's heart, Immortal Katsuyu took the initiative to explain. These are all guys who came to the Wet Bone Forest to learn fairy arts, but none of them succeeded, so, 080, died here. Well, I see. Uchihashu nodded casually. He didn't care about the cause of these people's death. Even if these guys were really killed by Katsuyu Rishi, he wouldn't have any opinion on Katsuyu Rishi. Soon, Uchihashu came to the place where the Katsuyu sage body was under the guidance of the Katsuyu sage clone. Seeing this, Uchihashu almost dropped his jaw in shock. The Katsuyu sage body in front of me covers the sky and the sun, it is too big to describe. Even if Uchihashu turned on the perfect body Susanoo, in front of the Katsuyu sage body. It also seems to be an ant. Aren't you too old? Uchihashu put his hand on the body of Katsuyu Immortal and touched it. It was smooth and soft, and it felt very good. Master Shu, let's hurry up and learn fairy arts. Seemingly embarrassed, Immortal Katsuyu hurriedly urged. Well, I don't know what I should do. When it comes to business, Uchihashu's face also becomes serious. He did not forget the purpose of this time. Learning Shanju is very simple. Later I will spit out a drop of acid condensed by Shanshu Chakra. You just need to soak your body in it and feel how the natural energy works. After Katsuyu Immortal finished speaking, he signaled Uchihashu to find an open space so that he could do the next thing. After hearing the words of Katsuyu Immortal, Uchihashu finally understood how these bones came from. The acid liquid with natural energy is not so corrosive. This method of learning fairy art is really simple and crude. Okay, come on. But Uchihashu didn't hesitate too much, as his body was just a drop of acid, it shouldn't cause any harm. Then I'll start, you're ready. Receiving Uchihashu's answer, Immortal Katsuyu opened his mouth, and then a huge drop of acid came down from his mouth. Boom. With a loud noise, the place where Uchihashu was located was instantly submerged by the huge acid liquid. Sloppy. Uchihashu smiled wryly. The acid spit out of Katsuyu Immortal's mouth is really just a drop to it. But for normal-sized creatures, this drop of acid is almost comparable to the amount of water style, great waterfall technique. Hiss hiss. The acid dripped on the ground, corroding the ground into a big pit. Uchihashu, on the other hand, quickly activated chakra in the acid to prevent himself from being instantly melted by the powerful acid. Contrary to Uchihashu's expectations, the acid around the body is not as corrosive as imagined. On the contrary, it is much less corrosive than ordinary acid. Under Uchihashu's full operation of chakra, the acid not only did not cause any harm to his body. On the contrary, all the natural energy contained in it was drilled into Uchihashu's body. Is this the combination of natural energy and chakra? While running chakra, Uchihashu feels the natural energy in the body. Soon, under the corrosion of external acid, the two rose up. Uchihashu only felt that after the combination of chakra and natural energy, it instantly became several times stronger. The energy contained in it shocked even Uchihashu. No wonder it is so dangerous to practice immortality and absorb natural energy, and if you are not careful, your life will be in danger. It turns out that after the combination of chakra and natural energy, it can become so big. Maybe Uchihashu's perfect sage body and top ninja talent played a role. Uchihashu mastered the method of combining natural energy with his own chakra in a very short time. Streams of extremely rich natural energy gathered around Uchihashu, and were quickly absorbed into Uchihashu's body. On Uchihashu's forehead, a rhombus pattern similar to the Tsunade 100 Healings mark also appeared, storing the accumulated chakra of immortality. What a strong talent. This is the first time I've seen someone recognized by natural energy. Feeling the change of Uchihashu, Katsuyu Immortal was also very frightened. In its perception, the natural energy in the wet-bone forest is all converging towards Uchiha Xiu. And very docile, there is no sign of natural energy running wild when others absorb natural energy. Even Senju Hashirama, who once learned Shanjutsu, it's just forcibly absorbing natural energy into the body, and then transforming it into its own power. Although you can use fairy art, the process is still very dangerous. But Uchiha Xiu is different. These natural energies enter Uchiha Xiu's body autonomously. This also means that Uchiha Xiu does not need to cultivate natural energy specially. His body will autonomously absorb the natural energy around him. Is this the magic chakra? After a long time, Uchiha Xiu slowly opened his eyes, and exhaled a foul breath. With a thought, all the acid liquid around was blown out. The whole body seems to have experienced another baptism, without a single blemish. Sage art, wood style, thousands of miles around. Uchiha Xiu clasped his hands together, shouted loudly, and the chakra with a strong celestial power circulated crazily in his body. Immediately afterwards, a huge Guanyin statue with thousands of arms appeared on the huge open space in front of the wet-bone forest. The summoned Avalokitesfera is so huge that even Nine Tails is just a tiny bug in front of it. Try how powerful the attack is. Standing on top of the Avalokitesfera statue, Uchiha Xiu only felt that he was connected with the huge Avalokitesfera statue under his feet. The thousands of arms of Avalokiteshvara, like Uchiha Xiu's own arms, are like arms and fingers. Drink. Uchiha Xiu let out a low cry, and then thousands of arms of the Avalokitesfera statue attacked a hill in front at the same time. Rumble. In just a split second, the hill was covered by the smoke and dust raised by the impact. The ground also began to tremble violently, as if an earthquake had occurred. Master Xiu, stop quickly. If this continues, my house will be demolished by you. Seeing this scene, Katsuyu Immortal hurriedly shouted. The power of sage art, true several thousand hands is too great. Let it all feel a shock. Hearing the cry of Katsuyu Rishi, Uchiha Xiu stopped. Then a wind style, great breakthrough, blowing away all the smoke and dust in front of you. In the next second, a broken small mound appeared in front of Uchiha Xiu. The 1.4 click just now, even put a mountain. However, Shanju Chakra is really powerful. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Xiu couldn't help but nodded. Seeing Uchiha Xiu stop, Immortal Katsuyu breathed a sigh of relief, with some complaints in his tone. Feeling the surging power in his body, Uchiha Xiu nodded in satisfaction. As expected of the strongest wood-style ninjutsu, it is so powerful. It was shattered abruptly. As expected, it is the ninjutsu of Susanoo, who can completely torture Uchiha Madara. But without exception, all failed. But this is also the first time he used the ninjutsu of true several thousand hands. Before that, he had tried countless times to use the ninjutsu of true several thousand hands. Uchiha Xiu is also very embarrassed. As expected of the fairy art chakra, it is indeed powerful. A little excitement is normal. Master Xiu, don't be so reckless next time. I never thought that after using the celestial art chakra, I could use such a powerful ninjutsu so easily. Okay, I get it, I won't do it next time. This power, run away. Chapter 167 Next Step, Sunagaku. Seeking subscription. As expected of the fairy art chakra, it is really powerful. Uchiha Xiu shook his fist. Now he has entered sage mode. A steady stream of magic chakra flows from the forehead to the whole body. Let his body be full of strength. By the way, I have to see if there is any change in my current body. After successfully learning how to use senjutsu, Uchiha Xiu began to care about the side effects of using senjutsu. He wants to see if his body has undergone any changes due to the use of chakra. Made a smooth water mirror, Uchiha Xiu saw his whole body. It was found that except for a diamond pattern similar to the Tsunade 100 healings mark on the forehead, the rest of the place was no different from usual. Is this where the magic chakra is stored? Touching his forehead, Uchiha Xiu understood. The natural energy he absorbs, after entering the body, will become the fairy chakra. And he doesn't need to prepare Shadow Clone to store the magic chakra all the time like Naruto. Even if he can't use the magic chakra that he obtained through cultivation, it can also be stored entirely in the diamond-shaped imprint on the forehead. When you want to use it, you can call it at any time. Theoretically, as long as the diamond imprint can store enough celestial chakra, Uchiha Xiu doesn't have to worry about the lack of Shanju chakra. Immortal chakra is almost full. Uchiha Xiu felt the magic chakra in the 26 imprints of the rhombus, and suddenly found that the chakra in it had reached the level before using true several thousand hands. How long has it been? Immortal chakra recovered so quickly. But soon, Uchiha Xiu figured it out. This is the special ability of his body. Before Uchiha Xiu evolved chakra's recovery rate, and this ability can also be effective in restoring pupil power. Now it seems, even if it is the magic chakra, it is also affected by this ability. As expected of a system, this is too awesome. You must know that thousands of real hands consume a lot of magic chakra. But his body still recovered the celestial chakra in his body to its peak state in such a short period of time. It's terrible. As long as the storage limit of the diamond-shaped imprint is continuously expanded in the future, it is not impossible to turn on sage mode all the time in the future. After thinking about it, Uchiha Xiu became a little excited. With such a powerful recovery speed, even in the state of sage mode all the time, Uchiha Xiu doesn't have to worry about not having enough chakra. And what he needs to do now is to constantly refine the fairy art chakra, constantly breaking the storage limit of the diamond imprint. Let the diamond-shaped imprint on the forehead store as much magic chakra as possible. In this case, the huge Shanju chakra, coupled with the extremely pervert recovery speed. Even Uchihashu has been using powerful ninjutsu like true several thousand hands in battle. There is no need to worry about the problem that your own magic chakra is not enough. This battery life is awesome. After figuring it out, Uchihashu continued to experiment. One by one, powerful ninjutsu were continuously released. Uchihashu has also become more and more proficient in mastering immortal arts. Uchihashu found that the range of ninjutsu released by the senjutsu chakra not only becomes larger, but also. Moreover, the power is dozens of times stronger than when released with ordinary chakra. Okay, Master Shu, please stop for a while. If this continues, my home will be destroyed by you. Immortal Katsuyu looked at the mess in front of him, and suddenly regretted it. It shouldn't have signed the summoning contract with Uchihashu in the first place. He shouldn't be allowed to come to the Wetbone Forest to learn fairy arts. Now it's a good thing, my home has been messed up. Okay, then I won't practice ninjutsu. Next, I will refine the magic chakra here. Uchihashu has already mastered the fairy art very well, so she didn't continue to practice ninjutsu in the Wetbone Forest, but found a place to quietly refine the fairy art chakra. Calculating the time, there are still 3 days before the time agreed with Tsunade. Uchihashu doesn't intend to waste this period of time. After all, there is no such strong natural energy as the Wetbone Forest outside. Practicing here for 1 day is comparable to practicing outside for more than 10 days. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Uchihashu, who was practicing, suddenly felt a call from afar. Uchihashu knew that it was Tsunade who summoned him. With a thought, Uchihashu instantly disappeared in place, and Katsuyu Immortal finally breathed a sigh of relief. Started repairing what Uchihashu has broken these days. Boom. After a puff of smoke, the figure of Uchihashu appeared in the room. Since Uchihashu and Tsunade established a relationship, Tsunade moved to live in Uchihashu's house. Anyway, the Senju family has already existed in name only. Tsunade is also unwilling to live in the clan land of the Senju clan. Master, you are back. Shu, how is it? Have you learned the art of immortality? Seeing Uchihashu appear in the room, both Tsunade and Karuryu breathed a sigh of relief. Although the Katsuyu sage said before that there is no danger for Uchihashu to practice senjutsu. However, Tsunade and Karuryu couldn't help being a little worried. I have learned it, and this time I have gained a lot. Seeing the worried expressions on the faces of the two women, Uchihashu felt warm in his heart. Then he pointed to the diamond-shaped imprint on his forehead. Look, I'll show you. After Uchihashu finished speaking, with a thought, the chakra stored in the diamond imprint immediately filled the whole body. A powerful and special aura rises from Uchihashu's body. Both Tsunade and Karuryu opened their mouths in surprise. That's right, it's disgust. This is the fairy art of the Wetbone Forest. Sensing that familiar atmosphere, Tsunade's eyes were filled with nostalgia. Her great-grandfather, Senju Hashirama. This is the feeling when using fairy art. Master, Dao's momentum is amazing. It feels like you are much stronger again. Although Ja Luluo didn't know how powerful Shanju was, Uchihashu's power was not deceiving. The current Uchihashu is probably stronger than before. Shu, what is this mark on your forehead? Seeing the mark on Uchihashu's forehead, Tsunade wondered. I don't know, this is where the magic chakra is stored. Uchihashu shrugged. This thing appeared after he successfully cultivated the immortal art. Therefore, he himself is not very clear. Shu, you are really scary. After hearing Uchihashu's answer, Tsunade looked unbelievable. She knows that the mark on Uchihashu's forehead 907 is similar to her 100 healings mark. At the beginning, she mastered the 100 healings mark that can store chakra through the guidance of the Katsuyu sage. Unexpectedly, the real use of the 100 healings mark is to store the magic chakra. By the way, Karuro, you should go back to Sunagakure tomorrow. Now that Kurigakure is under Uchihashu's control, it's time to move on to the next step. Master, don't you want me? I do not go. If he comes forward, it is very likely that he will encounter strong resistance from other ninja villages. What are you thinking? You know my plan, I want to unify the ninja world. Looking at Ja Luluo, Uchihashu said seriously. This guy must be too timid. Seeing that Uchihashu didn't intend to drive him away, Ja Luluo smiled through tears, with a very embarrassed expression. Now that Kurigakure is under my control, I'm going to take on Sunagakure. Then what do you mean, master? However, after hearing Uchihashu's words, Ja Luluo's eyes suddenly filled with tears. She didn't know what she did wrong, why her master suddenly wanted to drive her away. In that case, Ru Luluo would rather die. And you are the best person to help me control Sunagakure. Unifying the ninja world is a very long process. Uchihashu plans to find a spokesperson first, stand on the bright side for him, and rule a ninja village. It was as if Kurigakure, Uchihashu had Terumi-Mei stand in front of the stage instead of him. Ja Luluo is undoubtedly the most suitable person to rule Sunagakure for him. Seeing Ja Luluo's appearance, Uchihashu pinched Ja Luluo's face helplessly. How could I drive you away? Chapter 168 Tonight, let's have a great battle. Subscribe. Karyulo, you are the best person to help me control Sunagakure. If you come forward, I believe Sunagakure's ninjas are acceptable. Ja Luluo originally had a very high prestige in Sunagakure, and he was one of the few ninjas who mastered magnet style. At the beginning, what Luo Sha mastered was the placer gold in magnet style, while what Ja Luluo mastered was sand. Sunagaku's high-level officials also wanted Rasa and Kaluluo to marry each other, hoping to give birth to stronger children. It's just that because of Uchiha Xiu, all these things came to naught. Master, I haven't appeared in the sight of everyone for so long, will the ninjas of Sunagaku accept me? After hearing Uchiha Xiu's words, Ja Luluo was a little worried. It has been too long since she followed Uchiha Xiu. She was afraid that she would not be able to complete the task assigned to her by Uchiha Xiu. Don't worry about this issue, because there will always be only a few people who know the truth. I will help you solve all the troubles in secret. Uchiha Xiu smiled confidently. Since Luo Sha, Chiyo and others were killed by him, and Shuhei was also taken away by him. Sunagaku's strength plummeted. There are even faint signs of falling out of the 5 great ninja villages. As long as Uchiha Xiu comes forward to give Sunagaku's top management some benefits and pressure, then everything is not a problem. I see. Master, rest assured, I will definitely keep Sunagaku firmly in my hands. Hearing Uchiha Xiu's words, Ja Luluo no longer hesitated. This is the first task Uchiha Xiu gave her. She must not be able to FK up. Must complete the task perfectly. Okay, tomorrow, I will set off with you. After making the plan, Uchiha Xiu stretched his waist. By the way, let's call Lin and Hong together today. Let's have dinner together tonight. Hearing Uchiha Xiu's words, Ja Luluo got up and went to inform Yuhihong and Nohara Lin. But was stopped by Tsunade. What's wrong? Seeing this scene, Uchiha Xiu was a little strange, and didn't understand what Tsunade's intention was. Xiu, you've been away for 5 days, and you finally came back. What are you calling those 2 little girls to do? Some things, if they come, it will be a disappointment. Seeing Uchiha Xiu's puzzled eyes, Tsunade turned his head to the side, and his complexion became pink and tender. Okay, then listen to you. Seeing Tsunade like this, Uchiha Xiu still doesn't understand. Open the barrier of the room at will. Have a good fight tonight. Damn it, Yi Kang-sama, we are surrounded by ninjas from Kaoyan village. Not far from the border of Sunagaku, a dozen or so ninjas are confronting each other. Don't panic, leave them to me, just take care of yourselves. Yi Kang stared at the ninjas of 9-Grass Hidden Village. These guys are getting bolder and bolder. Kill. Occupying the superiority in numbers, the ninjas of the country of grass directly attacked Yi Kang and the others without any nonsense. And Yi Kang also rushed into the crowd quickly, fighting with the ninjas from the country of grass. The other 2 members of Yi Kang's team controlled the puppets and retreated while fighting, trying to resist the attack of Kusanagi. HMPH, I didn't expect you Sunagaku to have today, let you see how good we are. Today is your day to die. The 9 Kusanagi showed cruel smiles on their faces, and then launched a more violent attack on the 3 ninjas of Sunagaku. As a small ninja village, the ninjas in the country of grass were often bullied by Sunagaku. There are even many ninjas who died in the hands of Sunagaku ninjas during the mission. However, due to the powerful strength of Sunagaku, the ninjas in the country of grass dare not speak out, and can only hold their anger in their hearts. Now, Sunagaku is far less powerful than before. Not only are there basically no strong men, even the number of ninjas is much less. This gave Ninja Village, who had been bullied by him for a long time, an opportunity. Began to harass Sunagaku's border constantly, killing many Sunagaku ninjas. Today, the Yi Kang team was surrounded by 3 grass ninja teams in the process of carrying out their mission. Damn it, you bastards. Although the ninjas in the country of grass are not that strong, the 2 Sunagaku ninjas are just ordinary chunin. It can persist for a short time, but after a long time, it can't resist Kusanagi's attack. In less than a quarter of an hour, 2 Sunagaku ninjas were killed by Kusanagi's knives. You guys, damn it. Scorch style, overkill. Seeing the tragic death of his companion, Yi Kang roared angrily, and then activated Scorch style. In the next second, the moisture in the bodies of the 6 Kusanagi who besieged her was evaporated. Only 6 mummified bodies remained. No, this is Sunagaku's Hakura. Seeing this special move, the remaining 3 Kusanagi knew immediately that the woman in front of him had information. Leaf Warehouse, Sunagaku's elite Jonin, owner of Scorch style blood succession limit, is one of the few powerhouses in Sunagaku right now, and among the 3 of them, the strongest is only at the level of special Jonin. Therefore, without any hesitation, Kusanagi quickly retreated in 3 different directions. None of you can escape. Yi Kang roared angrily, then used Scorch style to create 3 huge fireballs, and threw them at the 3 Kusanagi. The speed of the fireball was extremely fast, and the 3 grass ninjas couldn't escape at all. It's just a moment, there were 3 more mummy-like corpses on the ground. After cleaning the battlefield, Yi Kang didn't show any joyful expression. Recently, there have been many casualties in Sunagaku. Many ninjas from Shounen village began to harass the border of Sunagaku. Many Sunagaku ninjas were killed by them. Although Sunagaku is well aware of this, there is nothing he can do about it. Sunagaku's current strength is too weak. Originally, the strong men in the village almost died on the battlefield of the Third Ninja World War. The Land of the Wind's daimyo also cut funding for Sunagaku. As a result, Sunagaku had to reduce the number of ninjas in the village. If this continues, Sunagaku may really be kicked out of the ranks of the 5 great ninja villages. Back in the village, Yi Kang reported the whole incident to the senior management of the village. Then he was left behind by the village's senior management. Yi Kang, now you are the strongest and most prestigious in the village. Quote, so, we plan to let you serve as the fourth cage, you have to prepare mentally in advance. What Ye Kang didn't expect was that the senior officials in the village decided to make her the fourth cage. This is really surprising. I will work hard to bring the village back to its former glory. Becoming a shadow is every ninja's dream. Ye Kang is no exception. Since the village decided to give her this opportunity, she will definitely do her best. Okay, you go down first. Several elders waved their hands, making Ye Kang retreat. In fact, in their hearts, Ye Kang was not a suitable candidate. Ye Kang is obviously not qualified. Sunagaku is now facing internal and external troubles. Because of the tradition of Sunagaku cage, Dakion Zhao is the ninja who chooses to have the magnet-style blood succession limit. This is also impossible. Well, if Luo Sha or Jia Lu Luo is still alive, that would be fine. They Sunagaku will not fall into this field power. In the hands of Uchiha Xiu, they will never have any possibility of surviving. Several people looked at each other, shook their heads and smiled wryly. However, Luo Sha and Jia Lu Luo, who mastered the limit of magnet-style blood succession, all died at the hands of Uchihashu of Konaha. Back then, if Chiyo hadn't insisted on launching a war against Konaha. If the next cage is not elected, that would most likely cause a riot among the ninjas in the village. This kind of thing can't happen at all. You know, their opponent back then was Konoha Shira, Uchiha Xiu. He can only let Hakura, who is not bad, take over as cage. That guy, but even Ape Tails and Fourth Raikage teamed up can easily solve the pervert. As a result, they couldn't find suitable Fungian candidates at all. Thinking of this, several elders all sighed. Chapter 169 San Shinobi, I want you to surrender to our Jade Organization, subscription required. Look quickly, that seems to be Master Jia Luluo. How is it possible? Isn't Lord Karuryu already killed by Uchiha Xiu? It seems to be true, look at it quickly, isn't that Master Jia Luluo? I'll go, I'm not dazzled, am I? It's really Master Jia Luluo. Can anyone tell me what happened? Quickly report to the elders in the village, Lord Shuluo is back. As the news spread, Sunagaku boiled. Karuryu, who was believed to have died at the hands of Uchihashu during the Third Ninja War, has returned. This is really amazing. The return of Jia Luluo is undoubtedly good news for the ninjas of Sunagaku. Because, now Sunagaku is struggling, even some ninja villages can ride on their heads to shit. And Jia Luluo, but a real cage-level powerhouse. He is an excellent ninja who has mastered the boundaries of magnet style. Only, in addition to being happy, everyone was very puzzled. Why did Jia Luluo, who had been missing for so long, suddenly appear in the village again? Lord Jia Luluo, the elders want to see you, please come with me. After Jia Luluo waited outside the village for a while, a Sunagaku ninja appeared in front of her. I am going to take her to the Fungian building to meet the elders of various Sunagakers. Okay, let's go. Jia Luluo nodded, and started to walk towards the village. Wait a minute, Mr. Jia Luluo, this person can't go in with you. 200. However, the next moment, that Sunagaku ninja stopped Uchihashu who was beside Jia Luluo. Now Uchihashu wears a specially made mask and wears a jade tissue robe. Therefore, no one knows his true identity except Jia Luluo. You are so brave. Seeing that the guy in front of him dared to stop Uchihashu, Jia Luluo was furious. In the next second, he was ready to shoot this Sunagaku ninja. Cough. Seeing Jia Luluo's appearance, Uchihashu coughed. Obviously, I have told you many times, but Jia Luluo still forgot. If she takes action against Sunagaku's ninja, wouldn't her plan be ruined? Oh, do you know who this is? Just stop him. Hearing Uchihashu's reminder, Jia Luluo finally remembered the purpose of his trip. Feeling Uchihashu's displeasure, he glanced at Uchihashu with a guilty conscience. Jia Luluo quickly changed the subject. Ah, who is this? Feeling the killing intent of Jia Luluo just now, that San Shinobi was a little scared. Just now he felt very clearly that Mr. Jia Luluo definitely wanted to kill him. He is the leader of the Jade Organization, pressing the tomb. Jia Luluo snorted coldly, feeling very dissatisfied with this San Shinobi. If it wasn't for him, how could he be blamed by his master? After I become Fungian in the future, I will definitely send you to the most dangerous place to perform missions. What? He is the Jade Emperor. Hearing what Karuryu said, that San Shinobi opened his mouth in surprise. The reputation of the Jade Emperor has already spread throughout the ninja world. Unexpectedly, he actually appeared here now. Well, you don't need to know too many things. Take us to the elders. Seeing the shock on San Shinobi's face, Karuryu felt a little better. Then he didn't say any more, and walked towards the village. And that San Shinobi naturally didn't dare to say anything more. Jade Emperor. That was a werewolf capable of exterminating the entire Wei Yorichi clan by himself. Walking in the village, looking at the sparse crowd on the street, Jia Luluo felt a little lonely. There is no harm without comparison. After living in Konoha for a period of time, Jia Luluo discovered that. It turns out how hard life is for Sunagaku people. Moreover, Sunagaku's current situation is obviously even worse than before the Third Ninja World War. This scene also made Jia Luluo more firm in his heart. That is to completely control Sunagaku in your own hands. Jia Luluo believes that under the leadership of Uchiha Xiu, Sunagaku will be able to restore its former glory. Even more prosperous than before. Soon, the three of them came to Fungian building. After the leading ninja retreated, Karuryu and Uchihashu entered Kasuke's office. Garyulo, who is this? The arrival of Uchihashu surprised all the Sunagaku elders who had been waiting in the room. It is a very dangerous thing to bring such an unknown guy to the village. This is the leader of the Jade Organization, the Jade Emperor. It had long been expected that these elders would ask about Uchihashu's identity, so Jaluluo revealed Uchihashu's identity as the Jade Emperor according to the previous plan. What? Jade Emperor? The Jade Emperor who wiped out the Kurigakure Yoruichi clan by himself. Garyulo, how could you be with such a person? CGFG. Upon hearing Uchihashu's identity as the Jade Emperor, everyone present opened their mouths in shock, and at the same time they all secretly became alert. In their eyes, the Jade Emperor is an out-and-out dangerous element. If the Jade Emperor suddenly made a move here, wouldn't they be wiped out in one go? Wouldn't the whole Sunagaku be in chaos? You must know that those present are all high-level real powers who control Sunagaku. Yes, he is the Jade Emperor. When I was hunted down by Uchiha Xiu, it was the Jade Emperor who rescued me from Vice Admiral. At that time, I was already on the verge of death, and it was the Jade Emperor who successfully brought me back to life. Everything has been planned. Saja Luluo speaks very smoothly now. It turned out to be like this. If that's the case, it's no surprise. Yes, the Jade Emperor does have this ability. After hearing Ja Luluo's words, the elders of Sunagaku believed 9 points. Because of the Jade Emperor's strength, under Kurigakure's embellishment, it is recognized by the entire ninja world that Jade Emperor is a strong man comparable to Uchiha Xiu. Before this group of people were still wondering why Ja Luluo was able to survive Uchiha Xiu. Now that we know that the Jade Emperor made the move secretly, then everything can be explained. Jade Emperor, what is your purpose of coming to our Sunagaku this time? And why did you choose to save Ja Luluo? After thinking about it, the elders of Sunagaku set their sights on Uchiha Xiu. This time I came to Sunagaku, I came to collect debts. I saved Ja Luluo in your village, so you need to pay me a certain reward. As for the cost, it's 10 billion taels. If you can't get it out, then pay it off within 5 years. Uchiha Xiu said slowly, he came today as the Jade Emperor just to put pressure on Sunagaku. What, 10 billion taels? Are you crazy? That is, do you know what 10 billion taels is? Hearing Uchiha Xiu's big opening, all the elders in the room were not calm. What is Sunagaku's annual financial income? 10 billion taels. It's impossible to get it out. You better not yell in front of me. After Uchiha Xiu finished speaking, a powerful momentum surged into the sky. In an instant, the excited people in the room calmed down. That strong sense of oppression is not something this group of guys can bear. Seeing the group of guys quiet down, Uchiha Xiu nodded in satisfaction. Then he continued, it's understandable that you can't come up with so much money, after all, 10 billion taels is not a small amount. Well, as long as you agree, Sunagaku will belong to the Shunyu organization from now on, then the money will be exempted. Uchiha Xiu continued to persecute. Now, he wants to make these Sunagaku ninjas despair, only then can he come forward as Konaha and give Sunagaku shelter. Then slowly take control of the entire Sunagaku. This is impossible, let us Sunagaku submit to an organization. Then I'd rather die. Are you kidding? Even if we kill us, we will not agree to your conditions. Joke. No matter how you say it, Sunagaku is also the ninja village that once dominated the ninja world. Now the Jade Emperor actually wants them to return to the Shunyu organization. It's a fantasy. If they really agreed, it is estimated that they will be killed by the ninjas in their own village the next day. And leave the stink for 10,000 years. Chapter 170. Asking for help like Konaha, subscription required. I've already said the conditions, if you don't agree. HMPH, Sunagaku's ninjas, I'll kill one at a time, and I'll kill you all sooner or later. After Uchiha Xiu finished speaking, he once again released a powerful aura, constantly oppressing the group of Sunagaku elders. It wasn't until they were sweating profusely on their foreheads that they couldn't hold it any longer, that Uchiha Xiu snorted coldly. I'll give you the last 3 days. If you don't agree to my request within 3 days, you will be responsible for the consequences. Jeriuluo, I will serve you first. After speaking, Uchiha Xiu instantly disappeared in place. The elders who left Sunagaku looked at each other, not knowing what to do for a while. Garyulo, seeing this scene, the elders of Sunagaku were all dumbfounded. Didn't the Jade Emperor save Tongluo? Why did it suddenly become like this? I am not sure as well. My lord, the Jade Emperor is just so moody. When I was recuperating, the Jade Emperor locked me up alone, so I don't know too much information about the Jade Organization. I didn't even know he had such a purpose. The Jade Emperor is really hateful. Seeing the eyes of everyone looking at him, Jaluluo showed a fierce look. It was as if he didn't know why the Jade Emperor did that just now. Alas, now is not the time to discuss this. Let's discuss first. 3 days later, if the Jade Emperor wants to take revenge on our Sunagaku, how should we proceed? As you have just seen, the Jade Emperor's strength may not be what we Sunagaku can resist now. And we don't know the strength of the other members of the Jade Organization. Seeing Ja Luluo's appearance, everyone became frowning. Just now they have felt the terrifying power of the Jade Emperor. If the Jade Emperor wants to attack Sunagaku, then the entire Sunagaku really has nothing to do with him. What are you afraid of? The worst is death. Anyway, let us submit to an organization, and I will not agree to it even if I die. I can't get the money out, so I can only fight to the death. In my opinion, we should be ready now, and in 3 days' time, we will have a decisive battle with the Jade Organization. An elder with a face full of anger. The conditions raised by the Jade Emperor are really too much. It's all about finding fault. That's the way it is said, but it's no different from dying in vain. For a time, the elders of Sunagakure were caught in a dilemma. 10 billion taels, they can't get it out no matter what. It is even more impossible to return to the Shunyu organization. They still have face. However, they also know Sunagakure's strength. The Jade Emperor is definitely not something they can resist. Yes, I have a solution. Seeing that the timing was almost up, Jaluluo seemed to suddenly think of something and then spoke. What way? Say it. Jeriuluo, do you know how to deal with the Jade Emperor? If you can help Sunagakure get through this, Karuryu, we support you as the 4th case. Hearing Jaluluo's words, all the elders of Sunagakure urged. Anyway, Jaluluo stayed with the Jade Emperor for so long. Not sure what can be done. Moreover, Jaluluo is the best candidate for case in their minds. Now that she is back, naturally she will be the 4th case. We can ask Konaha for help. If Uchihashu can make a move, then we don't have to be afraid of pressing. At the beginning, although the Jade Emperor saved me from Uchihashu, he was also injured. He is no match for Uchihashu. Jaluluo didn't hold back, and directly expressed his thoughts. Uchihashu, that's right, why didn't I think that Uchihashu would definitely be able to solve the Jade Emperor? But we took the initiative to launch a war against Konaha before, will they help us? Of course, we can promise them some conditions. In the face of interests, there is no absolute enemy. Uchihashu is very scary in the hearts of Sunagakure ninjas. The title of Konoha Shiro was originally spread throughout the ninja world through the ninjas of Sunagakure. So, after thinking about Uchihashu, the ninjas of Sunagakure seemed to see hope again. Come on, I will write to Konaha for help right now, and I must rush over with Uchihashu within 3 days. Time was urgent. The elders of Sunagakure immediately began to write a letter of help to Konaha. This time they kept their stance very low and promised many attractive conditions. The purpose is to send Uchihashu over as soon as Konaha receives the news. After all, the time the Jade Emperor left for them was too short. Seeing this scene, the corners of Jaluluo's mouth twitched slightly. Everything is going on as the owner said before, and at this point, more than half of the master's plan has been realized. Then there will be nothing for her. All she needs to do is to wait quietly to become case. Coming out of the case building, Jaluluo stretched his waist. After staying in Konoha for a long time, the environment in Sunagakure is really bad. The wind and sand all over the sky made her skin a little dry. Come out. Walking into an alley, Jaluluo stopped and said something behind him. Then a woman with yellow hair came out. Long time no see, Jaluluo. Long time no see, Kang. Jaluluo and Yi Kang stared at each other, both sides refused to give in to each other. A smell of gunpowder began to fill the air. Gariuluo, why did you suddenly return to the village? ... Seeking flowers 0. After being silent for a while, Yi Kang spoke first. Do I need a reason to go back to my village? Galuro asked back. You disappeared for so long, and once you returned to the village, you brought so much trouble to the village. I doubt your motives very much now. Yi Kang looked at Jaluluo, as if he was going to strike if he disagreed. Obviously, Yi Kang already knew what happened in Feng Ying's office just now. I advise you not to be impulsive. I am the next case appointed by the village. If you do anything to me, you will be betrayed by the village. Jaluluo dismissed Yi Kang's words. Suspect, if you can't produce evidence, it's useless to say anything. Looking at Jaluluo, Yi Kang fell silent. After a long time, she still didn't choose to do it. Instead, he turned and walked away silently. Gallo was right, if you shoot her without any evidence, then I will definitely be regarded as a traitor by the village. After all, the ninja who mastered the magnet-style blood succession limit, the position in Sunagakure. It's not something that ordinary people can match. Seeing Yi Kang leave, Jaluluo also turned and left. She also wants to see her brother whom she has not seen for a long time. However, in her heart, Yi Kang is already a dead person. Yi Kang walked on the road, feeling very angry in his heart. She didn't know why the people in the village would hand over the seat of 4th case to Jaluluo as soon as he came back. Before they made it clear that they wanted to make themselves the 4th case. The contribution I have made to the village is no less than that of Jaluluo. But just because she is a ninja in magnet-style blood succession, be treated specially, and myself, like garbage, can be thrown away at will. I don't agree. In such a village, I must give back what should belong to me. Yi Kang stared, then clenched his fists. Even if Karuryu is a ninja with magnet-style blood succession limit, even the high-level people in the village all support Jaluluodongdi 4th case. As long as you plan well, then everything becomes simple again. For Case's seat, she will fight to the end. ... Plus, disappeared instantly. That will kill Jaluluo without anyone noticing. But she is not weak. Although Jaluluo is very powerful, nor is it impossible. After making up his mind, Yi Kang activated the body flicker technique. Jeriuluo, don't blame me for being ruthless, you asked for it yourself. The most unacceptable thing is to gain and lose again. Yi Kang is willing to give everything. Yi Kang looked at the direction where Jaluluo disappeared, and smiled slightly. As long as Ja Luluo is killed. Anyway, chapter 171 we surrender to Konoha for subscription. After sending the request for help, the elders of Sunagakure began to wait anxiously. Looking forward to the early arrival of Uchiha Xiu. Otherwise, when the Jade Emperor really takes action against Sunagakure, it will be troublesome. Casualties are minor, loss of face is major. If a big ninja village can't even deal with an organization, who else would hire their Sunagakure ninjas then? Unlike Elder Sunagakure, Karuryu didn't show any worry at all. Since returning to the village, Ja Luluo has never left the house. Has been at home with his younger brother, Yashimaru. Sister, I never thought I'd be able to see you again. When he saw Ja Luluo appearing in front of him, Yashimaru was stunned for a long time. Then he squatted down on the ground suddenly. Everyone is talking about his older sister, Karuro, who died at the hands of Uchihashu of Konoha. He has also been practicing hard, so that one day he can kill Uchihashu with his own hands. To avenge my sister, but unexpectedly, Joshuluo's 18 loves appeared in front of him intact. Don't cry, Yashimaru, this is not what a boy should look like. Seeing Yashimaru's appearance, Ja Luluo touched his head, and there was a trace of guilt in his eyes. When she was in Konoha, the only thing she cared about was her little brother. Now it seems that during this period of time, he really suffered a lot. Sister, I have become a lot stronger during your absence. I'm now an official chunin. After hearing what Karuryu said, Yashimaru wiped away his tears, then broke into a smile again. His sister is still alive, that is the best thing. Yeah, I didn't expect you to be so strong. Then from now on, you must protect your sister. Seeing Yashimaru's appearance, Karuro showed a sincere smile. After, she won't let her brother suffer anymore. Master Yi Kang, do you really want to do this? In a dilapidated house, 3 ninjas are gathering together. One of them seemed to have some hesitation on his face. This is an order. When things are done, you will be indispensable. Yi Kang looked at the ninja and snorted coldly. Then many benefits were promised to it. Okay, I'll just listen to Yi Kang-sama. After hearing Yi Kang's promise, the ninja gritted his teeth and agreed without hesitation. Okay, since that's the case, then do as I say. Yi Kang smiled, and then began to discuss the details with the other 2 ninjas. After deciding to deal with Ja Luluo last time, Yi Kang began to look for a reliable helper. In the end, I found 2 elite jonin, Dacheng Zongshu and Haruto Amaya. Because if she is alone, she is really not sure that she can deal with Ja Luluo. Fortunately, under her lure, Tiangu Chingren and Zongshu Dacheng agreed to help her deal with Ja Luluo. With their help, Yi Kang felt confident. As long as she catches the chance to be alone, Karuro can't run away. Time passed quickly, and on the second night, Uchihashu finally rushed to Sunagakure. This can make the elders of Sunagakure overjoyed. Tomorrow is the deadline the Jade Emperor left for them. If Uchihashu doesn't come again, they are really going to die. Yo, so many people. Seeing more than a dozen people in the room, Uchihashu opened his mouth wide in surprise. Good guy, Sunagakure's strength is not very good. There are quite a lot of people in power. Uchihashu, you should already know our purpose this time. If Konoha has any conditions, just tell me directly. The elders of Sunagakure didn't talk nonsense, just straight to the point. The attitude is also very good. Originally Uchihashu was a terrifying pervert in the eyes of Sunagakure's ninjas. In addition, now they still have to ask for help from others. Therefore, even if those present are all the real power factions who control Sunagakure, their attitude towards Uchihashu is also very respectful. Well, I like to deal with cheerful people. Uchihashu smiled, and then stated his purpose. Konoha's request is very simple. In the future, Sunagakure will submit to Konoha, and Konoha has the right to make some suggestions on Sunagakure's policies. And, Sunagakure must comply. Of course, we will announce to the public that our 2 villages are an equal alliance, and you will not be ridiculed by other ninja villages. Quote, Uchihashu's words shocked all San shinobi present. What is the difference between this condition and the condition proposed by the Jade Emperor? Returning to Konoha, isn't this taking advantage of the fire? Before Uchihashu spoke, this group of San shinobi thought about countless possibilities. But I never thought that Konoha would make such a request. Uchihashu, you Konohas are too dishonest. Yes, we cannot accept such conditions. Konoha has a good plan. It is impossible to control our Sunagakure. Of course they would not agree to such a request. In that case, wouldn't Sunagakure exist in name only? Whatever you want. Anyway, it's not as Konoha who the Jade Emperor wants to deal with. At that time, you Sunagakure can't even resist a Jade Organization. Let's see if you will become the laughingstock of the ninja world. Also, you can think about it. When the time comes, will the Jade Emperor let you guys go? Uchihashu was not surprised to see this group of Sunagakure elders objecting. But he is not worried. Anyway, the initiative is in his hands. Whether to choose Wusshunyu Organization or Konoha, it doesn't make any difference to him. This, after hearing Uchihashu's words, the guys in Sunagakure understood. Now Konoha gives them a chance to choose. They agreed. Konoha came to help. If they don't agree, Konoha won't lose anything. In my opinion, why don't we agree to Konoha? It's better to submit to the strongest ninja village than to submit to an unknown organization. That's what I thought too. After surrendering to Konoha, we can just ask Konoha to help us tide over the difficulties. Anyway, we declare that we are an alliance, and no one will know the real relationship between our 2 villages. Yeah, think about it, if you don't agree to Konoha, if the Jade Emperor really launches an attack on Sunagaku, other ninjas can still survive. Can we people survive? Okay, it's decided like this, we will follow Konoha from now on. In the face of life and interests, the elders of Sunagaku still succumbed. Return to Konoha, they can still continue to dominate Sunagaku. Although you may be restricted by Konoha in the future, at least your life is saved. And can also be sheltered by the leaves. This is a beneficial and harmless thing for the current Sunagaku. As for the Guishunyu organization, the leader of the Jade Organization will never let them go. The Jade Emperor of unknown origin. Definitely not a good thing. We have decided, we agree to your terms. And the Jade Organization is impossible to be stronger than Konoha. Okay, then I'll go first. Otherwise, he was afraid that this group of Sunagaku elders would feel that he was at a loss. They jointly signed their names on the document that Uchiha Xiu took out. Just wait quietly for the arrival of tomorrow. In their eyes, no matter how strong the Jade Emperor is, he can't be Uchiha Xiu's opponent. Don't worry, with me here, the Jade Emperor organized by Jade will not be able to cause any trouble. As long as you sign the papers, I'll take care of the rest. Today, he still needs to prepare well. Since doing business, very good, you have made the right choice. 2.5 Uchiha Xiu smiled, and then took out a document that had been prepared. After discussing for a while, Jaluluo replaced Sunagaku and announced their decision. Uchiha Xiu did not say much, and left after collecting the documents. Uchiha Xiu's confident appearance also gave Sunagaku's ninja great confidence. Fight for a wonderful battle tomorrow. After Uchiha Xiu left, all the ninjas in Sunagaku also breathed a sigh of relief. Just do what you can to please your employer. Next, Chapter 172. Can't you be normal? Subscribe. Master, how is the plan for tomorrow going? In the middle of the night, Jaluluo secretly came to the room where Uchiha Xiu lived to discuss tomorrow's battle. It's very simple, tomorrow I will use a wood clone to pretend to be the Jade Emperor. I fought him myself, then at the critical moment, I will let you take the shot. In the end, you and I will work together to defeat the Jade Emperor. The plan was thought up by Uchiha Xiu long ago. The purpose is to increase the prestige of Jaluluo in Sunagaku again. At the moment of life and death of the village, Jaluluo represents the strongest combat power of Sunagaku. Find the right time, and defeat the powerful enemy in one fell swoop. That scene, no worse than Namikaze Minato's nine-tailed seal of life. Understood, I will do my best. Hearing Uchiha Xiu's plan, Karuryu nodded. As expected of the master. How could you come up with such a perfect plan? Okay, take a good rest tonight and try to perform well tomorrow. Uchiha Xiu pinched Jaluluo's face, and then told her to go back. There will be a vicious battle tomorrow, and we must cultivate our energy. The night passed quickly. Early the next morning, the ninjas of Sunagaku assembled. Everyone has a serious look on their faces. Today, they are about to go to war with the Jade Emperor organized by Jade. Hey, do you think we can win today's battle? 26 inches. It's hard to say. I feel that the hope of victory is great. After all, the one who made the shot today was that monster Uchiha Xiu. Indeed, that guy seems to have never been defeated. Although Uchiha Xiu killed so many of us, but if Uchiha Xiu is our Sunagaku ninja, how wonderful it would be. Numerous San shinobi were discussing in low voices, and their eyes were all subconsciously placed on the tall and straight figure on the city wall. This is the first time they have fought side by side with the legendary Konoha Shira. This moment, many San shinobi suddenly had a kind of enlightenment in their hearts. It turned out that fighting side by side with such a guy gave me such a sense of security. The strong wind howled and blew the fine sand into the air. In the distance, under the scorching sun, a man in a cloak and a mask slowly walked over. Near noon, Jade Emperor, finally coming, everyone get ready, the target has appeared. Damn it, is it finally here? We need to keep our spirits up this time, we must not be underestimated, Sunagaku. The arrival of the Jade Emperor caused a commotion. Every Sunagaku ninja is on alert. In case of any sudden change, they should also respond as soon as possible. The Jade Emperor walked slowly towards the ninjas of Sunagaku step by step. Although the pace is not fast, but the power is extremely terrifying. When the Jade Emperor walked below the city wall, many of Sunagaku's ninjas were already sweating. It seems that you have already made a decision. But soon, you will regret it. The Jade Emperor looked at the scene in front of him and smiled slightly. It seems that this scene has long been expected. HMPH, Jade Emperor, it's wishful thinking for us, Sunagaku, to submit to your Jade Organization. Even if it is death, we will not return to you. Hearing the Jade Emperor's words, a grand elder of Sunagaku stood up. Facing the Jade Emperor, he sternly reprimanded. Today, we Sunagaku will make you pay for your arrogance. Hearing Elder Sunagaku's words, the Jade Emperor smiled disdainfully. Don't put gold on your face, you dare to talk to me like this now, isn't it because of him? The Jade Emperor pointed to Uchiha Xiu on the city wall, and continued. Although Uchiha Xiu is known as Konoha Shira, he is powerful, handsome, sunny and enthusiastic. Personal without any flaws. In terms of strength, even I am willing to bow down. But, I, the Jade Emperor, are not afraid. Since you have swept my face today, I must make you pay the price. After the Jade Emperor finished speaking, the momentum of his whole body was unreservedly released. The terrible oppressive feeling instantly made all the ninjas of Sunagaku feel the terrible pressure. No one knew that under the mask, the Jade Emperor had a smile on his face. Such a flattering compliment, the ontology must be very happy to hear it, right? As expected of me, forehead, although I don't understand why the Jade Emperor would praise his opponent like this. But Sunagakure is indeed like the Jade Emperor said, it was because he invited Uchihashu that he dared to fight against the Jade Emperor. Therefore, after hearing the Jade Emperor's words, the Sunagakure elder who just spoke blushed. He smiled at Uchihashu embarrassingly. Master Shu, I will leave the rest to you. Don't worry, you go back first. Uchihashu has no expression on his face, but is very speechless in his heart. What happened to that weird opening line just now? He didn't arrange this scene. Talking nonsense in front of so many people, even with his thick skin, has a feeling of death. The BD, it's okay, don't play tricks on yourself. Uchihashu roared in his heart, after this matter is over, he must give this guy a good lesson. However, it is obvious that the Jade Emperor at this time has no idea of Uchihashu's inner thoughts. He is still working hard on his performance. Uchihashu, come down and fight with me. Today, even if I die, I will not take half a step back. Seeing this scene, Uchihashu knew. The image of the mysterious strong man he worked so hard to build up before. At this moment, turned into nothingness, if it wasn't for that terrifying strength. It is estimated that the ninja of Sunagakure has doubted the authenticity of his identity for a long time, okay. Jade Emperor, although I don't know why you were so rampant, but today is your death day. Uchihashu didn't hesitate anymore, and raised his aura to the top. Next moment, all the ninjas of Sunagakure breathed a sigh of relief. The aura of Uchihashu successfully made the oppressive feeling brought by the Jade Emperor. Disappeared without a trace. Phew, is this what it feels like to fight with the strong? It's surprisingly easy. The sense of oppression just now was really terrible. Thanks to Uchihashu, otherwise I wouldn't even have the courage to make a move. When I was an enemy of Uchihashu before, I always thought it would be best for such a monster to die, but now that I have become a companion with him, I realize that it is really fragrant. The strength of Uchihashu has once again boosted the confidence of the ninjas of Sunagakure. Until now, Sand Shinobi have really felt the charm of Uchihashu's personality. There are even some Sand Shinobi, who already have some admiration for Uchihashu in their hearts. It's so powerful, it's worthy of the legendary Shira Konaha. This kind of sharpness, I'm afraid even I have to retreat 3 points. Come on, let's have a good fight, let me see how powerful you are 080. Seeing that Uchihashu was about to make a move, the Jade Emperor blew again. In his opinion, blowing Uchihashu is blowing oneself. This wave is not bad. This idiot, Uchihashu really had enough, he didn't plan to say any more about what was originally arranged. He jumped off the city wall and came to the Jade Emperor. It's finally time to start. This kind of battle between the strong, some people probably won't see it once in their lifetime. By the way, why did the Jade Organization only come to the Jade Emperor? There won't be other people ambushing nearby. You don't care how many people there are, as long as you dare to come today, none of them will escape. Just when everyone thought that Uchihashu and the Jade Emperor were about to make a move, Jaluluo suddenly appeared beside Uchihashu. Jade Emperor, today is your death day. This was also planned last night. Jaluluo wanted to maximize his prestige in Sunagakure through this battle. HMPH, Jaluluo. Although you are a ninja who has mastered the limit of magnet style, and you are powerful, even I don't want to fight with you. But today, I must defeat you and make Sunagakure submit to the suppression organization. Then, kill all of Sunagakure's ninjas. Ha 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 ha. Seeing Jaluluo, the Jade Emperor began to flatter again, and after he finished speaking, he let out a strange laugh. What Uchihashu didn't expect was that Jaluluo also answered seriously. Jade Emperor, although your strength has far surpassed cage level, and you can even easily kill ordinary cage level experts, but today I join forces with Uchihashu, you can't take advantage of it no matter what. Seeing this scene, Uchihashu's heart was full of helplessness. You can't be normal, hey. Chapter 173, A Wonderful Battle, subscribe. Master Jaluluo said well. Lord Jaluluo, you must defeat this guy. That's great, Mr. Jaluluo, you are really my idol, I am so moved to hear what you said. As expected of a strong man who inherits the limit of magnet-style blood inheritance, the speech just now is so handsome. Before Uchihashu had time to complain, all the ninjas in Sunagakure behind him started to cheer for Jaluluo. Seeing their excited faces, Uchihashu fell into self-doubt for the first time. What's the situation? Am I the one who lost his mind? Don't worry, no matter how powerful the enemy is, I will definitely protect Sunagakure. Unless I die, the Jade Emperor will never step into Sunagakure. Hearing the shouting behind him, Jaluluo turned his head, raised his arms and shouted. Once again, the atmosphere at the scene was pushed to a climax. Okay, stop talking nonsense. Seeing this scene, Uchihashu couldn't bear it anymore, and started to do it directly. If this continues, he feels that he will doubt his life. Fire style, extinguish the fire. Uchihashu's shot is a powerful fire style ninjutsu. Since you want to act, you should do it better. The duel between fire style ninjutsu and water style ninjutsu is undoubtedly the most exciting. These two kinds of ninjutsu, relatively speaking, the fighting scene is very spectacular, and the lethality is relatively weak. Is the most suitable choice. Water style, the water is turbulent. Seeing the overwhelming fire style, Jade Emperor also became serious. Hands quickly seal. Next second, He spit out a huge amount of water from his mouth, and collided head-on with Uchihashu's fire style. Boom. But for a moment, two ninjutsu with huge range collided together. Immediately afterwards, a great deal of mist filled the air. The range is so large that it almost covers a distance of several kilometers. This is the world of the strong. Just a random ninjutsu can cause such great power. Haohuo Mie is a B-level ninjutsu, and Mizurenbo is a C-level ninjutsu. I can also know these two ninjutsu, but why do I always feel that what I know is different from what they know? It's terrible. In their hands, even the simplest ninjutsu can exert such powerful power. Whether it's the fire-style ninjutsu just now or the water-style ninjutsu, if we want to resist, I'm afraid a small team of ninjas must release ninjutsu together to block the chin. This battle is too thrilling. I'm really worried about Mr. Ja Luluo. Lord Ja Luluo, you must be careful. As expected by Uchiha Xiu, through his blessing of ninjutsu, the visual impact brought by such a powerful range ninjutsu is too powerful. This group of Sunagaku ninjas have been completely mobilized. Okay, let's make persistent efforts. Fire-style ninjutsu and water-style ninjutsu collided, and the steam mist, although very thick, did not affect the sight of Uchihashu who had Rinnegon. Wind-style, great breakthrough. Wind-style, great breakthrough. Uchihashu and Jade Emperor used powerful wind-style ninjutsu at the same time. They will blow away the mist. Otherwise, wouldn't the effect of the performance be greatly reduced? Boom. Two powerful wind-style ninjutsu collided again. Then a gust of wind centered on Uchihashu and Jade Emperor. Spread out wildly. This powerful gust of wind, like knives, blew on the faces of Sunagaku ninjas watching the battle not far away. There were even many sand shinobi who couldn't bear the force, and were blown up and down. It's terrible. Fire style, wind style, water style, each kind of ninjutsu can exert such powerful power. These two people have really refreshed my understanding of ninjas. It's really exciting. Such a battle, even on the battlefield, you may not be able to see it. Even the ninjutsu can exert the power far surpassing the power of S-rank ninjutsu. Guy, it's really pervert. Jade Emperor was able to fight Uchihashu on par, it's amazing. HMPH, Uchihashu must still have a killer move. If he uses the huge demon statue back then, I don't believe that the Jade Emperor can resist it. The duel of ninjutsu between the two shocked the ninjas of Sunagaku once again. This battle, under Uchihashu's deliberate operation, is absolutely unique in its excitement. After releasing several powerful ninjutsu to each other, immediately afterwards, Uchihashu and the Jade Emperor had another tacit taiju duel. Uchihashu, show me your strength. The Jade Emperor laughed loudly, and then his figure disappeared instantly. In the next second, he appeared in front of Uchihashu. Snort. Seeing the Jade Emperor approaching, Uchihashu let out a cold snort, then exerted all his strength, and released the strange power fist instantly. Boom. The two fists collided in the air, and the huge force created a gust of wind under their feet. Where the fists collided, even the air twisted slightly. Hiss, main body, strike lightly, my body won't be able to hold on if I hit like this. Feeling the force from the fist, the Jade Emperor hurriedly said softly. He is just a wood clone, although there are many chakra. But when competing in physical skills, the body is definitely at a disadvantage. Quote. Hearing the Jade Emperor's words, Uchihashu nodded indistinctly. Then I lowered my strength. Attacked towards the Jade Emperor again. Boom, boom, boom. Although the Jade Emperor is just a wood clone made by Uchihashu, his own chakra volume and body skills are far beyond the average cage level. Therefore, under the burst of full force at this moment, the speed and strength are exaggerated. Many sand shinobi onlookers only saw two afterimages colliding in the air continuously, and the sound of sonic boom after the collision. The rest, I can't see at all. They couldn't even capture the figures of Uchihashu and the Jade Emperor. This speed is really terrifying, I can't even see clearly. Me too, I can barely capture a trace of an afterimage, but the powerful power is still too amazing. Terrible, don't these two guys have any shortcomings? Physical skills are so powerful. The taijutsu confrontation between Uchihashu and the Jade Emperor caused all the ninjas of Sunagaku who were watching to open their mouths in shock. Ordinary ninjas, even cage-level strong ones, will have their own strengths and weaknesses. But, judging from the current situation, Uchihashu and Jade Emperor, whether it's taijutsu, ninjutsu or chakra, all powerful, it's as if there are no shortcomings at all. Almost there. Seeing that the time was almost ripe, Uchihashu winked at the Jade Emperor. Next, he will pretend to be invincible. Then let Ja Luluo start to perform. Only in this way can Ja Luluo's prestige be maximized. Watch me perform. Seeing Uchihashu's eyes, the Jade Emperor understood instantly. Knowing that the time to test your acting skills has come. Next second, the Jade Emperor flew up, and then stared at Uchihashu indifferently from a high altitude. Uchihashu, accept God's judgment. An emotionless voice came out of the Jade Emperor's mouth, and immediately after, a pitch-black chakra ball appeared in the Jade Emperor's hand. Die. The Jade Emperor shouted and threw the chakra ball towards Uchihashu. The big spiral wheel is scary. What should I do? Can Uchihashu block such a terrifying ninjutsu? Although Uchihashu is very powerful, this is what Kurigakure said, the legendary powerful forbidden technique capable of destroying a village. I heard that under this technique, even cage-level experts can't resist it, so it's troublesome. It's disgusting. He can fly in the air, how can he fight? This energy is terrifying. If even Uchihashu can't hold back, then the battle is over. I remembered, this is the technique used to destroy nearly 1,000 Kurigakure ninjas in one move. Seeing this scene, all the ninjas in Sunagakure were anxious. Seeing the jet-black chakra ball rushing towards Uchihashu quickly, all the ninjas present gasped. Even the Sunagakure ninjas outside the battlefield were all shocked. That terrifying good Jiao Jiao energy seemed to explode at the touch of a button. This power and this terrible oppressive feeling. But in the face of such a powerful move, in front of all eyes, the black chakra ball explodes in an instant. Can never go wrong. They don't know if Uchihashu can resist it. Chapter 174 Jia Luluo defeated the Jade Emperor for subscription. Boom. A terrifying explosion sounded, and then the originally small chakra ball rapidly expanded into a huge ball of light. The huge energy exploded in an instant, and the violent high temperature generated a powerful shock wave. With an aura of terror that would destroy the world, the big spiral Lunyu exploded in front of everyone in Sunagakure. Although the Jade Emperor is just a wood clone made by Uchiha Xiu, but in order to act realistically, Uchiha Xiu injected him with a lot of chakra last night. Therefore, although the power of the big spiral wheel explosion this time is not as powerful as the last time when Kurigakure exploded, such power still made the Sand Shinobi present tremble with fear. Gulu. This kind of power is really terrifying, isn't it? Even the tailed beast bomb that guarded the crane back then is not as powerful as this ninjutsu. Although I have heard about the power of this move, I didn't realize it until I saw it with my own eyes. I still underestimated its power. Thanks to Uchihashu this time, otherwise, the move just now, I'm afraid everyone would be able to resist it together. As expected of a forbidden technique that can instantly kill cage-level powerhouses, its power is truly terrifying. I don't know if Uchihashu can block such a move. After personally feeling the power of the big spiral wheel, all the Sunagakure ninjas raised their hearts. Forbidden technique with such powerful power. Can Uchihashu hold off? Under the watchful eyes of everyone 130, the smoke and dust caused by the explosion of the large spiral wheel gradually dissipated. Immediately afterwards, a yellow giant appeared in everyone's sight. It's the demon statue of Uchiha Xiu. But it's very strange. Isn't the demon statue summoned by Uchiha Xiu blood red? Why is the demon statue yellow? No, it's sand, yellow sand. Sand. Magnet-style blood successor limit, it's Mr. Karuryu. When the smoke and dust cleared, the situation on the battlefield clearly appeared in front of everyone. It was a gigantic statue of a demon god. The whole body is blood red. However, there was another thick layer of yellow sand on the surface of the demon god statue. Wrapped all the demon statues inside, and Jia Luluo and Uchiha Xiu stand side by side on the forehead of the demon statue. It looks majestic. Damn it, Jia Luluo, I shouldn't have saved you in the first place. I didn't expect you to be so powerful that you could even block this move. The Jade Emperor looked at the demon statue in front of him and roared hysterically. The tone sounded very unwilling, as if without Jia Luluo, the blow just now could have killed Uchiha Xiu in seconds. Haha, I didn't expect it to be Kaliu-sama who saved Uchiha Xiu in the end. As Master Jia Luluo so strong. The blow that destroyed the world just now was taken by Master Jia CGBA Luluo. Haha, it's so funny to see Jade Emperor's frantic look. This is the true strength of our Sunagakure. As expected of the pride of our Sunagakure, long live Karuru-sama. Long live Mr. Jia Luluo. The shocking yellow sand giant, coupled with the Jade Emperor's exasperated tone. All the ninjas in Sunagakure thought that the terrifying blow just now was blocked by Jia Luluo. Therefore, at this moment, Jia Luluo's prestige in Sand Shinobi's heart has reached its peak. Even those elders in charge of Sunagakure couldn't help nodding their heads when they saw this scene, and looked at Jia Luluo with eyes full of admiration. If Jia Luluo can play a role in this battle, then Sunagakure will also have face. HMPH, mere Jade Emperor, die. Looking at the appearance of the Jade Emperor, Jia Luluo snorted coldly, then launched an attack instantly. Next second, the overwhelming yellow sand swept towards the Jade Emperor, and Uchiha Xiu also took the opportunity to control Susanoo to attack the Jade Emperor. Damn it, you don't talk about wood. Under the attack of Uchiha Xiu and Jia Luluo, the Jade Emperor fled in embarrassment. There is no chance of counterattack at all, even if you look at the gap and release a few ninjutsu at Uchiha Xiu and Jia Luluo. Without exception, all of them were blocked by the yellow sand controlled by Jia Luluo. Water style, water rushing waves. Fire style, dragon fire technique. Lightning style, thunder thorn. Earth style, earth stone dragon. Wind style, big tornado technique. The bigger the Jade Emperor became, the more anxious he was, releasing several powerful 5-element ninjutsu in succession. But it still couldn't break Jia Luluo's powerful defense. What a terrible defense. Jeriuluo, I approve of you, join our Jade Organization. The Jade Emperor saw that there was nothing he could do to defeat Jia Luluo, so he stopped his attack. Instead, he wins over Jia Luluo. HMPH. Daydreaming. Facing the Jade Emperor's solicitation, Jia Luluo just let out a cold snort, and continued to attack. This is the home field of Jia Luluo. The overwhelming yellow sand seems to cover the entire sky. As for the Jade Emperor, he could only flee around under the yellow sand, like a rat in a panic. As expected of Master Jia Luluo, he was able to force the Jade Emperor of the Jade Organization to such an extent. This is the power of our Sunagakure's blood succession boundary, magnet style. I originally thought that the range of ninjutsu released by Uchihashu and the Jade Emperor would be large enough, but I didn't expect that compared with Mr. Jaluluo, the range of their two ninjutsu is not worth mentioning at all. With Mr. Karuryu, our Sunagakure will be able to restore its former glory. Under the superb acting skills of Uchihashu and Jade Emperor, Jaluluo's strength is infinitely improved. At this moment, in the minds of Sunagakure ninjas, Karuryu may have surpassed all previous cases and become the strongest magnet-style successor in Sunagakure history. Jade Emperor, it's time to end. Seeing that the performance was almost over, Jaluluo stopped staying behind and started to release his big move directly. Quicksand Waterfall. With Jaluluo's sweet shout, countless yellow sand rose into the sky. Immediately afterwards, the Jade Emperor, who was unable to dodge in time, was photographed on the ground. Sand Waterfall Burial. Next second, the Jade Emperor caught in the yellow sand was swallowed by the rapidly rotating quicksand vortex. Die to me, Jaluluo shouted loudly, followed by a muffled sound from the ground. The yellow sand within a few hundred meters where the Jade Emperor fell just now. It was tightly condensed into a piece of hard ground. It is obviously a pile of loose sand, but it is stronger than the hardest stone. Win. Lu Luodian won. It's terrible, you can change the terrain at will. This kind of strength is already far beyond the average cage-level powerhouse. The Jade Emperor should be dead. I saw clearly just now that he was trapped by Mr. Jaluluo with sand. It's hard to say, the strength of the Jade Emperor is indeed a bit too terrifying, we can't be careless. HMPH, even if he doesn't die, he won't be able to turn the sky over. The Jade Emperor, who was able to easily destroy the Wei Yoriichi clan, was actually defeated by Mr. Karuryu. It seems that Kuritaker's ninja strength is not very good. Hearing Sand Shinobi's discussion below, Jaluluo and Uchihashu looked at each other and then smiled on their faces. It seems that their plan has been perfectly realized. Rumble. Just when everyone thought everything was over, the earth suddenly shook. Immediately afterwards, the Jade Emperor jumped up from the ground and flew into the midair. However, at this time, the clothes on the Jade Emperor's body have become torn, and his body is covered with dust. The whole person was in a state of embarrassment, and he no longer had the high spirits he had before. You bastards, I will remember you all. Jeriuluo, you are very strong, but one day, I will come back. The Jade Emperor's voice was very angry, with a trace of panic. As if he had already been beaten by Jaluluo and left a shadow in his heart. After saying a few harsh words, the Jade Emperor quickly flew away into the distance without looking back. Great, win. Seeing this scene, all the ninjas in Sunagakure couldn't help cheering. Such a powerful enemy as the Jade Emperor was beaten away by them without taking advantage of anything. How can this not make them excited? As for the last words of the Jade Emperor, just speak harshly, who cares? If you can beat him once, you can beat him a second time. They are not afraid. Chapter 175 Cheers for subscription. The Jade Emperor was defeated. Mysterious Jade Tissue, the mighty Jade Emperor. In this way, he was defeated by Uchihashu and Jaluluo. Especially at the end of the battle, the Jade Emperor was beaten by Jaluluo very embarrassingly. He was even almost killed by Jaluluo on the spot. This made Jaluluo's prestige among the Sunagakure ninjas reach its peak. Finally won, this time thanks to Master Jaluluo. Yes, in the end it was obviously because of Master Jaluluo that he was able to push the Jade Emperor to that point. This battle is really exciting. I never thought that in my life, I would have the opportunity to watch such a battle of top powerhouses. Master Uchihashu and Master Karuryu are both very strong, but I feel that without Master Karuryu, Uchihashu would be killed by the big spiral wheel abuse technique. For sure, that kind of powerful forbidden technique is simply impossible to block. Well, only our Sunagakure's magnet-style ninjutsu can resist it. Our Sunagakure has been without a leader for too long, now it's over. With Mr. Jaluluo, our Sunagakure will definitely be able to shock other ninja villages again. The ninjas of Sunagakure talked excitedly. Since the Third Ninja World War, when cage-level powerhouses such as Rasa and Shio were killed, as well as most of the elite Jonin, Sunagakure has been in a leaderless state. His strength also plummeted. Even some very weak ninja villages dared to challenge them Sunagakure. This once made the ninjas of Sunagakure very inferior. But today, after seeing Jaluluo's performance, Sunagakure's ninjas see hope again. A strong man of this strength will be able to lead Sunagakure to glory again. The enemy has been defeated. Don't worry, I will use my life to protect Sunagakure at any time. The glory of Sunagakure is inviolable. Jaluluo held up his hands in midair, enjoying the cheers from the Sunagakure ninjas below. Even Uchihashu next to him, compared with Jaluluo, it's a bit eclipsed at the moment. In fact, in this battle, Uchihashu performed much better than Jaluluo. But no way, he is Konoha's ninja after all. Sunagakure's ninjas will naturally give the greatest credit to Jaluluo. But Uchihashu doesn't care either. His original purpose was to make Jaluluo's prestige in Sunagakure infinitely high. In this way, Jaluluo successfully became the next cage of Sunagakure. Now this situation is exactly what he wants. Lord Jaluluo, I support you. Master Jaluluo, you are our Sunagakure's hope for the future. Please lead our Sunagakure to Huichin. Please allow me to protect you, the goddess in my heart. Sunagakure's ninjas are totally crazy. This moment, even if it is the wind and shadow of the past dynasties. I'm afraid it's not as prestige as Jaluluo's now. And far away, in the shadows of a remote corner, Yi Kang, Amaya Haruhito, and Zongshu Dacheng looked at the much-anticipated Jia Luluo, and their faces were very ugly. Lord Yi Kang, Jia Luluo's status in the village is definitely not something we can shake. Do we really want to attack Lord Jia Luluo? I think it's better to forget it. You have also seen the strength of Jia Luluo just now. Even the third cage who disappeared before, I am afraid that he is not the opponent of Jia Luluo. Even if the three of us go up together, it's impossible to be Jia Tongluo's opponent. Lord Yi Kang, I have decided to withdraw from this mission. Let's pretend that we never planned this. I also agree, Master Yi Kang, don't worry, we will not leak the secret. Tiangu Qingren and Zongshu Dacheng are all scared at this moment. One is because Jia Luluo is a great hero in the village, they don't want to attack the hero of the village. The second reason is that the strength that Jia Luluo just showed is too strong. Even if they find a chance for Jia Luluo to be alone, they will not be able to kill Tong Luo at all. Although Yi Kang promised them huge benefits. But no matter how big the benefit is, you have to die to get it, right? After hearing the two of them finished speaking, Yi Kang suddenly smiled. Actually, if you don't say it, I think so too. The reason why I wanted to attack Jia Luluo before was because I was dissatisfied with her taking away what originally belonged to me as soon as she came back. And I also doubt that there may be some ulterior secret behind Jia Luluo's sudden appearance after disappearing for so long. But now, since Jia Luluo has become the hero of the village, I will naturally not attack her again. What happened before? Let's just pretend it never happened, okay? Yi Kang's words made Tiangu Qingren and Zongshu Dacheng heave a sigh of relief. They were afraid that Yi Kang would still insist on attacking Jia Luluo. In that case, once things are exposed, they will not be able to escape. Since this is the case, then we should not contact each other in the future. Master Yi Kang, I will leave first. Master Yi Kang, then I will go first. After the two finished speaking, they were ready to leave. They made up their minds. Be sure to report the matter of Yi Kang to the village. Otherwise, if Yi Kang messed up and they didn't report it, they wouldn't be able to clean it up even if they jumped into the Yellow River. Ask for flowers. If they take the initiative to surrender, the village should not care about them. Scorch style, overkill. Unfortunately, although they planned well, Yi Kang never thought of letting them go. The moment they turned around, Yi Kang activated his blood successor boundary. Two fireballs with terrifying heat instantly hit the backs of Tiangu Qingren and Zongshu Dacheng. Next second, the moisture in the bodies of the two was instantly evaporated by the terrifying high temperature. Only two dry bodies remained. HMPH, don't think I don't know what you two trash are thinking. Looking at the corpse on the ground, Yi Kang snorted coldly. Since she dared to look for these two guys, she naturally knew their personalities very well. Don't look at what they say. 0. Once they let them go today, they will definitely turn around and sell themselves. Sealing technique. Boom. Cautiously looking around, Yi Kang found that he didn't pay attention to this place, so Yi Kang quickly sealed the bodies of the two people into the scroll that he carried with him. In this way, no one will know the news of the death of these two people. After taking a deep look at Jia Luluo, Yi Kang activated the body flicker technique and disappeared in place. Why would Jia Luluo be able to snatch the position of cage that originally belonged to her once she returned to the village? Right now, Yi Kang's mind is full of thoughts about killing Jia Luluo. For all this, Jia Luluo naturally did not know, after accepting the cheers from San Shinobi. Is it because Jia Luluo inherited the magnet-style blood succession limit? Originally, all of this should belong to her. Now that the trouble has been resolved, it's time to discuss the agreement we made before. As long as you kill Jia Luluo. Jeryulo, just wait, I won't let you go. P.S. I'm sorry, I've been very busy recently, the update may be a little later, please bear with me. Intense jealousy and the loss of being abandoned at will caused Yi Kang's temperament to change drastically. She also possesses blood successor boundary, and her strength is not inferior to that of Jia Luluo. After cleaning up the scene, Yi Kang looked at Jia Luluo who was surrounded by the crowd, his eyes were full of resentment. Jia Luluo and Uchihashu came to Cage's office with a dozen of Sunagaku's rulers. Although the contract has been signed, the specific details still need to be discussed carefully. Now, she is about to start preparing for the assassination plan. She is no longer the Yi Kang who was willing to sacrifice herself for the village. Feng Ying's seat is still hers. Chapter 176 about Sunagaku, I will have the final say in the future, seeking subscription. Land of the Winds, Sunagaku. Feng Ying Building, Wind Shadow Office, Master Shu, thanks to you this time, without you, we really would not be the Jade Emperor's opponent. Just outside, we can only create momentum for Jia Luluo, I hope you don't mind. Yes, Master Shu, we plan to make Jia Luluo the next cage. I wonder if you have any suggestions. Master Shu, you may not know the tradition of our Sunagaku, our cage has been selected from among the ninjas who have mastered the limit of the magnet-style blood succession throughout the ages. And Jia Luluo is now the only ninja in this generation who has mastered the limit of magnet-style blood succession. So, it is well desired for Karuryu to become cage in Sunagaku. Of course, if Konaha has any opinions, we can also. Back in the room, the elder of Sunagaku immediately smiled at Uchiha Xiu. They are different from ordinary ninjas. These old guys clearly know that Uchiha Xiu's strength is not something that Jia Luluo can match. In addition, the 677 treaty was signed with Konaha before. Konoha has the right to interfere in Sunagaku's internal affairs. Therefore, if you want to make Jaluluo the next Kazekage, you must obtain Konoha's consent. If Konoha disagrees, then they can only choose someone else. Suffice it to say, since this is your Sunagaku tradition, follow your Sunagaku tradition. Kaoriura is very powerful, and Sunagaku is ruled by her, which is also good for Konoha. We, Konoha, have no objection, so it's decided like this. Hearing the words of Sunagaku and the group of elders, Uchihashu understood their thoughts. This coincides with his original purpose. Therefore, Uchihashu nodded in agreement without thinking about it. Hee, that's good, that's good. Seeing that Uchihashu agreed directly, the elders of Sunagaku were all relieved. In their cognition, Uchihashu has a grudge against Jaluluo. At that time, Jaluluo was almost killed, and it was because of the Jade Emperor that Jaluluo survived by luck. They were very worried before that because of this incident, Uchihashu would be unwilling to let Jaluluo take over as the next Kazekage. In that case, things get complicated. But now Uchihashu agreed so readily. This made the elders of Sunagaku secretly heave a sigh of relief. Master Shu, don't you need to report this matter to Konoha? Anyway, this matter is not in a hurry. Would you like to ask Mr. Hokage for his opinion? To be on the safe side, the elders of Sunagaku felt that it would be better to ask the fourth Hokage for advice on this matter. Although Uchihashu is very powerful, it is a village, but Hokage has the final say. If Hokage disagrees at that time, it will be difficult for them to step down. No need, I can handle Sunagaku's affairs with full authority. I have the final say on Sunagaku's affairs in the future. Uchihashu waved his hand. Anyway, Konoha has the final say, so there is no need to go to Namikaze Minato to discuss this kind of matter. Since this is the case, it's really great, then this matter is decided like this. The elders present were all human beings. After Uchihashu finished speaking, he immediately noticed the unusual meaning in his words. Perhaps, in Konoha, it is also Uchihashu who has the final say. Master Shu, I will rely on you a lot in the future. Yes, Master Shu, just tell me what you want, no matter what the conditions are, we will try our best to meet them. Master Shu, you have really worked hard today, you drink tea. After knowing that Uchihashu has the absolute right to dispose of Sunagaku, the attitude of these elders is even more respectful. No matter what's going on over there. However, for Sunagaku, Uchihashu must have the final say in the future. If this is the case, if they want to continue to live a life of being under one person and over 10,000 people like before, then you have to please Uchihashu. Looking at the appearance of these elders, Jaluluo saw clearly for the first time the true colors of the high-level people in the village. When I thought that I had worked my life for these guys before. She felt sick for a while. Garuluo, tomorrow, we will announce that you will succeed 4th Kazekage. You have to be ready. Although they sensed the undisguised disgust on Jaluluo's face, the elders of Sunagaku were not at all embarrassed. Anyway, everyone in this room knows everything. They also don't need to pretend. I see. Then let's take our leave. After getting the consent of Uchihashu, the group of elders all left. Sunagaku is about to change. They have to prepare early. After you go back, you must warn your clansmen. After seeing the ninjas of Konoha, especially the ninjas of the Uchiha clan. Must not provoke, otherwise, in case Uchihashu is provoked, then they will be in big trouble. I really didn't expect that I would actually work my life for such a guy before. After everyone left, Jaluluo helped Uchihashu to Kazekage's seat. Then he took the initiative to stand behind Uchihashu and squeezed Uchihashu's shoulders. This kind of thing is the same everywhere. Jaluluo, you will also be the shadow of a village in the future, and political things, you have to adapt as soon as possible. Enjoying Jaluluo's service, Uchihashu leaned back on the chair comfortably, and mentioned Jaluluo by the way. Although Sunagaku is now in his hands. But this control is not firm. He also needs Jaluluo to continue to operate in Sunagaku. And this depends on Jalu's ability to penetrate himself. I understand Master. Master, please rest assured, I will definitely complete the tasks assigned to me by the Master perfectly. After hearing Uchihashu's words, Jaluluo was shocked. Then immediately knelt down on the ground. What was she doing just now? Since the Master has entrusted her with such an important task, it is because of his trust in her. She must finish it well. How can you complain? Thinking of this, although Uchihashu didn't say anything, but Jaluluo's body was covered in cold sweat. Okay, get up, I don't blame you. Seeing Jaluluo's appearance, Uchihashu hugged her on his lap. Then the hands began to be dishonest. Jaluluo, do you want to experience the feeling of rising in the daylight? After Uchihashu finished speaking, he casually arranged a layer of enchantment around him to isolate everything inside. Boom. With a loud noise, more than a dozen painted black iron rods and a few pieces of wood flew out. Rain Country, the tallest building in Rain Shinobi Village. A tall and straight figure slowly came out of the darkness. The man has long red hair, casually draped over his shoulders. Wearing a robe with a black background and a red cloud. Wearing a ring engraved with the word, 0, on his hand. A pair of lavender eyes, exuding a faint light. The whole person has no expression on his face, and his momentum is even more powerful. Nagato, you. Seeing Nagato who came out, Conan opened his mouth in surprise. After Ju transplanted his own cells into Nagato's body, Nagato fell into a long-term coma. Unexpectedly, Nagato can walk out by himself now. Both legs were blown up by Hanzo's ambush detonating talisman when he was saving himself in 3.9. Ah, Conan, I'm totally fine. Stronger than before. It can be seen that the changes in his body made him feel very good. Now that Nagato's body is recovering, she is also very happy. It seems that Ju didn't like us. Seeing Conan's surprised expression, Nagato finally showed a smile on his face. This made Conan feel very guilty all the time. Yahiko died saving himself, Nagato lost his legs forever saving himself. How long has it been since he experienced this feeling? Apart from being a little uncomfortable at the beginning, there's no bad feeling. Seeing Nagato's appearance, Conan was relieved. I didn't expect that your body is really getting better. It's really nice. I believe that after a period of training, I will be able to fully master the secondary body. A flash of thunder flashed, Nagato clenched his fist. You know, after awakening the power of Rinnegan, Nagato's body is very weak. Chapter 178 The Horrible Nagato. Subscribe. Standing in the rain, Nagato opened his arms and closed his eyes. This feeling of freedom, he couldn't remember how long he hadn't experienced it. Nagato, what are you going to do next? Looking at Nagato, Conan felt mixed feelings. Also walked into the rain, watching the front silently. Although my body is fine, but this body lacks the necessary exercise. I'll just focus on exercising during this period of time. Hearing Conan's words, Nagato took a deep breath to calm himself down. Although he is in good health now, but if you want to fight, the current strength of this body is far from enough. He needs to take advantage of Rinnegan's strength and exercise his physical strength. In addition, he hasn't used his main body to fight for too long. He needs to spend some time to adapt to everything now as soon as possible. Absolutely, what is his purpose in doing this? Conan looked at Nagato and asked. Although it is true that Nagato's body has been cured, Conan is still worried about him. No way, Ju's identity is really too mysterious. She investigated for a long time, but did not gain anything at all. He's for me to deal with Uchiha Xiu. Hearing Conan's words, Nagato said firmly. The last attack on Konaha on 26th, Ninetales was not released as planned. And until the end, Uchiha Madara didn't show up that night either. Plus Uchihashu showed up so late, so I suspect that Uchiha Madara is likely to have been defeated by Uchihashu before. Having said that, Nagato paused, as if thinking about something. After thinking for a while, he continued. Uchihashu's strength, needless to say, Uchiha Madara himself is not Uchihashu's opponent. So, he can only choose to heal my body. Only in this way can we have any hope of defeating Uchihashu and continue to collect tailed beasts. Nagato thought for a long time about the sudden healing of his body. Finally, the present conclusion is drawn. So that's how it is. After hearing Nagato's words, Conan showed an expression of enlightenment. But, Nagato, Uchihashu's strength is very strong. HMPH, of course I know how powerful he is. Hearing Conan's words, Nagato snorted coldly. Although he is very strong, my current strength is not weaker than him. Six Paths Pain is also very powerful, but after all, he can't bring out the full power of Rinnegan. Now, if I face the former Six Paths Pain, I can easily win. Moreover, the cells are amazing. The amount of chakra in my body is many times higher than before. Even the pupil power is much stronger. After Nagato finished speaking, a confident smile appeared on his face. After having white Zetsu cells in his body, Nagato felt that his strength had improved by leaps and bounds. Even the vague sense of alienation when using Rinnegan before is completely gone. He is confident that if he fights Uchiha Xiu again, he will definitely beat Uchiha Xiu. Nagato, isn't it good for us to forget the hatred? Now the ninja world has been peaceful for a long time, isn't it good? Looking at the hatred in Nagato's eyes, Conan persuaded. She really didn't want to be an enemy of Uchiha Xiu. Conan, I know you don't want to stand against Uchiha Xiu. Don't worry, I will never force you. But, I definitely won't just let it go. The peace in the ninja world is just an illusion. Only I can bring real peace to the ninja world. Nagato understood what Conan was thinking. Therefore, he does not want to force the Conan team too much. In this world, there is only Conan, who is worthy of his protection. After hearing Nagato's words, Conan opened his mouth, but finally he didn't say anything. Nagato has changed. No matter how much she said, Nagato would not listen. Oh, it looks like I'm here at just the right time. Chief, your body seems to have fully recovered. Ju's body slowly floated out of the ground, looking at Nagato with a smile on his face. Immediately afterwards, there was a burst of ripples in the space. A man with a one-eyed mask appeared beside Ju. Madara. Seeing this man, Nagato fixed his eyes. Unexpectedly, he did not die at the hands of Uchiha Xiu. This man is really as mysterious as ever. Nagato, the plan to collect tailed beasts cannot be delayed any longer. Now that your body has recovered, we will start to implement the plan. Uchiha Obito did not talk nonsense, and directly stated the purpose of his trip. Because it seems that many incredible characters suddenly appeared in the current ninja world. Jade Organizes the mysterious Jade Emperor. Is a living example. One Uchiha Xiu is enough for him. Now there is another Jade Emperor. The key is that this Jade Emperor, he is not sure that he can win. Afraid of what might happen if we continue to delay. Therefore, Uchiha Obito can only choose to expand the plan in advance. Although I have recovered, my body has not fully adapted. You can't be in a hurry about collecting tailed beasts. The first thing to do now, I think it's better to look for the clusters organized by Akatsuki first. Nagato needs a period of time to adapt and improve the strength of the body. Therefore, he didn't want to expose himself to Uchihashu's sight so quickly. Nagato, this matter can't be delayed any longer, so as not to have long nights and dreams. This is an order. Hearing that Nagato rejected his proposal, Uchiha Obito's tone was a little angry. Since pretending to be Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Obito has always regarded himself as the big boss behind the scenes. In his eyes, all people are just pawns at his mercy. Now Nagato, a chess piece, actually refuted his order. This made Uchiha Obito very unhappy. Order, did you forget that I am the leader of the Akatsuki organization? After hearing Uchiha Obito's words, Nagato sneered. Then the momentum of the whole body was released without reservation. Those lavender Rinnegons exude terrifying pupil power. This kind of power made Uchiha Obito and Kazuki stiff. Nagato, it seems that it is a bit surprising that it is so powerful. HMPH, since that's the case, then I'll listen to you. I will look for members of the organization, and you should act too. On Nagato, Uchiha Obito felt the pressure he felt on Uchiha Xiu. Therefore, although Uchiha Obito was very angry in his heart, but in the end, there is still no choice to be tough with Nagato. Not sure, he doesn't want to fight Nagato. Otherwise, if he is defeated by Nagato, his prestige will disappear. After Uchiha Obito finished speaking, he activated Kamui and disappeared in place. Boss, then I will go first. At this time, Ju's expression was also very dignified, because just now, he felt an unusual aura from Nagato. Nagato's body, after combining with white Zetsu cells. It seems that there have been some changes that even he didn't expect. 503 in this feeling, he only felt it in Sage of Six Paths. Yin escape, Yang escape, Ashura, Indra. In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through Ju's mind, but he couldn't figure it out. However, there is absolutely nothing wrong with one thing. That is Nagato. It seems to have been a little out of his control. Nagato, they have absolutely no good intentions. Seeing Uchiha Obito and Ju leave, Conan stepped forward and spoke. I know, but it's okay. No matter what their ultimate goal is, it needs to be realized by me in the end. And in the face of absolute power, any conspiracy is useless. I must defeat Uchihashu and become the god of this world. If you have any news, just tell me, and I will work with you to recruit them. During this time, I will continue to practice in Rain Shinobi Village. After Nagato finished speaking, he disappeared in the same place instantly. Uchiha Madara, he wants to use the fastest time to bring his body to its peak state. It's better to be rebellious. I will call them all to the Xiao organization. But as everyone knows, I am the one who controls the chessboard. After realizing the benefits brought by the powerful force, he couldn't wait for a moment. Uchiha Madara's concession just now boosted his confidence. You treat me like a pawn. What about Uchiha Madara? Well, fly in all directions. After Nagato finished speaking, a morbid smile appeared on his face. In the face of his strength, he can only choose to be obedient. Conan, next you go to find out who are the strongest in the ninja world. Didn't expect that. After Nagato left, Conan sighed softly, and then turned into countless paper cranes. Chapter 179 Kidnapping Yashimaru. Seeking subscription. Land of the Winds, Sunagaku. Half a month has passed since defeating the Jade Emperor. During this half-month, all the ninjas in Sunagaku are busy preparing for the succession ceremony of the fourth cage. Because of defeating the Jade Emperor, Garura already had a high prestige in the eyes of Sunagaku's ninjas. In addition, the elders of Sunagaku couldn't help propagating afterward. Karura became the most perfect cage heir in Sunagaku for a while. Under the voice of the village's senior management and ordinary ninjas, the succession ceremony of the fourth cage has also been officially put on the agenda. Walking on the streets of Sunagaku, there are voices talking about Garura everywhere. In another week, it will be the succession ceremony of the fourth cage, and our village will finally no longer have to be leaderless like it is now. That's right, after Master Garura defeated the Jade Emperor, I knew that the candidate for the fourth cage must be Lord Garura. Is it up to you to say that? Right now, the only person in the entire village who is qualified to become cage is Sir Luo. I really hope that time will pass faster. Speaking of which, Lord Karura is the first female cage since the establishment of Sunagaku. I really can't wait to see Master Karura's appearance after wearing the cage royal robe. Look. Master Garura returned to the village at this time and successfully defeated the Jade Emperor. It seems that this is destined by the heavens. I believe that under the leadership of Lord Garura, our Sunagaku will be able to restore its former glory again. Walking on the streets of the village, Yashimaru was very happy when he heard the voices of people talking in the village. His most respected sister, not only did he not die on the battlefield of the Third Ninja World War. Moreover, he defeated the mighty Jade Emperor and led Sunagaku through the crisis successfully. Now, the fourth cage who will soon become Sunagaku. This is also Sunagaku's first ever female cage. As Karura's younger brother, Yashimaru was very proud of this. What kind of gift should I give my sister? Walking aimlessly on the street, Yashimaru frowned in thought. This time, he has to choose a gift to celebrate Garura becoming the fourth cage, and he must not be sloppy. Yashimaru. After Yashimaru walked to a remote alley, a woman's voice suddenly came from his ear. Yashimaru turned his head to look, and found that it was not someone else who called him. It is the elite ninja in the village, Yi Kang. Master Yi Kang, what do you want me to do? Yashimaru didn't think much, ran into the alley, and came in front of Yi Kang. It's okay, I just want to give Karura a gift I prepared on the day she became Cage, but I don't know what Karura likes, so I want to ask you. Hope you do not mind. Looking at Yashimaru, Hakura smiled, and then walked towards the depths of the alley naturally. No, Lord Yi Kang. I'm also troubled by this matter recently, and we can just discuss it together. Yashimaru had no defense against Hakura, when I heard that Hakura was worried about preparing a gift for her sister. A happy smile appeared on Yashimaru's face. Even a strong man like Yi Kang-sama puts so much effort into preparing gifts for his sister. Sister he should be the most respected ninja in the village now, right? Thinking of this, Yashimaru's expression became happier. He took the initiative to walk in front of Yi Kang, and began to seriously talk about Jollyluo's usual preferences. My sister is usually a very gentle person, but she doesn't seem to have anything she particularly likes. So I'm also struggling to prepare a gift for my sister. Actually, I think that as long as you prepare carefully, no matter what gift you give, my sister should be very happy. Yashimaru was talking, but found that Yi Kang stopped suddenly. What's wrong, Yins? Seeing this scene, Yashimaru had some doubts on his face. It's nothing, Yashimaru, I just suddenly thought of a gift for Garura. Looking at Yashimaru who stopped, Hakura showed a smile on his face, and then cut Yashimaru's neck with a hand knife. Master Yi Kang, you. Yashimaru, whose strength was only at the level of Chunin, passed out without any precautions. He didn't know why Yi Kang shot at him suddenly. Innocent child, Gara, tonight is your death day. Yi Kang picked up Yashimaru on his back, followed the route he had planned before, and instantly disappeared in place. She wants to use Yashimaru to lure Garura out. If you don't make a move with Karura, when Karura really becomes Cage. No matter where Nagarura goes, Anbu ninjas will secretly protect her by her side. At that time, she really has no chance. Where is this? A tick-tock sound came from the ear. Yashimaru slowly opened his eyes. He looked around and found that he was tied up in a dark and damp cave. After a while, Yashawan finally remembered. It was Yi Kang who attacked him suddenly. Master Yi Kang, why are you doing this? I know you're nearby, tell me, why did you bring me here? At this moment, Yashimaru finally realized that something was wrong. Kidnapping him was probably something that Yi Kang had already planned. Yashimaru, be quiet, otherwise I can guarantee that I won't shoot you. Hearing Yashimaru's voice, Hakura walked in from the outside. She has already delivered the news to Garura. Tonight, here is the place where she and Jollyluo will fight to the death. Why do you want to do this? Looking at Yi Kang, Yashimaru was very puzzled. Yi Kang is the elite jonin in the village, and the owner of the scorched-style blood succession limit. Regardless of strength or prestige, Yi Kang is very respected. But, why would she suddenly attack herself? Yashimaru really couldn't figure it out. Why? Because Karura took away everything that should belong to me. After hearing Yashimaru's words, Yi Kang snorted coldly. If Karura hadn't returned to the village suddenly, and now she will be the fourth Cage. I do not understand, can you make it clearer? Hearing Hakura's words, Yashimaru was even more confused. My elder sister has always been a character who was indifferent to the world. Why would Yi Kang say that? Okay, since you want to know, I'll tell you all about it. Anyway, it was still early. Yi Kang found a place to sit down. He said all the words that he had kept in his heart for a long time. Yashimaru, do you know? Originally the village wanted me to be the fourth Cage. However, after Garura came back, everything changed. I was mercilessly abandoned by the village, and Garura became the new candidate for fourth Cage. And the reason for all this happened is that Garura is the owner of the magnet-style blood succession boundary. While talking, Yi Kang became excited. Obviously my achievements are no less than Garura's, and my strength is no worse than hers, but just because Garura has mastered the magnet style, I will be thrown away like garbage. So I don't accept it. I want to beat her Li Luo with my own hands. I want to prove that I am the most suitable candidate for Sunagaku to become Cage. Yi Kang's eyes were filled with hatred and anger. The higher the status and prestige of Garura in Sunagaku, the angrier she will be. Because, in Yi Kang's view, become the fourth Cage, enjoy the cheer of the Sunagaku ninja. Wang Dejiao, it shouldn't be Jollyluo. She decided to kill Yashimaru first, and then put Yashimaru's body at the entrance of the cave. Yi Kang, I didn't expect you to come to this point just because of this kind of thing. Seeing the expression on Yashimaru's face, Yi Kang felt as if he had been insulted. Thinking of Karura's appearance after seeing Yashimaru's body, Yi Kang became a little impatient. Are you even laughing at me? Shaking his head, the eyes that looked at Yi Kang were also full of mischief. You will see your brother's body for the first time. Let me kill you first, and vent the anger in my heart. Don't worry, after killing you, I will soon let Jollyluo go down to accompany you. After Garura comes, she also wants Garura to experience the feeling of losing everything. It was Karura who took away everything that should belong to her. You little brat, what expression is this? It should be her. It turned out to be like this. In this case, after listening to Hakura's words, a meaningful smile appeared on Yashimaru's face. Well, anyway, your value is running out. Chapter 179 Scorched Style vs Magnet Style. Subscribe. Yashimaru, you just give me an obedient death. The more Yi Kang thought about it, the more excited he became, and then he took out a sharp kunai from his body and held it in his hand. Where should I start? Correct, just chop off his head. After making up his mind, Yi Kang no longer hesitated. Picking up kunai, he slashed at Yashimaru's neck. When, a crisp sound, the kunai held in Hakura's hand stopped in front of Yashimaru. This is, looking at the yellow sand in front of Yashimaru, Yi Kang's face turned pale with shock. How is this going? Did Yashimaru also master magnet style? No, it's impossible. Yi Kang immediately denied the idea just now. After deciding to attack Yashimaru, she has already cleared up all the investigations of Yashimaru. Although Yashimaru's talent is very high, but it doesn't have any blood inheritance limit. The strength has only just reached the level of Chunin. Absolutely impossible to master magnet style. You look surprised. Seeing Yi Kang's shocked expression, Yashimaru smiled slightly. There was a maturity on his face that didn't belong to his age. Before Yi Kang had time to think about it, the yellow sand that blocked Yashimaru had already started to spread along Kuwuke's arm. Not good. Body replacement technique. Boom. With a puff of smoke drifting past, Yi Kang appeared not far from Yashimaru. Looking at the sawdust in front of Yashimaru, I was afraid for a while. If she hadn't responded in time just now that is crushed by yellow sand, it is not wood. It's her own 523. You are definitely not Yashimaru. Yi Kang fixed his eyes on the strange boy in front of him. Now she can be sure. This Yashimaru is definitely a fake by Karura. I just found out now, don't you think it's too late? After hearing Hakura's words, Yashimaru smiled softly, then made a seal with both hands. Bang! Ja Luluo appeared in front of Yi Kang. Transformation technique. Why didn't I find out? Seeing that the guy in front of him was indeed Garura, Yi Kang frowned. As a powerful elite Jonin, after kidnapping Yashimaru, she immediately confirmed Yashimaru's identity. But nothing unusual was found. It was precisely because of this that Yi Kang really couldn't figure it out. How did Garura avoid her perception? But these are not important now. What is important is why Ja Luluo didn't take advantage of her slack to play a drama on her. Why didn't you take the opportunity to sneak up on me? Yi Kang didn't understand very much. With Garura's strength, if you want to sneak attack, then she has definitely succeeded. Yi Kang asked herself, she would not let go of such an opportunity. But why didn't Garura choose to attack her? Yakura, you secretly investigated the matter of Yashimaru, I already found out. The reason why I didn't kill you immediately is because I want to know why you chose to attack me. Now that things are clear, there is no need for me to continue acting. As early as when Yi Kang was secretly investigating Yashimaru, Karura had already discovered it for the first time. But she did not choose to speak out. After all, Yi Kang can be regarded as one of the few high-end combat forces in Sunagaku. Having been in Sunagaku for so many years, I will definitely have my own power. Ja Ruo wants to thoroughly investigate this matter, and then catch it all. Otherwise, no matter how thoughtful a person is, there are always unexpected times. HMPH, looking at you like this, do you think you are sure to win? Seeing Ja Luluo's confident expression, Yi Kang snorted coldly. Since she dared to deal with Garura alone, that is naturally prepared. My strength is enough to deal with you. Ja Ruo looked at Yi Kang and put away his smile. During this period of following his master, Uchiha Xiu, Garura's strength can be described as advancing by leaps and bounds. Not only did I learn the powerful forbidden technique like 8 inner gates in physical arts, but I also learned 100 healings mark from Tsunade. Successfully made up for the shortcomings of her original chakra, it can be said that even among the cage-level powerhouses, Garura can occupy a place. Then come and try. Yi Kang was very angry when he saw Ja Luluo's confident appearance. Did she think she could win by herself? Hateful, really annoying, scorched style, steamed and killed. Without any hesitation, Yi Kang launched his strongest attack as soon as he made a move. More than a dozen high-temperature fireballs appeared in front of Yi Kang. These fireballs can attack enemies. Retreat can prevent the enemy from rushing to your side. And once these high-temperature fireballs get close, the intense temperature of the fireball will instantly evaporate all the moisture in the enemy's body. Yi Kang once used this trick to instantly kill several elite Jonin. This is also the reason why she firmly believes that she can defeat Garura. Go to hell, Yi Kang shouted loudly, and several high-temperature fireballs rushed towards Jialuluo CGCB at an extremely fast speed. As long as he can get close to Garura's side, Yi Kang has the confidence to get rid of Garura in an instant. I said, don't be so anxious. Sand-bound coffin. Seeing the high-temperature fireball rushing towards him, Ja Luluo smiled lightly and didn't care at all. As soon as he raised his hands, a dozen fireballs were covered by the overwhelming yellow sand. Boom. A bang. Under the strong pressure of the sand, those high-temperature fireballs could no longer maintain their shape and dissipated instantly. And the effect it played was just to roast the yellow sand made by Jialuluo into black. Is this the killer move you carefully prepared? Seeing this scene, Garura smiled disdainfully. Yi Kang, don't you think that my strength hasn't improved in this period of time? Damn it, I didn't expect your strength to be so strong. Yi Kang was startled when he saw Ja Luluo easily blocked his attack. She also competed with Garura before, but Garura is far from being as strong as he is now. What exactly happened during this period of time? Why did Garura's strength change so much? However, this is not my full strength. Yi Kang roared angrily, then put his palms together, and the chakra all over his body was mobilized instantly. Immediately afterwards, a huge high-temperature fireball appeared between the two. The temperature of this fireball is obviously much higher than the previous fireball. As soon as it appeared, even the surrounding air was distorted. Even at a distance of tens of meters, Jaluluo could feel the scorching heat. How about it? This is the move I specially prepared for you. Next, die in fear and regret. Yi Kang laughed a few times, and then continued to output his own chakra crazily. The already huge fireball expanded again. In the next second, under Yi Kang's push, the huge high-temperature fireball slowly moved towards Jaluluo. Looking at the huge fireball, Garuro had no choice but to retreat. The fireball created by Scorch style is different from ordinary fire style ninjutsu. Under Yi Kang's full attack, even Jaluluo had to avoid his edge. Ha 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 ha, it's useless, you can't escape. Seeing Juru Luokang retreating hurriedly, Yi Kang showed a pervert smile on his face. The speed of the fireball is absolutely impossible for anyone to dodge. Snort. Looking at the oncoming fireball, Jaluluo snorted coldly, since he can't avoid it, then let's take it hard. Just when Jaluluo was about to make a full-strength shot, suddenly someone tapped her on the shoulder lightly. Gara, I'm coming. As soon as the voice fell, Uchiha Xiu appeared in front of Garura. Then he raised an arm and reached out to block the oncoming fireball. Ha 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 ha, are you a fool? Are you trying to block the Scorch style I created with all my strength? Go to hell. Scorch style, steamed and killed. Although I couldn't see who the figure that suddenly appeared was. But when he saw that the opponent wanted to block Scorch style with his hands, Yi Kang couldn't help laughing out loud, and then instantly detonated the fireball. In her opinion, Uchiha Xiu's behavior is no different from sending him to death. But in the next second, Yi Kang opened his eyes wide, unable to laugh anymore. Because she saw that the huge high-temperature fireball did not explode as she imagined. Instead, like a deflated ball, it slowly disappeared in front of everyone. Chapter 180 Power, probably able to flatten the entire Sunagaku, seeking subscription. How can this be? Why didn't the fireball created by Scorch style explode? Who the hell are you and what have you done? Seeing the high-temperature fireball dissipating in the air without a sound, Yi Kang opened his mouth wide in shock. She didn't know why the ultimate move created by Chakra, which she activated all over her body, could be deciphered so easily. Yi Kang, I take your life today. After using one of Rinnegon's abilities, the high-temperature fireball, to absorb the sealing technique, Uchihashu put down his hand and blocked Jaluluo. Who are you? Uchihashu. Seeing Uchihashu, Yi Kang opened his mouth in shock. How did Uchihashu appear here? Shouldn't he go back to Konaha? Is it a surprise? If I don't get rid of the hidden dangers of Sunagaku, I can't leave with peace of mind. Uchihashu smiled, although Jaluluo has been confirmed as the fourth Kazekage. However, it doesn't mean that you can completely control the village by becoming Kazekage. Every village will have various factions. Jaluluo is obviously not mature enough in this respect. Uchihashu must eliminate the hidden opponent for Jaluluo. Only in this way, the group will control Sunagaku in their own currency as soon as possible. Hateful. Yi Kang is panicking now, although she doesn't know why Karuryu and Uchihashu got involved. But obviously, now she's in a very dangerous situation. The lavender Renegon in Uchihashu's eyes, constantly exuding a tyrannical pupil power. With that mighty aura, she was so oppressed that she could barely breathe. Scorch style, overkill. Against Shangji Aluluo, Yi Kang still has the confidence to win. But adding Uchihashu's words, then she has absolutely no chance of winning. Therefore, knowing that Uchihashu appeared here this time to help Jaluluo deal with him, Yi Kang didn't hesitate. I activated Scorch style again with the remaining power, and then fled in the opposite direction without stopping. Originally, this time she came to Jaluluo for a decisive battle with the determination to die if she failed. But don't know why. After seeing Uchiha Xiu, Yi Kang didn't even have the courage to die calmly. Universal pull. Seeing Yi Kang running away at high speed, Uchiha Xiu raised his arms and gave a soft shout. Then a strong gravitational force acted on Yi Kang's body. There is no room for resistance. Under the action of this strong gravitational force, Yi Kang's body flew in the direction of Uchiha Xiu involuntarily. Damn it, what kind of move is this? Feeling the uncontrolled body, Yi Kang struggled with all his might to escape Uchiha Xiu's control. But her struggles were of no avail. Under the effect of that weird gravitational force, Yi Kang couldn't even mobilize the chakra in his body. Pooh, there was a sound of a sharp knife piercing into the body. Yi Kang's heart was pierced by Uchiha Xiu with a long knife. A strong man with cage-level strength, so easily died in the hands of Uchiha Xiu. Before dying, Yi Kang's eyes were full of fear. She can't believe it, there is such a strong man in this world. Being able to make her have no resistance at all. Kill the cage-level powerhouse Yi Kang, and the time will be shortened by 6 months. Current accumulated shortened time. 1 year, September 5th 16 hours and 25 minutes. Following the system prompt sounded in Uchiha Xiu's mind, Yi Kang completely lost the breath of life. A dignified cage-level strong man. Just like that, he died at the hands of Uchiha Xiu. Master, you are amazing. Yi Kang is such a difficult guy, but you solved it so easily. Seeing Yi Kang's death, Zhao Luluo felt even more in awe of Uchiha Xiu. Yi Kang's scorched-style blood successor boundary is a very tricky ability. If you fight against Yi Kang, if you are not careful, you will be evaporated and become a mummified corpse. And her strength has definitely reached cage level. But, that's the guy. In the hands of his master, he was killed in a single move. Her scorched style, which she is proud of, has not played the slightest role. It's just a cage-level ninja. In my eyes, it's actually no different from Genin. Hearing Zhao Luluo's words, looking at the admiration in her eyes, Uchiha Xiu smiled lightly. He is telling the truth. In his eyes, ordinary cage level is really no different from Genin. It's all garbage that can be easily disposed of at will. Hearing Uchiha Xiu's words, Zhao Luluo didn't know what to say for a while. There is no difference between cage level strong and Genin. How arrogant is it to be able to say such a thing? But, however, once such extremely arrogant words are uttered from Uchiha Xiu's mouth, that would completely change the taste. Because Zhao Luluo knew clearly that Uchiha Xiu was telling the truth. Yi Kang just now is a good example. However, even knowing that Uchiha Xiu was telling the truth, Zhao Luluo's heart was still full of shock. You know, the current cage-level powerhouse is the ceiling of ninja combat power. Anyone who can kill cage-level powerhouses at will is probably the only master in the entire ninja world, right? Jerryuluo, have you investigated the forces under Yi Kang? Uchiha Xiu sealed Yi Kang's body, and is a scorched-style ninja. Even corpses are of great research value, so he planned to take Hakura's body back to Orochimaru to study. Orochimaru is now also a member of the Jade Organization. For Uchiha Xiu, the bigger Orochimaru's research was, the bigger the benefits he reaped. Knowledge changes fate, in Orochimaru's body, but it is vividly expressed. The investigation is clear, there are nearly 50 witnesses in total. Ask for flowers. Except for the two strongest ninjas, Haruto Amaya and Dacheng Zongshu who disappeared a few days ago, the rest of the ninjas have been closely monitored by my people. Zhao Luluo seriously reported the information he had to Uchiha Xiu. She is not willing to be just a vase. Like Tsunade and Terumi Mei, she will be Uchiha Xiu's right-hand man. There is no need to monitor, just kill them all. After listening to Zhao Luluo's words, Uchiha Xiu said casually, the ninjas in the Hokage world are all paranoid. Uchiha Xiu doesn't want to leave any hidden dangers for the future. Cut weeds. It is the principle that Uchiha Xiu has always believed in. I see. After hearing Uchiha Xiu's words, Zhao Luluo was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. Although she is a very gentle person, Uchiha Xiu's words are like sacred orders to her. She will not resist. 0. Sister, you are back. When Uchiha Xiu and Karuryu went back, Yashimaru was the first to greet them. Master Xiu. Seeing Uchiha Xiu, Yashimaru saluted respectfully. Yashimaru, here's a talisman for you. If you are in danger, crush it, it will protect you through the crisis. What happened today reminded Uchiha Xiu. He used the sealing technique to combine with the knowledge of his previous life. Created an amulet that can store his ninjutsu for a long time. When in danger, just crush it to release the ninjutsu sealed inside. Moreover, when the ninjutsu is released, the owner of the amulet will be surrounded by the enchantment and will not receive any damage. Thank you, Master Xiu. Taking the amulet, Yashimaru bowed happily, then carefully put the amulet on his neck. Through this period of getting along, he probably also understood the special relationship between Uchiha Xiu and his sister. But he doesn't care, because as long as his sister is happy. Moreover, Yashimaru admired a strong man like Uchiha Xiu from the bottom of his heart. Okay, I'm going back to my room first. Seeing the innocent smile on Yashimaru's face, Uchiha Xiu also smiled. The tragedy of the previous life, Uchiha Xiu will never let it happen again. Master Xiu, please wait a moment. Can you tell me how powerful this amulet is? Seeing that Uchiha Xiu was leaving, Yasha hurriedly asked. The power of the amulet. Probably, the entire Sunagaku can be razed to the ground. Considering that when the amulet is used, the user is definitely in a desperate situation. In order to ensure that all enemies can be wiped out, Uchiha Xiu sealed a large spiral wheel into it. Gulu, can the entire Sunagaku be razed to the ground? Looking down at the amulet in his hand, Yashimaru was suddenly at a loss. Chapter 181 Zhao Luluo, 4th Cage. Seeking subscription. Hurry up, we won't be able to catch up with Lord Zhao Luluo's succession ceremony any later. Save a seat for me, I don't want to miss Lord Zhao Luluo's heroic demeanor. I've been waiting for this day for a long time, and I'm so excited now. Me too, I always feel that I have witnessed history, and I can brag about it with my children in the future. Look at how promising you are. Mr. Zhao Luluo greeted me yesterday. According to what you said, can't I be able to play for the rest of my life? Oh, stop arguing, hurry up, otherwise the good seats will be taken by others. On the streets of Sunagaku, many ninjas ran towards the Cage building. For no other reason, just because today is the succession ceremony of 4th Cage. Zhao Luluo's prestige in Sunagaku is very high now, and she is about to become the only female Cage in Sunagaku's history. Therefore, every ninja in Sunagaku wants to witness the moment when she becomes Cage. Sister, I'm going to Fungying building first, please pack up quickly, don't be late. Yashimaru yelled excitedly, and then rushed out of the room with 883. Today he tidied himself up a bit, and put on a new suit specially. And I made an appointment with my good friends in advance, and prepared to witness the moment when Ja Luluo became Cage together. Yashimaru, you finally came out, let's go, there will be no room if we are late. Yeah, Yashimaru, today we cleaned up on purpose, can you really let us see Cage-sama? Wow, Yashimaru, the amulet on your neck is so beautiful. As soon as he went out, several friends who had been waiting at the door surrounded Yashimaru. After the news that Ja Luluo confirmed that he would become the next Cage came out, Yashimaru has become the focus of his peers. I don't know how many people are envious of Yashimaru, who can have such an excellent sister. Hey, don't touch this amulet randomly, it's very dangerous. If you're not careful, our village will disappear. Seeing a little friend reaching out to grab the amulet on his chest, Yashimaru broke out in a cold sweat. He heard what Uchihashu said very clearly yesterday. The power of this amulet can destroy the entire Sunagaku. Come on, if you don't let me see it, you are stingy. You still use this kind of reason to lie to us, we are not children anymore. Hearing Yashimaru's words, all the friends showed disgusted expressions on their faces. Yashimaru really, just a talisman, can destroy a village with one touch. Why don't you say destroy the entire ninja world? Seeing that none of the friends believed it, Yashimaru didn't explain too much. He knew that this matter was really unbelievable. If this sentence didn't come from Uchihashu's mouth, he probably wouldn't believe it himself. Okay, I'm asking my sister, she arranged a great place for us. So you don't have to worry about going late and there will be no seats. I will take you to the best seats to watch the Cage succession ceremony. After Yashimaru carefully put away the amulet, he didn't continue to explain, but excitedly talked about going to the Cage succession ceremony later. Wow, really, Yashimaru, you're too good, aren't you? Yashimaru, I want an autographed photo of Cage-sama, is that okay? This is amazing, and I will definitely tell my parents about it tonight to let them know how good I am. I really envy Yashimaru, Cage-sama is actually my older sister. After hearing Yashimaru's words, the friends all showed envious eyes. Cage, that is only the most powerful ninja in the village can become. They are all in their youth, and they are full of longing for Cage. Okay, everyone stop talking nonsense, let's go. After Yashimaru finished speaking, he took his friends and set off in the direction of Cage building. For their envy, Yashimaru just wants to say, brothers luck, you are not envious. Shortly after Yashimaru left, Karuro and Uchihashu also came out of the room. It's just that it's obvious that Ja Luluo's face has an unusual flush. Wearing a special Cage imperial robe, it looks very charming. Master, I have to leave soon, or it will be too late. Ja Luluo looked at Uchihashu, his eyes were full of prayers. Now she doesn't have any strength in her whole body, she just feels like her whole bones are about to fall apart. I really can't bear to toss anymore. Well, you go, it's really getting late now. Uchihashu saw Ja Luluo's appearance, stretched his waist. Things like cosplay are really good. When you have time, you must experience it again. But now, we still have to let Ja Luluo go to the succession ceremony first. After all, for such a big matter, the person involved can't be late. Then I'm leaving, master. After hearing Uchihashu's words, Karuryu breathed a sigh of relief, then activated the body flicker technique and disappeared in place. Otherwise, if Uchihashu suddenly regrets later, she will suffer. Am I that scary? Seeing Ja Luluo's relieved look when he left, Uchihashu couldn't help shaking his head. Then activate the body flicker technique and disappear in place. Cage succession ceremony, he has to witness it with his own eyes. With much anticipation, the succession ceremony of Sunagaku 4th Cage finally started. Under the eyes of everyone, Ja Luluo also put on the Cage hat, which symbolizes the supreme power of Sunagaku. Everything went so smoothly, almost all the Sunagaku ninjas are cheering for Karuro. This scene, not even when Namikaze Minato succeeded 4th Hokage. Master Ja Luluo is so beautiful, and his strength is so powerful, which is really enviable. I don't know who will have such good luck in the future to marry Mrs. Ja Luluo home. Thinking about it, I'm so envious. From my point of view, there is no man in this world who is worthy of Mr. Ja Luluo. It is good for Mrs. Ja Luluo to stay single forever. Although it's a bit bad to think like this, I still choose to support your idea. Me too, when I think of the scene of Mrs. Ja Luluo getting married, I feel like going crazy. Looking at the glamorous but heroic Karura on the stage, the ninjas of Sunagaku were all stunned. Originally, Ja Luluo was a great beauty who belonged to the 1 in a million, but now she even guards the village and has become the village's Cage. Under the blessing of this halo, Ja Luluo has almost become the dream lover of all Sunagaku men. Many people are deeply trapped in unrequited love, unable to extricate themselves. Unfortunately, what they don't know is that, the sacred and inviolable goddess in their eyes, has already been subdued by Uchiha Xiu. Moreover, she herself is willing to be a servant of Uchiha Xiu. If the group of Sunagaku ninjas know the truth, it is estimated that their spirits will collapse in an instant. I will definitely lead Sunagaku back to the top in the future, and let all the ninjas in Sunagaku live a happy life. With me here, Sunagaku will definitely not be oppressed by other ninja villages like before. So, everyone, please support me. Galio's speech was full of appeal. After her speech, the atmosphere of the whole square also reached a climax. Everyone is cheering for Ja Luluo. This moment, Karuryu has all the rights to Sunagaku in his hands. No matter what she says, the people below will definitely carry it out. If someone objects, I'm afraid they will be immediately besieged and attacked by other ninjas in the village. This is the powerful charm of Jaluluo. Long live Mr. Jaluluo. How can this keep them from going crazy? Long live Jalulu 4.9 Master Luo. Now, a person who perfectly fits everyone's idea of Kazekage became Kazekage, and will continue to lead Sunagaku to glory. It has been more than 2 years since third Kazekage disappeared. Then his dream of unifying the ninja world can be realized. After planning for so long, now I finally see hope. The ninjas in the audience cheered with emotion. Long live Lord Karuro. Looking at the sky, Uchihashu snorted coldly. 3 of the 5 most powerful ninja villages in the ninja world have been controlled by him. Next, just get Cloud Shinobi Village and Iwagakure, Konohagakure, Kurigakure, Sunagakure. He is confident that he will gain enough power to surpass the Ōtsutsuki clan before the age of tattoos comes. Even Uchihashu smiled when he saw this scene. HMPH, wait. Now, since I have come to this world, you Ōtsutsuki clan are destined not to cause any trouble. Chapter 182 The way to prevent Mangekyo Sharingan from going blind has been found. Subscribe. After Karura became Kazekage, Uchihashu stayed in Sunagakure for a few more days. There are 2 reasons. One is to eradicate some secretly hostile forces for Jaluluo, so as to help Jaluluo to control Sunagakure more firmly. The other reason is that Jaluluo is a little too tempting, which makes Uchihashu a little bit uncontrollable. But after a few days of lingering, Uchihashu returned to Konoha village. This time he has stayed in Sunagakure for quite a long time, and he cannot favor one over another. Master Shu, good morning. Long time no see, Master Shu. Master Shu, thank you for what happened last time. Walking on the streets of Konoha, everyone is full of respect for Uchiha Xiu. Uchiha Shu's contribution to Konoha, no matter how long it has passed, will be firmly remembered in the hearts of Konoha village residents. Build. A shout came from behind. Uchihashu stopped in his tracks. Looking at Uchiha Fugaku who rushed over, I was a little surprised. This guy, I haven't seen him for a while, but he worked hard and became a lot stronger. Fugaku, long time no see. When Uchiha Fugaku walked in, Uchihashu smiled. Speaking of which, he really hasn't seen the patriarch of the Uchiha clan for a long time. Because Uchiha Fugaku's ability is very good. 26 under his leadership, the Uchiha family is now thriving. Shu, you're finally back. Hurry up. Come with me, I have good news for you. Uchiha Fugaku patted Uchiha Xiu on the shoulder, his voice was a little excited. Uchiha Xiu couldn't help being curious. What is it that can make Uchiha Fugaku, who has always been very serious and even a little dull, become like this now? But now there are too many people, Uchiha Xiu didn't ask carefully. Follow Uchiha Fugaku directly back to the clan of Uchiha clan. Along the way, Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Xiu introduced the recent situation of the Uchiha clan in detail. In general, during this period, Uchiha Fugaku followed Uchiha Xiu's advice and completely reformed the Konoha Guard. Now there are not only many people from other families in the Konoha Guard. Even many civilians joined in, and the Uchiha clan only controls a few crucial positions. Through reforms, coupled with the influence of newspapers, the reputation of the Uchiha clan has been greatly improved in the hearts of Konoha people. The point is, Uchiha Xiu decisively wiped out some reactionaries before. The current Uchiha family can really be described as an iron bucket. Soon, led by Uchiha Fugaku, the two came to Uchiha Fugaku's house. As soon as he entered the yard, he found Uchiha Itachi hugging Uchiha Sasuke and coaxing him softly. Teacher. Hearing the movement, Uchiha Itachi raised his head. After discovering Uchiha Xiu, Uchiha Itachi ran to Uchiha Xiu in surprise. Teacher, are you back from your mission to Sunagakure? Uchiha Itachi put Uchiha Sasuke aside and bowed to Uchiha Xiu. In his heart, Uchiha Xiu is the person he respects the most. Itachi, you haven't been lazy all this time, have you? Uchiha Xiu touched Uchiha Itachi's head and asked with a smile. No, please ask the teacher to check my strength. After Uchiha Itachi heard what Uchiha Xiu said, his expression immediately became serious. In fact, in order not to dishonor Uchiha Xiu's disciples, Uchiha Itachi is practicing hard every day. Now his strength is enough to beat Shunin. Yes, take the time to call Shankwan, I want to take a good look at your current strength. Seeing the excited look on Uchiha Itachi's face, Uchiha Xiu felt that he should also fulfill his duties as a teacher. He himself felt a little embarrassed to be a hands-off shopkeeper all the time. Yes, Uchiha Itachi bowed again, then stepped back obediently. He knew that his father must have important matters to discuss with the teacher. After Uchiha Itachi left, Uchiha Makoto also entered the room with snacks and tea. After nodding to Uchiha Xiu, he put down the things in his hands and backed out. Fugaku, what is it that can make you so excited? Uchiha Xiu picked up a piece of pastry and stuffed it into his mouth, and found that it tasted very good. Xiu, the method to prevent Mangekyo Sharingan from going blind has been found. Although he is the apparent patriarch of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Xiu is the actual leader of the Uchiha clan. Therefore, it is so important to find a way to prevent Mangekyo Sharingan from going blind. Uchiha Fugaku had to tell Uchiha Xiu himself. Oh, what way? Hearing Uchiha Fugaku's words, Uchiha Xiu raised his eyebrows. It appears that Orochimaru's experiments are progressing. Cough. Xiu, After research, we found that injecting a type of cell can not only successfully supplement the pupil power consumed by Mangekyo Sharingan, but also enhance its own pupil power. I've tried it myself, and it's been very successful. The cells are very gentle, and no side effects have been found so far. Now, I finally don't have to worry about falling into the dark all day long. After Uchiha Fugaku finished speaking, the eyes in the sockets have become Mangekyo Sharingan. Even the pupil power is much stronger than before. White Zetsu sells well. After hearing Uchiha Fugaku's words, Uchihashu thought for a while and understood. It seems that Orochimaru has mastered the method of cloning. Otherwise, with only a few white Zetsu cells, Uchiha Fugaku would not be so excited to report to himself. It seems that, time to find some time to chat with Orochimaru. Shu, you don't seem surprised at all. Seeing Uchihashu's expression, Uchiha Fugaku was a little confused. Such an important discovery, it is not an exaggeration to say that it can change the pattern of the entire ninja world. Why can't there be any look of surprise on Uchihashu's face? Of course I'm not surprised, this method is what I told Orochimaru in the first place. Seeing Uchiha Fugaku's puzzled eyes, Uchihashu smiled. In Uchiha Fugaku looks enough to be a step forward. In his eyes, it is not a big deal. This is nothing more than something that Uchihashu had expected a long time ago. What, it turned out to be repairing you. That's right, except you, who would have thought of such a method? After hearing that this method was proposed by Uchihashu, Uchiha Fugaku was surprised at first. Immediately afterwards, he showed a reasonable expression. It seems that if Uchihashu came up with this method, there would be nothing strange about it. Shu 563, you don't know, I always thought that our Finjibo clan was a cursed clan. There is a stone tablet in the Uchiha clan ground, which records some very important information. After opening the Mangekyo Sharingan, Uchiha Fugaku will be able to read more information from the stele left by the Sage of Six Paths. It is for this reason that he will think that the Uchiha clan is a cursed clan. In the original work, Uchiha Fugaku did not resist Konoha's butcher knife at all. Maybe this stele is one of the reasons. The information on that stone tablet is false. Uchihashu naturally knows what Uchiha Fugaku is talking about, although the above information is indeed left by Sage of Six Paths, in the long river of time. The above text has already been tampered with by Black Zetsu. Oh, then I will destroy it another day, lest it continue to deceive the people in the future. After hearing Uchihashu's words, Uchiha Fugaku did not have the slightest doubt. Since Shu said that the things recorded on that stone tablet are false, it must be false. Since it is fake, there is no need to keep it. In the following time, Uchihashu discussed with Uchiha Fugaku about the Uchiha clan. Then he got up and said goodbye. With Uchiha Fugaku taking care of it, Uchihashu doesn't need to worry too much about the problems of the Uchiha clan. What he has to do is to use his powerful strength. Keep the Uchiha clan safe. Uchihashu believes that under his leadership, the Uchiha family is not only the first family of Konoha, will become the #1 ninja family in the future. The clansmen of the Uchiha clan will also spread throughout the ninja world. Become the strongest clan in the ninja world. Chapter 183 Uchiha Xiu surrenders for subscription. After leaving Uchiha Fugaku's home, Uchihashu returned to his small courtyard. This courtyard is not very big, and the location is relatively remote. But this is where Uchihashu has lived since he came to this world. Therefore, even though Uchihashu is now the ruler of Konoha, nor does he have any intention of changing the house. Standing at the door for a while, Uchihashu opened the door and went in. Then I saw Tsunade, Nohara Rin and Yuhihong. Build. Yuhihong was the first to see Uchihashu, and immediately threw herself into Uchihashu's arms. She hadn't seen Uchihashu for many days, and she was really thinking about it. Hong, don't you have one for me? Uchihashu touched Kuroko's head, then smiled at the corner of his mouth. I haven't seen you for a while, but Yuhihong has changed a lot. It gradually overlapped with the hot figure in Uchihashu's memory. Think about it to death. Yuhihong was held in Uchihashu's arms, and she felt warm in her heart. It seems that the haze of this period of time has been swept away by Uchihashu's words. Okay, Shu, come in and eat. Tsunade and Rin Nohara in the back showed a smile on their faces when they saw Kuroyuki's appearance. They know best how much Yuhihong depends on Uchihashu. On average, the name of Uchihashu is chanted hundreds of times a day. Okay, Hong, let's go eat first. Uchihashu hugged Tsunade and Rin Nohara again. Unexpectedly, all three of them were at home today. As soon as he walked into the door, Uchihashu was stunned by the sight in front of him. I saw a variety of food on the table, not only looked very appetizing, and it still exudes a tantalizing scent. It's so rich, is this what you prepared? Seeing the food on the table, Uchihashu swallowed. Needless to say, this was made by Lin under my guidance. Hearing Uchihashu's words, Tsunade looked proud. And me, I'm helping too. Yuhihong also ran to Uchihashu to claim credit. Shu, hurry up and taste it. Nohara Lin knelt down on the ground, gently sitting next to Uchihashu, with anticipation in her eyes. Seeing Nohara Lin like this, Uchihashu was not polite, picked up the chopsticks and ate a few mouthfuls. Then he couldn't help but nodded. Delicious, Uchihashu praised. Nohara Lin breathed a sigh of relief when she heard what Uchihashu said. Then an uncontrollable smile appeared on his face. With this compliment from Uchihashu, everything is enough. Okay, let's eat together. Lin's cooking is delicious. Unexpectedly, the food cooked by Nohara Lin was even more delicious than Jaluluo. Uchihashu greeted. Tsunade and Yuhihong also sat down. The four of them happily started to eat dinner. In Uchihashu's heart, he also felt an unprecedented peace and warmth. When Uchihashu woke up the next day, Tsunade, Nohara Rin, and Yuhihong were no longer in the room. They are not like Uchiha Xiu. Becoming a ninja is usually very busy. After all, you have to complete certain tasks every month. Although they don't play well and no one will trouble them, but their personalities are like this. Uchiha Xiu also went with them. Stretched, Uchiha Xiu got dressed. Walking into the room, I found that the food was already set on the table. No need to look, this must have been prepared by Nohara Rin. Kurenai Yuhi and Tsunade are not so careful. It tastes really good, it seems that I have to take Lin over in the future. After taking a bite of the food, Uchiha Xiu couldn't help but nodded. So fragrant, even if it is an outside restaurant, the taste is far worse than that made by Nohara Rin. So Uchiha Xiu decided to bring Rin Nohara to live at home. Nothing else. After eating the food made by Rin Nohara, Uchiha Xiu naturally wouldn't let such a delicacy go, and eat some, scratch, things. After breakfast, Uchiha Xiu came to the practice site of the Uchiha clan. He made an appointment with Uchiha Itachi yesterday, and he will come to practice with them today. Teacher. As soon as Uchiha Xiu appeared, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Quan who had been waiting here ran over at the same time. Then he bowed to Uchiha Xiu with a smile on his face. So happy, Uchiha Xiu touched their heads. He can feel that the strength of these two guys is much stronger. Especially Uchiha Izumi, even if her strength is compared with Uchiha Itachi, it is not much worse. It's only been a few days. Uchiha Izumi's talent, so terrifying. Teacher, we have a friend who wants to see you, may I ask? Looking at Uchiha Xiu, Uchiha Quan asked. Friend, what friend? Hearing Uchiha Quan's words, Uchiha Xiu was a little puzzled. He's also a genius of the Uchiha clan. He has always wanted to see you, but he didn't dare to visit you, so he asked us. Uchiha Izumi's voice is soft and sounds nice. Yeah, then let him come, I agree. Uchiha Izumi is really cute, so Uchiha Xiu agreed. As for genius or not, Uchiha Xiu didn't care. There are many geniuses in the Uchiha clan. Nothing to worry about. Brother Shisui, come out, the teacher agrees. Seeing that Uchiha Xiu agreed, Uchiha Izumi waved to the woods behind him. Then a boy with thick eyebrows, big eyes and a round nose came out from behind a tree. Master Xiu, please forgive me for taking the liberty to visit. After Uchiha Shisui came out, he saluted Uchiha Xiu with a very respectful attitude. It doesn't matter. Seeing Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Xiu felt a little surprised. Instant Shisui, this title is very resounding. But in the original book, he has been under Shimura Danzō since he was a child. So Uchiha Xiu didn't particularly care. Unexpectedly, today he found it by himself. Shisui, what's the matter? Uchiha Xiu couldn't figure out why Uchiha Shisui would suddenly find him. Master Xiu, only you can bring true peace to the ninja world. Please allow me to be your subordinate. Uchiha Shisui knelt on one knee with a very sincere tone. Can you tell me why? Uchiha Xiu glanced at Uchiha Shisui. Although Shisui is very powerful, he doesn't want to accept him as a subordinate casually. Xiu-sama, my most cherished companion died in the Ninja World War. I don't want wars to exist in the ninja world, but with my strength, it is impossible to accomplish this goal. Only you can achieve this goal. After Uchiha Shisui finished speaking, his eyes turned scarlet. Mangekyo Sharingan, Wang Hao Hao. He knew that if he wanted Uchiha Xiu to recognize him, he had to show his worth. And for a Uchiha tribe, there is nothing that demonstrates your worth more than the Mangekyo Sharingan. Teacher, during your absence, Brother Shisui has been guiding our cultivation. Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Izumi interjected at the right time to put in a good word for Uchiha Shisui. I see. If that's the case, go find Fugaku. Just say I asked you to find it. Without hesitation, Uchiha Xiu nodded in agreement with Uchiha Shisui's request. Although Uchiha Shisui is very strong, but there is no threat to him. And for Uchiha Xiu, the stronger the Uchiha clan is, the more favorable it will be to his future reign. Therefore, Uchiha Xiu has no reason to reject Uchiha Shisui's surrender. Great, thank you Master Xiu. I will always be loyal to you. After hearing Uchiha Xiu's words, Uchiha Shisui was very happy. It is his great honor to follow Uchiha Xiu. Chapter 184 Battle against Uchiha Shisui for subscription. Uchiha Shisui was very excited when he saw that Uchiha Xiu accepted him directly. After all, he had been working under Shimura Danzō before. Shimura Danzō, on the other hand, has a terrible reputation among the Uchiha clan. That's great, Brother Shisui. Since the teacher agrees, you no longer have to be discriminated against by your tribe. Seeing this result, Uchiha Itachi was very happy. Because Uchiha Shisui has been doing things with Shimura Danzō, he is very unpopular in the eyes of the Uchiha clan. But after getting along for a while, Uchiha Itachi knows that Uchiha Shisui is just a gentle man who loves peace. Therefore, Uchiha Itachi proposed that Uchiha Shisui could become a disciple of Uchiha Xiu. Because he knows, with Uchiha Xiu's reputation, as long as he is willing to justify Uchiha Shisui's name, then Uchiha Shisui can be accepted again by the tribe. Teacher, I knew you were the best. Uchiha Izumi is also very happy. During the period when Uchihashu was not around, it was Uchiha Xiu who had been training with them. If there is no Uchiha Xiu, her strength will not improve so quickly. So, seeing that Uchihashu doesn't mind Uchiha Xiu's past, Uchiha Izumi happily embraced Uchihashu's arm and acted coquettishly. Master Xiu, please rest assured, I will definitely not let you down. Uchiha Xiu knelt on one knee in front of Uchihashu, expressing his loyalty. Xiu, let me see your strength. Uchiha Xiu in the original book, famous for body flicker technique. Instant Shisui's name resounds throughout the ninja world. Moreover, it is possible to activate Susanoo when there is only one Mangekyo Sharingan. Kill all the ninjas that Shimura Danzō sent to hunt him down. The strength is not weak. Pity, he trusted the village's senior management too much. Was attacked by Shimura Danzō and took a Mangekyo Sharingan. It ended very tragically. This is also the reason why Uchihashu must solve Sarutobi Hiruzen and others in this life. Because, even if your thoughts transcend the boundaries of a clan and you are dedicated to maintaining the village. But the high-level people in the village will still treat you differently and be on guard everywhere. The tragedy of Uchiha Xiu and Uchiha Itachi. That's where it comes from. Master Xiu, I am not your opponent. Hearing that Uchihashu was going to fight with him, Uchiha Xiu quickly shook his head. Although he, CGDA, is very strong, but facing Uchiha Xiu. Without any assurance of victory. Moreover, Uchiha Xiu is the ninja he most admires. He didn't want to fight Uchiha Xiu. It's okay, I just want to see your strength. If you want to rely on me, prove your worth. Uchihashu looked at Uchiha Xiu and smiled. In the original work Uchiha Xiu took too few shots, Uchihashu didn't have a good evaluation of him. So, today he is going to test Uchiha Xiu's true strength. Since this is the case, please be merciful, Mr. Xiu. Seeing that Uchihashu insisted, Uchiha Xiu had no choice but to choose to obey Uchihashu's order. Then he took out his long knife and made an attacking posture towards Uchiha Xiu. Great, now we have a good show to watch. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Izumi clapped his hands excitedly. She has never seen her teacher make a move. The opportunity is rare, and this time she must make good use of it. Quan, let's retreat first. Uchiha Itachi also looked excited. He also has never seen Uchiha Xiu shoot. And Uchiha Xiu is also very strong, and even has the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan. This matchup must be very exciting. Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Quan retreated to the side, and then began to stare at the battlefield with wide eyes. This competition must not be missed. Go ahead. Seeing that Uchiha Xiu was getting ready, Uchiha Xiu folded his arms and looked calm. Although Uchiha Xiu is very strong, but facing his current strength, it's not enough to see it all. The reason why he wants to compete with Uchiha Xiu is to find out the details of Uchiha Xiu. Master Xiu, you will be offended. Uchiha Xiu also got serious. He knew that this was a test for him by Uchiha Xiu. His performance today determines his usefulness in the future. If the performance is too poor, then he may not get a chance to be reused in the future. As for winning Uchiha Xiu, Uchiha Xiu still has this self-knowledge. Body flicker technique. Facing Uchiha Xiu, Uchiha Xiu didn't dare to be careless, and directly used his unique skill, body flicker technique. 1 becomes 2, 2 becomes 4, 4 becomes 8. After a while, more than a dozen figures of Uchiha Xiu surrounded Uchiha Xiu. Xiu-sama, this is my unique ninjutsu. Each of them is an entity capable of attacking. Please be careful, although I don't think it's necessary. Uchiha Xiu still introduced his ninjutsu. Then, a dozen Uchiha Xiu held their knives and walked towards Uchiha Xiu step by step. As that's so, opening Rinnegan, Uchiha Xiu looked at a dozen Uchiha Xiu and nodded inwardly. Uchiha Xiu's body flicker technique is indeed exquisite. Generally speaking, using the body flicker technique is a great burden on the ninja's body. Therefore, in battle, ninjas can only use body flicker technique intermittently in a battle. One miss and Uchiha Xiu retreated early. Uchiha Xiu turned his head suddenly, and then took out the Kusanagi sword to block the attack launched by Uchiha Xiu in the dead corner of the field of vision. Brother Xiu is really strong, even my Sharingan can't see the situation on the court at all. In the back, he seems to have improved the body flicker technique, and can continuously use the body flicker technique for teleportation. This is not a showdown that ninja school can see, but the attack failed as expected. Uchiha Izumi and Uchiha Itachi, who were on the sidelines, saw the wonderful duel on the field, and they all opened their mouths in shock. With the help of Sharingan's super dynamic vision, Uchiha Xiu can appear at any afterimage location to attack before the afterimage disappears. Swish, when, but Uchiha Xiu is different, and the speed of body flicker technique is very fast, so it left an afterimage in place. However, although this ninjutsu is ingenious, it is easy to see through for Uchiha Xiu who has Rinnegan. It is precisely because of this that every afterimage seems to have no entity, but the attack of every afterimage can be effective. In the next second, Uchiha Xiu cut through the afterimage with a long knife. But Sensei is stronger. Brother Shisui's attack in the blind spot of vision was blocked lightly. Wow, such powerful ninjutsu, I can't tell which one is the main body. 6s. Chapter 185 The Scary Uchiha Xiu. When, the continuous sound of gold and iron strikes sounded, Uchiha Shisui's attack. Completely blocked by Uchiha Xiu, No matter which direction Uchiha Xiu is attacking from, Uchihashu seems to be able to predict the same in advance. Don't give him any chance at all. It won't work like this. Chakra consumes too much. As expected of Master Shu, such an attack has no effect at all. Uchiha Xiu continued to maintain the body flicker technique, but was out of breath. Although the body flicker technique is somewhat incomprehensible, it consumes a lot of chakra and physical strength. The continuous attack has already made Uchiha Xiu a little bit overwhelmed. At the same time, Uchiha Xiu also felt the strength of Uchihashu for the first time. Uchihashu is like a big mountain, which people can only look up to but cannot overcome. Shisui, I'm going to attack. 8 inner gates, 7th gate, open. I feel that I have almost figured out Uchiha Shisui's body flicker technique. Uchihashu is no longer just passive defense. Instead, it directly opens the 7th gate in the 8 inner gates. Aren't you a fast body flicker technique? Then let you see, what is the real speed. After the opening of the 7th gate, Uchihashu's aura changed drastically. If the previous Uchihashu was like a silent mountain, now Uchihashu is like a flood. The powerful and tyrannical chakra is full of aggression and seems to destroy everything. What a strong momentum. Feeling this chakra, Uchiha Shisui was startled. At the same time, there was a strong sense of crisis, and the eyes instinctively changed from 3 Tomoe Sharingan to Mangekyo Sharingan. It's terrible. Is this the teacher's strength? It's so scary. If I were fighting against the teacher, I might not be able to move now. However, even if this is the case, I always feel that the teacher has not shown all his strength at all. Feeling the astonishing momentum of Uchiha Xiu, both Uchiha Izumi and Uchiha Itachi opened their mouths wide in shock. Now Uchiha Xiu is like a wild beast that chooses to eat people. It is extremely terrifying. Whoosh! After capturing Uchiha Shisui's body through Rinnegon, Uchiha Xiu increased his speed to the fastest and disappeared in place in an instant. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Shisui's pupils shrank. Although I don't know the specific target of Uchiha Xiu's attack, but his sixth sense tells him that Uchiha Xiu has found his place. The body flicker technique was activated instantly, and Uchiha Shisui appeared on the other side. Then the figure of Uchiha Xiu also appeared at the position of his body just now. Punch! Blast the ground into a big hole. If it wasn't for the body's instinct to dodge just now, Uchiha Shisui might be dead now. What a terrifying power. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Shisui's pupils shrank. Uchiha Xiu is not only amazingly fast, but also has incredible body strength. This kind of power, let alone being hit head-on, even if it is rubbed, it is estimated that it will lose its fighting power in an instant. One miss, Uchiha Xiu locked Uchiha Shisui's position again. He wants to see how long Uchiha Shisui can last in this situation. Here we go again. Seeing Uchiha Xiu disappear in the same place, Uchiha Shisui's heart tightened, and then he activated the body flicker technique. Appeared on the other side. However, that strong sense of crisis followed closely. Uchiha Shisui can only continuously launch the body flicker technique to avoid Uchiha Xiu's attack. In such a high-frequency battle, Uchiha Shisui only felt that his legs were as heavy as lead. The speed is getting slower and slower, and the shadow formed by the body flicker technique is getting less and less. HMPH, it's not bad to be able to persist until now. Uchiha Xiu also noticed that Uchiha Shisui was at the end of his battle. At the moment, he didn't hesitate anymore, and also launched the body flicker technique, and appeared in front of Uchiha Shisui in an instant. No, I can't escape. Seeing Uchiha Xiu who suddenly appeared, Uchiha Shisui was shocked. Unexpectedly, Uchiha Xiu has surpassed his speed of launching the body flicker technique. It's too late to hide now. Hateful. Looking at Uchiha Xiu's fist, Uchiha Shisui gave a loud shout, and then activated Mangekyo Sharingan's forbidden technique. Susanoo. No way. Uchiha Xiu's fist, he has seen it before. If you don't use Susanoo, he is absolutely dead. Boom. Uchiha Xiu's punch hit Uchiha Shisui's Susanoo firmly. Ask for flowers. Then there was a loud bang. The violent fist wind blows away all the dust under the feet. Then, a crisp sound of bone cracking came into everyone's ears. A figure was instantly sent flying, dragging a deep ravine on the ground. Brother Shisui, this teacher won't beat Shisui to death, will he? I don't know, but the power of that punch just now is really too big. Go and have a look. Seeing this scene, both Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Izumi couldn't sit still. Uchiha Xiu's attack power is so strong, can't he kill Uchiha Shisui? The two rushed to the place where Uchiha Shisui fell to the ground, and then launched wind-style ninjutsu to blow all the smoke and dust away. 0. Immediately afterwards, a green skeleton appeared in front of the two of them. This skeleton is green all over, but it is already dilapidated, and only one shape can be seen. Uchiha Shisui, on the other hand, knelt on the ground, with blood overflowing from the corner of his mouth. He barely fell down by supporting himself with his hands. Cough. Uchiha Shisui coughed a few times, spit out a mouthful of blood. Just now, if it wasn't a critical moment, he used other than Susanoo. With the power of Uchiha Xiu's punch just now, he can definitely beat him to nothing. Even so, right now, he still feels like his whole body is falling apart, and he is completely powerless to fight anymore. Brother Shisui, are you alright? Seeing the miserable state of Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Izumi showed worried looks on their faces. I'm fine. Uchiha Shisui struggled to stand up, then walked to Uchiha Xiu's side and knelt on one knee. Master Xiu, thank you for your mercy just now. Uchiha Shisui knew that if Uchihashu hadn't pulled back at the last moment just now, then even if he is protected by Susanoo, there is absolutely no possibility of him surviving. What? The teacher just showed mercy. It's unbelievable. With such a strong power, is it still the power after holding back? Hearing Uchiha Shisui's words, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Izumi were shocked again. After keeping the hand, the power of a punch is still so great. Then if the teacher tries his best, what kind of scene will it be? Chapter 186 Uchiha Shisui's Illusion. Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Izumi were deeply shocked by Uchihashu's strength. But Uchiha Shisui, who was the person involved, was even more shocked. Unimaginable, Uchihashu was able to break Susanoo's defense with one punch. Although the Susanoo just now was displayed in a hurry, the output of the pupil power has not reached the maximum. But again, Uchihashu didn't make a full shot either. It was still a punch that pierced through his defense. That's right, Shisui, report to Fugaku. Seeing Uchiha Shisui's performance, Uchihashu also nodded in satisfaction. The punch just now was in the state of 8 inner gates, and he used a strange power punch, so it was so powerful. It is not uncommon to break Susanoo, but it does not mean that Uchiha Shisui is not strong enough. On the contrary, at his age of 203, he can have such power. The future is absolutely limitless. Master Xiu, there is one more thing I want to report. Uchiha Shisui hesitated again and again, but decided to tell the story. What's up? Seeing Uchiha Shisui's appearance, Uchihashu was a little puzzled. Now is there anything happening in Konoha village that would make Uchiha Shisui so serious? About the power of my eyes. A pupil art unique to my Mangekyo Sharingan. Distinguished Heavenly Gods and Distinguished Heavenly Gods Light. In the beginning, Uchiha Shisui didn't intend to reveal the power of his eyes. Because these two abilities are too pervert. Especially the Distinguished Heavenly Gods. I am afraid that there is no one in this world who is not afraid of this ninjutsu. But after fighting Uchiha Xiu, Uchiha Shisui changed his mind. The reason is simple, he felt that Uchiha Xiu would not care about such things. His pupil power is far below that of Uchiha Xiu. Whether Distinguished Heavenly Gods can have an impact on Uchiha Xiu, Uchiha Shisui is not sure. Therefore, Uchiha Shisui decided to speak out after much deliberation. In order not to say anything in the future, it will cause unnecessary suspicion. Master Xiu, the light of Distinguished Heavenly Gods is a very powerful illusion. After activation, I can pull the spirits of all enemies within a certain range into the illusion space. In this space, I can control everything, even if it is to instantly reduce everyone's spirits to ashes, I can easily do it. After hearing Uchiha Shisui's words, Uchihashu's expression did not change. Instead, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Izumi couldn't help exclaiming, and then quickly covered their mouths with their small hands. This kind of ninjutsu is really too powerful, right? It is called illusion, but it is already beyond the scope of illusion, right? It is extremely terrifying to be able to wipe out all the spirits of everyone within a certain range in an instant. To know, this is an illusion inspired by the pupil power of Mangekyo Sharingan. I am afraid that in the entire ninja world, there are not many people who can resist it. The spiritual realm is completely different from the physical body. Another ninjutsu, Distinguished Heavenly Gods, is more powerful than the Distinguished Heavenly Gods Light. Seeing Uchiha Shu's unmoved face, Uchiha Shisui gritted his teeth. The power of the Distinguished Heavenly Gods, even the caster himself is afraid. Not to mention others, the pupil technique that can silently control the thoughts of others. If Uchiha Xiu were afraid of this, he would not survive today. But until now, I can only grit my teeth and continue talking. Distinguished Heavenly Gods, a ninjutsu that can invade the opponent's brain without the opponent knowing. It can permanently and completely change the opponent's will. Let the caster become his puppet. And, no one will see any abnormalities. After Uchiha Shisui finished speaking, he lowered his head deeply. He is now like a prisoner awaiting trial. Life or death, it was just at the moment of Uchiha Shu's thought. It can change a person's will permanently and completely. Is this really something illusion can do? It's too scary, can there still be such a pupil technique? After hearing Uchiha Shisui's words, the bodies of Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Izumi involuntarily moved away from Uchiha Shisui. As if this would give them a sense of security. The horror of the Distinguished Heavenly Gods, even ordinary people like them, feel dreadful. Even, for a moment, a thought flashed through the minds of Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Izumi at the same time. That is, the two of them, wouldn't they have been controlled by Uchiha Shisui with Distinguished Heavenly Gods? Then I have such a good impression on Uchiha Shisui. Thinking of this possibility, both Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Izumi couldn't help but gasp. If the Distinguished Heavenly Gods light is already terrifying, that Distinguished Heavenly Gods, this technique can simply be described as horror. Itachi, Quan, don't worry. I didn't use illusions on you. And the cooldown of Distinguished Heavenly Gods is very long. Use it once, and it will take 10 years to recover. Seeing the horrified expressions on the faces of Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Izumi, Uchiha Shisui smiled miserably. Anyone who hears the power of the Distinguished Heavenly Gods will probably feel the same as Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Izumi. Even they are so afraid of themselves because of the Distinguished Heavenly Gods. Not to mention someone in power like Uchiha Xiu. I am afraid, he wouldn't tolerate his own existence no matter what. At this moment, Uchiha Shisui no longer has any illusions. Uchiha Xiu will definitely not let him leave here alive today. Shisui, stand up first. The secret of your pupil technique, don't tell anyone. As for the distinguished heavenly gods, don't use them lightly, I will be useful in the future. However, Uchiha Xiu has no intention of killing Uchiha Shisui. Distinguished heavenly gods, although the jutsu of distinguished heavenly gods sounds very powerful at 5.1 points, it is still frightening. But, Uchiha Xiu has no fear, because his pupil power is far above Uchiha Shisui. If Uchiha Shisui dared to release the distinguished heavenly gods on himself, he would be able to notice it immediately. And, as long as it is an illusion released by the pupil power of Mangekyo Sharingan. When the opponent's pupil power is not as good as his own, illusion can never pose any threat. Master Xiu, I understand. I'll report to Master Fugaku right now. Uchiha Xiu's words made Uchiha Shisui very happy. He also finally understood that Uchiha Xiu can be respected by everyone in Konoha. I'm afraid it's not just because of his own strong strength. With this heart, it is not comparable to the previous Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzō and others. Chapter 187, Itachi and Azumi's Contest. Teacher, I really admire you more and more. After Uchiha Shisui left, Uchiha Izumi hugged Uchiha Xiu's arm. Uchiha Itachi is a little more reserved, but his eyes are full of admiration. Regardless of strength, Uchiha Xiu can tolerate Uchiha Shisui's tolerance, which is not something ordinary people can do. Distinguished heavenly gods, what a terrifying pupil technique. But the teacher still doesn't care. If it were anyone else, I'm afraid they would choose to kill Uchiha Shisui, right? Both Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Izumi are smart. After hearing the power of the distinguished heavenly gods, he became very wary of Uchiha Shisui. I am afraid that I will be controlled by the distinguished heavenly gods accidentally and become someone else's puppet. But Uchiha Xiu can tolerate the existence of such people. This kind of heart is worth learning in their lifetime. Worship me, I also want to test your strength. Feeling the trace of youthful fullness, Uchiha Xiu smiled and scratched Uchiha Izumi's nose. He did not forget his original purpose. It is to test the real level of 26 of the two apprentices. Okay, I will definitely not let you down. After hearing Uchiha Xiu's words, Uchiha Izumi stuck out his tongue, and then took the initiative to walk to the open space. Beckoning to Uchiha Itachi, Itachi, let's fight, let the teacher see our strength. Good. After hearing Uchiha Izumi's words, Uchiha Itachi nodded, and then also walked to the center of the field. In this battle, he had to perform well and try to impress the teacher. Let's start. Seeing that the two were all ready, Uchiha Xiu also became interested, and then opened his mouth to announce the start of the competition. Swish. As Uchiha Xiu's voice fell, more than a dozen kunai appeared in the hands of Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Izumi at the same time. Then he quickly threw it towards the opponent. When. The sound of gold and iron clashing continuously sounded, and countless shurikens and kunai collided in the air. Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Izumi's shuriken technique have all reached the state of perfection. There are hundreds of shurikens, but none of them can break through the opponent's defense. Good. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Xiu couldn't help applauding. The two people in front of them seemed to be performing rather than competing. Pleasing to the eye, this kind of fighting method can only be achieved by the Uchiha clan with Sharingan. There is a flaw. After the two fought against each other for a while, the three Tomoe Sharingan in Uchiha Spring's eyes spun rapidly. Immediately afterwards, a kunai flew over from the blind spot of Uchiha Itachi's field of vision. Kunai hit Uchiha Itachi's neck with precision. But the look on Uchiha Izumi's face didn't change at all. Instead, he directly chose to withdraw and retreat. In the next second, the place where she had just stood was surrounded by flames. HMPH, I won't be fooled by you. Uchiha Izumi snorted coldly. This is Uchiha Itachi's usual trick. Let the opponent think that the moment of victory, launch an attack. She has suffered losses several times before. As expected of a 1-on-7, this hand speed is not forged. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Xiu couldn't help but nodded. While battling shuriken with the enemy, he was able to take the time to covertly forge the seal of clone technique. Uchiha Itachi's strength may have already reached Jonin's level. Fire style, great fireball technique. Seeing that the blow was missed, Uchiha Itachi immediately launched a new round of attacks. Uchiha Izumi's current strength is very clear to him, it is no worse than him. In addition, there is a teacher watching beside me. So, Uchiha Itachi has no qualms about making a shot. Fire style, great fireball technique. Seeing the fireball rushing towards him, Uchiha Izumi quickly formed a mutter with his hands. Next second, an equally huge fireball spewed out from her mouth. The two fireballs collided in the air, and the intense temperature distorted the air. Got you. The corner of Uchiha Izumi's mouth curled up slightly, and then he launched an attack on Uchiha Xiu. Personal attack is her best way of fighting. Agile. Seeing Uchiha Izumi's actions, Uchiha Xiu knew it. I'm afraid that the average Jonin can't handle this speed. As for Izumi, it seems that he hasn't graduated from ninja school yet. Under Uchiha Izumi's crazy attack, Uchiha Itachi was a bit stretched. He is not good at fighting spells, and what he is best at is not illusion. HMPH, as long as you are entangled by me, don't even think about running away. Uchiha Izumi obviously also knows Uchiha Itachi's shortcomings, so she has been launching a rush attack. As long as the fight continues like this, Uchiha Itachi will definitely lose. As expected by Uchiha Izumi, Under such a high-intensity attack, Uchiha Itachi still showed his flaws. You lost, Itachi. Putting kuna on Uchiha Itachi's neck, Uchiha Izumi smiled triumphantly. She was very happy to defeat Itachi in front of the teacher. No, Izumi, take a good look around you. However, before Uchiha Quan was happy for a few seconds, Uchiha-shu's voice came to his ears. What could it be? Hearing Uchiha-shu's voice, Uchiha Quan broke into a cold sweat instantly. She knew that it was impossible for the teacher to remind her loudly for no reason. Sure enough, in the next second, the scene in Uchiha Izumi's eyes changed. The Uchiha 733 ferret in front of her is gone, replaced by a giant tree. And a handful of icy bitterness has already been placed on her neck. You lost, Quan. Behind him, came the voice of Uchiha Itachi. When Uchiha Izumi sighed, unexpectedly losing in the end. Before the competition started, Uchiha Itachi's words made Uchiha Izumi very angry. Uchiha Itachi actually used an illusion on her before the competition started, it's really disgusting. Haha, Quan, remember better next time. Once it is determined that the two of them have the possibility of making a move, Itachi will use illusion. Uchihashu laughed. Although many things have changed, Itachi's personality has not changed much. Still full of old yin ratio attributes. Teacher, I'm not convinced. Uchiha Izumi is still a little unhappy, finally able to perform in front of his teacher once. In the end, because someone didn't talk about martial arts, she lost so thoroughly. Okay, it's just a competition. I'll pass on some tricks to you. Uchihashu smiled lightly, and then began to teach ninjutsu to the two. Now Uchiha Izumi and Uchiha Itachi are fully capable of controlling some A-level or even S-level ninjutsu. He wants to train the two of them to become his right-hand man in the future. Chapter 188 Kakuzu, Work for Us. After passing a series of ninjutsu such as Chidori, Rasengan, Reikiri, and Chidori Ryu to Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Izumi, Uchihashu ended his day of practice. Both Itachi and Izumi are talented ninjas. He just needs to tell them the most basic things. Leftover, they can learn by themselves, without Uchihashu worrying about it. Black Market. In a bounty exchange, a masked ninja with green eyes randomly threw a corpse on the ground. Master Kakuzu, this is your bounty this time. Please take a look. When a middle-aged man saw Kakuzu, he immediately walked over with a box of money. Kakuzu, not someone he could afford. Let's check it out. After taking the cash box, Kakuzu opened his mouth and signaled the middle-aged man to check the goods. At the same time, he himself began to count the money in the box to see if the amount was accurate. No, Master Kakuzu's reputation is still guaranteed. Hearing Kakuzu's words, the middle-aged man patted his chest, expressing great trust in Kakuzu. Check it out, it's the rule. Everything has to be done according to the rules. It's just that Kakuzu didn't appreciate it. In his mind, pay with one hand and deliver with the other. The two parties check each other and confirm that the transaction is complete. Therefore, Kakuzu does not want to break this rule. Okay, then I'll take a look now. Seeing Kakuzu's insistence, the middle-aged man began to examine the corpse carefully. After finally confirming that it was correct, he raised his head. Master Kakuzu, it has been confirmed, there is no problem. That's good, I don't have any problems here. Hearing what the middle-aged man said, Kakuzu put away the cash box. At this point, a transaction is completed. Earn money by continuously accepting missions in the way of bounty hunters. This is one of the few joys in Kakuzu's long life. Therefore, Kakuzu always treats this matter with extra seriousness and caution. By the way, is there any valuable guy recently? After putting away the box, Kakuzu looked at the middle-aged man and asked. Although he has just completed a bounty task, he does not intend to rest. Constantly making money is the meaning of life. Master Kakuzu, there is indeed a guy. The bounty is 100 million. Hearing Kakuzu's words, the middle-aged man skillfully took out a wanted warrant. It is printed on it, which is the appearance of Nagato. 1 billion. Hearing such a high bounty, Kakuzu opened his mouth in shock. To know, even if it is the shadow of each village, it is only a price of about 100 million. Who is it that can make people issue such a high reward? The arrest warrant was issued by Konaha, and all the specific information is written on it, you can read it yourself. Middle-aged men still respect Kakuzu very much. For no other reason, Kakuzu is the most disciplined ninja among all bounty ninjas, not one of them. Moreover, Kakuzu's strength is also very strong. I don't know how many elite jonin died in his hands. And elite jonin, except for the cage-level powerhouses of the major ninja villages, has a ceiling-like existence. After receiving the wanted warrant, Kakuzu began to browse carefully. Name: Nagato. Strength: cage level and above. Trait: possesses the eye of the legendary sage of 6 paths, Rinnegon. After keeping all the information in his heart, Kakuzu received the arrest warrant in his arms. I accept this bounty. Kakuzu has already decided in his heart, he is going to find this Nagato to try. Although the opponent's strength evaluation is cage level and above, but Kakuzu still decided to take a risk. After all, a reward of 100 million is too tempting. He didn't believe it, could a guy who appeared suddenly be more dangerous than the shadows from various villages? Okay, Kakuzu-sama, let's go slowly. Watching Kakuzu leave, the eyes of the middle-aged man brightened. It has been a while since this arrest warrant was issued, but none of the bounty ninjas dared to take on this task. Now that Kakuzu is next, it means that he is sure to solve the ninja on the wanted list. With Kakuzu's strength, maybe there is a chance. And once Kakuzu succeeds, as the boss of the black market. But what can be drawn from it? A commission of 100 million is exciting even thinking about it. After walking out of the reward shop, Kakuzu started walking towards the Land of Rain. The wanted notice states that Nagato is probably hiding in Rain Shinobi Village in the Land of Rain. Master Kakuzu, come and play for a while. Walking on the streets of the black market, a woman on the side of the road waved to Kakuzu. Kakuzu scoffed at this. Ordinary ninjas, after completing a bounty task, usually choose to indulge themselves in an izakaya. But Kakuzu is different, in his eyes, wasting the money earned by risking his life on such things. What an insult to the value of money. Although, Kakuzu doesn't know how to spend the money he has saved over the years. But when you have nothing to count, you will be very happy if you count the money again. Soon, Kakuzu went out of the confines of the black market. Immediately afterwards, two ninjas wearing red clouds and black-bottomed robes walked up to them. One of the eyes is exactly the same as the one described on the arrest warrant. Luck is really good, quote. Seeing the two, Kakuzu sighed with emotion. He was just about to look for the two of them, but he bumped into each other. This saved him a lot of effort. You know, the bounty ninja, the most labor-intensive thing is to find the target. Lack of luck, half a year may not be able to find each other. Is this supposed to be Nagato? Looking at the red-haired man in front of him, Kakuzu was slightly startled. When he got closer, he realized what is the fear of the man in front of him. As expected of a guy who can be offered a reward of 100 million. The strength is probably much stronger than the shadows of some villages. As for Conan next to Nagato, Kakuzu took a second look. It was the first time he had seen such a beautiful girl. Kakuzu, join Akatsuki. After the two sides approached, Nagato didn't have any nonsense. Said straight to the point. Xiao-chi. Hearing Nagato's words, Kakuzu was slightly taken aback, and then understood again. Information seems to have mentioned. Nagato seems to be the leader of the Akatsuki organization. Now that our organization lacks funds, we have taken a fancy to your ability to make money. So, Kakuzu, join us Akatsuki, let us realize the great plan of Akatsuki organization together. I felt Nagato was a little too general, Conan added. Neither of them has much experience in pulling people. Therefore, such words will be said at this moment. Chapter 189 It is impossible to work part-time for subscription. Now that our organization lacks funds, we have taken a fancy to your ability to make money. So, Kakuzu, join us Akatsuki, let us realize the great plan of Akatsuki organization together. These are the exact words of Conan. Kakuzu, we're out of money. So, join us and come make us money. These were the words heard in Kakuzu's ears. Even, Kakuzu once wondered if he was hallucinating. This world, how could there be such a brazen person? Because I'm short of money, I'm going to pull him into the organization. Then ask him to hand over all the money he earns to the organization. How weird is the brain circuit to be able to come up with such an idea? What a talent you are. You mean to let me work for you for free? Feeling that this matter is really outrageous, Kakuzu confirmed it again. However, Nagato and Xiaoxing nodded approvingly. That's right, Kakuzu, you are very strong and meet my requirements for teammates. In addition, your ability to make money is very strong, I recognize it very much. So, this time, I came here specifically to draw you into Xiao's organization. In the future, you will definitely be able to make great contributions to the Xiao organization. It was the first time to win over the members of the Akatsuki organization, and Nagato said a few more words. In his opinion, to be able to join the Akatsuki organization. Strive for the goal in his heart. For Kakuzu, 167 is simply a supreme honor. Unfortunately, these words, Kakuzu said that he did not understand, and did not want to understand. In Kakuzu's view, these two guys in front of him are absolutely crazy. Did I just ask you for such a serious explanation? If you have any brain problems, just leave it to me. I can still burn some of the money I got in exchange for you. Of course, let me tell you first, what is burned as paper money, definitely not real money. Kakuzu's tone was very bad, he felt that the other party must be teasing him. The guy who can become the target of a reward of 100 million is definitely not a person without brains. Not to mention, it is impossible to work part-time, and it is impossible to work part-time in this life. Is it really a failure? Hearing Kakuzu's words, Nagato sighed with regret on his face. I saw that Yahiko was very relaxed when recruiting people. After a few words, the other party joined the Xiao organization with all his heart. But why doesn't it work when it comes to him? Don't look so puzzled, BD. Seeing Nagato's appearance, Kakuzu growled inwardly. What the hell? Why do you feel as if you are trying to recruit yourself? Okay, Kakuzu, in this case, we can only use strong ones. Join Xiao organization, or die. After Nagato finished speaking, all the strength in his body spread out, and his eyes also exuded terrifying pupil power. Super cage level momentum, at a glance. Nagato, be careful, our organization needs Kakuzu. Glancing at Nagato, Conan reminded. Then two huge wings grew from behind, and they flew into the midair, watching the two of them silently. This oppressive, so strong. Sensing Nagato's aura, Kakuzu quickly distanced himself and assumed a fighting stance. This guy, although there seems to be something wrong with the brain, but the strength is really not covered. From him, Kakuzu seems to feel the aura of a certain god called Ninja World. Kakuzu, if I make a move, then you may not survive. Looking at Kakuzu who was still struggling, Nagato said blankly. Sure enough, talking and talking are not suitable for him. His favorite thing is to convince people with force. HMPH, I'll exchange your head for a bounty today. Kakuzu has lived from the first Hokage period to the present, so naturally he will not be frightened by Nagato's few words. He dared to assassinate first Hokage when he didn't have a good grasp of the situation. Now that there is a grudge, Kakuzu doesn't know what to be afraid of. Yeah, after hearing Kakuzu's words, Nagato stopped talking, and his aura was raised to the peak. Not good, dangerous, sensing CGCG, the strong warning in his heart, Kakuzu no longer hesitated. 3 masked monsters were split directly from the arms, and then launched his strongest blow in an instant. Secret technique. Earth's resentment, final shooting. The 3 monsters of wind, fire, and thunder gathered on Kakuzu's right arm at this moment. After a short charge, they fired a terrifying chakra cannon instantly. This is Kakuzu's most powerful ninjutsu. Relying on this move, he has counter-killed his opponent countless times in situations where he must die. In Kakuzu's long life after he obtained Dyu's resentment, no ninja has been able to resist this move. It is precisely because of this that Kakuzu has the confidence to accept the reward order for Nagato. HMPH, pay for your frivolity. This trick, no one can follow. Kakuzu continued to shoot for about half a minute before he stopped. In his opinion, under such a powerful offensive, Nagato is doomed. However, in this way, the corpse should be gone. But on my reputation, that shouldn't be a problem. Kakuzu has already begun to consider the issue of rewards in the future. This time I was so lucky. It didn't take much effort to complete such a high amount of tasks. 100 million. This is comparable to his income for several years. However, when Kakuzu looked up and saw Conan's expressionless face, a bad premonition suddenly rose in his heart. Could it be that the blow just now didn't kill the opponent? No, impossible. No one in this world can block such a powerful blow. Not even first Hokage Senju Hashirama. The strong wind quickly blew away the smoke and dust, and the battlefield completely appeared in everyone's sight. Looking at Nagato standing there intact, Kakuzu's pupils shrank. How is this going? Didn't the trick just now have the slightest effect? At this moment Kakuzu was finally afraid. For the first time in so many years, he felt the threat of death. Although I don't know how the other party did it, it is obvious that his strongest blow didn't have the slightest effect at all. With Nagato as the center, within a radius of 1 meter, there is no impact at all. This kind of guy is beyond my ability to deal with. Kakuzu quickly made a decision. Run straight in the opposite direction. Money is important, but your own life is even more important. Want to run. Universal pull. Seeing Kakuzu fleeing quickly, Nagato raised his arms towards him. Then a strong gravitational force came out from Nagato's body, and the figure of Kakuzu retreating rapidly stopped abruptly. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move forward anymore. Chapter 190 Poor Kakuzu. What kind of weird ninjutsu? Kakuzu felt extremely uncomfortable. He had never seen such a weird ninjutsu. Under the effect of this gravitational force, Kakuzu only felt that the operation of chakra in his body was about to stagnate. There is no room for any resistance at all. And then, the gravitational force suddenly increased. Kakuzu's body flew in the direction of Nagato uncontrollably. Not good. A strong sense of crisis rose from Kakuzu's heart. He struggled desperately, trying to get rid of the control of gravity and regain control of his body. But unfortunately, no matter how hard Kakuzu struggled, it was of no avail. Feel the pain. Puff. There was a sound of a sharp weapon entering the body, and at some point in Nagato's hand, there was a sharp black iron rod. All of a sudden, it accurately pierced Kakuzu's heart. Found an opportunity. Kakuzu, whose heart was pierced, had a sneer on his face. He who has mastered Dyuan has 5 hearts. As long as the heart is not completely wiped out, then he will not really die. Earth style, Earth spear. Kakuzu let out a low cry, the skin all over his body hardened into black. In this state, his defense and strength will be greatly improved. Caught it. After performing ninjutsu, Kakuzu grabbed Nagato with his backhand, and 2 masked monsters split from behind him. Die. Compound ninja, flame wind chaos. With Kakuzu's low shout, the fire-style masked monster and wind-style masked monster launched an attack on Nagato at the same time. In an instant, Nagato's body was engulfed in flames. Haha, let's be buried together. This is a life-for-life style of play. Launching such a powerful ninjutsu at such a close range, even Kakuzu himself would not be able to survive. But he is not afraid. Before the battle, he has already buried a heart in the ground. This is a habit he has developed during so many years of fighting. That heart is fine, he won't die. Innocent. Let you see the power of God. Shenluo Tianjiang. Facing the overwhelming flames, Nagato didn't even blink his eyes. Directly activated the divine rakyat. In an instant, the flames in the sky could no longer move forward, as if there was a transparent wall in front of Nagato. In the next second, under the powerful repulsion force of Shenluo Tianjiang, the flames that filled the sky drifted away with the wind, without any effect. Boom. Kakuzu's body also flew out under this powerful repulsion, dragging a deep ravine on the ground. Nagato, you shot too hard. Conan spoke in midair, and from her perspective, Kakuzu was dead beyond death. Don't worry, he's still alive. Hearing Conan's words, Nagato walked forward slowly. Long before the battle, Nagato had already discovered Kakuzu's trick through Rinnegan, knowing that Kakuzu left a heart in the ground in advance. It is precisely because of this that Nagato did not choose to keep his hand. Because he knows that as long as the last heart is not destroyed, Kakuzu will not die. Perhaps Nagato's words were heard by Kakuzu, and the last heart that was originally hidden in the ground suddenly crawled out of the ground and got into Kakuzu's body. In the next second, Kakuzu came back to life again. This time, without any hesitation, he directly ran towards the black market at his maximum speed. Nagato's strength was so terrifying that Kakuzu couldn't see any hope of winning at all. Run, wood style, the tree world is coming. Nagato clapped his hands, and then countless thick tree roots burst out of the ground. In the blink of an eye, a huge forest formed and surrounded Kakuzu, who was fleeing. This is wood style. Seeing the endless trees around, Kakuzu was terrified. Isn't this a move from first Hokage Senju Hashirama? Why is this Nagato also available? What is his identity? At this moment, Kakuzu regretted so much. He shouldn't have messed with such a pervert guy. This kid, isn't he the reincarnation of Senju Hashirama? I have to say, the power of wood style is too powerful. Despite Kakuzu's best efforts, he was soon tied up by endless vines. These vines strengthen themselves by constantly absorbing his chakra, which makes Kakuzu have no temper at all. Kakuzu, join Akatsuki, or die. Now state your answer. Walking in front of Kakuzu, Nagato remained expressionless. It is the ninjutsu of blood succession limit that he mastered after transplanting white Zetsu cells. It is also the first time to use it today, and it is so powerful that it is beyond his expectation. It is worthy of the blood succession limit unique to the god of the ninja world. It can be said that in the face of the huge range of wood style, the number is meaningless. Whether it is 1 cage level or 10 cage levels, there is actually no difference to the caster. I join Akatsuki. Kakuzu was originally determined to die, but unexpectedly Nagato would not kill him. Ask for flowers. This made him a little overjoyed. Without any hesitation, they chose to join the Xiu organization. Isn't it just working for free for the rest of your life? What's the matter? Life is the most important thing. It's true that Kakuzu likes money, but what he likes more is the process of making money and the pleasure of counting money. As for money itself, it is not that important in his heart. In Kakuzu's view, only by saving his life can he continue his hobbies. Very well, you made a wise choice. From today onwards, you are an official member of the Akatsuki organization. It's nail polish, rings and clothes. Nagato was very happy to win over the first member of the organization. With Kakuzu, organizations don't have to worry about funding in the future. 0. Kakuzu, we still have something to do, so let's go first. You continue to do the bounty mission. Remember, don't be lazy, our organization is currently very short on funds. After Nagato finished speaking, he silently waited for Kakuzu's answer. Boss, my heart is broken by you now. I need time to collect my heart first. Now Kakuzu has only one heart left, which makes him feel very insecure. That's easy to say. After hearing Kakuzu's words, Conan flew down from the sky and pulled out a scroll. There are 5 hearts with 5 attributes inside. Exchange it with your savings. Conan's blunt words made Kakuzu almost run away on the spot. Even if it's a robbery, can you take some time off? Just broke my 4 hearts, and then took out the 5 hearts I needed. Use your savings to buy. If it wasn't planned long ago, Kakuzu wouldn't believe it even if he killed himself. However, under Nagato's gaze, Kakuzu obediently handed over all his savings. No way, it's all about survival. No shame. Very well, now you can continue with your mission. Conan, let's go. After handing over Kakuzu's deposit to Conan, Nagato nodded with satisfaction. And left with Conan, leaving Kakuzu silently crying on the spot alone. After being beaten violently, he had to pay for medical treatment with his own money. More importantly, I will help him work unconditionally in the future. Kakuzu cried. He has never been wronged like this since he was a child. Chapter 191, Uchihashu's Plan. Konaha Village, inside a secret experimental base. Uchihashu strolled in. Master Shu, you are here. As soon as he entered, Kimimaro and Ghost Lantern Moon greeted him. Both of them looked very excited. They haven't seen Uchihashu for a long time. You two look good. It seems that Orochimaru's treatment has had some effect. Seeing the two alive and kicking, Uchihashu nodded in satisfaction. These two guys are suffering from blood-inherited disease. Especially the Ghost Lamp Full Moon, almost died before. But now, the two look very good. No different from healthy people. It's more than a certain effect. After Orochimaru-sama's treatment, I feel like I'm completely healed now. Ghost Lantern Full Moon has a lively personality. After hearing what Uchihashu said, she rolled up her sleeves and showed off her biceps. Ghost Lantern Full Moon, you are so rude. Kimimaro is as serious as ever. When facing Uchihashu, he was always respectful, for fear that he might not do well at all. TCH, boring guy. Seeing Kimimaro's appearance, Ghost Lantern Moon gave a cold snort, and then took the initiative to speak. Master Shu, Master Orochimaru is conducting an experiment, I will lead you to find him. After the Ghost Lantern Full Moon finished speaking, she walked to the front to lead the way. Uchihashu followed slowly behind. At the end, there is the respectful Kimimaro. Led by the ghost lamp full moon, several people soon came to the room where Orochimaru was conducting experiments. There are several fresh corpses in the nutrient solution in the room. Shu-jun, you are here again. Tell me, why did you come to me this time? Seeing Uchiha Xiu, Orochimaru stuck out his tongue. The recent experiment progressed very well, which put him in a good mood. Orochimaru, this is not how you treat the leader, Uchiha Xiu said casually, and then threw Hi's body on the ground. This is the ninja who inherited the scorched-style blood succession limit, Hakura. Gave it to you. Uchiha Xiu's words made Orochimaru feel better. Scorched-style blood successor limit boundary successor. This is a rare experimental material. Shu-jun, you are really a qualified leader. Orochimaru stared at Hakura's body as if staring at a rare treasure. He has long wanted to find a blood follower limit ninja as his experimental material. But Kimimaro and Ghost Moon are both Uchiha Shu's people, he dare not move. Now that he has Yi Kang's body, he can do many things. Seeing Orochimaru's appearance, the ghost full moon couldn't help feeling a chill. Looking at the situation, this guy definitely has his own ideas. No, we must take strict precautions in the future. Okay, you guys go out first. Give me this corpse to keep. Orochimaru also knew that Uchiha Xiu came here not only to give him Hakura's body. There must be something else. So the sharp-minded Orochimaru dismissed Mitsuki and Kimimaro before setting his sights on Uchiha Xiu. Orochimaru, about the blood disease of Kimimaro and the ghost moon, have you cured it yet? Uchiha Xiu asked. Uchiha Itachi will also suffer from serious blood-inherited disease in the future, if Orochimaru can master the cure. After that, there is no need to worry about Itachi's body. There is no need to worry about their condition, white Zetsu cells are surprisingly easy to use. Now, they have completely got rid of the troubles of blood-inherited disease. Speaking of this, Orochimaru admired Uchiha Xiu. Uchiha Xiu actually understands the characteristics of white Zetsu cells so thoroughly. Such a young guy can know so many things, Orochimaru can only come to one conclusion after deliberation. Uchiha Xiu, who was born to know. However, now he has neither the energy nor the ability to explore the secrets of Uchiha Xiu. Everything he has now is given to him by Uchiha Xiu. Uchiha Xiu is also the first ninja whom he admires from the bottom of his heart. Although he is not used to addressing Uchiha Xiu-sama, in his heart, Orochimaru is already devoted to Uchiha Xiu. Are the white Zetsu cells still enough? Uchiha Xiu thought about it. Orochimaru is conducting experiments every day, white Zetsu cells may not be enough. If that's not enough, then he goes to white Zetsu Kokichi. Shu-jun, thanks to the cloning technology you proposed. Although it is still impossible to use cells to cultivate a complete individual, it is still very easy to clone a part of the cell tissue. After Orochimaru finished speaking, he opened the culture cabinet, and there was a cabinet full of white Zetsu cells. That's good. I came to you to tell you something. Uchiha Xiu is relieved. Orochimaru is indeed the #1 scientist in the ninja world. There is no need for him to worry about the experiment. Orochimaru, from now on, you will inoculate every Uchiha tribe with white Zetsu cells. For the first batch, choose Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Izumi, and Uchiha Shisui. Uchiha Xiu has a big plan in mind. That is, he wants every member of the Uchiha clan to be vaccinated with white Zetsu cells. That way, with the help of white Zetsu cells, the strength of the Uchiha clan will be improved qualitatively. And, because of his presence, it's hard for the Uchiha clan to have something that makes them sad. In this case, how to open Mangekyo Sharingan is a difficult problem. Uchiha Xiu decided to use his own Rinnegan to create illusions, and with the help of white Zetsu cells, try to help every Uchiha tribe to open Mangekyo Sharingan. Those who cannot open Mangekyo can also use cloning technology to clone a few of their own Sharingan. Being able to activate a Zanagi a few times can be regarded as a few more ways to save life. Of course, these benefits can only be enjoyed by those who have been approved by him in Fugaku. Otherwise, if you do this indiscriminately, not only 5.1 will waste a lot of manpower and material resources, and it can easily lead to civil unrest. The members of the Uchiha clan are mostly a group of arrogant guys deep in their hearts. After gaining power, it is easy to cause trouble. This is not what Uchiha Xiu wants to see. No problem. After hearing Uchiha Xiu's request, Orochimaru agreed on the spot. For him, these things are just a matter of effort. He also looks forward to the scene where Uchiha Xiu dominates the ninja world. At that time, there will be no more wars. If it wasn't for the war that made Orochimaru realize the fragility of life, he wouldn't be what he is now. Okay, I will find a time for Itachi to come to you, and you are ready. After Uchiha Xiu finished speaking, he disappeared in place. Now, the forces under him are getting stronger and stronger. Chapter 192, 3 years. 3 years later, inside Konaha village. Quan, be careful, I'm going to attack with all my strength. It's long-winded, you don't need to remind me. In a remote practice field, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Izumi are fighting fiercely. The two of them are extremely fast, and every time they hit, they can set off a gust of wind. Boom. There was another physical confrontation. Uchiha Itachi was punched by Uchiha Izumi and flew out. In midair, Uchiha Itachi's 3 Tomoe Sharingan suddenly changed. A sickle-shaped pattern swirled rapidly in his eyes. Amaterasu. With a low shout, a black flame appeared out of thin air and ignited on Uchiha Izumi. Unfortunately, In the next second, Uchiha Spring turned into a puff of smoke and disappeared in place. Sure enough, it's a fake body again. Uchiha Itachi sighed and turned into countless crows in midair. Immediately afterwards, Uchiha Izumi appeared in the sky. Unfortunately, it's still a step too late. Uchi 26 Hamazumi's eyes at this time have also turned into the shape of Mangekyo Sharingan. Then, the crows all over the sky suddenly started to fly backwards and slowly gathered into the figure of Uchiha Itachi. You lose. Putting Kuna on Uchiha Itachi's neck, Uchiha Izumi showed a happy smile on his face. What a terrifying ability. Uchiha Itachi smiled helplessly. Since the two opened Mangekyo Sharingan, he has never won the Izumi competition. There is no other reason, it is because the ability of Uchiha Izumi Mangekyo Sharingan is too pervert. The ability of her left eye is to turn back time, and the ability of her right eye is to stop time. This ability can be applied to oneself or to the enemy. It can even act on all things within a certain range. As long as the pupil power is strong enough, theoretically speaking, it is an unsolvable ability. Therefore, every battle, once Uchiha Izumi activates this ability, Uchiha Itachi will definitely lose. Control time. In terms of heads up, this ability is simply unsolvable. That's right, Itachi, Izumi, you've made great progress. Uchiha Xiu, who was watching the battle, clapped his hands and stood up. In just 3 years, they have grown to this point. It has even surpassed the average cage-level powerhouse. Teacher. Seeing Uchiha Xiu approaching, Uchiha Izumi smiled and held his arm. It is all because of Uchiha Xiu that she can be what she is today. Therefore, in this world, Uchiha Izumi admires and loves Uchiha Xiu the most. Quan, your strength is incredible. I'm afraid, now there is no one in Konoha who is your opponent. Uchiha Xiu said with emotion. If you can control time, you are inherently invincible. Even Namikaze Minato may be helpless when facing Uchiha Izumi. No way, teacher, I am not your opponent. Hearing Uchiha Xiu's words, Uchiha Izumi stuck out his tongue. In her mind, she unconsciously remembered the incident that made her still have lingering fears when she recalled it. It was a sunny morning. Uchiha Spring just opened Mangekyo Sharingan not long ago. After defeating Uchiha Itachi with the ability of time, Uchiha Izumi found Uchiha Xiu. I want to use my abilities to Uchiha Xiu and show off by the way. But, what she didn't expect was that she had just cast the ability of the left eye on Uchiha Xiu. The pupil power of the left eye began to pass away rapidly. But Uchiha Xiu sensed it instantly, and the terrifying pupil power radiated out, breaking Uchiha Quan's ability in an instant. In this short period of less than a second, Uchiha Izumi's left eye almost lost its light due to the exhaustion of pupil power. If it weren't for the white Zetsu cells that can continuously replenish the pupil power of her eyes, then she is likely to be the fastest Mangekyo Sharingan owner in Uchiha history. It was also from that moment that she realized the terrifying strength of her teacher more deeply. And through Uchiha Xiu, Uchiha Quan also knew. My own Mangekyo Sharingan, although the ability is pervert, it is not omnipotent. Depending on the target of the action, the pupil power consumed is also different. The stronger the subject's strength, the more pupil power she needs to consume. But for a strong player like Uchiha Xiu, her abilities are useless. Okay, you guys take a rest first, I have something to tell you later. Uchiha Xiu asked Uchiha Quan and Uchiha Itachi to sit aside and rest for a while. He's in a good mood now. After Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Izumi transplanted white Zetsu cells, Uchiha Xiu pulled them into the illusion space through Rinnegon. In it, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Izumi have each experienced a different life. Uchiha Itachi is naturally the tragic experience in the original work, and Uchiha Quan, in the illusion, also experienced no less than Uchiha Itachi's painful experience. It is precisely because of this that, under strong and real stimulation, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Izumi successfully opened their own Mangekyo Sharingan. Since then, not counting Uchiha Xiu himself, the Uchiha clan, which already has 4 owners of the Mangekyo Sharingan. And none of these people have to worry about going blind. The strength of the Uchiha clan has reached unprecedented strength. Teacher, is there anything we need to do? The black market has a new reward of 170. Looking at Uchiha Xiu, Uchiha Quan asked curiously. Because Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Izumi are far superior to ordinary ninjas, Uchiha Xiu did not choose to let them form a team with other ninjas after graduation. After all, it is really unreasonable for 2 cage-level powerhouses to do the genin task. Uchiha Xiu simply let them join the Jade Organization directly. The usual task is to accept some bounty tasks on the black market, so as to improve their actual combat ability. You have been doing missions recently, you should know Xiao Organization. The Akatsuki Organization has a great reputation among bounty ninjas, of course we know it. Hearing Uchiha Xiu's words, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Izumi nodded at the same time. Akatsuki, the leader Nagato, has the same eyes as the teacher. And, also mastered wood style. The members are all S-level rebels from various villages, powerful and powerful. Its strength has even surpassed some small countries. Recently, I received news that the Akatsuki organization's recent actions have become extremely active. But the specific reason can't be found out. So, I'm going to let Itachi sneak into Akatsuki's organization, and I'll pass on the information. Looking at Uchiha Quan and Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Xiu slowly stated his purpose. The Akatsuki organization finally started to act. He had waited long enough for the day. Chapter 193 Breaking into the Ōtsutsuki Organization. I'm going to let Itachi join the Ōtsutsuki Organization. From the inside, pass me the information. After Uchiha Xiu finished speaking, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Izumi were surprised at the same time. Although the Ōtsutsuki Organization is strong, there is no conflict with Konaha. They don't know why Uchiha Xiu made such a sudden decision. Teacher, why do you want to inquire about Xiao's organization? Uchiha Izumi asked. Uchiha Xiu treated Uchiha Quan like his own sister, so Uchiha Quan never had any worries in front of Uchiha Xiu. Always say what you have. Nagato, that's Pain who once attacked Konaha. And their goal is to collect nine-tailed beasts. When Nagato attacked Konaha, Uchiha Izumi and Uchiha Itachi were young, so they did not participate in the battle. Afterwards, they didn't even know the real relationship between Nagato and Pain. Therefore, Uchiha Xiu explained it in detail. Teacher, I understand. Leave this to me. After hearing Uchiha Xiu's words, Uchiha Itachi nodded proactively. Since the purpose of Ōtsutsuki's organization is to collect nine-tailed beasts, that would inevitably conflict with Uchiha Xiu. There should be four-tailed beasts in the teacher's body, right? From this point of view, it is necessary to break into the enemy's interior to obtain information in advance. Okay, I'll find someone to help you. Seeing Uchiha Itachi's resolute look, Uchiha Xiu smiled gratifiedly. It is impossible for Itachi to be ignorant of the danger of Ōtsutsuki's organization, but he still has no hesitation in his order like this. Finally, his teaching for so many years was not in vain. Teacher, I'm also going to work as an undercover agent in the Ōtsutsuki organization, so let me assist Itachi. Uchiha Quan leaned in front of Uchiha Xiu, raised his hands high. Sneaking into the Xiao organization as an undercover agent sounds like a very exciting thing. Izumi, you can't go, you're not suitable. Looking at Uchiha Izumi, Uchiha Xiu shook his head. This guy was obviously such a gentle girl when she was a child. But I didn't expect that when I grow up, my personality will become so detached. Let her go to the Xiao organization as an undercover agent, fearing that she will be exposed on the spot. In contrast, Uchiha Xiu is not worried about Uchiha Itachi at all. This guy is born to be an undercover agent. Really, how can the teacher say that about me? I am also very good. Hearing Uchiha Xiu's words, Uchiha Quan complained. Then he asked again. Teacher, who is the guy you mentioned assisting Itachi? Kurigakure, dried persimmon ghost shark. The corners of Uchiha Xiu's mouth curled up slightly. Kisame has a lot of love for Itachi, so they form a team with the two of them. Definitely a great idea, ghost shark. I see. After hearing Uchiha Xiu's words, Uchiha Itachi nodded. Although I don't know Hoshigaki Kisame well, but since it was recommended by the teacher, that shouldn't be a problem. Teacher, how should I join Ōtsutsuki? Not everyone can easily join the Ōtsutsuki organization. If you don't hand in the nomination certificate, I'm afraid you won't gain the trust of the leader of the Ōtsutsuki organization. It's very simple. There will be news in the village that you failed to capture the Mangekyo Sharingan in Uchiha Fugaku and then defected. In addition, there have been a few disobedient guys in the Uchiha clan recently. You can also take this opportunity to clean them up. As for the others, the village will arrange them for you. Uchiha Xiu had already planned it long ago, so at this moment, he directly told Uchiha Itachi the detailed plan. Understood. Sensei, can I go and say goodbye to Sasuke? Uchiha Itachi listened to Uchiha Xiu's plan and kept everything in mind. However, he couldn't let go of his younger brother in his heart. Of course, you can go. The plan will be executed in 3 days. Hearing Uchiha Itachi's words, Uchiha Xiu smiled. This guy, what a terminal brocon. No matter what you do, the first thing you consider is the second pillar. Then I will take my leave. With the permission of Uchiha Xiu, Uchiha Itachi no longer delays. For him, spending one more second with his younger brother. Just one more second of good memories. Teacher, it's not fair, I have to do the task too. Seeing Uchiha Itachi leave, Uchiha Izumi started acting like a baby again. In her opinion, it was Uchiha Xiu who didn't take her seriously. Okay, I will give you a task today. Feeling the softness of Uchiha Izumi's chest, Uchiha Xiu smiled happily. What mission? Hearing Uchiha Xiu's words, Uchiha Izumi opened his eyes wide in surprise, and looked at Uchiha Xiu longingly. Take care of me today. Uchiha Xiu's words made Uchiha Izumi blush. This task seems to be better than Itachi's. Kurigakure border. Coup. After killing the last ninja, Kisame carried the sword muscle behind his back. Since Terumi became 5th Mizukage, Kisame has been secretly cleaning up disobedient ninjas for her. Not long ago, he received a message from Uchiha Xiu. Let him sneak into the Xiao organization as a traitor, inquire about the news. So Hoshigaki Kisame purposely leaked the killings that have been done over the years. Coupled with the help of Terumi, for a time, Hoshigaki Kisame became a household demon throughout Kurigakure. Everyone wanted to kill him, to avenge the dead companions. Just now, Kisame has dealt with several ninjas that Terumi sent to die. Really, I don't know if the Uchiha Itachi mentioned in the intelligence will hold me back. Zhao Lizao. After cleaning up the scene, the dried persimmon ghost walked towards the land of the rain. I heard that the leader of the organization is also a powerful and terrifying figure. He has long wanted to find a chance to meet him. He even wants to compete with Nagato if he can. Take a look at this guy who hinders Shusama from unifying the ninja world, that is. How many caddies are there? Summoning, shark. Kisame casted the summoning technique and summoned a huge shark. Then he rode on the back of the shark and walked quickly towards the other end of the sea. He will not rush on his way foolishly. With sharks instead of transportation, he can also reach his destination earlier. And during this period of time, let him think about what he should do in the future. Anyway, judging from the report, the Ōtsutsuki organization is a group of extremely dangerous guys. If you don't plan well, you will die if you are not careful. Chapter 194 The Power of Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Itachi, stop and follow us back obediently. Otherwise, even if you are the Patriarch's son, we will not show mercy. You who have activated Mangekyo Sharingan, dare to attack the Patriarch, you are really arrogant. Don't talk nonsense, as long as you kill him, the Mangekyo Sharingan is ours. With Mangekyo, our status in the clan will be even higher. On the border of Konaha in the Land of Rain, 10 elite ninjas of the Uchiha clan surrounded Uchiha Itachi. Everyone's face is full of killing intent. Uchiha Itachi, he must not be allowed to leave alive today. Poor guy, don't you realize the gap between us? As long as you don't have the same eyes as mine, no matter how many people you have, they are just a group of ants in my eyes. The power of the Mangekyo Sharingan is not comparable to that of the 3 Tomoe Sharingan. Today, before you die, let's experience the real power of Mangekyo Sharingan. Besieged by 10 people, Uchiha Itachi didn't panic at all. He was taught by Uchihashu since he was a child, and he possessed Mangekyo Sharingan and white Zetsu cells. Be confident to get rid of these guys in a short time. 123. In fact, if it weren't for Uchiha Fugaku's order to him to get rid of the guys in the clan who have become disobedient due to their own strength improvement, it is also impossible for him to be discovered by these guys. Anyone can say big things. Uchiha Itachi, die. After the 10 people finished speaking, they no longer hesitated, and launched an attack on Uchiha Itachi at the same time. Fire style, great fireball technique. The iconic ninjutsu of the Uchiha family has been used with great proficiency in the hands of this group of people. Released together at this time, the power is amazing. Snort. However, in the face of such a powerful combination of ninjutsu, Uchiha Itachi stood still and had no intention of hiding. Instead, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, his eyes filled with disdain. Boom. In the next second, a huge explosion sounded. A burst of thick smoke rose, and all 10 people looked nervously at the place where Uchiha Itachi had just stood. That blow just now, even if it couldn't kill Uchiha Itachi, it should be able to seriously injure him, right? When the smoke and dust dissipated, everything was gradually revealed. A red skull completely encases Uchiha Itachi, seemingly unscathed. Just CGCE, the combined attack of 10 people did not have any effect. How can it be, Susanoo? The defense is so amazing. HMPH, such a powerful ninjutsu must consume a lot of energy. Everyone, don't be afraid, you can kill him if you do it. Yes, as long as we get rid of Uchiha Itachi and get his Mangekyo Sharingan, we will have the confidence to compete with the Patriarch. Seeing that the blow didn't have any effect, all the TN people secretly cheered for themselves. Trust me to death. Hearing everyone's words, Uchiha Itachi smiled disdainfully. Do you have that ability? Uchiha Itachi sneered, and Mangekyo Sharingan's pupil technique was activated immediately. Amaterasu. In an instant, wherever Uchiha Itachi looked, a black flame appeared out of thin air. But in just a few seconds, 5 ninjas were already entangled by Amaterasu. Damn, what ninjutsu is this? Help me destroy it, quick. It hurts so much, why can't I get rid of these flames? The 5 ninjas shot by Amaterasu all rolled on the ground in pain. What made them tremble was that no matter what method they used, they couldn't extinguish this pitch-black flame. Moreover, where they rolled, the Amaterasu flame spread. Even if it was on the lowest, it could still burn. Everyone stay away, there is something wrong with this flame. After the death of a ninja who tried to extinguish Amaterasu but was burned by Amaterasu, the rest of the people were all stunned. They have never heard of such a strange flame. I can only watch helplessly as my companion dies in agony under the burning of the flames, and then turns into ashes. No, even the ashes were consumed by the fire. Although Amaterasu can be cracked easily in the original book, in reality, the power of Amaterasu is terrifying. It is definitely not such a useless ability in the original book. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is the king of all fires because of its ultra-high temperature and the characteristic of never giving up without burning everything. As now, under the ravages of Amaterasu, only in the blink of an eye the 10 ninjas who chased Uchiha Itachi died. You know, the worst of them is also Jonin with 3 Tomoe Sharingan. Most are at elite Jonin level. We made a mistake in our estimation, withdraw. After analyzing the situation in front of them, they all understood. What Uchiha Itachi said just now is not exaggeration, but a fact. 3 Tomoe Sharingan is too weak in front of Mangekyo Sharingan. Even if they are 10 people together, Uchiha Itachi can easily kill them. Therefore, after knowing that there was no hope of winning, the remaining 4 decisively chose to retreat. It's too late to think about running now. Looking at the 4 people who ran away, Uchiha Itachi was expressionless. What he is best at, isn't Amaterasu. Damn it, we must send more people after we go back. The Patriarch clearly told us that with the strength of 10 of us, we can easily defeat Uchiha Itachi. Could it be that the Patriarch is lying to us? He wants to take the opportunity to eradicate us. The more people think about it, the more afraid they become. This is not impossible. Today, it is very likely that Uchiha Fugaku sent them to die on purpose. If this is the case, then they will definitely not be able to go back. Damn it, everyone, let's stop for a moment. As soon as the ninja turned his head, he was stabbed through the heart by his companion behind him. Seeing the empty eyes of his companion, the ninja spat out a mouthful of blood. Illusion. Before he had time to think about it, the ninja's body fell backwards involuntarily. Before the consciousness fell into darkness, the ninja saw his companions who were fighting each other. In the next second, he lost all consciousness. After a while, Uchiha Itachi walked over slowly and sighed slightly when he saw the corpse on the ground. Why are these guys always so big? Under the leadership of the teacher and father, wouldn't it be good for Inen to live with peace of mind? Thinking of everything he experienced in the teacher's illusion, Uchiha Itachi couldn't help but shiver. If there is no teacher, maybe that is what happened in real life. In the illusion, his close friend, Uchiha Xiu was forced to commit suicide, and he slaughtered all the clan members including his father and mother with a butcher knife, and the Uchiha clan perished. The pain in the illusion makes Uchiha Itachi feel scared when he thinks about it now. As he grows older, Uchiha Itachi also knows many things. It is precisely because of this that he understands better that if there is no teacher, all of that is likely to develop in the direction of the illusion. Chapter 195. Itachi and Kisame officially joined the Ōtsutsuki organization. It's just a nomination certificate. Uchiha Itachi dug out the eyes of the 4 ninjas who had just died, and carefully put them in the culture fluid they carried with them. Although he doesn't want to do this in his heart, if he doesn't collect the Sharingan but chooses to destroy the corpse, it is very likely to have an impact on his latent work in the future. Because a guy who chooses to shoot his father in order to get the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan will never destroy the Sharingan he got. After all, for Uchiha who has mastered Izanagi, a Sharingan means a life. Uchiha Itachi heard from the teacher that Xiao Organization, but there is a guy who knows Uchiha very thoroughly. Therefore, he could not leave even a possible handle. After collecting the Sharingan, Uchiha Itachi briefly dealt with the scene. Then, 2 guys in robes with red clouds and black bottoms appeared in front of Uchiha Itachi's eyes. Who are you? After seeing the 2, Uchiha Itachi became alert. Get up. As if a disagreement is about to start. Uchiha Itachi, answer my question before you try. Join Akatsuki and take revenge on Konoha, and we will help you capture Uchiha Fugaku's Mangekyo Sharingan. Nagato saw Uchiha Itachi, with the same expressionless face. After Uchiha Itachi defected, he has been guarding the border of Konoha. He also saw the scene of Uchiha Itachi mercilessly killing his own people just now. Therefore, Nagato intends to draw Uchiha Itachi into the Akatsuki organization. For no other reason, the young patriarch of the Uchiha clan probably has a lot of information about Konoha. This is exactly what he needs right now. Join the Akatsuki organization. Sounds like a good choice. Hearing Nagato's words, Uchiha Itachi nodded. Then he spoke again. But, how do you prove that you can keep your promise? You'll know once you hit it. Uchiha Itachi's performance, Nagato has long expected. He also discovered through previous recruiting. If you can't show your strength, then this group of rebellious guys will not easily join the organization. You have to beat them hard before they will agree. Amaterasu. Without any warning, Uchiha Itachi directly chose to attack Nagato. A black flame instantly started burning on Nagato. However, the next second is like a leaking ball. It disappeared in an instant. Sealing technique absorption. Seeing Uchiha Itachi being so decisive and ruthless, Nagato was not only not angry, but very happy. Probably only such a guy can make the move to attack his father. At this moment, Nagato has completely dispelled his doubts about Uchiha Itachi. What he has to do now is to use his strength to conquer this unruly guy. Wood style. The tree world is coming. After mastering wood style, Nagato likes to use the power of wood style more and more. Not only does chakra consume less, but it is also powerful. The key is to save worry and effort. I just need to inject chakra continuously, and the battle is very easy. He can also wood style. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Itachi was slightly startled. He thought that in the entire ninja world, only the teacher could use wood style. As expected of a guy who can make teachers pay special attention, his strength is indeed extraordinary. After persevering for a while and showing a certain strength, Uchiha Itachi showed a flaw and deliberately lost to Nagato. It's not a life and death battle, and his original purpose is to join the Akatsuki organization. Of course Uchiha Itachi will not show his full strength to fight Nagato desperately. As long as it shows a certain value, it is enough. Keeping the whole cards is an important guarantee for the ninja to survive in constant battles. How about it, Itachi, have you thought it through? Asked Nagato after defeating Uchiha Itachi. If Uchiha Itachi doesn't join Akatsuki, just kill him right here. I join. Uchiha Itachi agreed. Very well, Conan, give him something. Seeing that Uchiha Itachi agreed, Nagato nodded in satisfaction. The current Xiao organization has a large number of talents, and already has enough strength. The plan can be implemented immediately. Put on the robe, take the nail polish, put on the ring. Uchiha Itachi also officially became a member of the Akatsuki organization. Following behind Nagato, Uchiha Itachi looked indifferent. This red-haired guy is the most powerful guy he has ever seen besides the teacher. He must collect information well so that the teacher knows himself and the enemy. In the land of iron, in a deep forest, A man with a mask appeared out of nowhere, blocking a man with a shark face. Ask for flowers, Hoshigaki Kisame, do your allegiance to me. Uchiha Obito's deep voice sounded. Recently many members of the Ōtsutsuki organization were recruited by Nagato. They are very loyal to Nagato. This made Uchiha Obito feel the crisis. Although his current strength is not Nagato's opponent. However, for the Xiao organization, he absolutely must have his own power. HMPH, who are you? Looking at the masked man, Kisame grinned and said, judging by his clothes, this guy should be a member of the Ōtsutsuki organization. I am Uchiha Madara. The deep voice of the masked man sounded again. Are you kidding me? Kisame raised his shark muscles and pointed at Uchiha Obito. How could a character like Uchiha Madara still be alive? No way. Since that's the case, I'll let you take a look. 0. After speaking, Uchiha Obito took off his mask, and his eyes became Scarlet Mangekyo Sharingan. It turned out to be true. Kisame pretended to be surprised, then shook his head again. Even if you are Uchiha Madara, I have no reason to be loyal to you. Hearing Kisame's words, Uchiha Obito put on the mask again. I know that you have killed many of your companions out of necessity. I even doubted this false world for a while. I have a plan called Eye of the Moon. Uchiha Obito told Hoshigaki Kisame completely about Project Tsuki no Mi. Then he quietly waited for Hoshigaki Kisame's answer. Project Tsuki no Mi. Sounds interesting. I agreed. Hoshigaki Kisame nodded on the surface, but was very disdainful in his heart. He is now mixing with Master Xiu, unifying the entire ninja world is the right way. You use illusions to make everyone live in a false world, you are really out of your mind. Okay, then you are a member of the Ōtsutsuki organization. Rush to Rain Shinobi Village as soon as possible, I will wait for you there. After Uchiha Obito finished speaking, he activated Kamui and disappeared. He is still very happy to be able to subdue Kisame without any effort. He doesn't have haki like Uchiha Madara, if you really need to do it. He may not be able to make Kisame yield. Now this situation is the best result. Rain Shinobi Village, Kisame murmured, then put Samahata behind her back, and rushed towards the direction of Rain Shinobi Village. Chapter 196, Destined Grouping. Rain Country, Rain Shinobi Village. Inside the Ōtsutsuki base, several ninjas wearing the same red cloud and black-bottomed robes were standing face to face. They have different looks, different temperaments. The only thing they have in common is that the ninja forehead protectors they wear all have a scratch on them without exception. These guys are all traitors. Alright, it's the first time we meet, let's introduce ourselves. Seeing that everyone was here, Nagato spoke first. Since Yahiko's death, the Ōtsutsuki organization has only him, Conan, Uchiha Madara and absolutely 4 people. Now there are so many more people all of a sudden, and all of them are such powerful ninjas. This made Nagato feel a sense of pride. Yahiko, did you see that? Under my leadership, Xiao organization has far surpassed before. Nagato, Conan, 770, Uchiha Itachi, Kisame, Kakuzu, Hidan, Afei Uchiha Obito in disguise Deidara, Scorpion of Red Sand, Ju. After everyone briefly introduced their identities and abilities, Nagato divided them into 2 groups according to their abilities. Nagato and Conan, Uchiha Itachi and Kisame, Hidan and Kakuzu, Deidara and Akasha Scorpion, Hobby and Zetsu. So far, Xiao organization has formally formed. Okay, let me talk about the purpose of our organization first. Everyone knows that because of the struggles in various ninja villages, the ninja world has never really achieved peace. So, the purpose of our Ōtsutsuki organization is to achieve real peace in the ninja world. The realization of peace requires strong military support, and the tailed beast is the most important thing. After collecting all 9 tailed beasts, I can fuse them together to resurrect the 10 tails. If we hold 10 tails in our hands, the entire ninja world will submit to us. At that time, the world will usher in real peace. Of course, before that, I want to make the entire ninja world feel the pain. Only after experiencing the deepest pain, will they cherish the hard-won peace. Nagato expressed his ideals and goals. After planning for so long, it can finally be implemented. Are you able to revive 10 tails? After listening to Nagato's words, Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame were surprised at the same time. Rumor has it that the Sage of 6 Paths is the 10 tails Jinchuriki. In other words, if you master 10 tails, you can have the power of Sage of 6 Paths. This information must be sent back to let Uchihashu know. I just came here and got such an important piece of information. Uchiha Itachi and Kanshi Kisame were both excited and at the same time admired Uchiha Xiu. Mr. Xiu was really good at predicting things, and he inserted them into Xiao's organization at the best time. I'm okay with that, but that guy Uchihashu is not easy to deal with. And as far as I know, Uchihashu currently controls 4-tailed beasts. 1 tail, 3 tails, 8 tails, 9 tails. Our collection of tailed beasts is bound to conflict with Uchihashu. Boss, are you sure you can deal with Uchihashu? After listening to Nagato's words, the hoarse voice of the Red Sand Scorpion sounded. As Sunagaku's renegade, he knows the strength of Uchihashu very well. That powerful strength made him feel desperate. Don't worry about Uchihashu for now, just deal with him at the end. In front of me, Uchihashu is nothing more than an ant. After hearing the words of the Red Sand Scorpion, Nagato snorted coldly, and his expression became a little unnatural. Although he said it easily now, but after thinking of Uchihashu's formidable strength, he didn't have any confidence in his heart that he could defeat Uchihashu. But this kind of words must never be said, it will affect the morale of the army. Then I'm fine. After hearing Nagato's words, everyone present thought of Nagato's powerful strength, and didn't ask any more questions. Since the leader said so, he must be sure to deal with Uchiha Xiu. Okay, since everyone has no objections, I'll arrange the task. Kakisame and Uchiha Itachi, you are in charge of collecting information on Konaha. Hidan Kakuzu, you two are in charge of capturing the Erway Jinchuriki of Cloud Shinobi Village. Deidara and Scorpion, you go and capture Jinchuriki of Takinobu Village. Ju and Afei, you go and capture Six Tails Jinchuriki. As for me, I am in charge of 4 Tails Jinchuriki and 5 Tails Jinchuriki in Iwagakure. After seeing that everyone had no opinion, Nagato arranged the task. Once the work of catching tailed beasts starts, it must be carried out at the same time. Otherwise, once the villages take precautions, or draw Uchiha Xiu's attention, then it will be very difficult for them to capture the tailed beast. Okay, the action begins immediately. After Nagato finished speaking, he turned and left. The rest of the people also found their companions, and then both left. Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame also walked together slowly, walking in the direction of Konoha village. Mr. Itachi, this is the first time we meet, please give me your advice. Please teach me more. Going out of the range of Rain Shinobi village, Kisame and Uchiha Itachi started to communicate. I didn't expect that we would be divided into one group. Could it be that this is also expected by the leader? Looking at Uchiha Itachi, Hoshigaki Kisame sighed. If the leader has already counted this, then it can only be said that the leader's mind is really terrible. The teacher must have his own ideas in doing things. Since he chose to let you and me mix into Xiao's organization, it means that he has already calculated with a high probability that the two of us will be grouped together. After hearing Kisami's words, Uchiha Itachi spoke slowly. In front of outsiders, he regained his cold personality. Yes, in this case, it will be very simple for us to pass on information in the future. Kisame shrugged his shoulders and grinned, showing his shark-like sharp teeth. If you act together with other people, if you want to spread the information in time, it will be easy to be discovered by your 5.1 companions. But now that the two spies have actually formed a team, it is not a problem to pass on information. Okay, let's go to Konoha first. Remember, our identities are probably only known to a very small number of people such as teachers. So, after entering Konoha, once we are discovered, we are likely to be chased by the whole village. You have to be mentally prepared. Uchiha Itachi reminded that now his identity is Konoha's S-class rebellious ninja. A demon who slaughtered his own family and wanted to attack his father. Once discovered by Konoha's ninja, I'm afraid they will be besieged. Thank you for reminding. After hearing Uchiha Itachi's words, Hoshigaki Kisame smiled and didn't say much. Looking at Uchiha Itachi's back, he didn't know what he was thinking. Chapter 197, Capture Erway Jinchuriki. In the woods on the border of Cloud Shinobi Village, Erway Teakwood Gate was looking solemnly at the two men in front of him. Damn, who are you? The teak door looked at Kakuzu and Hidan, silently thinking about how to get out. This is the border of Cloud Shinobi Village, the environment is extremely harsh. She came here to train specially in order to master Erway's ability. Therefore, there are no ninjas nearby who can support her. It is not necessary for the dead to know who we are. Hidan, do it directly. Knowing that the teak door is deliberately delaying time, Kakuzu has no nonsense. They attacked directly with Hidan. Ya ha 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 ha. After hearing Kakuzu's words, Hidan attacked the teak door with a huge scythe. The teak door also stepped forward, and the two quickly fought together, while Kakuzu waited for an opportunity to make a move. Boom. After fighting for a period of time, Teak Gate discovered that the enemy with the Shinigami sickle had a very strange attack method. The attack is wide open and closed, completely ignoring its own flaws. It's a life-for-life style of play. HMPH, I thought you guys were quite capable of daring to attack me. I didn't expect you to be 26 and only have this level. After observing for a period of time, the teak door probably knew Hidan's level. I don't know ninjutsu at all, taijutsu is only at the level of elite jonin. Moreover, there are many flaws in the attack, so there is no need to worry about it at all. As for the remaining guy, although he didn't make a move, but it is estimated to be about the same as this guy with a scythe. Two guys with vastly different strengths will not form a team. Since you like this style of play, let's try to see who will die first. After finding out the details of Hidan, Yumuman smiled slightly, and Erway's chakra was also borrowed by her. Under the Erway chakra mode, the blue cat demon pattern chakra appeared on the surface of the teak door's body, the hair was all upturned, and the eyes turned white. A strange blue cat demon pattern tail grew from behind. Go to hell. Teak Gate is a very proud person, after feeling that he can defeat Kakuzu and Hidan. She completely gave up the idea of escaping, but wanted to kill the two of them here. Haha, is this the tailed beast Jinchuriki? It's really interesting. Hidan laughed wildly, then continued to attack the teak door with a scythe. The teak door also changed its previous strategy, facing Hidan's attack, it did not dodge at all, and also adopted the injury for injury style of play. Under the Erway chakra mode, the body indicators of the teak door will be greatly improved. At the same time, the tail beast chakra will also heal her body wounds, and the recovery ability is very pervert. It is precisely because of this that Teak Gate chose this fighting method when facing Hidan. Got it. However, After Hidan's sickle pierced the skin of the teak door, Hidan did not rush to attack, but sent the sickle to his mouth. Gently licked off the blood on it. Now, the ceremony can be performed. Master Cthulhu will definitely be satisfied. There was obsession in Hidan's eyes, and then he took off the robe on his body, and began to draw strange patterns on the ground with blood. Although I don't know what you want to do, but I will not let you do it. Seeing Hidan's weird behavior, Teak Moomin felt a little puzzled, but she wasn't ready to watch it patiently, so he rushed up again. Damn it, UBD, don't interrupt my ceremony of summoning Lord Evil God. Seeing the teak door attacking, Hidan could only stop what he was doing and then parried. However, in the mode of Tailed Beast Chakra, Teak Gate's body skills are obviously stronger than Hidan's. Hidan simply couldn't spare himself to perform the Evil God ritual. Kakuzu, UBD, don't you just watch from the sidelines? Faced with Kakuzu's indifference, Hidan was very dissatisfied. The ceremony has already begun, and if it is too late to make a sacrifice like the Lord Cthulhu will be angry. New. Hearing Hidan's words, Kakuzu started to make muters with both hands. Compound Ninja, Flame Wind Chaos. With Kakuzu's voice, instant, powerful combination of wind style and fire style ninjutsu. A huge sea of fire engulfed Hidan and the teak door at the same time. Boom. There was a violent explosion, and a burning smell filled the air. Both Teak Gate and Hidan were hit squarely. Cough. This guy. The teak door knelt on the ground with one knee, spit out a mouthful of blood. Most of the skin on the whole body was burned. Even with the protection of Chakra's coat, she still suffered a lot of injuries from the blow just now. However, despite being hurt, the teak door smiled slightly. That guy just now probably killed his companion. He has a tailed beast coat for protection, but his companion is just an ordinary person. If you take such a move head-on, there is absolutely no possibility of surviving. Kakuzu, UBD, it hurts, okay. However, what shocked the teak door was that Hidan, who had already turned black all over, suddenly opened his mouth. Then slowly got up from the ground. Judging by his appearance, it seems that he has not been affected at all. Hurry up and carry out your ritual, or your Lord 050 Cthulhu will abandon you. Hearing Hidan's complaint, Kakuzu looked indifferent. Anyway, he is still immortal, so what does it matter if he gets hit a few times by himself? Yes, there must be no further delay. Hearing Kakuzu's words, Hidan gave up the idea of troublesome Kakuzu, but continued to draw the unfinished pattern on the ground. What the hell does this guy want to do? At this moment, Teakwood Gate was already panicking. The behavior of these two people is really weird. When the teak door was shocked, Hidan finally finished drawing the pattern with blood on the ground. Then he stood on the pattern, took out a sharp black stick. Master Cthulhu, enjoy my gift to you. Ha 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 ha. After a burst of maniacal laughter, Hidan raised the black stick high. Then he stabbed at his own body. What is he going to do? Seeing this scene, the teak door was very surprised. Why did this guy start hurting himself all of a sudden? Under the teak door's puzzled gaze, the black stick had already pierced Hidan's chest. Immediately afterwards, the teak door suddenly felt a piercing pain in his body. Own chest. It looks like it was pierced by a sharp weapon. Chapter 198 Undead Duo. How is this possible? What exactly is going on? The teak door clutched his chest in pain, then fell to the ground. She didn't know why such a sudden change occurred in her body. I'm afraid all of this has something to do with the man opposite. The place where his body was injured was the place where the man stabbed his body. Wahahahaha. Feel the pain. I can feel it. Lord Cthulhu is very excited now. It's not enough. I'm going to continue. Without giving the teak door time to continue analyzing the information, Hidan once again took out a black iron rod. This time, he stabbed hard at his thigh. Ah, the piercing pain came again. This time, the teak door knew. Hidan's harm to his body will also be transferred to her. Damn it, what ghost calendar is this? The teak door is very frantic now. She wants to struggle to stand up, but the pain in her body makes it impossible for her to move. Hidan, stop playing and end the battle quickly. After all, this place is also within the territory of Cloud Shinobi Village. If you leave it for a long time, it is inevitable that there will be no accidents. Got it, long-winded. Hearing Kakuzu's words, Hidan grumbled unhappily, and then threw out several black iron rods. Hey. At this moment, Hidan's expression is extremely evil in the teak door's eyes. She had already guessed what this guy was going to do next. Coo. There were several consecutive sounds of sharp blades entering the body, and 3 black iron rods were inserted into Hidan's body instantly. The teak door also felt the bone-piercing pain. She feels her life force is passing fast. Even Chakra the tailed beast couldn't heal the wounds on her body. This guy. Before finishing a sentence, the teak door passed out. She may never know why the enemy would take this way of exchanging lives for lives. Dash. Finally finished. It's a pity that I can't kill her. I'm really upset. Hidan fixed the hands of the teak door with black iron rods, then filled her limbs with iron rods, and carried them on her shoulders. So far, their task has been successfully completed. Take the 2-tailed Jinchuriki back first, and when the tailed beast is removed, the body can be exchanged for another wave of rewards. Kakuzu walked in front, silently thinking about his own calculations. Kakuzu, you are as immortal as me, right? Since you won't die, why do you have to work so hard to make money? Why don't you believe in Lord Cthulhu with me? He will definitely like your soul very much. Walking on the road, Hidan didn't understand Kakuzu's enthusiasm for money. In his opinion, finding sacrifices for the evil god is the meaning of life. Shut up, UBD, you don't understand the joy of making money at all. Making money is also an art, do you understand art? Hearing Hidan's words, Kakuzu was very angry. Hidan dared to tell him how to make money, really wanted to kill him. Of course I know about art, my sacrificial ceremony is the most artistic thing in the world. Hearing Kakuzu's words, Hidan pouted. Isn't the pattern drawn when offering sacrifices to the evil gods an art? Snort. Hearing Hidan's words, Kakuzu didn't bother to pay attention at all, and simply closed his mouth. Talking to such a person is like playing the piano with a cow. Hey, I said you. Quiet. Kakuzu in front stopped suddenly, then looked up at a big tree in front, his expression became extremely serious. What's wrong? Seeing Kakuzu's appearance, Hidan was a little strange. This guy, why was he so surprised? There are enemies, Kakuzu said in a deep voice. He could feel, there is a very powerful enemy behind Shie. Enemy, great, let's use him as a sacrifice to Lord Evil God. After hearing Kakuzu's words, Hidan smiled excitedly, threw the teak door to the ground, and grabbed his own Shinigami sickle. Hey, the guy who hides his head and shows his tail, come out quickly. Hidan shouted to the front, but got no response. Hey, Kakuzu, maybe you made a mistake. Seeing that no one responded, Hidan was a little upset. Fire style, head hard. Kakuzu suddenly formed mutars with both hands, and launched ninjutsu towards the front. Boom. Under Kakuzu's fire-style ninjutsu, a raging fire instantly ignited ahead. Immediately afterwards, a lazy voice came out. You dare to interrupt my afternoon nap, you will never forgive me. Looking at Kakuzu and Hidan in front of him, Uchihashu stretched his waist. These two people are too boring, it takes so long to catch her way. Let him fall asleep waiting. Trademark Uchiha Xiu. Uchiha Xiu, as a long-established strongman, naturally has his reward on the black market. And the bounty is ridiculously high, even higher than Konoha's Hokage Namikaze Minato bounty. However, no one dared to take on this task. Hey, you actually know me, that's easy to say. Leave her way, I will let you go. Uchihashu smiled. Although his strength is extremely powerful, it is not very good to attack Jinchuriki from other ninja villages. Just in time, he received a message from Itachi and Kisame. Akatsuki took action. He randomly found a team based on the information. There would be no problem if we seized the tailed beast from the Akatsuki organization. Kakuzu, do you know this guy? Hidan is still a little confused about the situation. All he thinks about every day is the evil god, and he knows very little about the ninja world. He is Uchiha Xiu, a ninja of the Uchiha clan, powerful. Okay, I once defeated nearly 10,000 ninjas in Sunagakur by myself, and easily subdued one tail. Fighting the combination of 4th Raikage and 8 Tails Jinchuriki alone, killed 8 Tails Jinchuriki and chopped off one of 4th Raikage's arms. Even later, one person wiped out all 7 ninja swordsmen, 4th Mizukage at the beginning of the Republic of Daxia. People gave me the nickname, Konaha Asura Land. Kakuzu explained, a trace of cold sweat flowed from his forehead. Uchiha Xiu, this guy, his record is really outrageous. Even the shadow of a village is not his opponent. I was actually being targeted by such a monster, and now I am in trouble. Yeah, that's great. If such a person is sacrificed to Lord Evil God, then Lord Evil God will be very satisfied. Kakuzu, you step back first, I will take this guy's life. Hearing Kakuzu's introduction, Hidan was even more excited. Wielding a huge scythe, he walked up to Uchiha Xiu. Chapter 199 Sudden Want to study the evil god. Great, if I dedicate you to the Lord Cthulhu, then the Lord Cthulhu will definitely be satisfied. Walking in front of Uchiha Xiu, Hidan laughed a few times. The expression is also full of excitement. Look at this, are you planning to hand her way over to me? Ignoring Hidan who was clamoring in front of him, Uchiha Xiu set his sights on Kakuzu behind him. Being stared at by Uchiha Xiu, Kakuzu felt an unprecedented crisis. It seems that as long as he answers no, he may die here today. Kakuzu has never felt this breathtaking aura, even in the leader Nagato. I am willing to surrender the Jinchuriki. Without thinking too long, Kakuzu agreed to Uchiha Xiu's request. Although only a few seconds have passed, Kakuzu feels like a year has passed. The feeling of being stared at by Uchiha Xiu is really terrifying. Kakuzu's guts are definitely great, otherwise he wouldn't have gone alone to assassinate first Hokage Senju Hashirama. But now, under Uchiha Xiu's momentum, he doesn't even have the courage to refute. This feeling is very strange, even Kakuzu himself doesn't know why. Probably, this is the direct reward. 423 inches very well, you can go. Hearing Kakuzu's answer, Uchiha Xiu nodded in satisfaction. If it is not necessary, he does not want to get rid of this group of guys from the Xiao organization now. Anyway, with their strength, even if they were kept, they would not be able to make waves. It's better to let them catch all the other ninja village tail beasts, and then he will enjoy the benefits of the fisherman. Uchiha Xiu has this confidence, with him, Nagato cannot be revived 10 tails. And as long as you can't become 10 tails Jinchuriki and reach the strength of 6 paths, then no one can defeat him. Hey, Kakuzu, do you know what you're doing? Do you want to betray the organization? Seeing that Kakuzu actually agreed, Hidan was shocked. Did this guy really assassinate first Hokage like he said? You don't have to worry about my affairs, I'm leaving, you can do whatever you want. Hearing Hidan's words, Kakuzu snorted coldly. This idiot, who doesn't know what fear is. Do you really think you can do whatever you want with an immortal body? Although Kakuzu has Dyuan, but after all, he only has 5 hearts. Kakuzu doesn't think he can survive a werewolf like Uchiha Xiu. So, without any hesitation, Kakuzu retreated directly. As for Nagato, I will explain it later. And you, seeing Kakuzu retreat, Uchihashu set his eyes on Hidan. HMPH, I won't be scared off by your few words like that guy. I will sacrifice you to Lord Evil God. Facing Uchiha Xiu, Hidan snorted coldly. His hobby, besides finding sacrifices for the evil gods, is to keep fighting. To be able to fight with a guy like Uchiha Xiu is also a very good thing for him. Moreover, he is confident of defeating Uchiha Xiu, without knowing his information, no matter how strong a ninja is. As long as he gets the opponent's blood, then he will definitely be able to win the final victory. What an idiot, but suddenly I had an idea. I'm curious about the so-called Lord Evil God you mentioned. So, let me go through you and study it carefully. Seeing Hidan's appearance, Uchiha Xiu suddenly had an idea in his heart. That is, if Hidan is captured and handed over to Orochimaru for research. The secret of Hidan's immortality, the secret of the evil god Hidan believes in. Can it all be studied thoroughly? In the world of Hokage, except for the Ōtsutsuki clan and the Chakra. It seems that there are still some unknown things, like the 3 holy places and natural energy, and the dragon veins of the ancient country of Lulin. These things must have existed before Ōtsutsuki Kagaya came. So what kind of force testes did some beings CGDA from the era before Ōtsutsuki Kagaya possess? And how to master this power? Uchiha Xiu wants to find out all of this. In this world, he must become the real master. You dare to be disrespectful to Lord Evil God, seek death. Hearing Uchiha Xiu's words, Hidan rushed towards Uchiha Xiu brandishing his sickle. This fellow dared to insult Lord Heretic God. Unforgivable. What shocked Hidan was that Uchiha Xiu had no intention of dodging at all. Instead, he was still lazily leaning against the tree trunk, with a mocking expression on his face. Don't underestimate people, UBD. Seeing Uchiha Xiu's appearance, Hidan became even more angry. Just about to chop off Uchiha Xiu's head with a sickle, but suddenly a sense of crisis rose in his heart. Hidan's body instinctively took a step back. Then, suddenly there was a deep scratch on his chest. What's the situation? Holding his chest in pain, Hidan was horrified. Just now Uchiha Xiu made the shot. Why doesn't he feel anything? It doesn't matter, let's get his blood first. Just 1 drop, daily drop is enough for me to get rid of him. This kind of injury may be fatal to normal people, but for Hidan, it just made his body feel some pain. Hidan picked up the scythe and rushed towards Uchiha Xiu again. Only this time, he didn't have such good luck. Pooh! A crisp sound entered Hidan's ears, and then Hidan felt himself flying into the sky. Then there was a whirlwind. Hidan's head rolled to the ground. Damn it, what the hell is going on? Although the head has been chopped off, Hidan is still alive and well. However, he has no way to control his body. Tisk, what a strange power. Seeing Hidan's appearance with his own eyes, Uchiha Xiu was a little surprised. This guy actually managed to survive. Does he also have a regenerative core like the scorpion? After thinking for a long time, Uchiha Xiu did not come up with an answer. Finally he gave up. Let's leave this kind of thing to Orochimaru. I believe he will be very interested. Cut Hidan's body into human sticks casually, Uchiha Xiu packed Hidan up. Then he pulled her way away from the body of the teak wood door. So far, he has successfully collected 5-tailed beasts. As long as the remaining 4 tail beasts are centralized, and then use Nagato's Rinnegan summoning to get Geto statue. Then he can become 10 tails Jinchuriki. Hey, UBD, how dare you treat me like this? Where are you taking me? Hearing Hidan's yell, Uchiha Xiu sealed his mouth. Hush, I'll take you to an interesting place. After speaking, he quickly rushed in the direction of Konaha village. Chapter 200 Bringing back Konaha. It seems that my choice is right. After Uchiha Xiu led Hidan away, Kakuzu came out from behind a giant tree, with a bit of rejoicing in his eyes. Uchiha Xiu got rid of Hidan so easily. Even, from the beginning to the end, Uchiha Xiu stood in place without moving. Kakuzu didn't even know how Uchiha Xiu beat Hidan. Konoha really deserves his reputation. Not only is he powerful, but his abilities are so weird and unpredictable. Kakuzu sighed, and at the same time silently praised his wise move. Since Uchiha Xiu was able to deal with Hidan so easily, it might not be difficult to deal with him. Next, let's think about it. How should I explain it to the leader? Kakuzu sighed, feeling a little melancholy again. Now Hidan is captured by Uchiha Xiu, and the captured Erway is also taken away. And he even chose to run away when facing Uchiha Xiu. If Nagato knows about this matter, he will definitely not let him go. Thinking of this, a ruthless look flashed in Kakuzu's eyes. He raised his hand, and poked his own 3 hearts. Since Hidan was captured by Uchiha Xiu, he will never escape from Konaha. Neo Jinchuriki is also dead. In this case, the course of the matter, isn't it just up to him to make up? HMPH, I just don't know who is stronger between the leader and Uchiha Xiu. It would be better if Uchiha Xiu wins. If I can kill Nagato, I will be free. Equals a smiley face Y_L. Walking on the road, Kakuzu thought secretly. What is this stuff? In a hidden experimental base in Konoha village, Yinji watched Uchihashu speechless for a long time. Isn't that obvious? This is a big living person. Hearing Orochimaru's words, Uchihashu scratched his head with a puzzled expression. Did Orochimaru do an experiment and become dazed? Yeah, Shu-jun, you can give me different surprises every time. Looking at Hidan, whose limbs and arms were scattered, but his head was missing, Orochimaru's mouth twitched. It's strange that it still has life features after being made like this, right? Shu-jun, where did you find such a guy? Why is he still alive after becoming like this? After Orochimaru stayed for a while, he became very curious about Hidan again. Orochimaru once thought that after his painstaking research, there were very few things he didn't know in this world. But since I followed Uchiha Xiu, I discovered that there are so many strange things in this world waiting for his research. For example, now, Hidan is a living example. Orochimaru couldn't figure out why anyone could be alive in this state. This guy believes in some kind of evil god, and his ability is very strange. If he is allowed to eat the enemy's blood into his body, he will be able to make the enemy suffer the same damage while he is hurting himself. And, judging from the current intelligence, this guy is immortal. For Orochimaru, Uchihashu has nothing to hide. After sorting out the language, he told Orochi all the information about Hidan. There is such an ability. Hearing Uchihashu's words, Orochimaru's pupils shrank. This ability is too weird. In a ninja battle, in addition to the disparity in strength between the two sides, it is difficult to be completely immune to injury. It is precisely because of this that Orochimaru finds Hidan even more terrifying. A mortal body combined with damage sharing. If you don't know the information, you will easily die in Hidan's hands. Shu-jun, why did you bring him here? Now, Orochimaru's curiosity about Hidan has increased a bit. The way I looked at Hidan also changed. It's like watching a guinea pig being slaughtered. Of course it's for your research. Hearing Orochimaru's words, Uchihashu replied without thinking. After I found out that he was so abnormal, I immediately thought of you. You like research so much, you must be interested in Hidan. Also, although he won't die, I also want to know whether he will grow old. This will definitely help you realize your dream of eternal life. Finally, I am very interested in the evil god he mentioned, and I hope you can investigate all the detailed information. Uchiha Xiu told Orochimaru his purpose. Hidan's ability is very good, the undead body is very suitable for cooperation with Tsunade's 100 healings mark. Ask for flowers. Although 100 healings mark can maintain youth forever, it has just advanced the number of cell decomposition. When the number of cell decomposition in the body reaches the limit, people will still die. If it can be combined with Hidan's immortal body, it will be perfect. Of course, the premise of all this. It needs Uchiha Xiu to figure out the information of the evil god behind Hidan before it can be implemented. I understand, leave these things to me. After hearing Uchiha Xiu's words, Orochimaru nodded, and silently remembered all Uchiha Xiu's request just now. Boss's request must be taken seriously. Orochimaru is very clear that everything he has now is given by Uchiha Xiu. No use Uchiha Xiu, he probably lives in hiding all day long and has a headache every day for research expenses. Moreover, Uchiha Xiu's vision is indeed much higher than his, and he can always point out the general direction of the experiment for him. Therefore, Orochimaru has a lot of respect for Uchiha Xiu, the boss. Hey, you bastards, how dare you despise me so much? Master Cthulhu will not let you go. Hearing the conversation between Uchiha Xiu and Orochimaru, Hidan got angry. These two guys didn't mean to treat him as a human being at all. It is even more delusional to explore the secrets of Lord Cthulhu. This is absolutely unforgivable. By the way, I forgot to tell you, this guy is a chatterbox, very annoying. Uchiha Xiu ignored Hidan's clamor, but reminded Orochimaru. Don't worry, Shu-jun. I'm good at dealing with this kind of people. Hearing Uchiha Xiu's words, Orochimaru sneered disapprovingly. In his hands, is there anything he can't subdue? In that case, I'll go first. Let me know if the research progresses. After Uchiha Xiu finished speaking, he turned and left. He didn't have to worry about Orochimaru's means. In terms of viciousness, Orochimaru definitely ranks first in the entire Hokage. Congratulations to Mr. Xiu. Orochimaru bowed to Uchiha Xiu's back, then turned to look at Hidan. That gloomy gaze made guys like Hidan shudder. Chapter 201. The rain is coming. Rain Country, Rain Shinobi Village. Inside the Ōtsutsuki organization base, Nagato glared at a pair of Rinnegons, staring at Kakuzu. You mean to say that Uchiha Xiu snatched the way you got? Also, Hidan was taken by him. Nagato had no doubts about Kakuzu's words. He knows the strength of Uchiha Xiu best. That is the existence that can easily defeat Six Paths Pain. Even now he has no certainty of victory. Based on the words of Kakuzu and Hidan alone, meeting Uchiha Xiu was really not enough. He was just a little surprised. How did Uchiha Xiu find out about their operation? Is it just a coincidence? Nagato finds it unlikely, because there is no reason for Uchiha Xiu to be in Cloud Shinobi Village at this time. It also happened to destroy their 010 plan to catch tailed beasts. Yes, if I hadn't left a heart in advance, I would definitely have died in the hands of Uchiha Xiu. Kakuzu concealed the fact that he ran away, and the rest are all based on the real situation. Therefore, Kakuzu's description also moved other Akatsuki members present. Boss, now that Uchihashu has influenced our plan, what should we do? After Kakuzu finished talking about the incident, the hoarse voice of the Red Sand Scorpion sounded. Yes, Chief, Uchihashu must be eradicated, otherwise our plan is meaningless. You know, after the two tails were snatched by Uchihashu, Uchihashu has already collected all 5 tail beasts. As for our Xiao organization, we haven't even managed to capture a single-tailed beast. After the Red Sand Scorpion finished speaking, Uchiha Obito, who was pretending to be a hooligan, immediately spoke. Now Nagato's strength is too strong, he urgently needs to let Nagato and Uchihashu start the battle. Only in this way can he find opportunities from it. HMPH, don't worry about this at all. After hearing Uchiha Obito's words, Nagato snorted coldly. Uchiha Obito's mind, he is naturally clear. No matter how many tail beasts Uchihashu collects, his strength will not change much. The shell of 10 tails, the Geto statue can only be summoned with my Rinnegon. In other words, in this world, only I can revive 10 tails. Nagato's tone is full of confidence. Without Geto statue, collecting tail beasts is useless at all. However, now that I have found information on Iwagakure 4 tails and 5 tails, I can arrest them immediately. Scorpion, how are you and Deidara doing? Geto statue is in his own hands, so although Uchihashu already has 5 tail beasts, Nagato is not in a hurry. We have also collected intelligence here, and we can arrest them at any time. This time, I must let the entire ninja world recognize my art. Art is a blast, Deidara said loudly. None of the Iwagakure guys recognized his art, so he defected to the village. Joining the Ōtsutsuki organization is to use the power of the Ōtsutsuki organization to make the entire ninja world recognize his art. Of course, on the other hand, it is also to save lives. After all, only by being alive can we continue to create art. Shut up Deidara, I told you, only puppets are eternal art. Your detonating clay is just a kid playing with dirt. Hearing what Deidara said, the Scorpion was not happy. Deidara's explosion is simply an insult to art. What, Senior Scorpion, that's the only thing I can't approve of you. The beauty of an instant is the real art, and art is explosion. Seeing that Deidara and Scorpion were about to quarrel, Nagato frowned with displeasure. Okay, stop arguing, start now, redistribute the plan. Dried persimmon ghost shark, Uchiha Itachi, the two of you and the Scorpion team will catch the tailed beast together. If there is any accident, we can take care of each other. Kakuzu, you can go with me to Rock Shinobi and catch the tailed beast for now. Anyway, there are only 3 tailed beasts left now, and with the strength of Xiao's organization, it is more than enough for 4 or 5 people to catch them together. Fei, you and Ju are responsible for collecting information about Uchiha Xiu. Be sure to do it, and don't let Uchiha Xiu disrupt our plan again. After listening to Nagato's words, Uchiha Obito and Jaejun looked like dogs. Nagato, this guy is definitely not at ease. Uchiha Xiu's information, is it something ordinary people can gather? At first, it was definitely a little closer. Uchiha Xiu immediately looked at his position. With a meaningful smile on his face, it left a huge psychological shadow on the extremely young mind. As for Uchiha Obito, let alone. When meeting Uchiha Xiu, Kamui, who is omnipotent, has no room to play. Compared with Uchiha Xiu, his own strength is far from that of Uchiha Xiu. Nagato asked him to spy on Uchiha Xiu, his heart is terrible. We get it, although 100 people in Uchiha Obito and Juexen are not happy, but on the surface, they can only obey Nagato's arrangement. But they all made up their minds that they would never really monitor Uchiha Xiu. In this life, because of the existence of Uchiha Xiu, the Uchiha clan was not exterminated like in the original book. So, Uchiha Obito doesn't have ample Sharingan to splurge on right now. Alright, now the tailed beast capture plan officially begins. After Nagato finished speaking, everyone in Ōtsutsuki started to act with an order. Teacher, take me with you this time, I want to be with you. Uchiha Izumi hugged Uchiha Xiu's arm coquettishly. According to the information sent back by Itachi last time, Uchiha Xiu successfully took her way back from the Ōtsutsuki organization, which made Uchiha Izumi envious. After following Uchiha Xiu for 5.4 years, my current strength has finally grown, but in the end I can't work for the teacher. This made Uchiha Izumi very depressed. Okay, stop shaking, I'm dizzy. Uchiha Xiu pulled his arm out of Uchiha Izumi's arms, then nodded, agreeing to Uchiha Izumi's request. Earlier, Uchiha Itachi sent another message that they were going to capture 6 tails. Nagato is to capture 4 tails and 5 tails. Uchiha Xiu intends to cut who 6 tails, and then let Kisame and Uchiha Itachi come back. At this time, there is no need to lurk in the Xiao organization anymore. The abilities of Ōtsutsuki Scorpion and Deidara are also very good. If it can be captured alive, it will be 2 good experimental materials. Also, it is also a good opportunity to exercise the Uchiha Spring. His apprentice must never be a flower in a greenhouse. Chapter 202 Capture 4 Tails Jinchuriki, Old Z. HMPH, that BD Onogi, I will definitely tear him into pieces in the future. On the border of Iwagakure, 4 Tails Jinchuriki Laozi is walking forward while muttering. As Jinchuriki of Iwagakure, Laozi has a lot of opinions on Onoki. That stubborn old man, all he wants to do is lock him up. He also said that he couldn't control the power in his body, and once he went berserk, it would put Iwagakure in crisis. This BD, obviously I didn't get away with it. Why should I be held as a prisoner? I know my dream clearly, but I don't care about it. Don't Jinchuriki have human rights? Besides, I didn't have to be a Jinchuriki at the beginning. Go and play by yourself, I won't accompany you. The more Lao Zi talked, the more angry he became. If Onoki was in front of him, he would definitely quarrel with Onoki again. Obviously I chose to sacrifice myself for the sake of the village and become Jinchuriki. But the village treats her like this, and Lao Zi is very chilled by this way of doing things. Especially Onoki, he clearly knows that his dream is to become a wandering monk and travel around the ninja world. But they have been using the village and his safety as an excuse to restrict his personal freedom. Being watched by so many people all day long, Lao Zi has had enough of this kind of life. Finally, now that he had his chance, he managed to escape from Iwagakure Anbu's guard. We will soon reach the border of the Land of Earth. As long as he escapes from the Land of Earth, he will be completely free. Sun Wukong, if it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be in this situation. After Lao Zi complained, he pointed the finger at the four-tailed Sun Wukong in his body. Old Zi, without my help, how could you have escaped from the palm of that guy Onoki? In the end, you have to thank me well. Hearing Lao Zi's complaint, Monkey King snorted disdainfully. If it wasn't for him, Neko would probably still be under surveillance in Iwagakure. Hearing Sun Wukong's words, Lao Zi became excited again. If it weren't for Sun Wukong, would he have suffered this kind of crime? It's unforgivable that this guy is sneering at him here now. Sun Wukong and Lao Zi are both famous for their violent tempers, and their personalities are very stubborn. So without saying a few words, the two quarreled again. Tisk tisk, it seems that you two don't get along well. When Lao Zi was arguing with Monkey King, Nagato, Conan, and Kakuzu suddenly appeared in front of Lao Zi. Who are you? As soon as Nagato and others appeared, Lao Zi became alert. Although I don't know who these guys suddenly appeared in front of me, but the team suddenly appeared on the border of the Land of Earth, and just stopped him. It is impossible to say that this group of people has no idea about him. Jinchuriki, since you are not compatible with the tail beast in your body, let us help you. Kakuzu stood up, with an eager expression on his face. Monkey King, the other side looks very difficult to mess with. If I need it later, be sure to lend me your strength as soon as possible. Facing the menacing people from the Xiao organization, Lao Zi's face was extremely solemn. No problem. Hearing Lao Zi's words, Four-Tailed Sun Wukong also nodded solemnly. It's not like Lao Zi, who doesn't know anything. The pair of Rinnegons in Nagato's eyes made Sun Wukong feel the crisis in his heart. Rinnegon, that's the eye only Sage of Six Paths has. Sage of Six Paths uses the power of these eyes to divide 10 tails into 9-tailed beasts. They were born. Now the guy who also has Rinnegon started to attack Jinchuriki. What does that represent? Sun Wukong is very clear. I am afraid. The opponent's purpose is to use them and revive 10 tails again. Old Z, this time the enemy is extraordinary, we are definitely not opponents. You will go all out later, and I will lend you my strength without reservation. But you must remember, don't love to fight, just run if you have a chance. Do you understand? Thinking of this, Monkey King reminded Lao Zi in advance. Lao Zi's temperament is too stubborn. Monkey King was afraid that Lao Zi would choose to fight recklessly in a fight later, and that would be troublesome. Even if you say that, it seems that we are in danger this time. The guy with the special eyes on the other side is very strong, right? Hearing Sun Wukong's words, Lao Zi's heart sank completely. Before Sun Wukong, he was not afraid of heaven and earth. Now even it has said so, then today's battle is troublesome. Come on, I'll tell you everything I know right now. Inside Lao Zi, Sun Wukong and Lao Zi touched their fists. In an instant, countless information flooded into Lao Zi's mind. And Lao Zi finally understood how terrifying the other party was. Is it the power that only Sage of Six Paths can have? Looking at Nagato's glasses, Lao Zi sighed. Immediately afterwards, the complete tail beast transformation was directly activated. After knowing the power of Nagato, Lao Zi can only choose this method. He and Sun Wukong have different ideas. One Rinnegan is tough enough, add 2 more. He will definitely not be able to escape today. Being able to team up with a guy with a Rinnegan is definitely not a character that can be easily provoked. Therefore, Lao Zi can only use the huge size of the tailed beast to fight. If he can successfully attract Iwagakure's ninjas, then he still has hope of survival. 250 At this moment, the figure of Onoki flashed in Lao Zi's mind. Didn't you say that no matter where I go, you can find me? This time, we must not break our promises, get out. Lao Zi roared loudly, and then his body began to change. A large amount of chakra emanates from Lao Zi's body. But momentarily, Lao Zi's body turned into a huge red orangutan with long fangs. Roar. After fully transforming into a tail beast, Monkey King of 4 tails let out a roar. Different from the past, this time it has to fight with all its might. Otherwise, if it is caught by the opponent and used to revive 10 tails, then it will really die. There is no chance of resurrection. Leader, let me come. Looking at the enraged 4 tails, Kakuzu took the initiative to stand up. It can be said that his previous capture mission was a complete failure. Therefore, Kakuzu wants to take this opportunity to make up for it. No, Kakuzu, I understand what you're thinking. But, we're running out of time now. The tail beast capture must be done quickly, otherwise, once Iwagakure is prepared, our next plan will be troublesome. So, let me do it. Seeing Kakuzu's appearance, Nagato was very relieved. The dissatisfaction with Kakuzu because of capturing her way disappeared in an instant. Chapter 203. As expected of the leader. Then I will trouble you, chief. Show Jinchuriki your hopeless godlike power. Hearing that Nagato wanted to do it himself, Kakuzu retreated wisely. As a human spirit who has lived for so long, Kakuzu's flattering skills are top-notch. Alright, Kakuzu, Conan, step back first. After listening to Kakuzu's words, Nagato was very happy. Due to the interference of Uchiha Xiu, the current Nagato is not comparable to the sick man in the original book. After transplanting white Zetsu cells, Nagato not only successfully cured all the old diseases of the body, but also awakened wood style. The strength is even more powerful, properly super cage level. Therefore, Nagato is now more conceited than in the original book. Nagato couldn't even help himself from laughing after hearing Kakuzu compare him to a god. A sycophant. Conan gave Kakuzu a blank look. Why didn't I see it before? This guy turned out to be such a person. But seeing Kakuzu like this, Conan breathed a sigh of relief. She used all the money earned by Kakuzu to buy detonating charms. Originally, I felt a little sorry, but now it seems that there is no need for this at all. If Kakuzu knew what was going on in Conan's heart, he would probably curse him out loud. If you don't bring such things, aren't you bullying honest people? After Kakuzu and Conan retreated, Nagato attacked Four Tails Monkey King. Wood style, the tree world is coming. Nagato clapped his hands, and countless thick rhizomes burst out of the ground, instantly surrounded Four Tails Monkey King, and wounded towards Monkey King. Looking at the entangled vines, Monkey King's heart trembled. This guy even mastered wood style. Who the hell is he? Roughly tore off a few giant tree vines, Monkey King knew that he couldn't continue to consume it. The huge size intensifies its disadvantage when it meets the limit of the wood style blood successor. With wood style's super vitality and pervert's ability to absorb chakra, even a tailed beast can't last long. Lava style, Wagwoshin, Sun Wukong roared loudly, and then smashed his hands to the ground. In an instant, the range of tens of meters around Sun Wukong became a sea of magma. A few seconds later, the magma sea erupted like a volcano. The intensely high-temperature magma instantly burned all the trees within hundreds of meters around Sun Wukong. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Monkey King retreated quickly. Tailed Beast Bomb. Just after a certain distance, Sun Wukong fired a Tailed Beast Bomb in the direction of Nagato. Boom. Tailed Beast Bomb rushed towards Nagato quickly, and then a violent explosion occurred. The strong air waves set off gusts of wind. Monkey King didn't hesitate, and immediately ran behind. Unfortunately, just looking back, then he saw Nagato who was expressionless in front of him. Wood style, Wooden Golem Jutsu. Nagato clapped his hands, the powerful chakra surged wildly. In an instant, a huge wooden golem comparable in size to Monkey King appeared in everyone's sight. Lava style, Chuadian Blowout. Seeing the huge wooden golem, Son Goku completely cut off the idea of running away. Turning to attack wooden golem fiercely, the magma of the giant star rushed towards the wooden golem overwhelmingly. It seems to burn everything up. Wood style, Sleepy Deep. Facing the menacing magma, Nagato did not panic at all. With hands together, a huge wooden dragon wrapped the wooden golem. Blocked all the hot magma. Boom. After blocking Monkey King's attack, Wooden Golem raised his fist and knocked Monkey King away with one punch. This blow was extremely ruthless, and it knocked Monkey King hundreds of meters away. This is an ninjutsu that can catch Tailed Beast Bomb with bare hands. Ridiculously strong. That's it. After knocking Monkey King into the air, Nagato doesn't plan to continue playing anymore. A pair of Rinnegons began to exude terrifying pupil power. Shenluo Tianjiang, Nagato shouted in a low voice, and a strong gravitational force appeared out of thin air around him. The huge body of Four Tails Sun Wukong flew towards Nagato irresistibly under this gravitational force. Boom, boom. As soon as Sun Wukong flew in front of Nagato, he was wrapped around the whole body by the wooden dragon. And Wooden Golem also formed a seal with one hand, and patted Monkey King on the forehead. This time, Monkey King was completely restrained to death, and he could no longer move an inch. Then Nagato didn't stop, his eyes continued to exude terrifying pupil power. In just a few seconds, Sun Wukong fell into the illusion. So far, the Four Tails capture operation has officially succeeded. Chang, you are indeed the leader. Seeing that the battle was over, Kakuzu gave Nagato a thumbs up. To subdue Four Tails so easily, Nagato's strength seems to have become stronger again. Alright, let's find a safe place and absorb Four Tails first. Hearing Kakuzu's words, Nagato waved his hand. It's just picking up a tailed beast, nothing to show off. Good. Regarding Nagato's words, Conan and Kakuzu naturally have no opinion. So, Nagato found a quiet place, and summoned all the members of the Ōtsutsuki organization through the magic lantern technique. Four Tails has been captured, let's start sealing it. Seeing that everyone was coming, Nagato didn't talk nonsense and started sealing Four Tails directly. As expected of the leader, he managed to solve one so quickly. Looking at Nagato, Scorpion revealed a hint of admiration in his tone. You know, tailed beasts are like nuclear bombs in the ninja world. Scorpion's words have also been recognized by everyone. Although this group of guys are all powerful rebels, they still respect the leader Nagato very much. Soon, with the concerted efforts of everyone, Four Tails was sealed into the ghetto statue. Okay, I'm going to catch Five Tails next. Xie, how is the progress on your side? Good. After sealing the 4 tails, Nagato does not intend to rest, but is ready to make persistent efforts. Seal 5 tails in the shortest possible time. We've got our eye on 6 tails Jinchuriki. As long as the arrangement is completed, it will be enough to catch your ears at any time. The whereabouts of 6 tails Jinchuriki have been hidden, but they were still found. Once they formed a circle, 6 tails could not escape. Very well, let's disband first. Hearing Scorpion's answer, Nagato nodded in satisfaction, and then cancelled the slide body technique. Already captured 4 tails, the speed is really fast. This matter must be notified to the teacher as soon as possible. After exiting the slideshow technique, Uchiha Itachi frowned. Every time Nagato captures a tailed beast, his strength will increase by 1 point. You have to make plans early on your own side. 2 against 2, she should be able to win. Chapter 204. They all at the level of cage-level powerhouses. In the land of grass, in a dense forest, a man in a light blue Japanese kimono is leaning on a tree and blowing bubbles leisurely. He has brown hair and looks very indifferent. As the man kept blowing, the foam in the air became more and more, and gradually began to float around. Suddenly, the man's expression became serious. Boom! A series of violent explosions sounded, setting off huge smoke and dust. After a while, the smoke cleared. 4 men wearing the same clothes appeared in the open space. Oh, that's really impolite. It was just a sneak peek, and it was almost killed. Hoshigaki Kisame held the broadsword Samahata in his hand, opened his mouth and laughed a few times. A mouthful of sharp shark teeth exudes a cold light. Dried persimmon and ghost shark. A new organization has been established in the village. Seeing the dried persimmon ghost shark, Bubble frowned. As Kurigakure's defector Jinchuriki, the first time he saw Hoshigaki Kisame, he thought that these guys in front of him were Anbu sent by Kurigakure to capture him back to the village. No, you are wrong. I'm already a defected ninja too. This time, I want to borrow the corner of 6 tails in your body. Of course, it's the kind that just borrows but doesn't pay back. Dried persimmon ghost shark smiled. Oh, yeah. Hearing what Hoshigaki Kisame said, Bubble didn't say much. Instead, he continued to blow bubbles. The experience of defecting in these years has already made him lose his desire to find out about the enemy. Anyway, the one who found him was only because of the tailed beast in his body. As for what the other party wants to do with the tailed beast, he doesn't care at all. Hey, these bubbles of yours are the means to attack us just now. Seeing the bubbles spit out by the bubble gradually approaching like himself and others, the 4 members of Akatsuki's organization all pulled away from their bodies. Didera rides a large bird made of explosive clay, condescending to ask the bubble. But Bubble obviously didn't want to talk to him, and just continued to blow bubbles on the tree. BD, how dare you ignore me? Although your attack method is also an explosion, but the shape of ninjutsu is too ugly. Let me show you what real art is. After Didera finished speaking, he put his hand into the ninja bag and ate a mouthful of detonating clay with his mouth. Not long after, small spiders appeared on his hands. Meet real art. CGDB. After Didera finished speaking, he threw all the small spiders in his hand towards the place where the foam was. When approaching the foam, the corner of Didara's mouth curled up a little. With a bang, countless small spiders exploded around the foam. There was a series of rumbling noises. See, this is real art. The smoke and dust dissipated, and the figure of foam appeared in front of everyone. It's just that behind him, there is an extra tail of a tailed beast. And the body has also been covered by the tail beast chakra. Obviously, Tandala's bomb had no effect. It seems that you guys are also a group of rebels. Then there is no psychological burden on you. HMPH, prepare to die. Seeing the obvious scratches on the forehead protector of the 4 ninjas organized by Akatsuki, Bubble snorted coldly. He is not easy to mess with. Every Jinchuriki, a tailed beast, should not be underestimated. Everyone be careful. Seeing the Bubble ready to attack, Uchiha Itachi reminded. 6 tails Jinchuriki, what they are best at is fighting with the bubbles they spit out. They must not let these things get close. Also, he can also use acid, which is highly corrosive. Before Bubble was Kurigakure's ninja, Kisame Kakikaki knew him very well. Don't worry, in front of my ultimate art, the puppet of the 3rd cage, no one can escape from my palm. Hearing what Kisame said, Scorpion will write his favorite work. The 3rd cage puppet is summoned. Brother Scorpion, you said that, no one can escape, in front of your puppet. I want to ask, what about the leader? Scorpion laughed twice, and Didera in the sky asked loudly. After hearing Didara's words, Scorpion fell silent. What about Uchiha Xiu? Didera, shut up. Scorpion is angry. He managed to pretend once, but was ruthlessly dismantled by Didera. What he said was only for normal people. Chief and Uchiha Xiu, are those 2 perverts normal people? If it wasn't for the wrong occasion, Shie really wanted to teach Didera a lesson. You guys are still in the mood to joke, it seems that you really don't take me seriously. Then let you taste my strength. Water style, the joy of foam. Seeing Scorpion and Didera arguing like no one else, Bubble got angry. Anyway, he's a dignified 6 tails Jinchuriki, okay. Can't you show some respect? In rage, Bubble directly chooses to strike first. Countless bubbles floated out of the straw in my hand in an instant. The foam entered the largest bubble, and slowly drifted backwards. The rest of the bubbles rushed towards the 4 people organized by Xiao. Burst. With a loud shout, the bubbles explode instantly. With a violent explosion, all 4 members of the Uchiha organization were enveloped in it. The explosion lasted for a while before it stopped. Then, Bubble opened his mouth wide in shock. A look of disbelief appeared on his face. In the sky is Deidara, who rose into the sky just before the explosion began. Bubble couldn't get close to him at all, and Uchiha Itachi turned into countless crows, flying in all directions. What was just affected was just a crow clone. The red sand scorpion is hiding behind the puppet of the 3rd generation. Countless sand and iron formed an impenetrable defense net and surrounded him. Not to mention dried persimmon ghost shark, before the explosion started. He swept the Samahata a few times, instantly absorbed the chakra contained in these bubbles. Therefore, what floated beside him were just ordinary bubbles. Damn it, these guys seem to be difficult to deal with. Seeing this scene, Bubble felt a strong sense of crisis. With that move just now, even if you know his attack method, it is also difficult to avoid the overwhelming bubbles. Even elite Jonin will be instantly killed by the powerful power and corrosiveness of the bubble explosion. But now, the 4 guys in front of me have all survived. Doesn't that mean, these 4 guys actually all have at least the level of a cage-level powerhouse? Chapter 205 Art is Explosion. These guys, they are all at the level of cage-level powerhouses. Bubble is very confident in the power of the move he just made. In the past, he used this trick to kill an unknown number of elite ninjas who came to chase him down. Even elite Jonin can't avoid ninjutsu with such great power and wide range. This is the experience accumulated through countless battles. Therefore, the bubble does not doubt its own judgment. The 4 guys in front of me are definitely all cage-level powerhouses. No, it seems that we must show our real strength. Make up your mind, the bubble doesn't dare to be arrogant anymore. He directly turned himself into a tailed beast. In an instant, a huge tailed beast with 6 tails appeared in front of everyone. Has it turned into a tailed beast so soon? It seems that Jinchuriki, known as the village nuclear weapon, is nothing more than that. Humph. Seeing 6 tails, the faces of Kisame, Scorpion, Deidara and others did not change much. If you let them fight one-on-one, the tailed beast Jinchuriki is really not easy to deal with. But now there are 4 of them. Even if it is a tailed beast, it can be easily resolved. It seems that joining the Xiao organization is a correct choice. Scorpion and Deidara thought to themselves. Since joining the Akatsuki organization, every companion is so powerful. In the ninja world, you can simply walk sideways at will. Recalling the days when I was a traitor and hid into bed all day long. It's really not the same. Both Scorpion and Deidara are very happy to have joined Akatsuki. In contrast, Kisame and Uchiha Itachi don't feel much. They joined the Akatsuki organization just to inquire about information. No matter how strong Nagato is, he cannot be the opponent of Uchiha Xiu. In their hearts, Uchiha Xiu is the real god. Kisame, you and I take cover, don't give 6 tails a chance to escape. Uchiha Itachi looked at Hoshigaki Kisame and whispered. Under such circumstances, 6 tails Jinchuriki is just a struggle before being hammered to death, and there is nothing to fear at all. The reason why Uchiha Itachi said this is because Uchiha Xiu has not appeared yet. Therefore, Uchiha Itachi has already decided in his heart that he will compete with Scorpion and Deidara for the ownership of 6 tails. A war is inevitable, and now, it is a good time to consume the opponent and preserve the strength of one's own side. Understood. Hearing Uchiha Itachi's words, Hoshigaki Kisame withdrew from the battle. He already understood Uchiha Itachi's mind. At the same time, I also have some admiration for Uchiha Itachi in my heart. This admiration is not because Uchiha Itachi is Uchiha Xiu's apprentice, but because, since becoming a partner with Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Itachi's performance has been perfect. He can plan everything perfectly. This made Hoshigaki Kisame, who usually only wins with brute force, admire Uchiha Itachi more in his heart. Now, he has truly recognized Uchiha Itachi in his heart. In that case, Deidara, let's get this guy out of here quickly. Hey, after 6 tails dies, I will make his corpse into a human puppet. Definitely another good material. Neither Scorpion nor Deidara thought much about the actions of Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame. The strength of the 2 of them is enough to deal with 6 tails. Uchiha Itachi and Kisame chose to cut off 6 tails' retreat, which was the safest way. Strong acid. When the Akatsuki organization was discussing the fighting method, 6 tails was not idle. The big mouth opened, and powerful corrosive gas spewed out towards everyone. Sand iron barrier. Scorpion immediately controlled the puppet of 3rd cage, surrounded 6 tails with a lot of sand and iron. The acid spit out cannot spread out smoothly. Roar. Seeing this scene, 6 tails roared, and then a large amount of acid sprayed from its body. In an instant, the sand and iron surrounding it were corroded. However, 3rd cage is known as the strongest cage in history. His blood inheritance limit is not so easy to crack. Iron sand is to rely on the most to win. A steady stream of iron sand is produced. Even if the acid solution of 6 tails is extremely corrosive, it cannot break through the iron sand barrier. The huge 6 tails were trapped so easily. Deidara, it's up to you. After the Scorpion trapped 6 tails, it looked at Deidara in the air. Although it can continuously produce sand and iron, such a battle consumes too much for Chakra, and he can't last long. Moreover, it is obviously not a wise choice to fight a protracted war of attrition with tailed beasts. Ask for flowers. I see, look at mine. C3, number 18. After Deidara finished speaking, he poured all his chakra into the detonating clay. Immediately afterwards, a puppet made of detonating clay was thrown down. The puppet is getting faster and faster in the process of falling, and its volume is getting bigger and bigger. This madman, feeling the enormous power of the detonating clay, Xie felt a sense of crisis in his heart. At this moment, I don't care about continuing to block Six Tails. Directly take the third cage puppet to retreat quickly. Art is a blast, drink. Deidara shouted loudly, and the giant doll exploded on top of Six Tails. In an instant, a powerful wave of air rushed towards the surroundings. The deafening sound also rang out. Under the powerful explosion force, even the earth trembled. Boom. The powerful explosion made everyone present feel a palpitation. In the smoke and dust, the voice of Yuan Hao from Six Tails came. HMPH, this is art. After Deidara hovered in the air for a while, the smoke finally dispersed. Then, the figure of Six Tails Jinchuriki foam appeared in a deep pit. The powerful explosion just now defeated Six Tails Jinchuriki with one blow. Deidara, do you want to get rid of me too? Looking at Deidara in the air, Scorpion said gloomily. Even the tailed beast couldn't bear such a blow, let alone him. If he hadn't run fast just now, he might be gone now. Brother Scorpion, don't say that. With your strength, I know you will be able to survive. How about it, Brother Scorpion, do you recognize my art now? Deidara looked at the Scorpion as if asking for credit in the air. He was very satisfied with the explosion just now. Instant explosion. That's real art. The so-called eternal puppet pursued by Brother Scorpion. It has nothing to do with art at all. A-hole. If it wasn't for Deidara not being within the range of the Scorpion's attack, the Scorpion would absolutely make him his own puppet. Otherwise, it will be difficult to dispel the hatred in my heart. Ghost Shark, act according to my wink later. Seeing that Six Tails was defeated, Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Kaki quietly approached Kawa. Chapter 206 2v2 Xiao Organization Civil War. Okay, now our mission is complete. Seeing Uchiha Itachi and Kisame approaching, Scorpion and Deidara didn't think much of it. Contact the leader later, maybe Five Tails has already been caught by the leader. In that case, except for the tailed beast caught by Uchiha Xiu, all the tailed beasts will be in the hands of our Akatsuki organization. When I think about the upcoming match against Uchiha Xiu, my heart is full of excitement. If Uchiha Xiu can be made into a human puppet, it will definitely be the most powerful human puppet. The Scarlet Sand Scorpion smiled exaggeratedly. After easily disposing of Six Tails, his confidence has greatly increased now. I even can't wait to play against Uchiha Xiu. Yes, I want to release my ultimate art in Konoha. At that time, everyone in the ninja world will recognize my art. And Uchiha Xiu's 357 and Konaha are my stepping stones. After hearing Shia's words, Deidara also laughed a few times. If you can create an explosion in Konoha and successfully defeat Uchiha Xiu, then the entire ninja world will definitely recognize his art. Yeah, that's really congratulations to you. Boom. Ghost Shark, what are you doing? The dried persimmon Ghost Shark attacked without any warning, which surprised the Scorpion. Unprepared, the Scorpion was slashed by the shark muscle of the Ghost Shark. Fei Liuhu was chopped to pieces by the big knife Samahata at once. Hey, is this your real body? Hoshigaki Kisame opened his mouth wide in surprise when he saw the real body of the Scorpion jumping out from the Crimson Amber. Just now he thought he could kill with one blow. In the end, I didn't expect it to be just a puppet. Brother Scorpion, so this is your true face. What, it looks younger than me. Pretend to be my senior all day long, what a disgusting guy. Seeing the real body of Scorpion, Deidara was also very dissatisfied. When Xie was in the Scarlet Amber, it was always an old man's voice. Made Deidara always think he is an elder. Unexpectedly, Scorpio was so young. A-hole, is this the time to discuss this? Hearing Deidara's words, the Scorpion roared. Since Kisame dared to do something, it means that Uchiha Itachi, like him, has most likely rebelled. Because if it's a 1-on-3 match, it's absolutely impossible for Kisame to beat the three of them. As for Deidara, Scorpion has always been his teammate and knows his situation best. Deidara is a lunatic with no brains. If he also betrayed the organization, it is absolutely impossible to hide it from him. So that's the case. I'm afraid you didn't intend to submit to our Xiao organization from the very beginning, did you? Scorpion has already figured it out completely. Kisame and Uchiha Itachi probably planned it long ago. I just took the initiative to let them deal with the Six Tails Jinchuriki, probably to consume their chakra. However, have you ever thought about the consequences of betraying the leader? Scorpion smiled coldly. He has experienced Nagato's strength before, and the ordinary cage level can't last long in his hands. Uchiha Itachi and Kakisame teamed up and will be crushed by Nagato. That's not something you should worry about. Kikisame, you deal with Scorpion, I deal with Deidara. Uchiha Itachi didn't like nonsense and rushed directly at Deidara. Clear. Kisame grinned and had no objection to Uchiha Itachi's arrangement. Deidara can fly into the air to fight, and Kisame really doesn't have much to do with him. HMPH, then let me show you my art. Seeing Uchiha Itachi rushing towards him, Deidara put his hand into the ninja tool bag, and then threw out a lot of strange shapes of clay. Burst. Boom. A series of explosions sounded, and Deidara took the opportunity to fly into the sky. Amaterasu. Uchiha Itachi was not affected by the explosion, looked at Deidara in the sky and launched Amaterasu decisively. In an instant, a black flame ignited on the big bird under Deidara. Looks like it's already started over there. Let's come to water style, great waterfall technique. Seeing that Uchiha Itachi and Deidara were already fighting together, Kisame grinned, and then took the initiative to attack as well. I haven't fought seriously for a long time, let's relax today. Seeing the dried persimmon ghost shark, Shie shook his head, then took out a scroll from his back. Scroll fire prisoner A. In an instant, overwhelming flames spewed out from the hands of the scorpion, and collided with the incoming water style. Smoke filled the entire space, and everyone's figures disappeared. Ninja, mist shinobi technique. The water vapor generated by the collision of fire style and water style is cooled and condenses into a dense fog. This kind of environment is Kisame's favorite fighting atmosphere. As a Kurama ninja, silent killing is one of the must-have grandmaster skills. Boom, boom, boom. In the dense fog, the dried persimmon ghost shark took advantage of the right time and place, and the scorpion fell into a passive state all of a sudden. If it weren't for the strong defense of third Cage's puppet, he would be killed by now. Ninja method, sand and iron method. Being angered, the scorpion immediately released a ninjutsu with a huge range. Since you don't know where the opponent is hiding, then include everything around you as the target of the attack. Countless long thorns pierced towards the surroundings in an instant, covering the hundreds of meters around the scorpion. Boom. This approach has also achieved good results. Kisame, under the overwhelming ninjutsu, still showed his flaws. Got you. Red secret technique performance with 100 machines. After discovering the direction of Hoshigaki Kisame, Scorpion did not hesitate, and directly launched his own secret technique. Then hundreds of puppets were summoned in an instant, and they all launched a 5.7 attack in the direction where Hoshigaki Kisame appeared just now. Boom. Under such a large-scale attack, once the dried persimmon ghost shark is discovered, there will be no chance to escape. I can only keep wielding the big sword Samahata to deal with the puppets that are constantly attacking. These puppets are highly poisonous. If it wasn't for Hoshigaki Kisame's heaven-defying physique, and the fact that shark muscle could heal his body, then today's battle may end in his failure. But now, the dried persimmon ghost shark is not panic. In terms of fighting a protracted war, he has never been afraid of anyone. Dried persimmon, ghost shark and scorpion fought together, and for a while, no one could do anything to the other. But the battlefield between Uchiha Itachi and Deidara has already appeared a crushing situation. Under the attack of Uchiha Itachi Amaterasu, Deidara was completely passive and could only run away continuously. Amaterasu, he dare not take it hard. Chapter 207 Did I Let You Go? Deidara is miserable by Amaterasu. The fire of Amaterasu, which claims to burn everything and cannot be extinguished. If he was hit by Amaterasu, he would probably be gone. HMPH, I don't believe you can use Amaterasu all the time. In the air, Deidara threw some bombs below him while circling in the air. Since Amaterasu is so pervert, it must consume a lot of chakra. As long as he persists for a while, when Uchiha Itachi consumes almost all of his pupil power. That's when he fought back. Sure enough, things developed as Deidara expected. Uchiha Itachi soon stopped releasing Amaterasu, but covered his eyes in pain. It seems that Amaterasu has just been released continuously, and his eyes can no longer hold on. Now it's my turn. Seeing this scene, Deidara laughed a few times. Then a swoop was made towards Uchiha Itachi. However, after approaching Uchiha Itachi for a certain distance, Uchiha Itachi suddenly raised his head. Next second, Deidara felt a flash in front of her eyes, and the world began to change. When he came back to God again, he found that he had been tied to a cross and could not move. Damn, what the hell is this? 26 inches. Deidara tried to break free, but found it was useless. The chakra in his body can't be mobilized at all. Moreover, he has completely lost contact with his bomb. This is the spiritual world made by Tsukuyomi. In the world of Tsukuyomi, all factors including time, place, quality, etc., are under my control. It is just an instant in the outside world, but in this world, a long time may pass. Uchiha Itachi's voice sounded, and a figure appeared in front of Deidara. In Uchiha Itachi's hand, he also holds a long katana sword. A-hole, kind of let me out. I want to show you my real art. Seeing Uchiha Itachi, Deidara roared and began to struggle violently. Give up, you can't break free. Looking at Deidara, Uchiha Itachi is expressionless. Behind him, a dazzling golden light suddenly rose. In Deidara's eyes, Uchiha Itachi at this moment is full of mysterious majesty, like a messenger sent by God to judge everyone. Scene. This is real art. This scene is too shocking. Deidara's heart has even begun to shake. The explosion that sticks to itself. Is it really art? Ku. The sharp pain brought Deidara back from his thoughts. Uchiha Itachi was holding a long knife and had stabbed Deidara's body. Here, no matter how many injuries the body suffers, there will be no death. I will continue to stab your body with a knife. So, enjoy the next 72 hours. After Uchiha Itachi finished speaking, the long knife on Deidara's body has disappeared. And in his hand, there was another long knife again. In the next second, Deidara's screams sounded again. Long knife, once again stabbed into his body by Uchiha Itachi. What makes Deidara even more broken is that, when he raised his head again, what he saw were clones all over the world. It's all him and Uchiha Itachi, doing the same thing. Moreover, Deidara can also feel the pain felt by the Avatar. The thought of being stabbed by Uchiha Itachi for 72 hours in a row in this world made Deidara a little bit broken. This guy, Uchiha Itachi, is a bit too ruthless. But Uchiha Itachi obviously will not show mercy to Deidara. The members of the Akatsuki organization are all the enemies of the teacher. And it's a group of powerful rebels. He will never take it lightly. Otherwise, it would only be a moment to be overturned. In reality, Deidara charged at Uchiha Itachi at high altitude. Then when approaching Uchiha Itachi, he suddenly fell into a coma, and his body fell from the air. A moment in reality, 72 hours have passed in the world of Tsukuyomi. After being tortured for so long, Demi's spirit has collapsed. Damn it, Deidara, you idiot. The battle between Scorpion and Kisame is still going on, but Deidara and Uchiha Itachi are also watching the battle from the corner of the eye. At this moment, Deidara lost out of nowhere. None of his powerful tricks were released. What a fool, but in his heart he cursed. Scorpion also started to prepare to run away. In the face of Kianshi Gisame alone, he can still persist in not losing the wind. But Deidara lost. Uchiha Itachi will certainly not sit idly by. I'm afraid that after Deidara is dealt with, Uchiha Itachi will attack him. When the time comes for 1 against 2, he will undoubtedly die. No, let's withdraw first. If you keep the Green Hills, you don't have to worry about no firewood. After analyzing the situation clearly, Scorpio didn't show any desire to fight. After using the puppet to force the dried persimmon ghost back, he fled to the distance. Must run away before Uchiha Itachi finishes Deidara. Otherwise it will be troublesome. Magnet style, sand and iron are wings. As the scorpion shouted loudly, a pair of huge wings made of sand and iron condensed behind the puppet of third case cage. Then the scorpion jumped onto the back of the third case cage puppet, and controlled the third case cage puppet to quickly fly into the air. As long as he can fly to a certain height, he will successfully escape. Itachi, the scorpion is about to escape. Seeing this scene, Kisame yelled at Uchi 730 Itachi. He has no good countermeasures against ninjas who have the ability to fly. Therefore, only Uchiha Itachi can be counted on. Amaterasu. Seeing the scorpion running away, Itachi used Amaterasu again. Although the battle with Deidara just now consumed a lot of his pupil power. However, due to the implantation of white Zetsu cells, Uchiha Itachi's recovery power and pupil power are now qualitatively improved compared to the original book. So, watching the scorpion fly into the air, Uchiha Itachi decisively used Amaterasu again. But the scorpion is clearly prepared. A pair of huge high walls made of sand and iron tightly surrounded him and the third case cage puppet. Amaterasu can only burn to the outermost layer of sand iron. And such sand iron, as long as there is chakra, the scorpion can make as much as it wants. HMPH, wait and see, you two traitors. The leader will not let you go. Seeing that he was out of danger, Scorpion breathed a sigh of relief, and then said to Uchiha Itachi and Kisame. Today is really too thrilling, if it is later. Maybe even he has to explain here. But Uchiha Itachi and Kisame, who had nothing to do with each other before, chose to rebel at the same time. Who could have thought of this? Just when Shie thought it was safe, a male voice suddenly came from below him. Want to go? Did I let you go? Chapter 208 easily resolve the red sand scorpion. Did I let you go? A deep male voice entered Scorpion's ears. Immediately afterwards, Scorpion felt a strong gravitational force acting on him. This gravitational force is very strong. Even though he struggled with all his strength, it didn't have any effect. Moreover, under this strong gravitational pull, the chakra in the scorpion seems to be solidified. It is difficult to mobilize and distribute. How so? Isn't this the power only the leader has? Feeling this familiar force, Shie was terrified. What's happening here? Before Shie could think about it, his body fell heavily to the ground under the powerful force of entrainment. Teacher, leader. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Itachi and Kisame rushed up, with excited expressions on their faces. By Uchihashu's side, no matter what time it is, they can feel a strong sense of security. Itachi, Kisame, you did a great job. Looking at Uchiha Itachi and Kisame, Uchihashu smiled. In a 2-on-2 situation, Itachi and Kisame can completely beat the combination of Scorpion and Deidara. It can be regarded as living up to his teachings all the time. Itachi, put Deidara down. Hearing Uchihashu's words, Uchiha Itachi threw the Deidara on his shoulder to the ground. Then Uchihashu used Yin-Yang Dun to create several black sticks that could disturb chakra, and pierced Deidara's body. Deidara is a terrorist who can detonate himself, and the power of the explosion is also very powerful. Uchihashu had to be on guard. Poor Deidara, who was unconscious after being tortured by Uchiha Itachi for so long. To be treated like this by Uchihashu. But Uchihashu will not have any sympathy for him. In fact, if it is not to provide materials for Orochimaru, let Orochimaru research more secrets about this world as soon as possible. Uchihashu had already killed this group of guys organized by Akatsuki. After dealing with Deidara, Uchihashu set his sights on Scorpion. Scorpion, follow me back to Konaha. I'm very interested in your regenerative nucleus. Looking at the Scorpion, Uchihashu threw out an olive branch. Able to turn himself into an immortal puppet, Scorpions still have a certain talent in scientific research. If he can be recruited to study with Orochimaru and Yakushi Kabuto. That Scorpion is definitely a capable subordinate. What's more, these three people also have some fetters in the original work. Impossible, I don't live with Konaha. Hearing what Uchihashu said, Shie snorted coldly. His parents were killed by Konoha's Hitaki Tsukumo. He has been studying puppets to improve his strength. Just so that one day, I can personally kill Hitaki Tsukumo and destroy Konaha. Now Uchihashu wants him to submit to Konaha. How can this be? Yeah, that's really a pity. Uchihashu was slightly disappointed that he did not achieve his goal. But soon, he adjusted his emotions. Just a Scorpion. There is the best, if not, it doesn't have a big impact. Then you are ready to die. After Uchihashu finished speaking, the powerful momentum was fully revealed. The eyes also become the appearance of Rinnegon. The terrifying pupil power and huge chakra bring a strong sense of oppression. Even Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame felt a little trembling in their hearts. The strength of the leader is really terrifying. These eyes, question mark exclamation mark quote. Seeing Uchihashu's Rinnegon, Scorpio was stunned. Why does Uchihashu also have the legendary Rinnegon? Isn't this kind of eyes only owned by the leader Nagato in the whole ninja world? Feel the terrifying pupil power of those eyes, coupled with Uchihashu's powerful chakra. Scorpion gave up completely in his heart. Are you really so small? Even the puppet of third cage, when facing Uchihashu, probably won't work, will it? This is also good. If you die here, you should be able to reunite with your parents. I didn't expect that you didn't even have the courage to do it. Seeing the appearance of the Scorpion, Uchihashu understood. Scorpion, I'm afraid I have given up struggling. In him, Uchihashu didn't feel any fighting spirit. In that case, let's send you on your way. Although Scorpion's performance surprised Uchihashu, Uchihashu did not intend to hold back either. Instead, he summoned the shadow of the Tomb of the Wheel, chopped the body of the Scorpion into pieces. However, Uchihashu did not destroy the Scorpion's regeneration core. Instead, it was sealed with sealing technique. Just relying on such a small thing, you can have the power of a cage-level strongman. And also achieved immortality in another way. This kind of thing must be taken back and let Orochi study it carefully. Okay, the next step is to deal with Six Tails. After disposing of the Scorpion, Uchihashu pulled Six Tails out of the foam body. Now, he has collected all the tail beasts except 4 tails and 5 tails. After Nagato captured 5 tails, it was time for him to have a showdown with Akatsuki. Teacher, what about Dienla? Seeing that Uchihashu had dealt with everything, Uchiha Itachi and Kanshi Kisame approached. Onisame, you should learn Kurama first. Tell Terumi Mei, get her ready, we're going to war with Akatsuki soon. After the Akatsuki organization captures 4 tails and 5 tails, Iwagakure and Cloud Shinobi Village will definitely attack the Akatsuki organization. But with these 2 villages alone, it is impossible to be the opponent of the Xiao organization. After they suffered a loss, Uchihashu held a 5-cage meeting again. At that time, you can easily control Cloud Shinobi Village and Iwagakure in your own hands. Therefore, he is going to let Terumi Mei prepare in advance. Understood, sir. Hoshigaki Kisame is in awe of Uchihashu. Scorpion is also a strong cage-level player like him, but when facing Uchihashu, he didn't even have the courage to resist. Following a powerful leader like Uchihashu, Hoshigaki Kisame finally found the value of his life. Itachi, you take Deidara, let's go back to Konoha first. After Hoshigaki Kisame left, Uchiha Itachi carried Deidara, who was still in a coma, towards Konoha under the signal of Uchihashu. Obviously my strength is already at the top level in the ninja world, but when facing the teacher, I still feel so powerless. Looking at the back of Uchihashu, Uchiha Itachi said with emotion. When he was young, when he faced his teacher, he was powerless to fight back. At that time, he still determined to become a strong man like a teacher. But now, he already has Mangekyo Sharingan, and even has white Zetsu cells transplanted into him. But when facing the teacher, there will still be a sense of powerlessness in my heart. Thankfully Uchiha Itachi, if there is no teacher, the Uchiha clan, I am afraid it will be another scene. Chapter 209. The Big Secret. Uchihashu solved Scorpion and Deidara, and successfully captured the news of 6 tails. Nagato didn't know. Uchihashu came so fast that Shie and Deidara didn't even have time to report. The current Nagato is still wandering on the border of Iwagakure. They have found and successfully captured the 5 tails Jinchuriki. The tail beast collection plan has been completed. From now on, it's just a matter of concentrating on preparing to deal with Uchihashu. Okay, let's find a safe place and extract 5 tails. Nagato looked around, and then chose a hidden cave. In the cave, Nagato activated the lantern body technique. After a while, the figure of Uchiha Obito and Ju appeared. However, Deidara, Scorpion, Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame did not appear. Strange, is there something wrong with them? Geez, do you know what happened over there? The 4 of them did not show up for a long time, and Nagato felt a sense of ominous premonition. Could it be that Uchihashu made a move and wiped out all 4 of them? Boss, wait a minute. After hearing Nagato's words, he closed his eyes and began to search for the information of the clone. It didn't take long before a discovery was made. Opening 790 eyes, a wry smile appeared on Ju's face. What's wrong? Did something happen to them? Looking at the expression on Ju's face, Nagato asked suspiciously. Boss, 6 tails was taken by Uchihashu. Scorpion and Deidara have also died. Ju opened his mouth slowly. What? Why Uchihashu again? How would he know about our actions? Geez, Afe, didn't I ask you to monitor Uchiha Xiu? Why is this still happening? Nagato looked at Uchiha Obito with a bad look on his face. These two guys, shouldn't they have already rebelled? Hearing Nagato's question, Uchiha Obito snorted coldly. Monitoring Uchiha Xiu, why don't you go by yourself? Isn't it good to be alive? Boss, Uchiha Itachi and Kakisame are traitors. Our whereabouts were leaked by them. As for monitoring Uchiha Xiu, you should also know that this is an impossible task. Through the feedback from the Avatar, absolutely already know. The traitors in the organization are Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame. Well, if this is the case, then you should stop monitoring Uchiha Xiu. Get ready, we're going to attack Uchiha Xiu at any moment. Hearing that Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame are traitors, Nagato didn't express too much. When the Akatsuki organization recruited members, they never considered the issue of loyalty. As long as you have enough strength, you will be accepted by them. Under such circumstances, it is not surprising that someone betrayed the organization. And Nagato also knows that what he said is the truth. With Uchiha Xiu's strength, it is really difficult for him to collect information on him without being discovered. However, if 6 tails is taken away, it will be taken away. Anyway, one more tailed beast and one less tailed beast doesn't make much difference to him now. Unless Uchiha Xiu is dealt with, he will never revive 10 tails. At this moment, the figure of Uchiha Xiu suddenly appeared in front of Nagato. Uchiha Xiu. The moment he saw Uchiha Xiu, Nagato roared angrily. Although Uchiha Xiu manifested through Uchiha Itachi's ring, using the lantern body technique, Nagato still didn't hold back. Uchiha Obito and Ju were shocked by the aura of the whole body. Nagato's strength is much stronger than before. Haven't seen you for a long time. Taking a casual glance, Uchiha Xiu smiled. Is this the current Akatsuki organization? It's really shabby. In addition to Nagato, Conan, Uchiha Obito and Zetsu, there is only Kakuzu left in the Akatsuki organization. It's really embarrassing. Uchiha Xiu, what is your purpose of coming out of CGDF now? Knowing that there is nothing to do with Uchiha Xiu for the time being, Nagato took a deep breath to calm himself down. Nothing, just to tell you something. Save your Rinnegan and Geto statue. 10 tails, mine. Uchiha Xiu looked at Nagato and spoke slowly. You know the secret of the Geto statue. Hearing Uchiha Xiu's words, Nagato opened his mouth in surprise. How did Uchiha Xiu know about the Geto statue? Surprised. Not only do I know the secret of the Geto statue, I also know the secret of your Rinnegan. Uchiha Xiu suddenly became playful. What would happen if Nagato was told the truth now? Anyway, now that the plot has collapsed, Uchiha Xiu doesn't care about controlling the future anymore. Therefore, Uchiha Xiu spoke after thinking about it. Nagato, do you really think you are the Destiny Child? No, it's not. I regret to tell you that your current Rinnegan does not belong to you. It was Uchiha Madara that was transplanted into your body when you were a child. You are nothing more than a container chosen by Uchiha Madara to hold his Rinnegan. Uchiha Xiu's language was not surprising, and he revealed Nagato Rinnegan's secret all at once. Uchiha Xiu, you are talking nonsense. Nagato, don't listen to his gossip, cut off the connection with technique immediately. Hearing Uchiha Xiu's words, Uchiha Obito and desperate. Isn't this a secret that only the two of them know? Why does Uchiha Xiu know so well? But now is not the time to doubt this, you must stop Uchiha Xiu quickly. Otherwise, once Nagato knows the truth of everything, then they would never want to control Nagato again. Rinnegan of Uchiha Madara. Hearing Uchiha Xiu's words, both Nagato and Conan were surprised. Nagato has indeed said more than once that he always feels that his eyes do not match his body. The burden on the body is too heavy when using Rinnegan. Originally they thought it was because Rinnegan was too powerful. Now it seems that if this pair of Rinnegan did not originally belong to Nagato, then everything can be explained. Thinking of this, Nagato, Conan and even Kakuzu all unconsciously set their sights on Uchiha Obito. Oh, by the way, let me tell you another secret. The Uchiha Madara you think is not the real Uchiha Madara. He is my classmate, and he is also the tail of the crane recognized by the ninja school. Am I right, Uchiha Obito? Uchiha Xiu looked at Uchiha Obito wearing a mask, and smiled slowly. Chapter 210. The Fallen Akatsuki Organization. What, aren't you Uchiha Madara? Who is Uchiha Obito? Never heard of this title. Madara, is what he said true? Uchiha Xiu's words caused an uproar within the Akatsuki organization. Even Nagato and Conan opened their mouths in shock. Mask man, it's not Uchiha Madara. Damn BD. Hearing everyone's inquiries, Uchiha Obito greeted the 18 generations of Uchiha Xiu's ancestors in his heart. Over the years, he managed to establish the image of Uchiha Madara in front of Nagato. Now it's all ruined. He has the identity of Uchiha Madara, and Nagato will treat him on an equal footing. Now, his identity has been exposed. Even if Nagato didn't doubt his intentions, he must just treat him as a subordinate. Also, you are the tail of the crane. Your whole family is a crane tail. Uchiha Xiu's words made Uchiha Obito recall the painful time in ninja school. Those pictures made Uchiha Obito, who has been calling himself Uchiha Madara all these years, feel very ashamed. HMPH, the old man is of course Uchiha Madara as a fake. Uchiha Xiu, if you want to sow discord, I don't think you can deny it. Even if Uchiha Obito kills him, he will not admit what Uchihashu said. Uchiha Madara's identity is much easier to use than his real identity. It's fine if you don't admit it. It was just a whim of mine. I don't care whether you believe what I say or not. Conan, if you miss me, come to Konoha to find me. Uchihashu's words made Conan, who has always been aloof, blush. Seeing this scene, Uchihashu shrugged. Then he took the initiative to cut off the technique of the magic lamp body, and disappeared from everyone's sight. Anyway, this appearance was just a whim of his. Madara, I need an explanation from you. After Uchihashu left, Nagato looked at Uchiha Obito. He has no doubts about Uchihashu's words. After all, there is no need for Uchihashu to lie to them. Unmasking Uchiha Madara's true identity will do him no good either. In contrast, Uchiha Obito and Ju, I'm afraid they really have another purpose. I'm not your subordinate, and I have no obligation to explain to you. Facing Nagato's pressing question, Uchiha Obito said coldly. Explain. Explain shit. How does he know why Uchihashu knows everything so clearly? He still wants someone to explain it to him. Yeah, then our cooperation will come to an end. The next time I see you, I will kill you with my own hands. After Nagato finished speaking, he took the initiative to cut off Uchiha Obito's slide body technique. Since Uchiha Obito did not dare to reveal his identity, there must be other purposes in approaching him. In this case, it is better to expel him from Xiao Organization directly. Anyway, with his current strength, he no longer cares about the pros and cons of the number of people. Leader, how do we experience it? Kakuzu is panicking now. How long has it been? There are only 3 people left in the entire Akatsuki organization. Moreover, Conan may go to Uchihashu at any time. This is too bad, right? What kind of organization do the 3 of you call? It's better to break up as soon as possible. Kakuzu, the organization is not short of funds now, let's go. Remember, don't reveal the secrets of the organization, or I will personally kill you. Looking at Kakuzu, Nagato spoke slowly. Don't worry, I'm absolutely tight-lipped about the organization's secrets. I am a person who pays the most attention to credit. Hearing Nagato's words, Kakuzu didn't hesitate, just ran away after saying a few words. The anxious look seemed to be afraid that Nagato would go back on his word. Nagato. Conan knows Nagato very well, now Nagato let Kakuzu go. I'm afraid he wants to fight Uchihashu. Conan, go find Uchihashu. Looking at the empty cave, Nagato was silent for a while, then spoke slowly. Then take care. Up to now, Conan has not said much. The partners who depended on each other when they were young, finally parted ways because of their ideals. Conan can't let go of Uchihashu. Now that Nagato's body has fully recovered, there is no need for Conan to stay. Well, Yahiko, did I really do something wrong? After Conan left, Nagato was silent for a long time. Since the establishment of Yahiko, the Akatsuki organization has been so brilliant. Ask for flowers. But now, in his hands, it has been reduced to what it is now. In the entire Xiao organization, he was the only one left. No, I will never forgive Mutu. Yahiko, I will definitely avenge you. Peace must be built on pain. Nagato's eyes became firm again. As long as Uchihashu is defeated, there will be true peace in this ninja world under his rule. He will never give up. Obito, now Nagato knows who you are. Next, what should we do? In a dark cave, Ju looked at Uchiha Obito and asked. With our strength alone, it is impossible to pose a threat to Uchihashu and Nagato. 0. Now it's just a matter of changing the plan. I decided to revive Uchiha Madara in advance. Hearing the absolute words, Uchiha Obito snorted coldly. Once he made a plan to use Rinnegan to continuously consume Nagato's vitality. Use Nagato's hatred for Konoha to launch an attack on Konoha. According to Uchiha Obito's plan, when Nagato has almost collected all 9-tailed beasts, his life should have come to an end. At that time, he will be able to snatch Nagato's Rinnegan, revive 10 tails, and make himself 10 tails Jinchuriki. Unfortunately, because of one Uchihashu, all his plans fell through. In order to realize Project Tsuki no Mi, Uchiha Madara must be revived. But without Rinnegan, how are we going to revive Madara? Hearing Uchiha Obito's words, he asked absolutely. Impure World Reincarnation. Uchiha Obito replied. Impure World Reincarnation. It's a good idea. I'm going to collect the materials I need now. Having finished speaking, he sank into the ground and disappeared. Now Nagato doesn't trust him anymore. Uchiha Obito is just a waste. If you want to resurrect your mother, you can only resurrect Uchiha Madara first. Therefore, in this matter, he must be very careful. HMPH, Uchihashu, it's you who broke me again today. Just wait, one day I will make you pay. After leaving, Uchiha Obito muttered to himself. Chapter 211 Impure World Reincarnation Uchiha Madara. Damn it, these bastards organized by Akatsuki. Cloud Shinobi Village, 4th Reikage smashed the table in front of him to pieces. He just received the message. Wooden Golem, the second tail of his village, was taken away by the Akatsuki organization. Lord Reikage, don't get excited. Now our way is captured by Konoha's Uchihashu. We must let Konoha give us an explanation. Seeing Ai's appearance, Darui said from the side. Although attacked by people organized by Wooden Golem Akatsuki, Arway eventually fell into the hands of Uchihashu. Therefore, he felt that he should seek justice from Konoha. Let Konoha tell us the truth. Okay, then you go talk. Hearing Darui's words, Lang snorted. Doesn't he know that Konoha is also involved in this matter? Being able to snatch it from Vice Admiral Urwei in the first place. April 20th, means that Konoha must have received the news long ago. He deliberately waited until the members of Akatsuki's organization were captured by Wooden Golem before doing anything. But what if you knew it? Uchiha Xiu's strength is unfathomable, it is not something they can compete with. This dumb loss, they can only eat. Then what to do? Hearing Ai's words, Darui fell silent. He didn't dare to provoke that killing god Uchiha Xiu. Go, write a letter to Onogi. I want to join forces with him to deal with Xiao Organization. I thought about it, and decided to join forces with Iwagakure. Although his father died at the hands of the Iwagakure ninja. But now is not the time to worry about these things. It's fine if you don't dare to mess with Uchiha Xiu. After all, the whole ninja world is the same, no one can laugh at anyone. But the Akatsuki organization is different. It's just a rebel organization that popped up out of nowhere. If Cloud Shinobi Village doesn't do something, then their reputation as Cloud Shinobi Village will be discredited. At that time, the reputation of Cloud Shinobi Village will be affected, and I am afraid that the employer of Cloud Shinobi Village will also lose a lot. But the members of the Akatsuki organization are all very strong. I himself was not sure how to deal with them. Therefore, I turned his attention to Iwagakure, who had the same experience as Cloud Shinobi Village. Understood. Hearing Ai's words, Darui immediately went to prepare related matters. Iwagakure, Tsuchikage Building, Tsuchikage Office. Onoki was floating in the air, looking out the window and thinking. Father, it has been confirmed. Old Z and Han have already been poisoned by the Xiao Organization. Now the two of them, I'm afraid it's more than auspicious. Wangtu reported the latest information to Onoki. Oh, it's my fault. I should have sent more Anbus to protect them. After hearing Huang Tu's words, Onoki sighed. Although he and Lao Zi didn't get along, they quarreled as soon as they met. But they are also old friends who have known each other for many years. Now that Lao Zi is dead, he is not feeling well. And, Iwagakure lost 2 Jinchuriki at once this time. The prestige hit to Iwagakure was huge. Father, Cloud Shinobi Village sent an envoy. He said he wanted to form an alliance with us and fight against the Akatsuki organization together. Huang Tu said slowly, let them in. That's exactly what I mean. Hearing Huang Tu's words, Onoki pondered for a moment, then nodded. The Xiao organization was able to capture Lao Zi and Han Jinchuriki in such a short period of time. The strength cannot be underestimated. Now, since Cloud Shinobi Village wants to form an alliance, that couldn't be better. Oh, I don't know how long I can last with this old waste. Onoki supported his waist and slowly sat down on the chair. Obito, everything is ready. The plan can be executed at any time. Outside a cave, Ju put a coffin on the ground. Inside, contained the body of Uchiha Madara. In that case, let's get started. Uchiha Obito quick hands on Madara. Reanimation Jutsu. With Uchiha Obito's low shout, the clone of White Zetsu on the ground began to deform slowly. Slowly, a man wearing armor from the Sengoku period slowly opened his eyes. This body, is it reanimation jutsu? Uchiha Madara glanced down at his hands, feeling no vitality. Then, he set his sights on Uchiha Obito. Obito, why am I resurrected in this way? Did something go wrong with the plan? Hearing Uchiha Madara's words, Uchiha Tien nodded. That's right, so far, things have completely exceeded our original plan. Uchiha Obito would not have chosen to revive Uchiha Madara if it wasn't for his own helplessness. Isn't it nice for him to be the boss himself? Tell me about it. After hearing Uchiha Obito's words, Uchiha Madara's expression did not fluctuate. Instead, he did it cross-legged on the spot, going to quietly listen to Uchiha Obito explain what happened after his death. Absolutely, it's up to you to say. Uchiha Obito saw Uchiha Madara and learned to sit on the ground. He is not Uchiha Madara's younger brother, the two are equal. Seeing Uchiha Obito's appearance, the corners of Uchiha Madara's mouth curled up slightly. How could Uchiha Obito's small thoughts be hidden from him? But he doesn't care. This is the aura of Uchiha Madara. In comparison, Uchiha Obito really falls a bit short. It's like this. Ju spoke slowly. How did they find Nagato after Uchiha Madara died? And how did Nine Tails Jinchuriki sneak attack on Konaha while giving birth? And then why White Zetsu cells were transplanted into Nagato's body? Finally, I went into the current situation of the entire ninja world. Uchiha Xiu, has that guy grown to this extent? After listening to the narration, Uchiha Madara will know. The reason why the plan deviated is entirely because of Uchiha Xiu. This guy is not only powerful, but also very pervert. Seems to know everything. What they want to do at 5.9 is completely hidden from Uchiha Xiu. And Uchiha Xiu also evolved Rinnegan himself. This made Uchiha Madara suspect that Uchiha Xiu also got Hashirama cells. Nagato is not easy to control now. Uchiha Madara's expression became serious. Through Ju's description, Nagato's current strength, I'm afraid it's already on par with his peak period. How to get Rinnegan back is also a thorny issue. Well, I know everything. 21. Just let me think about it. No one can dance in front of me. After Uchiha Madara finished speaking, he began to frown in thought. Now that the plan has changed, let's make another one. He is Uchiha Madara. In this world, there is nothing he can't do. Chapter 212. Nagato fights Twin Shadows. Rain Country, Rain Shinobi Village. Border. Nagato wanted to return to Rain Shinobi Village after disbanding the Akatsuki organization. But, he found someone following him behind him. The Uzumaki family has amazing perception. Not to mention that Nagato also transplanted white Zetsu cells. Even the ninja who was best at concealment cannot escape his perception. Nagato knows. These ninjas were sent by Cloud Shinobi Village and Iwagakure. When catching tailed beasts, Nagato expected this day, the reason why I didn't attack Konoha immediately and seek revenge from Uchiha Xiu. In addition to Nagato needs to prepare well. Another reason is because of this incident. He doesn't want other ninjas to bother him when he's fighting Uchiha Xiu. I don't even want to think that if I am defeated and die. The Land of Rain has once again become a battlefield between great powers. Therefore, Nagato decided, before the decisive battle with Uchiha Xiu, it is necessary to weaken the strength of these great ninja villages. Konoha has Uchiha Xiu in charge, he has no choice but to. Kurigakure lives overseas and has little influence on Rain Shinobi Village. Sunagakure is not what it used to be, although the newly appointed Kazekage is quite strong, the 25. But Sunagakure's overall strength is still very weak. No threat to Rain Shinobi Village. After all the calculations, only Iwagakure and Cloud Shinobi Village pose a threat to the Land of Rain. Come out. Go to a deserted place on the border. Nagato stopped. Place of battle. Just choose here. As soon as Nagato finished speaking, two ninjas appeared not far in front of him. One is a burly man. Another, it is an old man who is nearly 60 years old. Nagato, hand over the tail beast. Onogi looked at Nagato with a solemn face. Nagato's eyes are unusual, exactly the same as the eyes of the legendary sage of six paths. A person with such eyes cannot be underestimated. Just the two of you. Forget it, kill you guys, and then deal with the rest of the guys. Seeing that the only enemies are Onoki and fourth Raikage, Nagato looked a little disappointed. In this way, he had to go to the two ninja villages again. HMPH, Onoki, why are you talking so much nonsense with him? Kill him, and the tailed beast will naturally be able to take it back. Fourth Raikage is a hot-tempered. He doesn't want to talk nonsense with Nagato, just run Chakra. Entered lightning-style Chakra mode. Raikage, be careful, this time the enemy is not easy to deal with. Seeing that Raikage was so reckless, Onoki reminded him. Mind your own business. I snorted coldly, although he and Onogi chose to form an alliance this time. But it doesn't mean that he has forgotten his father's hatred. His father, third Raikage. Only by falling into the trap designed by Onoki will he die on the battlefield. Sooner or later, he will settle the account with Onoki. After speaking, Ai's figure instantly disappeared in place. In the next second, it appeared beside Nagato. He raised his arm and hit it directly. Thunderplow hot knife. Boom. With a loud noise, there was a gust of wind around Ai and Nagato. Ai's arm stopped half a meter from Nagato's neck. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move any further. Shinluo Tianjang. Nagato's expression didn't change at all. With a low drink, a strong repulsive force sent Ai flying away. Ai under lightning-style Chakra mode, although the speed is as fast as a bolt of lightning. But it can still be easily captured by Rinnegon. Therefore, Ai's sudden attack did not have the slightest effect. On the contrary, it was himself who took a shot of Shinluo Tianjang solidly. Plowed a 1,000-meter gully on the ground. If not in lightning-style Chakra mode, his defense is strong enough. This blow, he was already dead and couldn't die anymore. A-hole. Getting up from the ground, Ai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his expression finally became dignified. Dust escape original realm stripping technique. Seeing Ai being knocked into the air, Onoki decisively launched an attack. He clasped his palms together, and opened a square transparent barrier between his palms. This is a ninjutsu that surpasses the limit of blood succession. Blood succession eliminated. When hit by this technique, no matter what it is, it will be instantly separated into an atomic state. The next moment, a beam of transparent white light pierced towards Nagato. Seeing the oncoming white light, Nagato felt a sense of crisis that had not arisen for a long time. Knowing that even Shinluo Tianjang might not be able to resist this ninjutsu. Therefore, Nagato also put away his contempt. With a thought, the figure instantly disappeared in place. In the next second, white light flashes across. Disassemble everything along the way. It's like a painting, a piece of it has been erased. Wood style, the tree world is coming. Nagato clasped his hands together, countless trees rolled up from the ground. Although Onoki's dust escape is strong, it also has weaknesses. As long as the trees are used to block the sight of Onoki, then everything is easy to say. Sure enough, Onoki, who originally wanted to attack Nagato again. Because of the overwhelming giant tree vines, I lost Nagato's perspective. Can only be forced to stop. And he himself had to dodge among the trees. This guy can even use wood style. When did the ninja world have such a pervert? Am I really old? Onoki knows the power of wood style. As someone who lived through the days of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha 780 Madara. Naturally no stranger to the powerful wood style ninjutsu. Once entangled by these giant trees made by wood style, the chakra in the body will be quickly absorbed to grow the tree itself. Therefore, although wood style ninjutsu seems to have a lot of momentum, but the consumed chakra is not so scary. Dust escape original realm stripping technique. Lateral bolt of pain. Under the attack from the tree world, Ai and Onoki were all overwhelmed. No matter how hard they try, these trees are still emerging. Continue like this, they didn't even have a chance to get close to Nagato. Onoki, quickly think of a way. I roared angrily after breaking the entangled trees again. Such a battle consumes too much energy. His father was exhausted to death, but the thing he is worst at is using his brain. Therefore, I can only pin his hopes on Onoki. Come here and meet me first, we can cooperate to fight together. After Onoki emptied everything in front of him, he finally reunited with I. How to fight, you say? I said, combined ninjutsu. Use the light and heavy rock technique to add your speed and strength. After Onoki finished speaking, he put his hand on I's shoulder. Chapter 213 I am the god you cannot defeat. After Onoki and I met, he put his hand on I's shoulder. Earth style, ultra light heavy rock technique. With Onoji's low voice, I felt his body become extremely light. It's as if there's no weight left. This made I's eyes shine. Turn out to be, still able to fight like this. Onogi deserves to be a man who has lived for so long. The brain turns so fast. Reikage, I will follow you later and provide you with assistance at any time. You can attack without worry. It would be too embarrassing for us two to work together, if we still can't solve each other. Onoki said behind I, as the shadow of two great ninja villages, Iwagakure and Cloud Shinobi Village. This is probably the first time that Ninja Village has joined forces since the establishment of the village. If it fails, that would be a shame. HMPH, hurry up later. My speed is very fast. After hearing Onoki's words, I Lang snorted. The whole person once again entered the lightning-style chakra mode. The legs exerted strength, and the whole person disappeared in place again. What a speed. Seeing this scene in the distance, Nagato narrowed his eyes slightly. With the blessing of ultra-light heavy rock technique, I's body becomes extremely light. His speed has thus increased several times. Even if Nagato has Rinnegan. At this moment, he could barely catch I's figure. Boom. I led Onoki to rampage in the enchantment created by the coming of the tree world. Nothing can resist. Soon, they found Nagato's figure. Found it. After seeing Nagato, I accelerated to rush up again. Just in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Nagato. Lateral bolt of pain, superweight rock technique. Almost at the same time, I and Onogi gave a low shout at the same time. Then, I's hand knife slashed towards Nagato's head with great power. Shinluo Tianjang. Boom. Not to be outdone, Nagato brazenly launched the Shinluo Tianjang. A strong repulsive force acts on I's body. However, this time Shinluo Tianjang was not as successful as usual. Under the combined attack of I and Onoki, the air seemed to be distorted. The powerful air waves generated by the collision blasted everything around. I's attack did not stop because of Shinluo Tianjang. Damn it, how could it be so much stronger? Under the urging of Nagato, even more terrifying pupil power was released from Rinnegon. Finally, I's attack was blocked less than 10 centimeters from Nagato's head. Boom. Once the attack was blocked, I couldn't bear the repulsive force of Shinluo Tianjang. Was blasted out again. Even Onoki was knocked and flew out. Wood style, the joy of a sleepy dragon. Wood style, wooden golem jutsu. Knocking I and Onoki into the air, Nagato didn't dare to be careless. Putting your hands together, the gigantic chakra vents out. In an instant, a 100-meter high giant and a 100-meter long dragon appeared in front of everyone. Is this the power of the first Hokage Senju Hashirama back then? In the distance, seeing this scene, I swallowed unconsciously. Is such power really possessed by human beings? I's physical fitness has been very pervert since he was a child. Not only fast, strong, even the ability to resist blows is much higher than that of ordinary people. Finally, I even learned the secret technique of Cloud Shinobi Village. Lightning-style chakra mode. In this mode, I once broke one of Eight Tails' horns. Calmed down the rampage of Eight Tails. He once thought that no one in the entire ninja world could defeat him. However, until he met Uchiha Xiu. In front of Uchiha Xiu, he was so completely defeated. Not only lost an arm, even died at the hands of Uchiha Xiu. However, he had no choice but to. Facing Uchiha Xiu, he could only feel a pang of desperation. Now, the man named Nagato in front of him gave him this feeling again. Even Eight Tails might not be as terrifying as the huge wooden golem and wooden dragon in front of them. Onoki also sighed. Unlike I, he is a man who lived through the era of the reigns of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. He knew that at the beginning Senju Hashirama relied on this hand. Leveled the entire ninja world. Even a tailed beast is no match for this tall wooden golem at all. This time, they may be more ill-fortuned than good. Be obedient and die. I am your invincible god. Nagato stood on wooden golem's nose and shouted. Then he controlled wooden golem to attack Onoki and I. Boom. Every attack of wooden golem can cause a wave of tremors. Under the attack of wooden golem, Onoki and I also became stretched. But they can't run. They know that if they don't get rid of each other today, the other side will definitely launch a retaliation against their village. Once such a powerful ninjutsu is performed in the village, that would definitely be fatal. HMPH, universal pull. After the two sides fought for a long time, Onoki and I quickly fell into a disadvantage. Compared with Nagato, battery life is really bad. Both of them are running out of chakra. But Nagato is still alive and well. Finally, after a confrontation, Nagato took his chance, used the universal pull to bring Onoki and Ayla who were in midair to the front. Then he used the black iron rod made by Yin Yang Dun to insert into the bodies of the two. This time, Onogi and I couldn't move anymore. Nagato didn't have any idea of showing mercy either. Throw the two of them directly on the ground, and then control the huge wooden golem and step on it. It's over. Taking a deep breath, Nagato fell to the ground expressionlessly. Onoki and I had no breath at all. Are you okay? These two once renowned ninja powerhouses. Just like that, he died in this remote place in obscurity. Next, it's time to go to Iwagakure and Cloud Shinobi Village. Nagato walked slowly in the direction of Iwagakure. He wants everyone in Iwagakure and Cloud Shinobi Village to feel the pain of the war. Only in this way, they will consider the feelings of small countries and dare not start wars easily. Only in this way can peace be realized. After Nagato left, Ju's figure slowly appeared from the ground. He skillfully preserved the bodies of Onoki and I. Then it slowly sank to the ground. Nagato, just kill me. The more you kill, the better. Absolutely sneered. For those who have mastered impure world reincarnation, the more strong people die, the stronger they are. The more chaotic the ninja world, the more benefits they can get. After reaching a certain level, they are going to trouble Uchiha Xiu. Chapter 214 Change requires bloodshed. The continuous lotus was blown up by the gusts of dust. The ninja of Iwagakure is staring intently ahead, to protect the safety of the village. Master Tsuchikage has been out for several days. Now is the time when the village's defenses are weakest. Therefore, they must cheer up. Suddenly, a figure slowly walked out of the smoke and dust rising in the distance. It was a man with red hair, wearing a red cloud and black-bottomed robe. Step by step, walking towards Iwagakure slowly but firmly. Quickly, go and inform Lord Huang too. Seeing the man who suddenly appeared, all the ninjas in Iwagakure had an ominous premonition in their hearts. This guy, it seems to be the man Tsuchikage-sama hunted down. Stop, who are you? The ninja guarding the entrance of the village looked at Nagato and asked loudly. Pity, answer his. It's a black iron rod that's icy cold. Enemy attack. Rock Shinobi wants to shout out loud. But, the iron rod has pierced his heart. Let his whole body no longer have a trace of strength. Walking past Rock Shinobi's corpse with no expression on his face, Nagato snorted coldly. Iwagakure, one of the 5 great ninja villages. Once a war starts, 030 always dispatches the ninjas of the village to the land of rain as soon as possible. They burned, killed and looted in the land of rain, doing all kinds of evil. Obviously they started the war, but in the end, it is the people of the land of rain who are guarding and fighting. It's not fair. Therefore, Yahiko formed the Akatsuki organization, lobbying everywhere among ninja villages. But unfortunately, no one cares about the feelings of the weak. They considered, it's just for your own benefit. The pain between people is not figured out, without personally feeling the pain of war. This group of ninjas from the great ninja village will not repent of his actions. It is the truth that Nagato realized after Yahiko's death. Therefore, he came. This time, he let the world feel the pain. And this pain, let's start with Iwagakure, Konaha village, Hokage building. Uchihashu sat on a chair, wiping his long knife leisurely. Namikaze Minato also looked solemn, standing in front of the window without saying a word. In front of them, it's Mabui and Darui from Cloud Shinobi village. Master Shu, the existence of the Akatsuki organization has already threatened the entire CGEA ninja world. Tsuchikage Onogi and Reikage-sama have set out to get rid of this evil. So, I think Konoha's side should also send people to reinforce the two shadows. Azabu looked at Uchiha Xiu. From brief encounters, she has understood. Konoha village, Uchiha Xiu is the real talker. But, she thought a little wrong. If she says these requests to Namikaze Minato may also agree. And Uchiha Xiu, it is impossible to agree. I just made it very clear. Konoha can make a move, but I have one condition. Cloud Shinobi village surrendered to Konoha, and was later controlled by Trapped Leaf. Uchiha Xiu spoke slowly and made his request. He has done so much in order to unify the ninja world. Of course not at this time. Go out and help Onogi and I deal with Nagato. The fate of the two of them, Uchiha Xiu already knew. This is also part of Uchiha Xiu's plan. No way, if these two shadows continue to live, even if forced by the situation to agree to his request. But, by their prestige in their respective villages, want to mutiny, definitely a hit. Uchiha Xiu, you are taking advantage of the fire. We, Cloud Shinobi village, will not surrender to Konoha. Even if Konoha doesn't make a move, I believe Kurigakure and Sunagakure won't sit idly by. I repeat, this is a crisis for the entire ninja world. Hearing Uchiha Xiu's words, Azabui stood up. The chest became constricted because of anger. Sunagakure and Kurigakure won't shoot. Accepting my conditions is the smartest choice for you. Azabui's reaction was within Uchiha Xiu's expectation. Unfortunately, she doesn't know. Kurigakure and Sunagakure were also already under his control. I won't give up. Let's go. After Mabui finished speaking, he turned and left. Darui followed closely behind her. Just when her hand was about to grab the doorknob, Uchiha Xiu's voice came from behind. You will regret your decision today. Look back. Uchiha Xiu still wiped the blade calmly. Didn't even look at them. Mabu paused for a moment, then pushed open the door and left. Regret something. That's for later. After the two left, Namikaze Minato spoke. Xiu, do you have to do this? Namikaze Minato is puzzled. Do you want peace? Can only so many ninjas be sacrificed? Is there really no better way? Peace is not spoken. It wasn't typed either. Peace can only be truly realized after going through the baptism of war. No change can be achieved without bloodshed. Since we don't want to be villains, let's not stop the real villains. Uchihashu put the knife back into its sheath. In a way, he is very appreciative of Nagato's ideas. What he has to do, it is to change the current ninja world pattern. This kind of thing, it's impossible to succeed just by talking. Must rely on force. Even if Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara ended the Sengoku era, I don't know how many people were killed, how many families were destroyed. It was realized by standing on top of countless white bones. Uchihashu knows. Before Nagato found himself, I will definitely bring down Iwagakure and Cloud Shinobi Village. By that time, he appears again as a savior. Ninja world, there will be real peace. Iwagakure, on a hidden mountain, two men are standing side by side, observing the situation of Iwagakure far away. I really miss it, I haven't enjoyed the fun of fighting for a long time. Uchiha Madara spoke slowly. Madara, remember our plan. Until Nagato and Uchihashu have not decided the winner, they must not be exposed. Uchiha Obito no longer wears the vortex mask on his face at this time. A slightly hideous face was revealed. Obito, you're still so timid. Madara, I can cancel Impure World reincarnation at any time. You'd better watch what you say. When Uchiha Obito heard what Uchiha Madara said, he looked a little unhappy. The time that belonged to Uchiha Madara is over. Now, he is the boss. HMPH, is it? Uchiha Madara crossed her arms and smiled softly, not outraged by Uchiha Obito's rudeness, only, in those Scarlet Mangekyo Sharingan, but flashed a trace of contempt. Chapter 215 Super God Luo Tianjang. You are Nagato of Akatsuki. In the center of Iwagakure, Huangtu looked at the red-haired Nagato, feeling a bad premonition in his heart. His father, that is third Tsuchikage, Onogi, this time out of the village. It is to unite with fourth Raikage to contain this guy named Nagato. But now, father and fourth Raikage haven't heard anything back, and Nagato, who was hunted down, appeared intact. Iwagakure, although Huangtu doesn't want to admit this thing. But, very likely, my lord father and fourth Raikage, I'm afraid something has happened. Where are Master Tsuchikage and Master Raikage? Huangtu did not give up and asked. Perhaps, maybe the two sides just staggered. After all, the ninja world is so big. Even if it is two shadows, there is no guarantee that someone can be found. They, already dead. Hearing Huangtu's words, Nagato spoke slowly. This also made Huangtu's heart completely sink to the bottom of the valley. Really, the worst still happened. What? Lord Tsuchikage and Raikage are dead? Are you kidding? They are the two most powerful ninjas in the entire ninja world, how could they die? HMPH, I think this guy is deliberately deceiving us. Yes, Master Tsuchikage and Raikage joined forces, I really can't think of anyone else who can defeat them. Lord Huangtu, give an order, we must get rid of this guy who dares to insult Lord Ying. Hearing Nagato's words, all the ninjas in Iwagakure were not calm. Onoki has lived so long, it has already become the god in the mind of every Iwagakure ninja. Now, the guy in front of me actually said that Lord Tsuchikage is dead. How can this be? It doesn't matter if what you say is true or not. Today, you can't leave. Hearing the angry voices of the people around him, Huangtu snorted coldly. No matter how powerful the opponent is, since he came to Iwagakure, I can't go away. Win by numbers. It can be said that the ninjas of Iwagakure are familiar with the road. Was the former third Raikage strong enough? Isn't it the same as dying under their siege? Ignorance. Arrogant. This is your group of ninjas from the great ninja village. It is precisely because of this that so many tragedies happen in this world. I'm here today to give you a sense of the tragedy that others feel. Sorrow for your own weakness, this is God's punishment for you. As Nagato said, his body slowly rose into midair. In addition to Lois, the strength of the remaining group of people doesn't even have a single cage level. Nagato had no intention of talking nonsense to them. Damn it, he can fly. Is he trying to escape? The BD, say so many inexplicable things, have the guts to fight us. Ninjas with flying means are generally difficult to deal with, because most people do not have any effective means to effectively kill ninjas in the sky. Once Deidara of Iwagakure, because he can make explosive clay and fly into the sky. That's why he was able to escape smoothly after killing Iwagakure. Of course, this also has a lot to do with Onoki's release of water. But it is undeniable that a ninja with the ability to fly has too much of an advantage in combat. Feel the pain. After flying to a certain height, Nagato opened his arms. Under the sun, he is like a god without emotion. And under him, sinners who are about to face judgment. Super Shenluo Tianjang. A loud shout. A powerful repulsion erupted from Nagato, sweeping around in an instant. Boom. Wherever the repulsion passes, everything is flattened. Lots of houses and even mounds were pushed to disperse all around. Immediately afterwards, there were wailing sounds from all directions at the same time. These voices are full of shock, pain, helplessness, struggle. But soon, it disappeared again. After a while, everything was filled with smoke and dust. Can't see anything anymore. I don't know how long it took. The strong wind blows everything away. It reveals the true face of the earth. Iwagakure, which was once prosperous, has been turned into ruins. All the once dense buildings have been razed to the ground. Under the ruins, filled with the wailing of Iwagakure ninjas. But more people, but it was no longer possible to make a sound. Hateful. Damn BD. Seeing this scene, Huangtu's eyes were red, as if blood was about to drip. In his field of vision, the whole of Iwagakure was destroyed. Iwagakure has been building the village for so many years. Incomparably powerful, but, today was ruined so easily. Pain. Garden howl. Ask for flowers. Only in this way can the sins you have committed be redeemed. Nagato fell slowly from the sky, a sense of vengeful pleasure rose in his heart. Once this group of ninjas in Ninja Village were so high and high. But now, they also finally tasted the pain brought by the war. And, this pain will continue with fear. Let them never dare to start a war easily again. Earth style, from Yamada. Seeing that Nagato entered the attack range, Huangtu slapped the ground with both hands and shouted angrily. Immediately afterwards, the chakra all over the body unreservedly vented out. In an instant, two huge hemispheres made of condensed soil appeared from the ground. Double team towards Nagato. He wants to crush Nagato directly. Shenluo Tianjiang. In the face of Huangtu's attack, Nagato did not fluctuate at all. With a direct shot of Shenluo Tianjiang, the two huge hemispheres were smashed into pieces. Then step by step towards the lowest universal pull. Under the strong repulsive force, Huangtu's body flew towards Nagato involuntarily. Then Nagato grabbed Huangtu's neck. Immediately afterwards, a sharp wooden thorn appeared on Nagato's arm. Poof! The wooden thorn was pierced into Huangtu's body by Nagato. Wood style, cutting technique. Nagato opened his mouth expressionlessly, a stream of chakra was poured into the wood thorns. Immediately afterwards, countless random thorns grew instantly on the wooden thorns. Poke the lowest body from the inside out to pieces. Boom! Nagato threw Huangtu's body on the ground casually. Seeing dozens of rock shinobi trembling in front of him, he snorted coldly. These guys, I just wanted to get rid of him. But now, he couldn't even stand still. Wood style, the tree world is coming. Nagato didn't have any sympathy, a wood style killed all the rock shinobi in front of him. Remember this pain, if you continue to persist in your obsession and start a war for your own benefit. The pain will never end. Nagato's voice resounded throughout Iwagakure. After speaking, Nagato turned and left. Iwagakure's ninja is almost dead. Leftover is no longer a cause for concern. Nagato did not kill them all. Otherwise, who will remember this pain? Next, that's Cloud Shinobi Village. Nagato find a good direction. Then walk slowly towards Cloud Shinobi Village step by step. Chapter 216 Cloud Shinobi Village is also destroyed. After finding the direction, Nagato walked towards Cloud Shinobi Village step by step. He didn't walk fast. This is to allow Cloud Shinobi Village to prepare well. The news of his destruction of Iwagakure must have reached Cloud Shinobi Village with great speed. By that time, the ninjas of Cloud Shinobi Village definitely knew. His next target is them. At that time, they who have lost Raikage and Tailed Beast will feel great fear. Just like him who used to live. This feeling, he will never forget in his life. Therefore, Nagato wants everyone to feel the pain he has experienced. Only in this way, this ninja world will usher in true peace. Master Shu, I just received news that Iwagakure has been razed to the ground. In the Hokage office, a masked ninja half kneeled on the ground reporting the latest news. His voice trembled with excitement. 270, Iwagakure, one of the 5 Dainin villages. The village was wiped out. I see, you go down first. Uchihashu waved his hand casually, for this result. He had already expected it. The current Nagato strength is really too strong. If he does not act, it's hard to beat Nagato head-on. If he guessed correctly, soon, I'm afraid Cloud Shinobi Village will have the same news. Shu, are we really sitting idly by? Namikaze Minato asked. He still felt something was wrong. After all, such a big ninja village was destroyed. How many ninjas do you have to die? Hold it, this matter must not be rushed. Namikaze Minato is good at everything, but sometimes his heart is not ruthless. It's not like he didn't save Cloud Shinobi Village. It's just that the people in Cloud Shinobi Village didn't want to agree to the conditions he proposed. Oh, alright, Namikaze Minato sighed, although I know that Uchihashu's approach is the most correct. But he still felt a little uncomfortable. Seeing the appearance of Namikaze Minato, Uchihashu didn't say much. Some things are useless to explain. Time will prove everything. Not far from the border of Cloud Shinobi Village, Mabui and Darui are on their way. Both of them had tired looks on their faces. They've come a long way these days. In order to seek an alliance against the Ōtsutsuki organization, they ran all over Kurigakure, Konoha and Sunagakure. Unfortunately, the result was not as expected. None of the 3 ninja villages is willing to help them deal with the Ōtsutsuki organization. Even, inside and outside the words, they want their Cloud Shinobi Village to surrender to Konaha. Only then did Mabui know. It turned out that 2 of the so-called 5 great ninja villages had already chosen to surrender to Konaha. But this kind of thing is not something Mabui can easily decide. Therefore, their trip was doomed to fail. It's been so long since I've been out, I don't know if Mr. Movie Master has come back. Mabui sighed, and the speed of walking accelerated a little. The news that Kurigakure and Sunagakure have surrendered to Konaha must be told to Master Raikage as soon as possible. Under the speeding up of Mabui and Darui, the 2 soon approached the range of Cloud Shinobi Village. But the scene in front of them caused the 2 of them to open their mouths wide in shock. The original location of the village has now become a mess. Even, look around, everything seems to be smoothed out. Quiet, without a trace of popularity. What happened? How did the village become like this? Mabui and Darui were terrified, and then quickly ran to the village. After approaching the village, the two discovered that there are less than 1,000 ninjas left in the huge Cloud Shinobi village. What happened? Mabui grabbed a ninja and asked. The ninja was taken aback for a moment, after seeing clearly that the people who came were Mabui and Darui. Tears of sadness flowed from the corners of his eyes. Lord Azabui, the village is gone. Just a few days ago, the village was attacked by a red-haired man who claimed to be a god. After that man came to Cloud Shinobi village, he attacked the village without saying a word. With just one blow, the village was completely destroyed. In order to fight against him, most of the ninjas died on the spot, and only a small number of ninjas survived. Excluding ordinary villagers, there are less than 1,000 ninjas in the village now. As the ninja spoke, there was still panic in his eyes. It seems that the red-haired man left him with two frightening memories. What about Master Raikage? Is Master Raikage back? Mabui asked nervously. No, Master Raikage hasn't been back since the last time he went out. The ninja's words broke the last hope in Mabui's heart. After Mabui listened, he couldn't stand anymore. His legs went limp, and he fell to the ground. According to the description, the red-haired man who attacked the village was definitely Nagato. Since Nagato is safe and sound, and there has been no news from Raikage-sama until now, then Master Raikage may have suffered an accident. I knew this earlier. When she was in Konoha, she should have agreed to Uchihashu's conditions. In that case, things may not necessarily reach this point. Now, Mabui regrets it very much. Pity. There is no medicine for regret in this world. Hateful. Darui clenched his teeth, with an angry expression. It looks very hideous. He has made up his mind. No matter what the cost, all must be paid by Nagato. Mabui, cheer up. We must not be knocked down like this. Darui pulled Mabui up. Now, the two of them have the highest status in the entire Cloud Shinobi village. They have to take this responsibility. At this moment, a ninja with an Iwagakure forehead protector quickly ran over. Black soil. This ninja Azabui knows. It is the granddaughter of 3rd Tsuchikage Onogi. Black soil. I didn't expect it to be a step late. Seeing the appearance of Cloud Shinobi village, Kuroto sighed. After Iwagakure's accident, she immediately thought of Cloud Shinobi village. But I didn't expect, but still didn't come and notify the news in advance. Could it be that Iwagakure also? Hearing what Heitu said, Azabu 0.6 asked. That's right, Iwagakure also suffered the same thing as Cloud Shinobi village. Even my father, Huang too, has died in the hands of Nagato. The expression on Black Earth's face was very sad. In just a few days, the grandfather and father who loved her the most died one after another. And the village was destroyed. If it weren't for the hatred in her heart, I'm afraid at this moment, she can't hold on anymore. After a moment of silence, Heitu and Mabui looked at each other at the same time. They are very self-aware. Know it clearly, if they want revenge on Nagato. Their strength alone is nothing but a dream. Even the combined strength of the two villages is not enough. Now that this is the case, it might as well choose to surrender to Konaha. Now the entire ninja world can avenge them. I am afraid there is only Uchiha Xiu. Chapter 217 I ate you first. The two women looked at each other, and they all saw firmness in each other's eyes. Now that the village has been destroyed, then they don't care whether they surrender to Konaha or not. I believe that the ninjas in the village will also support their decision. In that case, I'll go first. I'll go back and inform the ninjas in the village, and then I'll vomit. At that time, we will gather at Konaha. Now that the decision has been made, the black soil will not be left behind. After saying a few words, he turned and left. Mabui looked at Darui again. Darui nodded silently. In my heart, I also agreed to the method of submitting to Konaha. Everyone stop, I have something to say. With Darui's affirmation, Mabui opened his hands and gathered the ninjas who were cleaning up the ruins. Then, make this decision public. Master Mabui, we support you. Yes, we must let Konaha avenge us. Now that the village has been destroyed, so what if I surrender to Konaha? As long as I can get revenge, even if I have to die, I am willing. Master Azabui, please go to Konaha quickly. I can't wait to see that guy's body be torn into pieces. 26 inches. Yes, Mabui-sama, we are here, so hurry up. After the ninjas of Cloud Shinobi village heard Mabui's decision, none of them objected. Because they all know, this is probably the only way to avenge the dead Lord Raikage and his dead companions. So what about submitting to Konaha? They don't care. Okay, I'll go now. Mabui nodded heavily, feeling confident. As long as we are united, nothing can stop them. Darui, I'll just go with this matter. You are responsible for staying and taking care of everyone. After Mabui finished speaking, he rushed towards Konaha without stopping. Although already very tired, but she didn't want to delay for a moment. Even if she is exhausted, she will let Nagato get the punishment he deserves earlier. Nagato walked on the road, his eyes full of dignity. Now Cloud Shinobi village and Iwagakure have been dealt with by him. Almost all the high-end combat power of these two ninja villages were killed by him. Next, it's Konaha. Nagato knows that this battle, I'm afraid it's the decisive battle. Now his strength is much stronger than before. But Nagato is not sure that he can beat Uchiha Xiu. But people like him, even in death, we must also fight for our goals. Therefore, Nagato did not hesitate. After taking out Cloud Shinobi village and Iwagakure, he then walked in the direction of Konaha village. Only, this time Nagato was traveling very slowly, because he has to keep his state at the peak anytime, anywhere. A fight between masters. There is no room for negligence. Uchiha Xiu, just wait. Soon, I will find you. Just as Nagato was on his way slowly, 5 envoys from Ninja Village had already gathered in Sleepy Leaf Village. They are Terumime from Kurigakure, Kaliura from Sunagakure, Black Earth from Iwagakure, and Azabui from Cloud Shinobi Village. Uchiha Xiu also saw the legendary leg shadow for the first time. A pair of straight and beautiful legs is indeed very attractive, but Uchiha Xiu was not a lustful person either, he just looked away after seeing Ian. At the moment, they are discussing the details of returning to Konoha. Since Iwagakure and Cloud Shinobi Village have been almost destroyed, Kuroto and Azabui are not qualified to bargain. Whatever Uchiha Xiu said, they just agreed. As for Terumime and Ja Luluo, they are all from Uchiha Xiu. Naturally, there will be no opinions. The meeting went quickly. In just half a day, 5 people signed the relevant documents. So far, since the time of Kagaya, for the first time, the ninja world has achieved great unification. Uchiha Xiu has truly become the uncrowned king of ninja world. After signing the document, Uchiha Xiu left. Unexpectedly, not long after he left, he saw Conan walking towards him. Conan. Seeing Conan, Bingji Boxiu was a little surprised. How could she appear here at this time? Xiu, I'm here to find you. Seeing Uchiha Xiu, Conan showed a warm smile on his cold face. Originally, she was going to ask Konoha's ninja to inform Uchiha Xiu. Unexpectedly, the ninja guarding the gate recognized her directly and let her in. Conan knew it must be Uchiha Xiu's order, so he was very happy. It's a wide road, young man. Uchiha nodded with satisfaction. Look back and see who is at the gate. It must be promoted well. Conan, why are you not with Nagato? Uchiha Xiu asked. Nagato's body is completely recovered, so I'll come to you. Mentioning Nagato, Conan's face was a bit disappointed. After all, the partners who grew up together. Now it's time to go to the opposite. Yeah, hearing Conan's words, Uchiha Xiu instantly understood. Nagato is probably ready to die. Such people are the scariest, because they do things without scruples. Uchiha Xiu thought about it and decided to stop Nagato in advance. Otherwise, with their strength, if there is a battle in Konoha, then the entire Konoha village is likely to be destroyed. This is something Uchiha Xiu can't stand. Okay, Conan, are you tired after walking 900 miles? Come on, I'll take you to my room to sleep. Uchiha Xiu held Conan's hand with a smile. This brought a blush to Conan's face. I'm not going to sleep in your room. Conan said embarrassedly. Haha, I'm just kidding you. Come on, I'll take you to dinner. Seeing Conan's appearance, Uchiha Xiu smiled. Although Conan is very attractive, but he is not a hungry ghost. Naturally, I don't think about that kind of thing when we meet each other. It was just a casual remark. His real idea is to take Conan to taste the food of Konoha. I have no appetite, so I won't go. It's just that before Uchiha Xiu finished speaking, Conan's mouth pouted. Obviously a little lost. Looking at Conan, Uchiha Xiu felt a little puzzled. Something is wrong. Very wrong. HMPH, what are you looking at me for? Just let me live outside. Looking at Uchiha Xiu, Conan snorted softly. After humming, I feel inappropriate. Even she herself didn't know how she became like this. Fine, there is nothing more to say. Uchiha Xiu is not wood either. Looking at Conan's appearance, he immediately picked her up and disappeared into the street. Since you don't want to eat, let's eat you first. Chapter 218 Uchiha Xiu and Nagato. After giving Conan a taste, Uchiha Xiu left Konoha village. Now he has gathered all the other tailed beasts except 4 tails and 5 tails. And both 4 tails and 5 tails are in Nagato's hands. Especially Geto statue, his Rinnegan cannot be summoned. Only Nagato's eyes will do. Therefore, even if Nagato doesn't come to him, he's going to get rid of Nagato. However, the battle with Nagato must not take place near the village. Otherwise, with the strength of him and Nagato, the entire Konoha can be flattened in minutes. So Uchiha Xiu left Ruanru Township ahead of time and set off towards the border of Konoha. He wants to deal with Nagato far away from the village. Just when Uchiha Xiu was about to leave, Haidu, Mabui, Terumime, Ja Luluo and others all came up. Why are you here? Uchiha Xiu asked. You're going to fight Nagato, right? We're going to. Yes, even if I can't get rid of Nagato with my own hands, I will watch him die with my own eyes. Kuroto and Azabui hate Nagato the most. After all, Nagato had done them both a hard time. As for Ja Luluo and Terumime, they are purely worried about the safety of Uchiha Xiu. Want to go with you. Not sure what it can do to help. Are you so confident in me? If I'm going to lose, then you won't be able to run away either. Hearing Haidu and Mabui's words, Uchiha Xiu smiled. You are going to die, and I will die with you. After hearing Uchiha Xiu's words, Haidu snorted coldly. However, after she finished speaking, the eyes of the people around her looked a little strange. Wow, you actually want to die for me. We just met once, and you can't help but love me so quickly. Hey, it's all my damn charm. Uchiha Xiu teased Haidu deliberately and exaggeratedly. Sure enough, Hei Wang's face instantly turned red. What nonsense are you talking about? That was not what I meant. Haidu is still a pure and innocent little girl, how can she stand up to such teasing? In an instant, he was ashamed. She just said that because she felt If Uchihashu is defeated, then no one in the ninja world can stop Nagato. Then she might as well just die. But unexpectedly, her words were misunderstood. Don't explain. As the saying goes, an explanation is a cover-up is the truth, and the fact is the beginning of your love for me. I know. Seeing Haido's shy look, Uchihashu was in a good mood. Especially Haido's pair of beautiful white legs, long, straight and slender. It's really hard to get tired of. HMPH, whatever you say, anyway, I don't mean that. Haido couldn't explain clearly, so he just chose to keep his mouth shut. Look, you also acquiesced. Don't worry, after I finish Nagato, you will be my little wife. Let's go. After Uchihashu finished speaking, he set off with everyone. Bah, who is your little wife? Shameless. Looking at Uchihashu's back, Haido stuck out his tongue. But there was a strange feeling in my heart. It seems that in the entire ninja world, there is no better man than Uchihashu, right? And, with Uchihashu, after that, Iwagakure will definitely benefit more than other ninja villages, right? The naive little black soil girl doesn't know at all. Among the people present, except Mabuyi, the others are already Uchihashu's women. Seeing the appearance of the black soil, Mabuyi felt a little uncomfortable. If only I could look a little more beautiful. Then Cloud Shinobi Village can hug Uchihashu's thigh, right? It's disgusting. Soon, under the gallop of the crowd, they came to a place not far from the border of the Kingdom of Fire. In front of them is Nagato wearing the Akatsuki robe. Since Nagato did not deliberately hide his whereabouts, therefore, Uchihashu and the others easily found where Nagato was. You are finally here, Uchihashu. Looking at Uchihashu, Nagato spoke slowly. As for the others who came with Uchihashu, he didn't pay attention at all. Where's Conan? After scanning around, Nagato asked without noticing Conan's figure. Conan didn't come. She didn't want to see you dead. After Uchihashu finished speaking, he waved his hand to make the rest of the people retreat. Yeah, it seems that you really have confidence. Hearing Uchihashu's words, Nagato also smiled. Raising his head again, a pair of Rinnegons released extremely terrifying pupil power. Feeling this pupil power, Uchihashu's eyes also turned into Rinnegon. It also exudes a terrifying pupil power. The two pupil forces collided in the air. Although invisible, it makes people tremble with fear. It's terrible, this pupil power, even at such a distance, is still shocking. Don't worry, Lord Shu will definitely not lose. Yes, Nagato was once defeated by Master Shu. If he hadn't run fast, he would have been killed by Master Shu long ago. In the distance, Ja Luluo, Terumime and others looked at the battlefield, with some expectations in their hearts. This epic war, I'm afraid it's rare to see it in thousands of years. And farther away, Uchiha Madara stands with Uchiha Obito and the three of them. Silently looking at the direction where Nagato and Uchihashu are. Even after such a distance, they can still feel the powerful power of the two. Is this the strongest junior of the Uchiha clan? I didn't expect the pupil power to be so powerful. Uchiha Madara with arms folded. Judging from the current situation, the pupil power of Uchihashu and Nagato may not be weaker than his peak period. And, there's one Norijao point where Uchiha Madara is very curious. Nagato's pupils are so powerful that he can still understand. After all, he is the best physique in the Whirlpool family, and his eyes are also his Rinnegan. Even transplanted white Zetsu cells. Therefore, it is not surprising to be able to achieve the current strength. But Uchihashu, he couldn't understand. Just one of the most ordinary guys in the Uchiha clan. To be able to obtain such a powerful force in such a short period of time. Even if he was back then, it is impossible for him to have such a powerful force at this age. Moreover, at the beginning, he obtained the omnipotent power through Senju Hashirama's cells, and after decades of evolution, he evolved his eyes into Rinnegons. But why did Uchihashu have Rinnegan so easily? Just when Uchiha Madara was thinking about it, there was a sudden strong fluctuation in the distance. Battle House of Uchihashu and Nagato. Here we go. Chapter 219 HMPH, what's there to be proud of? Shenluo Tianjang, Nagato took the lead in attacking, and a strong repulsive force went towards Uchihashu. And Uchihashu is also not to be outdone. The same as the use of Rinnegan, launch the Shenluo Tianjang technique. Want to compete in pupil power? Then come on. Uchihashu has not really done it for a long time. It is rare to have a strong opponent like Nagato as a sparring partner. It would be too much for Uchihashu not to take advantage of it. Boom. Two powerful repulsive forces collided. The invisible force squeezed and distorted the space at the junction of the collisions. There was a piercing creaking sound. Under the strong repulsive squeeze, everything, all turned into dust. It seems that you have made a lot of progress. No wonder you dare to come to me to fight. A calm smile appeared on Uchihashu's face. After Nagato transplanted white Zetsu cells, his strength was indeed much stronger than before. Even Uchihashu felt a little bit of pressure. HMPH, today is your death day. After hearing what Uchihashu said, Nagato snorted coldly, and continued to increase the output of pupil power. In an instant, the strong repulsive force suddenly doubled again. Well done. Uchihashu gave a light drink. For him, the stronger Nagato is, the happier he is, because, if there are 817 opponents who are not much different from their own strength, that's still very good for improving one's own strength. For Uchihashu, the current Nagato is such an opponent. It's such a terrifying power, I didn't expect that even the space can't bear it. If it were us, I'm afraid we would be killed in an instant, right? Grandpa and Dad died under such a force. What a power to make people desperate. Cloud Shinobi Village and Iwagakure were destroyed by such power. Under the full urging of Nagato and Uchiha Xiu, Shinluo Tianzheng erupted with a powerful force. This momentum made Haidu and the others who were watching the battle take a deep breath. Except for Mabui's weak strength, the strength of the three of them is already considered to be the top level of ninja world. However, in front of the power that Uchiha Xiu and Nagato exploded at random, they still felt a pang of despair. Just like the gap between adults and children. Can't make up for it at all. It's really interesting, I can't help but want to do it. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Madara opened his mouth excitedly, although it is the body of impure world reincarnation, but he still felt a strong desire rising in his body. Let him can't help but want to fight. Madara, don't worry too much, we just need to wait for them to decide the winner before making a move. Uchiha Obito glanced at Uchiha Madara and reminded aloud, Obito, your character is really unlikable. It's better to be the hot mom of Hakushi, he will accompany me when I want to fight. Hearing what Uchiha Obito said, Uchiha Madara pouted in disdain. It would be great if Senju Hashirama was also released by Impure World Reincarnation. But clearly, now is not the time. HMPH, Hakushi hot mom all day long, I will reincarnate Luo Tien when I find a time some other day. Uchiha Obito snorted coldly, he wanted to see how strong Senju Hashirama, known as the god of the ninja world, was. Uchiha Madara didn't continue to speak, but the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. And in the middle of the battlefield, Nagato and Uchiha Xiu already understood. If it's just such a simple competition of pupil power, it will be difficult for the two sides to tell the winner. Therefore, the two unanimously chose to stop. Next second, the two of them fought like bows and arrows off a string, and fought together in an instant. Boom! Exclamation mark. Nagato, who has been transformed by white Zetsu cells, is physically strong and scary. Moreover, it seems that some changes have taken place after the white Zetsu cells combined with his original vortex physique. The current Nagato seems to have the physique of a sage body inadvertently. This is also the most important reason why his strength can improve so much. It turned out to be like this. I said, how did you, CGEC, improve so fast? As soon as they fought, Uchiha Xiu noticed the abnormality of Nagato's body. His attack, under the blessing of powerful strength and speed, every blow has the power of landslides. Ordinary ninja, the body can't bear his attack at all. It can basically be said to be dead when touched. This is the physical difference. But Nagato fought against him, but withstood this powerful force. Uchiha Xiu knew instantly that Nagato already had sage body. Only sage body can have such a strong physique. Then see if your sage body is the best, or my perfect sage body is the best. Uchiha Xiu smiled lightly, and the whole person's attack became more violent. If it is ninjutsu and pupil power, he can still find a deserted place to practice. That physical skill, there is no evenly matched opponent, but it is very difficult to improve. Now, Nagato can let him fight without sparing. Uchiha Xiu was very excited. Boom, boom, boom. The more Uchiha Xiu played, the more excited he became, and even unconsciously opened the 8 inner gates. Directly opened the 7th gate. According to Uchiha Xiu's estimation, if he can improve his strength to the 6 paths level, then open the first 8 gate of 8 inner gates, I am afraid there will be no side effects. Moreover, even if Uchiha Xiu only opens to the 7th gate now, Nagato has also been completely at a disadvantage. Uchiha Xiu, who activated the 8 inner gates, suddenly increased his speed and strength several times. Even Nagato's physique can hardly resist such a powerful attack. Although his Rinnegan can capture Uchiha Xiu's movements, his body can't react at all. Can only be beaten passively. It's so fast, I can't see their movements at all. I used to think that Raikage's speed was the fastest in the entire ninja world, but now I see Master Xiu's speed and realize how ignorant I was before. I'm afraid these are afterimages, right? We can't capture the movements of the real body at all. As expected of the master, it is too powerful. Huh, master. The other 3 women looked at Ja Luluo together. Ja Luluo proudly puffed up her chest. What's wrong? I've already become the master's slave. You didn't even know where it was then. Seeing Ja Luluo's proud look, everyone present wished they could slap her one by one. What a pleasure. Snort. Boom. Under Uchiha Xiu's powerful offensive, Nagato didn't last even 5 minutes. Was kicked into the ground. A deep pit with a radius of tens of meters was smashed on the ground. Chapter 220, The Buddha of Susanoo. Hateful. How so? Why is the gap so big? Although the blow just now didn't do much damage to Nagato's body, but it dealt a huge blow to his self-esteem. Why is Uchiha Xiu's body technique so big? Even with his current strength, there is a feeling of being beyond reach. What kind of expression is this? Haven't you already experienced the gap between us? Seeing the disbelief on Nagato's face, Uchiha Xiu spoke slowly. Although Nagato is Super Kage level, he is still far behind him. It can be said that below the 6 paths level, Uchiha Xiu is the ceiling of the ninja world. And, after Uchiha Xiu defeated Nagato and made himself 10 Tails Jinchuriki, then he can have the same power as Sage of 6 Paths. Even, capable of being more powerful than Sage of 6 Paths. Don't be complacent, BD. Hearing Uchiha Xiu's words, Nagato roared unwillingly. He will never give up easily. Wood style, sleepy hand. Wood style, Wood Dragon Technique. Nagato shouted loudly, the chakra in his body was mobilized crazily. In an instant, a 100-meter tall giant appeared in front of Nagato. Immediately afterwards, a wooden dragon about 100 meters long also appeared, wrapped around the giant's shoulders. Oh, it turned out to be this move. I miss you so much. Uchiha Madara in the distance saw the wood-style ninjutsu used by Nagato, his eyes were full of nostalgia. At first, when he was fighting with Hasi Hot Mom, this is the most commonly used wood-style ninjutsu by Hasi Hot Moms. Wooden golem jutsu and wooden dragon technique are very powerful. It can even have power comparable to Nine Tails. What a terrifying move. Even if it is a tailed beast, it doesn't have such a terrifying aura, does it? Is this kind of power really something that humans can possess? Even Master Shu, it would be very difficult to encounter such a powerful ninjutsu, right? HMPH, you women don't know the master's strength at all, so you are worrying about here. Among the 4 women present, only Ja Luluo knew Uchihashu the most. Therefore, even after Nagato unleashes such a powerful ninja, she is not worried at all. In her heart, the master will never be defeated. Don't be complacent, it's not certain who the master will like in the future. That's right, it's just a few days earlier than us, so there's nothing to show off. Cut. The girls finally couldn't stand Ja Luluo anymore, and they all started to mock. But Ja Luluo didn't care at all, she felt that these people were completely jealous of her. When several people were arguing, Nagato jumped on Wooden Golem's head. Watching Uchihashu shouted loudly, Uchihashu, this is a move I specially prepared to deal with your Susan. Come on, today I will prove to you that I am the real god of ninja world. Looking at the crazy Nagato, Uchihashu was speechless. Isn't it just a wooden golem jutsu and wooden dragon technique? What is there to be proud of? This kind of child stuff, he has long since stopped playing, okay. However, since Nagato wants to be hammered, he must be satisfied. Let him beg for a hammer today. So Uchihashu clapped both hands, and the whole person instantly entered sage mode. At this moment, Uchihashu's whole demeanor changed. This feeling, absolutely not wrong, it's the feeling of Hasi's hot mom. That ninjutsu, I can finally see it again. Feeling the magic of Uchihashu, Uchiha Madara is excited again. It seems to be back to the time when I fell in love with Senju Hashirama. Sage art true several thousand hands. Uchihashu shouted loudly, and a huge Buddha statue hundreds of meters high appeared out of nowhere. There are thousands of huge arms behind the Buddha statue. From a distance, it looks like a peacock spreading its tail. In front of this huge Buddha statue, the wooden golem and wooden dragon, which were just as big as a mountain, have turned into little sheep at this moment. Just from the point of view of body shape, the two are not at the same level. Gulu, I don't know what to say. Stop talking. After this battle is over, I will definitely have something to happen with Lord Shu. Wet and wet, Haitu and the others looked at the huge Senju Guanyin, and all opened their mouths unconsciously. If they were shocked by the wooden golem and wooden dragon summoned by Nagato just now. Now the huge Buddha statue summoned by Uchihashu just made them completely stupefied. Ask for flowers, I don't even know how to describe how I feel right now. Nagato, who faced Senju Guanyin directly, was completely stunned. In front of the huge Buddha statue, he felt like an ant. This moment, he finally fell into self-doubt. Defeat things like Uchiha Xiu. Can he really do it? So you give up resistance. I'm not happy yet. Seeing Nagato who had given up on resistance, Uchiha Xiu crossed his arms. Where is this? Totally not enough. So, in the astonished eyes of everyone, Uchiha Xiu once again mobilized the chakra in his body, a pair of powerful Rinnegon crazily output pupil power. In the next second, the huge Buddha statue was wrapped in a blood-red shell. 0. Uchiha Xiu actually covered the entire Senju cannon with Susanoo. What ninjutsu is this? Seeing this scene, Nagato asked desperately. I call it the Susanoo Buddha. Uchiha Xiu patiently answered Nagato's questions. He's in a good mood now. After all, this is the first time he has used this trick. It looks good now, just don't know how powerful it is. The huge Buddha statue is covered with a blood-red chakra shell. No matter how you look at it, it's very weird. But this ninjutsu is so powerful that it makes people suffocate. At this moment, Nagato was completely desperate. This kind of ninjutsu is simply not something he can resist. Next, let me try the power. Naturally, Uchiha Xiu doesn't care what Nagato thinks. Now that I have worked hard to release this ninjutsu, naturally, we have to take a good look at its power. So, Uchiha Xiu had a thought. The thousands of arms behind the Senju Avalokitesfera shot towards the wooden golem and wooden dragon summoned by Nagato. Boom! Every drop of the palm will cause the ground to shake. The huge wooden golem with a height of hundreds of meters, under this kind of attack. In just an instant, it was photographed into sawdust and disappeared. Didn't even try to resist. However, Uchiha Xiu's attack did not stop because of this. Instead, it continued to launch continuous attacks towards the ground. Chapter 221 Nagato, say your last words. Boom, boom, boom. As the successive attacks of the Senju cannon fell, the earth trembled, like an earthquake. The place where Nagato was standing can no longer see anything clearly. Smoke covered everything. Such an attack lasted for a full minute. A minute seems like a short time. But, this powerful attack can also attack continuously for a minute. Already very strong, just like the tailed beast bomb released by the tailed beast continuously for 1 minute. Even a mountain can be completely destroyed. Everyone looked at everything in front of them dumbfounded, and opened their mouths wide in surprise. It seems that even thinking has stagnated. What a powerful force. Madara, can our plan really come true? 170. Uchiha Obito opened his mouth with difficulty, only feeling bitterness in his mouth. Uchihashu's strength seems to have completely exceeded his expectations. This powerful attack, he is no match at all. As long as he dares to show himself in front of Uchiha Xiu, Kamui might not be able to keep him. This is also since Uchiha Obito awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. It was the first time I felt so insecure. The power of Uchihashu has surpassed the power of me and Senju Hashirama. If I face Uchihashu in the form of impure world reincarnation, I'm not sure of winning. In terms of strength, I would like to call Uchihashu the strongest. Uchiha Madara also showed a rare dignified look on his face. The strength that Uchihashu is displaying now is really too strong. Even when he and Senju Hashirama were at their peak, they might not be as strong as Uchihashu is now. And, Uchihashu is also very creative. Susanoo on true several thousand hands. This trick alone, I'm afraid it will be able to sweep the entire ninja world. There is a saying that goes well. The Susanoo Buddha destroyed the 4 kingdoms in 2 days. Originally, they were planning to launch an attack when Nagato and Uchihashu were fighting to the death. Capture Nagato's Rinnegan, and deal with Uchihashu's threat by the way. But did not expect, Uchihashu is so powerful. Even facing Nagato, they can win so easily. Now this situation has completely exceeded their budget. Even if it is forced to make a shot, it is just death in vain. After hearing what Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Obito said, Black Zetsu on the side already started to scold her. How can this Uchihashu be so strong? If I had known, why did he work so hard to be Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Obito's dog for so many years? Just kneel and lick Uchihashu, isn't he delicious? Look at the posture of Uchihashu now, gather all 9-tailed beasts and become 10 tails Jinchuriki. Isn't that a sure thing? It's all right now, he's always been on the side of Uchiha Madara. Did not have any chance of approaching Uchihashu at all. Not to mention a surprise attack on Uchihashu, taking the opportunity to release her mother. Once Uchihashu becomes 10 tails Jinchuriki, then his plan was basically hopeless. Because, after becoming 10 tails Jinchuriki, not only is it difficult for the entire ninja world to find an opponent who can compete with it, and he himself can obtain eternal life. In this way, Black Zetsu would never have the chance to revive his mother. After all, not everyone is like Sage of 6 Paths, will voluntarily give up her identity as 10 tails Jinchuriki and choose to end her eternal life. Black Zetsu is desperate now, lived for so many years. For the first time he saw no hope. My god, Lord Shu is so strong. Mabui said with emotion, the master deserves to be the master, but he is powerful. I must try to stay by the master's side tonight. Jaluluo's eyes almost burst into stars, looking at Uchihashu's eyes full of desire. HMPH, I'm not leaving either. Mr. Shu is so tired today, he must need someone to take care of him, so I want to stay. Seeing Jaluluo's appearance, Terumi-Mei snorted coldly, not to be outdone. You are not doing well, are you? Only Haidu is a bit thin-skinned. After all, she was only verbally molested by Uchiha Xiu. However, her words soon ushered in the contempt of Terumi-Mei and Jaluluo. What a brat, don't know anything. A woman must be able to hold her crotch, so that she can win Master Shu's favor. Soon, under the gaze of the crowd, the smoke clears, everything can be seen clearly. I saw that where Nagato was originally standing, the landform has undergone earth-shaking changes. Where Nagato originally stood was a lush jungle. However, under the attack of Uchiha Xiu, the former lush trees have completely disappeared. Moreover, there is also a huge deep pit with a diameter of hundreds of meters. The pit is not only big, but extremely deep. At the deepest point, there should be tens of meters in depth. The move just now is comparable to the mighty power of nature. At the bottom of the pit, Nagato lay weakly on the ground. His clothes were in tatters, and his body was covered with blood. The breath is sluggish, and the whole person is almost dying. Oh, I accidentally couldn't hold back. However, you are too inexperienced, aren't you? Seeing Nagato's appearance, Uchihashu appeared in front of Nagato, with a calm expression on his face. It seems that the battle just now didn't have much impact on him. Hearing Uchihashu's words, Nagato almost didn't come up. What do you mean he is too careless? How strong is your attack? Don't you have any idea? Even the rough-skinned and thick-skinned tailed beast, under the series of attacks just now. I'm afraid I won't be able to survive, right? Hit by such an attack, he is not dead yet. It's obvious that he has beaten too much. For some reason, when Nagato heard Uchihashu's words, he became very angry. But he has nothing to do with Uchiha Xiu. Tell me, what are your last words? Looking at Nagato, Uchiha Xiu asked. It is entirely his own choice that Nagato has come to this point. It is impossible for him to let go of Nagato. If he loses today's battle, then Nagato will definitely not let him go. 0.6. The benevolence of women, Uchiha Xiu, on the first day of time travel. He has already killed it in his own heart. This world doesn't need this kind of emotion. However, before dealing with Nagato, listen to Nagato's last words. If possible, help Nagato fulfill his last wish. There's nothing wrong with that either. After all, Nagato and Conan also have a deep friendship. Uchiha Xiu, you are very good. Nagato looked at Uchiha Xiu, the corners of his mouth slightly turned up. Having been against Uchiha Xiu for such a long time, it was the first time he felt that Uchiha Xiu looked so pleasing to the eye. For a person like him, isn't death a kind of relief? However, since Uchiha Xiu has asked this question, that's some things, let's talk to Uchiha Xiu about it. Chapter 212 nine-gou Reincarnation Sharingan evolves successfully. Nagato, do you have any last words? Uchiha Xiu asked. Take care of Conan. Also, I know there is an ninjutsu called Impure World Reincarnation. If you unify the ninja world and realize what you call true peace, remember to bring me summoning out, I want to see that scene too. Nagato lay on the ground and said weakly. Oh, yes, and Yahiko. Nagato thought about it and added. The happiest day of his life. It was the days when Conan followed Yahiko and ran for peace. Since Yahiko's death, his life has lost its meaning. The so-called realization of peace is nothing more than a continuation of Yahiko's will. I see. Uchiha Xiu nodded after hearing Nagato's words. This request is not excessive. See, Uchiha Xiu agreed. Nagato closed his eyes, quietly waiting for the end of his life. Uchiha Obito who has been watching from the sidelines and can't help it. If let Uchiha Xiu get Nagato's eyes, they really have no chance. So, Uchiha Obito took the lead, using Kamui to instantly appear beside Uchiha Xiu, 26. Then, before Uchiha Xiu could react, drag Nagato, who has lost his resistance, into his Kamui space. HMPH, I really don't have a long memory. After seeing Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Xiu snorted coldly. Immediately afterwards, the eyes released terrifying pupil power, locked all space around Uchiha Obito. Pentagram, Uchiha Xiu's unique pupil technique. Damn it, Uchiha Obito noticed the strangeness immediately. But he couldn't do anything. Kamui, who was invincible before, faced Uchiha Xiu's pupil technique. Has completely lost its original function. After being locked by the pentagram, he cannot activate Kamui. He also lost Hollow's ability at the same time. After locking Uchiha Obito with the pentagram, Uchiha Xiu snorted coldly. Then Rinnegan's pupil power burst out. A strong gravitational force acts on Uchiha Obito. In an instant, Uchiha Obito was pulled in front of him. This pupil power, his pupil power has actually increased again. Feeling the irresistible power, Uchiha Obito was terrified. Uchiha Xiu's current pupil power, compared to before, even stronger. Uchiha Obito wants to rebel. But no matter how hard he struggled, it was of no avail. In the end, he could only watch Uchiha Xiu insert a black iron rod into his heart. It was only 10 seconds before and after. Uchiha Obito was instantly killed by Uchiha Xiu. What a disappointment. The guy who inherited my name hasn't improved at all for so many years. Seeing how easily Uchiha Obito was dealt with, Uchiha Madara snorted coldly. Uchiha Obito inherits all his inheritance and also owns White Zetsu Cell and Mangekyo Sharingan. Unexpectedly, it was killed by Uchiha Xiu in seconds. What a disappointment. Madara, his ability restrains me too much. You go, be sure to snatch Nagato back. Uchiha Obito appeared beside Uchiha Madara out of thin air. The reason why he dared to snatch Nagato in front of Uchiha Xiu before. Not because he thought he could survive Uchiha Xiu, it's because he has a spare Sharingan and was able to use Izanagi to reverse the fact of his death. Under such circumstances, Uchiha Obito went to try it out. But now he understands, if you can't beat Uchiha Xiu head-on, then they wouldn't be able to get Nagato's Rinnegan. In this situation, we can only place our hopes on Uchiha Madara. Showdown between Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Xiu determined the final direction of the ninja world. After explaining to Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Obito quickly activated Kamui and disappeared. His Sharingan is running out. If Uchiha Xiu targets him again, he will be in trouble. HMPH, you cowardly fellow. Seeing Uchiha Obito's performance, Uchiha Madara was very disdainful. A character like Uchiha Obito can never become the strongest. Then I'll go first too. With the utterance, it slowly sank into the ground. Fighting is not his forte. Even if he stays here, I'm afraid he won't be able to help much. It's better to stay away, at least to ensure your own safety. Moreover, Black Zetsu now really wants to distance himself from Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Madara. If this battle Uchiha Xiu wins in the end, then he will go to Uchiha Xiu and then find a chance to talk to him a few heartfelt words. Thus freeing his own mother, Ōtsutsuki Kagaya. Complete your mission. Under such thoughts, Ju retreated silently. Only Uchiha Madara was left standing alone, looking at Uchiha Xiu in the distance. Xiu, who was that person just now? Master, are you alright? Could it be Nagato's accomplice just now? It's not safe here, let's take Nagato back to Konoha first. Terumi-mei and Ja Luluo are still a little scared. Uchiha Obito's appearance just now is really weird. They didn't react at all, and the other party had already appeared beside Nagato. If it weren't for Uchiha Xiu, Chong 190 might have fallen into the opponent's hands by now. You don't have to worry, with me here, nothing will go wrong. Uchiha Xiu activated Kagura Mind Eye, and everything in the surrounding tens of miles was instantly cleared by him. Therefore, Uchiha Xiu knows, except for one Uchiha Madara of Impure World Reincarnation, there are no other enemies around. And, although the battle just now was fierce, he didn't consume much energy. After a period of recovery, his condition has fully returned to peak condition. I'll put away Nagato's Rinnegan first. However, in order not to affect Nagato's eyes when fighting later, Uchihashu dug out Nagato's Rinnegan and saved it. So far, Nagato has completely lost signs of life. Kill the Super Cage level strongman Nagato, the reward time will be shortened by 1 year. Current accumulated shortening time, 2 years, March 12, 22 hours and 13 minutes. After killing Nagato, a system prompt sounded in Uchihashu's mind. Looking at the shortened time accumulated on the system panel, Uchihashu nodded. System, evolve Jugouyu Reincarnation Sharingan. After such a long time, he was finally able to evolve his eyes again. Jugouyu Sharingan evolved successfully. Chapter 213 Preparing for Resurrection 10 Tails. Jugouyu Sharingan evolved successfully. Current accumulated shortening time, June 11, 2002, 12 hours and 22 minutes. With the indifferent prompt of the system, Uchihashu's Rinnegan began to change. One after another black jade appeared in Uchihashu's eyes. In the end, the number of 9 hook jades stabilized. With the completion of the evolution of the eyes, Uchihashu's whole person has undergone earth-shaking changes. His own chakra has doubled again, and his body has transformed accordingly. Immediately afterwards, a powerful momentum shot straight into the sky. At last, all is at peace again. There was no longer a trace of breath exposed. Jugouyu Reincarnation Sharingan, evolution complete. This kind of power. Uchihashu shook his fist and murmured softly. After the eyes evolved from Rinnegan to Jugouyu Rinnegan, Uchihashu felt that the power in his body was dozens of times stronger. Although Uchihashu doesn't know how strong he really is now, but it is definitely half a foot into the 6 paths level. Master Shu, what happened to your eyes? Seeing Uchihashu's Jugouyu Rinnegan, Terumi opened her mouth in shock. Before meeting Uchihashu, she used to think that 3 Tomoe Sharingan was already the strongest form of Uchiha family Sharingan. It was only later that I realized that on top of the 3 hook jade, there is also Mangekyo Sharingan and Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Then, Uchihashu's eyes evolved into Rinnegan. This is also the first time she saw the eyes of the Sage of 6 Paths who once created the entire ninja world. Terumi thought this was the limit. Did not expect now. Uchihashu's eyes changed again. On the basis of Rinnegan, there are 9 more black Guyu. Although Terumi doesn't know what kind of eyes these are, but judging from the aura that Uchihashu inadvertently revealed just now, Uchihashu is probably stronger. Master, are you alright? Why do you feel like an ordinary person now? Jaluluo also looked at Uchihashu with a somewhat surprised look on his face. In her perception, now Uchihashu has become no different from ordinary people. Don't worry, my body is fine. This time, it's just a coincidence that I have increased my strength a bit. Seeing the worried expressions of several people, Uchihashu smiled and waved his hands. He had a premonition. If he can seal 10 tails into his body, then he may be able to gain power beyond Sage of 6 Paths. After hearing Uchihashu's words, the faces of Jaluluo and the others became even more strange. Good guy, how could it be possible to increase so much strength by chance? Such a good thing, we want it too. But sour to sour, Uchihashu was able to gain stronger power. A few people are still very happy in their hearts. Okay, you guys are waiting for me, I will deal with the enemy first. After Uchihashu finished speaking, a dark space crack suddenly appeared in front of him. Immediately afterwards, Uchihashu entered inside. In the next second, Uchihashu appeared in front of Uchiha Madara. Space Ninjutsu, Wonquan Bilyongjaka. Able to realize various shuttle space ninjutsu in various time and space. Stronger than Flying Thunder God technique and Kamui. After all, the Ōtsutsuki family used this trick to achieve interstellar colonization. Seeing Uchihashu suddenly appear in front of her, Uchiha Madara's expression moved slightly. If he still has the confidence to touch the previous Uchihashu. Now Uchihashu, he couldn't see through it at all. And, in the eyes of Uchihashu, Jugouyu Rinnegan exudes a dangerous breath, even if Uchiha Madara is in the state of impure world reincarnation now. There was still some uncontrollable excitement. Uchiha Madara, this is also the first time Uchihashu met the legendary ninja. In previous lives, Uchihashu was still very fond of Uchiha Madara. After all, Uchiha Madara's compulsion is still very high. It's just that when he traveled to the Hokage world, doomed to be an enemy of Uchiha Madara, I didn't expect you to have heard my name. Yes, I am Uchiha Madara. Uchihashu, your strength is very strong. I, Uchiha Madara, would like to call you the strongest. Seeing that Uchihashu knew her, Uchiha Madara felt a little happy. In just the next second, he saw Uchihashu make a sudden move. He stamped a hand on his chest. Seal. Uchihashu spoke softly. Next, with Uchihashu's hand as the center, formed a formation on Uchiha Madara. In an instant, Uchiha Madara was sealed. Damn it, you don't talk about Wood. Uchihashu himself is so strong, even Uchiha Madara can't compare to himself. Therefore, Uchiha Madara did not expect that Uchihashu would suddenly make a sneak attack. So inadvertently, it was sealed by Uchihashu with one move. This annoyed Uchiha Madara. He originally thought that this time he would be able to fight against a strong man like Uchihashu. HMPH, I don't have time to listen to your nonsense. Uchihashu snorted coldly. Now Uchiha Madara is his enemy, he has no interest in talking nonsense with Uchiha Madara. Not to mention, all he can think about now is becoming Ten Tails Jinchuriki. No time to waste time here with Uchiha Madara. Then, Uchiha Madara, who used to be the ceiling of ninja fighting power and self-proclaimed as the black hand behind everything. So easily sealed by Uchiha Xiu, even from beginning to end. Haven't had time to make a move yet. After sealing Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Xiu came to Terumime again. Okay, the enemy has been resolved. Let's go back to Konoha first. After Uchiha Xiu finished speaking, he cast Wonquan Bilyongjaka again, and brought Nagato's body with him. Then stepped into the black hole. Seeing this scene, Terumime, Kionmajou, Jaluluo and others. They all gritted their teeth and stepped in. The next moment, everyone's eyes lit up. When I came back to my senses, I found that I had come to Konoha village. Standing on top of the Hokage rock where the heads of Hokages of the past are engraved. I'm going, is this the space ninjutsu performed by the master? It's so strong. Really, to be able to create such a space channel, what a terrifying power. From the place just now to here, I'm afraid it must be thousands of miles. It's just one step away. A ninjutsu performed casually by Uchiha Xiu shocked everyone. In the ninja world, space ninjutsu is not common. Unexpectedly, they would be able to experience it for themselves one day. Okay, you guys go back first. Uchiha Xiu sent all the girls away casually. Then take Nagato's body and Nagato's Rinnegan out of the cabinet. Next, he's about to get ready to resurrect the Ten Tails thing. Chapter 214 Ten Tails Jinchuriki successfully entered the Six Paths level. After the four of Jaluluo left, Uchiha Xiu brought Nagato's body to a secluded and deep forest. Then used Nagato's Rinnegan to successfully summon the Geto statue. At this time, Geto statue, 2 of the 9 eyes on his forehead have been fully opened. It should be that Nagato has absorbed 4 tails and 5 tails before. Uchiha Xiu was not in a hurry to inject all tail beasts into Geto statue. Instead, the 4 tails and 5 tails that had been sealed in the Geto statue were extracted. He has a good relationship with the tailed beast. Therefore, he didn't want to let all the tailed beasts disappear like this. After being pulled out of the Geto statue by Uchiha Xiu, 4 tails Sun Wukong and 5 tails Kokuo regained consciousness. The 2 of them were about to raise their heads to the sky and scream, but they suddenly felt an extremely terrifying pupil force. The 2 tailed beasts looked over and found Uchiha Xiu standing aside. You let us out? 4 tails Sun Wukong asked. That's right, Uchiha Xiu nodded, and then summoned all the remaining tail beasts from his body. Xiu, are you saying goodbye to us? Hey, is it true that our fate can only be like this? Forget it. Anyway, we were originally divided by 10 tails, and now it is only natural to use us to revive 10 tails. As soon as the tailed beasts came out, they chattered. The expression on the faces as lonely as it is, as lonely as it is. Seeing Uchiha Xiu wanted to laugh. 340 inches okay, it's not like you don't know what's on my mind. If this happens again, I'm really going to use you guys to revive 10 tails. Uchiha Xiu stared. Don't, Xiu, aren't we joking to liven up the atmosphere? Hearing Uchiha Xiu's words, Shuzuru smiled. Then he looked at the Geto statue. Xiu, what are you going to do? Among the tailed beasts, Kurama is the most stable one. There was no panic at all on his face. It's easy, strip most of your chakra and use it to revive 10 tails. Is that okay? Uchiha Xiu spoke out his thoughts. Soon, this idea has been approved by most tail beasts. For them, although chakra can bring them great power. But this force also attracted prying eyes from all sides. And, if you want to revive 10 tails, you must gather the chakra of the 9 tailed beasts. Now Uchiha Xiu is able to revive the 10 tails while retaining their consciousness. Already very good. Seeing that the tail beasts all agreed, Uchiha Xiu nodded in satisfaction. Then the stripping work started. Regarding this method, Uchiha Xiu specially studied with Namikaze Minato for a long time. Finally, CGEC grasped that under the premise of retaining the consciousness of the tailed beast. Strip off most of the chakra in their bodies. In the original work, Namikaze Minato once used this method to split 9 tails in 2. Only now, Uchiha Xiu improved this method a little bit. With the strength of Uchiha Xiu, with the willing cooperation of the tailed beast, the stripping was done quickly. Not long after, Uchiha Xiu successfully separated all the tailed beasts. Then injected into Geto statue's body. Finally, after the chakra of the 9th tailed beast is injected into the Geto statue. All 9 eyes on Geto statue's head are opened his mouth and roared to the sky. The momentum is amazing. As this 10 tails. Sure enough, Uchiha Xiu looked at 10 tails, feeling a little excited. After so long, his strength is finally about to take another step forward. Looking at the huge 10 tails, Uchiha Xiu used Jugoyu Rinnegan to control it. Then, successfully sealed the 10 tails into his body. After 10 tails was sealed into Uchiha Xiu's body changed drastically. Immediately afterwards, Uchiha Xiu was wrapped in a white ball. After a long time, the ball burst. Uchiha Xiu broke out of her shell like a newborn. Head also grows the signature horns of the Ōtsutsuki clan. This is the breath of the old man. No, although it is very similar to the old man, it is somewhat different. After so many years, someone has finally reached this point. I really miss it. When we were first born, we felt this kind of breath. Now we don't have to worry about being used to revive 10 tails. I'm so happy. HMPH, I finally don't have to worry about blending with this stinky civet cat again. What did you say, you stinky fox? See Uchiha-shu's current appearance, feel the breath of Uchiha Xiu. All the tail beasts showed a feeling of nostalgia. The sage of 6 paths that created them and brought them to life. That's the breath. In midair, Uchiha Xiu slowly opened his eyes. At this time, his body has undergone great changes. A pair of horns appeared on the forehead. 9-gou tattoos also appeared on his body. Behind him, there are 9 jet black truth-seeking balls floating. A black tin rod was firmly held in Uchiha Shu's hand. Is that what 6 paths level power is? Uchiha Xiu felt the strength of her body, the corners of her mouth slightly raised. After his eyes evolved into Jugoyu Rinnegan, his strength is infinitely close to the 6 paths level. However, no matter how close it is, it still has not reached the 6 paths level. Now, his strength has really entered the 6 paths level. Feeling the power of the 6 paths level, Uchiha Xiu understood the real power of 6 paths levels. This is a qualitative change in strength. Before reaching the 6 paths level, no matter how powerful it is impossible to pose any threat to him. Even, Uchiha Xiu now feels that he can easily destroy the entire ninja world with just a few gestures. Uchiha Xiu's original strength has already stepped into the 6 paths level with half a foot. Therefore, the control over 10 tails is still very stable. 10 tails is quiet inside his body. No sign of going berserk at all. What are you going to do next? Stay in my body, or go where I want to go. After becoming 10 tails Jinchuriki, Uchiha Xiu no longer needs the other 9-tailed beasts in his body. Therefore, he decided to give the 9-tailed beasts a chance to choose. I stayed. Shukaku was the first to speak. Following Uchiha Xiu, I can eat delicious food and drink spicy food all day long. And there is no lack of freedom. It doesn't want to live the miserable life it had before. The other tailed beasts also have the same idea as Shukaku. After Uchiha Xiu became their Jinchuriki, they just know what life is. Do whatever you want, don't worry about anything at all. On a day like this, what else is there to be dissatisfied with? Only Sun Wukong and Kokuo, who have never experienced all this, were a little confused when they saw the performance of the many-tailed beasts. What's the situation? And those who are rushing to be sealed, taking the opportunity to run out, isn't it nice for him to be free? However, although Sun Wukong and Kokuo are very strange about this, but they also did not choose to leave. Anyway, Uchiha Xiu didn't stipulate that they can never leave if they don't leave now. Then take the opportunity to stay. Let's talk about it after observing the reasons why other tailed beasts choose to stay. Okay, in that case, let's go back to the village. After Uchiha Xiu finished speaking, he brought the tailed beasts back to Konaha. Now his strength, even if the other Ōtsutsuki come, it will not pose any threat to him. In the next time, he will have to think about his future plans.